Chapter 451, Snowman Project. Qin Huaimo did not leave immediately. Although the discussion just now was very enjoyable, it was not enough. At this moment, Xiaona's voice responded, "Master, although I should remain silent, two strange visitors requested a visit." "Let them wait," Qin Huaimo said lightly. At the entrance of the Science and Technology Complex building, two middle-aged men in formal clothes stood at the door and watched the progress of the watch from time to time. Unconsciously, another half-hour passed, and there was no way out. The two had to return to the car to rest. After getting out of the car, I asked for an interview, and got a response from Xiona's electronic synthesized voice. "Not free yet." One of them could not help but whispered, "I want to say that this is really big enough. They have waited for more than an hour." Another companion said, "We didn't make an appointment in advance. Even if we made an appointment, people would have the qualification to set up this spectrum. It would be nice to be uninvited without being bombarded." Calm. Time passed by every minute, and another 10 minutes passed unknowingly. At this time, the two of them finally saw something moving inside. The two saw the housekeeper and Qin Huaimo walking out of the complex through the outer gate. She entered a commercial luxury car and drove away. Seeing that the housekeeper did not return to the building, she walked towards them. "Come!" The two could not help but get excited. "But I think of us, it's almost 2 hours, it's cold." "Two, please follow me." Under the steward's guidance, these two strange visitors successfully passed the Intelligent Security Inspection Channel and entered the Science and Technology Complex building. Seeing the scientific and technological side of this building, they knew that they were looking for the right person. Of course, the premise is that Luo Sheng is willing to ignore them. The two came to the large living room of the living quarters. Luo Sheng was here at the moment. When he saw two strangers, he looked around for a moment and invited them to sit on the curved sofa next to him. 2. It's not like the entrepreneurs who came to me for financing. Luo Sheng sat down comfortably on the single-seat sofa opposite the two of them. And King Zhuai brought a coffee table with paper, and after half a cup of tea was presented one by one, she silently left. "Mr. Luo, I'm really sorry to take the liberty to visit. I would like to introduce myself. I am Cheng Jianhua, the person in charge of the Snowman Project." When the other party came up, he reported himself directly. Yeti Plan? When Luo Sheng heard this term, he couldn't help it. Of course, this is his inner activity. On the surface, there is nothing unusual. A big class character like him who has seen countless big scenes, expression management is a basic quality. Snowman Plan. Luo Sheng knows it of course. But what surprised him was that memories of the last life seemed to be initiated in 2013, and now these two strange visitors reported this plan as soon as they came up, indicating that they were actually 2 ahead of schedule. Plans began around the year, even earlier. Cheng Jianhua didn't know this. He thought Luo Sheng didn't understand the meaning of the 4 words. So he explained that the so-called Snowman Project was initiated by China's next-generation Internet Engineering Center and was designed to replace the current version of IP4. The core Internet protocol of the first generation proposes a set of route server solutions and technology systems based on IP6, oriented to emerging applications, and autonomously controllable. Cheng Jianhua added, as soon as the technology is mature, it will cooperate with the Internet Route Operator-wide organization to recruit 25 route server operating volunteer units from around the world to jointly operate the IP6 route server operation, secure domain name system security extension key signature, and key rotation. We will conduct verification tests in other areas, and deploy IP6 will reshape the country's competitiveness in the future. Luo Sheng first expressed his surprise when he heard about the plan for the first time, then thought for a moment and then said, to truly achieve multilateral co-governance of the global Internet, there is still a lot of work to do. If we can unite global institutions to do tests and trials, operation and clearing the technical obstacles will not only win more international supporters, but also promote the progress of corresponding standardization within the Internet Engineering Task Force, IETF. Cheng Jianhua and his accompanying colleagues nodded involuntarily, lamenting that they are the first in the world's scientific and technological circles, and a simple sentence will deeply understand the nature of the pros and cons. The country has no reason to promote the Snowman DNS plan. As of now, China, as a global internet power, does not have its own IPv4 root server. These servers are in the hands of Americans. An American can own 6 IP addresses. The average is 26 people in Huago share an IP address, which makes them angry and helpless as a world power that is already the #1 internet user in the world. Liu Sheng said in a deep voice, whether it is to break the monopoly of the West or IPv4 itself, this matter really should be planned in advance and planned ahead. The total length of the so-called IPv4 address is 32 bits, which means that only a maximum of 42.9 billion addresses are available. With the explosive growth of the number of internet users, as of the end of last year, the number of global internet users has exceeded 2 billion. More and more devices are connected to the internet, and IPv4 has exhausted the entire number of addresses. It is a foreseeable future. And the length of IPv6 has reached 128 bits, adding a total of 340 trillion IP addresses. Even if everyone on the planet has dozens of networked devices, they can still be allocated. More importantly, the country must break the monopoly situation in the West and have its own root server. Although a virtual network is virtual, its establishment is supported by its realistic material foundation, that is, one server after another, and once the server is connected, data exchange must be stopped. For example, Blue Star's server is down, no matter whether it is WeChat Friends, Blue Space, Blue Star Video, Weibo, etc., it will not be able to send messages, because online communications will ultimately have to be completed by offline machines. At present, there are only 13 root servers in the world. One primary root server is in the United States and the rest are secondary root servers. 9 of them are also in the United States, 1 in the United Kingdom, Sweden, and Japan. China is already the country with the largest number of internet users in a single region in the world. This situation is not difficult to understand. As the lifeblood of the internet, this lifeblood has been pinched in the hands of others. This feels very uncomfortable and insecure. Cheng Jianhua took a sip of tea and said, with the continuous development of the internet, the threat of cyber warfare is growing, and the Zhenwang virus that occurred last year was responsible for the birth of the Snowman Project. Important event-driven. He gave Liu Sheng a detailed introduction to the cause without any concealment. Although he has not yet stated the purpose of this, he also knows that someone like Liu Sheng is superior in intelligence and must know that his visit is to hope that he can join the Snowman Project. The reason for this is to start in 2010. At that time, the U.S. military carried out a seismic net virus attack on Iran, causing the Iranian nuclear power plant to collapse and directly leading to a nuclear leak. Cyber wars have become a key research project of national defense security for various countries. God knows how many cyber viruses like Zhenwang or even more horrible cyber viruses exist in the United States, and the global internet under U.S. control is a deadly threat to other countries. If one day Americans block the domain name and IP resolution of China Internet, the domestic domain name and IP will be inaccessible. The entire Internet will be paralyzed, and the mirror root server is not the optimal replacement solution. For a country to develop, it must be in line with the world, and it must completely shake off the control of Americans on the Internet's root servers. Otherwise, Lomai will give you a break off the network. Who can stand it? Cheng Jianhua watched Liu Sheng methodically and said, once the global deployment of 25 IPv6 servers is completed, it will completely get rid of the old US internet hegemony. According to the plan, IPv6 will be fully applied in China after 5 to 8 years, with 1 main route and 3 the secondary route server is in China, so that it will not get stuck in address allocation, which is a great victory to ensure China's network dominance. From commercial websites to government websites will fully support www.mtlnovel.com covering 20 internet users worldwide, 50 years later, and 50 years later, and 15 years later, IPv6 network scale, user scale, traffic. Its scale surpasses IPv4 and ranks first in the world. It has completed the upgrade to the next generation internet and completely ended the time of American internet hegemony within 30 years of history. Liu Sheng suddenly realized that the opportunity that led to the birth of the Snowman project was the cyber attack of the U.S. nuclear facility in Iraq last year. At the end, Liu Sheng also bluntly asked, "Did Director Cheng want me to join the research and development of the Snowman project?" Cheng Jianhua nodded yes. "You are not only the world's top developer, but your company's scientific research team also has the nation's and even the world's top team of engineers. We believe that with your support, the Snowman project's success, the time progress bar must be at least 3 or even 5 years in advance." Having said that, Cheng Jianhua glanced at the accompanying colleagues and smiled at Liu Sheng. Now the world doesn't know the name of the Blue Coast Lab, and the Bell Lab in the East has been called by many netizens. It's a research and development center for black technology. Chapter 452, Microsoft can't handle it. Through exchanges with Cheng Jianhua, Liu Sheng roughly determined that the country has an idea and wants to get this thing up. When Cheng Jianhua came to find himself, he obviously hoped that he could take the lead as an industry leader. The determination of the country is not enough, and the entire industry also needs to be determined, because the replacement of Internet protocols involves the entire industrial chain, and there must be mutual wait and see between the entire industrial chain. If this happens, it will inevitably slow down the pace of development. In the end, the state is the state, and things have not been done, and all aspects of the plan have been considered. "No problem, Director Cheng. I am willing to contribute my strength and influence to actively promote IPv6. Liu Sheng considered the moment and gave the other party an exact answer. When Jianqing Cheng and his accompanying colleagues saw Liu Sheng's statement, he was also very excited, and said immediately, "Mr. Liu, the plan requires the Snowman project experimental project to build 25 route servers, and 1 primary route and 3 secondary routes are allocated in China. We want to enable the Côte d'Azur company to take on one of the secondary route server operations. It is worth mentioning that the operation of the route server is a voluntary operating unit." Liu Sheng nodded. "This is not a big problem, but as an enterprise-led experimental project, it cannot be said that it is to put 4 route servers in China. IPv6 really needs to make this experiment a success, and it is not just up to my country. I have to win support from more countries in the world. I don't think the technical problem is not that difficult. As a route server, we must first ensure its security. The route server as a domain name is not only a domain name for China, but for the world." Services. Cheng Jianhua agreed. "Yes, at this point, any unit responsible for the route server must have this responsibility." Liu Sheng added, "The key is that if the current 13 route servers are to synchronize data with each other, the establishment of future IPv6 route servers, between the more than 20 route servers of IPv6, and between the 13 route servers of IPv4, you also have to synchronize the data, otherwise your parsing is not the same as others. And there is also a question about how to ensure data security. Before, I was worried that the root servers were all abroad, and this data could be collected abroad. In fact, we will implement IPv6. People will have the same concerns as us. You parse this data, how can they ensure the security and privacy of their data, and resolve trust? The problem is something that must be considered in order to win more national support internationally. Technical issues are not a big deal or too difficult. Cheng Jianhua and his colleagues came to see each other for a while. Liu Sheng's words greatly increased their confidence. They were engaged in high tech. It is not a big deal to hear technical problems, which can be said to be very encouraged. Undoubtedly, in the following talks, the French Riviera Laboratory naturally took over the main role of the Snowman project, became the core development center under its jurisdiction, and also received a national scientific research funding of 1.2 billion yuan. 1.2 billion yuan is a large number, but it is also relatively speaking, and it is really a small amount of money for the Côte d'Azur companies, but 1 yard is 1 yard. In April, When Liu Osheng was working on the layout of the Snowman project, the next-generation console war in the global gaming industry had unknowingly lasted for 4 months. Microsoft headquarters. At this time, Don Mattrick, president of Microsoft Interactive Entertainment, was in the CEO's office. Microsoft President Ballmer said dissatisfied, "Don, your department has dragged down the company's overall quarterly performance level. Your department lost $2.9 billion this quarter, but it did not curb the expansion. And this the subsidy war. The company can't stand it." Ballmer really can't stand it. Microsoft's stock price has been sluggish recently. It has always hovered between $210 billion and $220 billion. He can imagine that once this financial report is released, the stock price will probably fall by about 6%. The total market value of the next-generation Blue Star Technology Group has reached $1.53 trillion, which is equivalent to the sum of the 7 Microsoft market values. This is to beat the rhythm of the earth. Faced with the dissatisfaction of his boss, Don Mattrick can only shut up obediently. The performance report is terrible, and the voice is not too loud. Under the fierce subsidy battle between the two sides, the global sales of mainframes have accumulated to 24.8 million units. From a loss perspective, the Blue Coast is even more lossy. Microsoft's Interactive Entertainment division lost $2.9 billion this quarter, and the entire hosting alliance to counter the rise has lost $4.2 billion. Not only Microsoft can't stand it, Sony's allies can't stand it. The Côte d'Azur lost a total of $5.5 billion during this period of time. Rivals are running out of bullets, but Yao Jianhong's current battle is on its way. The company's tens of billions of dollars in cash flow were lying, and the latest round of 3 A-rated corporate bonds was issued on a large scale last month. Ability to burn money. For the time being, no group company on the planet dares to have the confidence that it can definitely fight Liu Osheng. It turns out that money can really do that, but those third-party game developers are making crazy this quarter, soaring in revenue, and the company's stock has skyrocketed. It has always been sucked by the first party, and this time the first parties fought with each other and bleed to each other, all flowing into the pockets of the third party. Don Mattrick walked out of the CEO's office in a downcast, stood at the door and shook his head with a sigh and no pause. After returning to his office, he started a conference call with his allies, such as Sony, and finally reached an agreement to end this money-burning battle. The landlord's house has no food left. After the conference call, Don Mattrick picked up the phone again to dial a number, but he gave up. On the second day, I took the earliest direct flight to China. Cosmopolitan headquarters of the Côte d'Azur Company, reception room. There are a total of 6 or 7 foreigners from Don Mattrick and senior executives such as Sony and Nintendo in this guest room. It is not Liu Osheng who met them, but Yao Jianhong, the company's number 2 figure. As for Liu Osheng, now he is busy with his scientific research team to climb science and technology. Lao Yao knew that the moment a competitor contacted the door, they showed that they had already lost, and refused to accept it. The small money in their pockets was not allowed. At this point, Don Mattrick took the initiative to ask what he thought and humiliated but had to say. "Mr. Yao, how do you think this will end?" Old Tant felt too humiliated, but there was no way that Ballmer would not be transfusion to his department, and his teammates were running out of food. They could only come over to sign a new contract for the Department of Mourning and Humiliation. Yao Jianhong tried to calmly reply with Liu Osheng's tone, "We don't want to fight, we are willing to make friends with partners around the world, so the Azure Coast is willing to provide the technical solution of ACK compiler for Xbox. Have a say." After speaking, Lao Yao looked at the global vice president of Sony here. The other said nothing. "It is really easy to use." After obtaining the technical solutions provided by the Côte d'Azur, Sony's overall performance of the PS3 has magically improved by about 27%. A moment later, Yao Jianhong added, The conditions on the French Riviera are very simple. Cancel your exclusive monopoly on the best-selling masterpieces of your town store's Halo series and Final Fantasy series, and nothing more. Don Matrick refused. No, Mr. Yao, this is too unfair. Unless the platform's best-selling games are also open to our console platform. As industry professionals www.mtlnovel.com, they know that the French Riviera's attempt is to create a closed content ecosystem, because the volume is large enough. Once this clause is agreed, masterpieces such as Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed will not be landing on other host platforms. What really scared them was that the third-party game developers acquired by Liu Sheng could rank among the top 10 third parties in the world, which means that more than half of the top 10 were Liu Sheng's elite units. Taking this as the main body, and then attracting other swaying third parties, the content ecological advantages will become stronger and stronger, and eventually the Matthew effect will be formed, and the strong will remain strong. The other first parties will continue to survive in the shadow of this life and become a tool for the other party to circumvent antitrust. It's like Intel at AMD. Sony, Microsoft, and other giants are also arrogant. How can they accept the humiliating status of a person who has become an instrument to evade antitrust? At this moment, Yao Jianhong saw Don Matrick disapprove and said decisively, "Okay, since it is so, there is no need to talk about it. Let's continue fighting." Chapter 453, One Paper Dumping Lawsuit. The two parties to the court. As soon as Yao Jianhong's remarks came out, he instantly chatted to death. There is no doubt that the negotiations directly collapsed here, and Microsoft could not let go of its position and thought it was too humiliating to accept it. Don Matrick and others left the Star River City building with expressionless faces, and finally couldn't help yelling after returning to their own car. "Mudfuck! I have never seen such an arrogant Chinese." "Boss, where are you going now?" the special car actually asked. "Back home." Don Matrick didn't want to stay here for a moment. At the same time, the global vice president from Sony's trip also sat in the car on the way back to the hotel, but his anger was not mainly the Azure Coast, but Microsoft's Don Matrick. "You want hard steel, and you don't even ask me what Sony thinks about it." In short, Sony does not want to be buried with Microsoft's interactive entertainment department. Even if Microsoft cuts off the gaming department, it will hurt at most, but it will not hurt it. It is an outsider in the home console market. But Sony is not the same. PS Business is one of the company's three main business at present, and is a fist product of Sony Electronics. As the results of this negotiation broke up, everyone went their separate ways, and Don Matrick hurried, and Sony's people sent people to Wall Street in the first place, trying to find Wall Street's multi-party capital to match it up. In any case, the subsidy war must be ended, and Sony, who couldn't see the hope, was really unable to play. But it is absolutely impossible for this matter to stop. A week later, Microsoft filed a lawsuit against the French Riviera on the grounds that the French Riviera was suspected of subsidizing dumping. Shameless, it has automatically ignored its subsidy operation. The news spread quickly and quickly caused an uproar in the industry. The stocks of third-party game developers worldwide fell. This paper lawsuit has undoubtedly sent a strong signal to the market. The good days for third-party game developers, the subsidy bonus that lasted for 4 months, are almost over. Lawsuit. The industry knows that the Microsoft Alliance cannot take this one step ahead in this next-generation console war. There was a lot of discussion outside the court on such a lawsuit. Some people think that Microsoft can't afford it, and its own subsidy operation makes this lawsuit pale. Some people think that the French Riviera is standing on the money to engage in vicious competition, and the shop is bullying. Eating netizens are happy to see some foreign media's similar comments. This is a realization that the Côte d'Azur is a super transnational technology giant. The question is, isn't this Microsoft store big enough? Is Microsoft a small shop? Among the top 10 listed technology companies in the world, is the second largest multinational giant behind the Blue Star Technology a small shop? Who said it out? Tormented posts on the Reddit forum also popped up one after another. However, it is interesting that the attitude of third-party game developers has been faintly changed, but Yao Jianhong is dismissive of such signals. Because these third-party developers are the worst and have the platform to settle down, that is of course to encourage Microsoft not to be vain and to continue to work. In this way, they can continue to enjoy the huge dividends driven by the event of the subsidy war. There are no eternal friends in the shopping malls of Poyang-Yunsu, only eternal interests. Headquarters of the Galaxy Coast of the Côte d'Azur Company, routine high-level internal meetings. Inside the conference room, there are already more than 20 core executives including Yao Jianhong at the middle conference table, and only the chief seat is empty. It didn't take long for the door of the conference room to be opened, and everyone looked at each other, only to see Liu Osheng walk slowly to the chief seat. "What's the matter?" "I was busy working on the Snowman project in the Azure Coast laboratory." "Why did I hear the company and Microsoft stand in court just after the retreat came out just a month ago?" Liu Osheng said as he walked, and he just came to his seat and sat down. He picked up the drinking glass next to him and drank. Then he looked around and added, "Who said what happened recently?" Yao Jianhong, the number 2 person in the company, made a speech, and briefly talked about Liu Osheng's recent situation. The two contemporary technology giants are fighting against each other, and both have a red-eyed posture. The major media are very happy to see it, and they are very keen on speculation and fan the flames. This was originally a battle between the French Riviera and Microsoft in the field of next-generation consoles. As a result, the Blue Star Technology Group was also involved in lying guns. This is no accident, because the top third-party game production companies such as V-Agency, Take-Two, 2K Game, R-Star, and CDPR are all holding subsidiaries of Blue Star Technology. The war between the giant groups has spread too wide, and business border conflicts have occurred from time to time. Not to mention that such a thing will happen between the two giants, and even the tragic war within Blue Star Technology Group is no exception. For example, Fist Games, V-Agency, and Blizzard Entertainment are also struggling, and they started to talk to each other to the extent of heating up earlier this year, and so far no results have been reached. Because of the game Dota, V Company and Blizzard are dying. At the same time, because the Fist game produced League of Legends, V and the Fist game are also fighting each other, and they are also in court against Bogongtan, who don't let anyone. The fans of each of the 3 game players also fought with each other. In a word, what awful labels such as white, black, sword sling, dog walking, etc. interlocked with these unpleasant labels, and it was hilarious to greet them. This relationship is constantly being cut and chaotic, which makes Blue Star's dad also say that real difficulty is difficult. The company's quarterly revenue is more than $40 billion. There are already 600 or 700 wholly owned subsidiaries, holding companies or stock companies of the group. The assets are small, tens of millions, and large tens of billions. Great cause. It simply doesn't matter, you're going to tear it up. Whoever loves father doesn't care. Maybe in the end it was V Company, maybe Fist, or Blizzard. But dad never loses, because I'm your father. Generally this is the case. Yao Jianhong stopped speaking after speaking www.mtlnovel.com for a moment. Liu Osheng looked around and said suspiciously, "Somewhat interesting. Here Microsoft is going to talk to you are fighting for your life. But why did I get a lot of calls from old Wall Street capitalists yesterday to get the two parties to end as soon as possible?" As soon as this word came out, Yao Jianhong and others couldn't help but be confused. They were also confused. At this time, one of the executives at the meeting said, "Will there be an internal strife in Microsoft's team?" Yao Jianhong couldn't help hearing it, and immediately said, "It's possible. If I didn't make a mistake, Sony wouldn't want to play and couldn't afford it. The disunity of the team is easy to disperse, and internal conflict is possible." Sony went to Wall Street. Liu Osheng could not help but nodded. After a while, Lao Yao immediately looked at the big boss and added, "General Liu O, Then how do we respond? At this moment, Liu Sheng was thinking, did not answer immediately. The crowd did not bother, and the conference room was quiet. Chapter 454, End of the War. The quiet atmosphere in the conference room did not last long, and Liu Sheng's voice came into everyone's ears again. I don't care whether Microsoft's anti-alliance internally has been struggling. Now that Wall Street's multi-party capital has actively matched it, let's push the boat and let it go. Each of the major hosting platforms can open up the content ecosystem and do not play monopoly. Speaking of this, Liu Sheng added, but Microsoft's Halo and other series, Sony's Final Fantasy and other content masterpieces, 40% of our platform to pay us, and our game in the others about 20% will be paid to the other party on the platform. The executives at the meeting looked at each other, at which time one of them looked at Liu Sheng and said, General Liu, I don't think it is necessary. The content of the platform can be supported by only a few third parties controlled by Blue Star Technology Group, a huge closed-loop ecosystem. These third parties are not lacking in best-selling masterpieces, and we have already lost 375 billion yuan, RMB, into it, and we can almost turn our competitors into instrumentalists in the last breath. The rest of the managers at the meeting nodded in agreement. They really couldn't figure out why Liu Sheng chose benevolence at such a critical moment, leaving the competitors a breather. As for being sued in court by Microsoft, although the company's senior officials attached great importance to it, they did not feel that if they were close to the enemy, this lawsuit would be endless rumors. This is Microsoft's way to be a face of the multinational technology giant. After all, big companies also have their own pride and their own face. In terms of seniority, the French Riviera is a younger brother in front of Microsoft and Sony. As the so-called warrior is arrogant, he will be raging in a shack, going down and in effect. Since the big boss of Liu Sheng on the French Riviera has been in charge, the company's executive style is also just right. After so many years of working with Liu Sheng, the confidence and self-confidence have also come out. Facing the old foreign giants, they no longer have the inferiority complex. That's it. The timing is not right. You shouldn't die. Just do what I say. That's it. Liu Sheng said, even when he clapped. He gave the final word. The timing is wrong. Everyone looked at each other. Although the big boss did not explain the reason, they all talked about this, and everyone has no objection. In fact, Liu Sheng does not want to let this opportunity to turn his opponent into a tool person. After the game industry has a firm foothold, he can fully deal with Intel. This is an early plan. However, the plan has always been unable to keep up with the changes. This section coincided with the arrival of the North American election and was counted once by Wall Street. How crazy the stock of Blue Star Technology is now, and what it will fall in the near future. How miserable. In this round of the next generation of host wars, the French Riviera has lost 37.5 billion yuan. It is a bit painful that such a huge sum has not been converted to the expected return. No one's money was brought by the wind. However, compared to the two harms, Liu Sheng is of course less important. Executives of companies such as Yao Jianhong did not know that at this moment, the brother company Blue Star Technology Group is in an extremely highlight moment, but there has been an undercurrent behind it. Liu Sheng didn't want to suffer the enemy on his back. Although he has secretly searched for a deal made on Wall Street, he can't absolutely guarantee whether North American authorities will turn their backs on Wall Street and the fake drama will be done. There is no guarantee that you will have to deal with the worst, which is what you should consider as a decision maker. At that time, both sides of the French Riviera and Blue Star Technology will catch fire, and it will be very tiring to extinguish the fire. If the overseas market is lost, the revenue of both companies may be cut. Put Microsoft on the ground first and then say that the front is too long to increase the number of variables. Liu Sheng didn't tell Yao Jianhong and others about these things, and even Zhang Bowen of Blue Star Technology didn't tell him, and he didn't intend to tell them that they were not beautiful. With the passage of time, in mid-April, after the multi-party capital of Wall Street was matched, The Azure Coast and the Microsoft reached an out-of-court settlement. After all, both companies have Wall Street's interests in it. Wall Street now lends $70 billion in corporate debt to the French Riviera. This is an astronomical figure. This vicious fight between the two sides is on Wall Street. Not only is it not good, it is more harmful than good. As a result, Microsoft suddenly announced the withdrawal of the lawsuit against the French Riviera. This turning of God made countless media organizations and netizens waiting to watch the drama for a while. This reversal is too fast. As soon as the two parties involved, the subsequent trend of the story has caught everyone off guard. The stocks of the world's major third-party game companies fluctuate like an electrocardiogram. After the talks between the two parties, the market value of third-party game companies plummeted. The industry believes that the subsidy bonus has come to an end. Within a few days, Microsoft turned to a blue lawsuit and brought the Blue Coast to court. The market value of third-party game companies rose sharply. The industry believes that subsidy dividends can continue for a while. As a result, within a few days, Microsoft suddenly announced its withdrawal. The stock market immediately responded, and the market value of third-party game companies fell sharply again. Countless stockholders simply jumped off the floor and thought. On the morning of April 19, the headquarters of Galaxy City of the Côte d'Azur Company, the media conference hall, when a reporter at the scene snapped the signing parties on the red carpet stage, he couldn't help but whispered, "The last moment we have to face the court in the court." The next moment, the plot development is really magical. At this moment, Liu Sheng rarely appeared before the media lens. He personally came forward to start a public signing ceremony with Microsoft's hosting alliance team. Don Mattrick and others and Liu Sheng stood together on the red carpet stage, holding each other's unfolded contract documents facing the camera. Although they didn't know their respective mental activities and real thoughts, at least under the camera, everyone was smiling. "Right. Looks like we have ushered in a very happy end." After completing the group photo, it was Liu Sheng's turn to speak. I saw him standing on a dedicated podium and said vividly, "This next-generation console battle has begun from a year ago. We draw on Ubisoft and other third parties, and the Microsoft Alliance draws on third parties such as Lome. We are fighting for more third parties, and we are fighting." Reporters from more than 200 media agencies could not help laughing. Liu Sheng continued to speak with a smile and a light breeze. "The two sides are acting as if they are masters of martial arts, and this force is. It is a day when everyone loses $20-30 million each other. Well, I will lose another $40 million. I also stand up. If I remember correctly, one day the highest loss will be more than $58 million. Special reporters at home and abroad from the media heard Liu Sheng saying that the situation was light, but they could hear the numbers secretly smashing their lips, which made them feel dizzy. The highest daily loss was $58 million, excluding exchange rate changes of nearly RMB 400 million. Burning 400 million a day. The competition between these multinational giants is just like the rhythm of the fairy fight. And Liu Sheng's speech seems to be no different from 4,000 yuan, which makes www.mtlnovel.com a gangster style. In addition to worship, only worship. Liu Sheng smiled on the podium and said, "But neither side dares to give up. Because once you collect it, you will lose everything you have done. And you may even die because of internal injuries." There was a sudden laugh in the audience. Liu Sheng went on to say, "So I've been dying." In the end, Ballmer, the president of Microsoft, communicated with me by phone. I said, "How do you think it will end?" "But you can't fight it." They seem unconvinced, so they must fight for a shot. In the end, it was resolved with the help of multiple parties. There was another joke under the court. Don Mattrick, who was sitting aside, could only laugh with strong face. Anyway, he didn't want to stay for a moment anyway, and quickly withdrew after the signing ceremony. But now I can only endure in silence, enduring watching the other side show off as a winner. End of this chapter. Chapter 455, a huge horror technology empire like the Internet, the battle for subsidies, which lasted for more than 100 days, was finally over. This also indicates that the console has finally passed the test of the market, and it also makes the old first-party manufacturer have to admit the strong position of the new player. With the end of the next-generation console war, the new king ascended the throne under the condition of interoperable content. Before the next-generation consoles such as Microsoft and Sony launched the next-generation consoles, the consoles are currently in a state of no competition in the global home console market. With the end of the war, well-known masterpieces such as Final Fantasy series, God of War series, Halo series have landed on the console platform, which has further stimulated the sales boom of consoles. Similarly, masterpieces from the original camps such as GTA series, Witcher series, Assassin's Creed series have also successively landed on console platforms such as PS and Xbox. However, when these works landed on a competitor's platform, the commission was reduced by 10%, whereas the platform increased by 10%. Under the circumstance of content interoperability hedging, the technical advantages of a host are immediately reflected. Gradually, word of mouth has grown in the global gamer community over time. Competitors watched the rising sales of consoles, but they were powerless. The reconciliation itself was hard-won. If Liu Sheng had not considered that there is more to be done in the current situation, he would have directly turned the other side into an anti-monopoly tool, and it would definitely not be reserved for Microsoft Hosting Alliance. Take this breather. A week later, New York, Paul Watson House. A maid just put a newspaper on the table, and a short while later Paul Watson came here to start breakfast, while picking up the Wall Street Journal, the largest paid circulation newspaper in North America, on the table for reading. The front page is related to Blue Star Technology Group. Just yesterday, Blue Star Technology Group officially released the 2011 Q1 financial statements. According to the financial report data, Blue Star Technology Group generated revenue of $47.99 billion and net profit of $17 billion in the quarter, both hitting record highs. The New Year's Q1 earnings report has disclosed a lot of information, and the Wall Street Journal has covered it with a whole page. Among the many business segments of the Blue Star Technology Group, the 4 business segments of the Game Business Group, online translation, cloud computing services, and mobile advertising revenue have experienced the fastest growth, and are referred to as the Big 4 King Kong business by employees within the company. And the mobile terminal advertising business revenue growth is the most dazzling. Looking at the data in a broad sense, according to the financial report data of Blue Star Technology Group, the proportion of advertising revenue still ranked first, accounting for $20.6 billion in revenue, and the proportion reached 43%. Looking at the data in a narrow sense, without the cloud computing module, Blue Star's advertising revenue accounted for $14.7 billion in total revenue, accounting for a third of the total. In the past, netizens who eat melon have teased Blue Star Technology into a high-tech company that depends on advertising for their livelihood. The official has also teased itself, but now it seems that it is not wrong to say so. However, the official Blue Star Technology Group does not say so now, but claims to be a company committed to providing cloud computing service solutions for global customers. At this moment, Paul Watson, who had breakfast, saw an interview with Nick Pullen, the vice president of the information research and analysis company Gartner, in the newspaper. He claimed that as cloud computing services that can support more than 10,000 servers operate at the same time, the scale of cloud computing service application deployment has also increased. Pring said. Before the global financial turmoil that swept the world in 2008, for the majority of users, cloud computing services were a relatively new type of IT service. It was rare for companies and social organizations to consider using cloud computing services, but now more and more corporate IT department managers are beginning to consider using cloud computing service strategies, and more radical social organizations are also considering using cloud computing services. Poulin finally stated that the global cloud computing market size is expected to reach $61 billion in 2011, of which the North American market revenue will account for 60% of the total global revenue, and the European market revenue will account for 23.8%. The calculation market size is also expected to reach US $8.8 billion and a proportion of 14.4%, $42 billion. Paul Watson, who was watching him, murmured suddenly, Blue Star Technology Group still firmly holds about 70% of the market share in the global cloud computing service market. In other words, with the market size of $61 billion, Blue Star Technology will cut $42 billion this year. In the first quarter of this year, the total revenue of the global cloud computing service market reached $14 billion, of which $9.8 billion was included in Blue Star Technology's revenue, which can be said to be full. The Nebula Star Cloud solution is still unbeatable in the industry. If Liu Sheng lowers the price again, the life of international friends will be even more difficult. I am afraid that the major cloud computing service companies in North America can only live by snatching the list of the main government such as Jiao Tower computing service providers. I'm afraid it's going to die. At this point, Paul Watson continued to look down. Blue Star Technology's Q1 earnings report rarely released a large number of the latest live data on the company's major business segments. As of the first quarter of 2011, the number of Blue Space users is 570 million, and the global version of Blue Space has reached 790 million. Reddit's global user volume broke 670 million, but the actual user volume can be 250 million. Thank you. Reddit can be said to be the worst one in Blue Star's family bucket. This quarter only brought the company $27 million compared with other buddies in the company. The revenue is even embarrassed to say that he is a younger brother. Advertisers don't like Reddit at all. Why do advertisers want to place advertisements on anonymous niche platforms like Reddit? Is it more fragrant to advertise on the real name social Blue Space platform? Blue Star Music has 420 million users and the international version of Musi Space has 370 million users worldwide. Yunj Search's market share in Chinese search caused 60% of the market. It is now the first Chinese search engine. The Matthew effect is forming. The decline of whiteness is almost irreversible. Its market value has fallen below $10 billion. The cumulative number of Weibo users exceeded 400 million, and the international version of Miroblog exceeded 500 million for the first time. Blue Star Video has 470 million users worldwide, and the international version of Blue Star has 680 million users worldwide, second only to Blue Space. As the world's largest online streaming video site today, 40% of BV Video Network users watch music video programs, and music videos have also become the most popular columns on BV Video websites. Most of the videos with the highest click-through rate on the website are MV videos. The number of users of the cross-platform chat application WhatsApp has reached 200 million and 100 million. The latest social products launched by the two Blue Star Technologies are both internal to the company and high expectations from the external market. Everyone knows the future of the social field. The two major social software will shine in the mobile internet era, just like the Blue Space in the PC internet era. The reason why Blue Star Technology is so powerful is once again taking the mobile internet, even social communication, one step ahead of everyone. After reading the content report of Blue Star Technology, Paul Watson put down the newspaper in his hand, and sometimes he was embarrassed by the energy of Blue Star Technology Group, a technology empire. Because he found that the scale of the company itself has really become as big as the internet. An ordinary internet user with a 6-month internet age, no matter which country he is in, he has at least contacted one of Blue Star Technologies' subsidiaries. If he rejects all products of Blue Star Technology Group, he will not be able to surf the internet smoothly, and the huge net of benefits woven by Blue Star Technology Group is even more difficult to imagine. Thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises, and even some large enterprises, rely on Blue Star Technology to get nourishment. Even those thousands of full-time on BV Video Online. The Upmaster now also relies on Liu Sheng to savor. The North American authorities want to forcibly dismember this company. If Liu Sheng comes to a dead end, he may repeat the impact of the millennial IT bubble. "Sir, it's time for your flight, and it's time you set off." The steward came to Paul Watson to remind him. "Okay." Paul Watson took her off the napkin, took the maid and even took a black trench coat handed to him, put it on the body and left the villa. The private car outside him had been waiting for a long time. Soon, he was taken to the airport by bus. His special plane will fly directly to Huago. www.mtlnovel.com. Paul Watson's trip to Huago is to meet Liu Sheng, and there will be a group of people with him. The biggest purpose of this trip is to convince Liu Sheng to help the Austrian president steadily win the re-election for next year's election through his Blue Star Technology Group's social empire in North America. Well, it is to come to Tong Lanman or Tong Liu Man. Blue means Blue Star Technology Group, and Liu means Liu Sheng, of course. This is the deal that Wall Street and the Austrian company have reached. But this deal still needs to be persuaded, because he is the ultimate ruler of the huge social kingdom of Blue Star Technology Group. You know, every 2 Americans today use at least one internet service product from Blue Star Technology Group. Paul Watson is very concerned, because he is the direct person in charge of the business unit of Blue Star Technology Group within Goldman Sachs. Throughout the years, the rise has captured the line of Liu Sheng. From another perspective, Liu Sheng is his future. Chapter 456. You made a huge mistake, Mr. Liu. The next day, a local hotel. Paul Watson and Liu Sheng met here. He did not dare to go to the Science and Technology Complex building, knowing that there were high-tech everywhere, and if the content to be discussed was leaked out, it would explode instantly. At this moment, Liu Sheng's eyes were full of surprise. He stared at Paul Watson sitting opposite him and said, "What?" Just now the senior executive of Goldman Sachs simply stated his purpose here. Liu Sheng didn't take the other party's response, and then he smiled and said, No, old friend, you are a little joke." In fact, before Paul Watson came, he already knew the other party's deal, but was impeccable performance at the moment. "Do you think I'm kidding you?" Paul Watson replied with a very contagious voice and said, "As long as Blue Star Technology changes the code a little, does some data analysis, and sells it, some people will buy it at a high price. It is too easy for you." "Will allow." Liu Sheng immediately interrupted him and said firmly, "My original vision for this company was to connect all human beings, not to make it a political bargaining chip. Mr. Paul, we do not express any political position, we do not participate in any political activities, nor do we participate in any political transactions. We only conduct normal cross-border business activities. It used to be, it is now, and it will be, it will never change, and it will not change." As an international joke, Liu Sheng has not forgotten the memory of the last life. Facebook, as an internet technology company in the United States, has put a lot of effort into it. Co-authored the Cambridge Analytic Event and Algorithmic Black Box, which are also duplicates. Now, Blue Star Technology is a foreign company in the eyes of Laum, and even participated in the election. I am afraid I don't know how to die. Liu Sheng would rather lose the North American market than jump into this huge pit. The hook bait is too salty. With this in mind, not only Blue Star Technology Group, but also companies related to itself will become the target of precautions and suppression in countries around the world. Today's reputation is hard to come by, and it will not be possible to do multinational business in the future. It is not difficult to calculate whether this account is profitable or not. Paul Watson said in a sarcastic tone, "Come on, old friend, You really think your righteousness can be recognized and supported by the general public? This is a joke, you know. They are just a group of black people, but we are the tools of the elite. Seeing Luo Sheng indifferently shaking the red wine in his glass, he drank himself. Paul Watson didn't care, and continued to speak with impassioned expression in his ironic expression. The masses have not really craved the truth, and they will turn a deaf ear to the evidence that is not tasteful. Everyone who can provide them with hallucinations can easily become their masters. Everything that makes them disillusioned will become their victims. The masses do not have the ability to discern, so they cannot judge the truth of the matter at all. Many opinions that cannot withstand scrutiny can easily be universally agreed. If errors are tempting to them, they are more willing to worship errors and master the influence. The art of their imagination has mastered the art of ruling them. Having said that, Paul Watson felt that he was almost moved by his emotions. "You drunk too much, old friends." Luo Sheng laughed. "No, I haven't touched the wine." Paul Watson gazed at Luo Sheng. The North American authorities do not allow the presence of a disobedient non-native multinational corporation. Luo Sheng repeatedly denied explanation. No, Mr. Paul. Blue Star Technology Group should not be too obedient. Not just in North America. Our business operations in any country strictly follow local laws and regulations, and also won local customers' respect and recognition. Your words are groundless and irresponsible. Faced with this unanswered question, Paul Watson stared at the other side after a while and said, "If you refuse, the fake sanctions process will become true sanctions. On the contrary, if you join the transaction, you will make a lot of money." Luo Sheng's eyes did not evade, and he replied affirmatively, "I refuse." As soon as this word came out, the two sides looked at each other for a long time, and fell into a long atmosphere of silence. At the end, Paul Watson took the initiative to look away and said in a disappointed tone, "You made a huge mistake, Mr. Luo. You should not offend both Wall Street and K Street. No one can be in this situation. Spend it safely." "This is a blatant threat." Luo Sheng shrugged silently. Seeing this situation, Paul Watson knew that there was no need to continue talking, and the other party was too reluctant to participate. In the end, when Paul Watson got up to leave, he suddenly turned to look at Luo Sheng. "Mr. Luo, can I ask you another question?" Luo Sheng nodded gladly. "Please say." Paul Watson gazed into his eyes. "How much did you earn from short selling in the North American subprime crisis 4 years ago?" Luo Sheng smiled unchangingly. "Oh, don't be such an old friend. It's not like this conflict between Wall Street and me. We may still be friends again in the future." The fool would admit it, and Luo Sheng was absolutely convinced that the other party was only skeptical, but did not have any substantial evidence. "I hope so." Paul Watson smiled, and wasn't saying anything, and turned away without thinking about it. After Luo Sheng watched the other party leave, he immediately picked up the mobile phone and dialed a call. "Lao Jiang, prepare for an emergency meeting. www.mtlnovel.com. I will come within half an hour. 20 minutes later, the internal call meeting of Blue Star Technology headquarters. At this moment, Jiang Bowen and more than a dozen group company core personnel gathered together, very curious why Luo Sheng suddenly called them to a meeting, but intuitively told them that the company should have a major incident. It didn't take long for Luo Sheng to come, and the closed-door meeting officially began. When he sat down in the chief position, he said, "I have received reliable news that the biggest crisis in the company's history is coming." Everyone at the meeting stumbled upon hearing this sentence, and never thought that Luo Sheng's first sentence was like this. Jiang Bowen looked at him subconsciously and said, "General Luo, what happened?" Luo Sheng also did not hide it, saying, "People on Wall Street want me to participate in their political transactions and use the influence of the company to control the 2012 North American elections. I refused, and I was considered a troublemaker with Wall Street." What? Chapter 457, Mountain Rain Comes. There was a sudden shock in everyone's heart, so it turned out. Although I don't know where Luo Sheng learned the news, Everyone at the meeting believed that it was definitely not a joke. A core executive at the meeting said, "This is troublesome. If really as described by boss, it is definitely the biggest crisis since the establishment of Blue Star Technology Group." When everyone was overwhelmed by the news, only Liu Sheng was calm, and everyone in the meeting secretly felt self-defeating. Apparently his age was almost double that of Liu Sheng, and some even doubled. The above, sitting in the number one position, is not yourself or unreasonable. Liu Sheng said plainly, "First of all, the company is ready to fully open source, reduce expenditures and tighten its belts to live. Once the sanctions begin, the sharp contraction of business in the North American market is inevitable. Be prepared for layoffs, and first lay off North American employees." At this moment, only Liu Sheng's voice was clear in the conference room, and other participants silently lowered their heads and started taking notes, because there was no such thing as a PPT in the internal conference. Secondly, Lomai does not allow me to live a good life, and we do not allow them to live a good life. Starting from the date of the official sanctions in North America, the company's net profit has been cut in half, and our usual net profit has exceeded 30%. In the future, we can earn 15% or even 10%. The first is the cloud computing service sector. The Nebula's solution fee will be reduced by 30% first, and the maximum reduction will be about 50%, depending on the situation. Participating Lao Jiang and others were also uneasy in their hearts, facing such a decision as Liu Sheng. Their hearts were actually very shocked, because they were too decisive and did not hesitate. In this case, they could still have such a bold initiative. Cut profits. Blue Star Technology Group was suppressed. I am afraid the most happy are the Silicon Valley technology giants such as Microsoft, Amazon, and FTSE. Liu Sheng looked around at the participants and said, "We will retreat from the city. The next step is likely to be a difficult long march. The strategy behind this is to surround the city with the countryside and reduce the profit of the company by ourselves. The purpose is to support other customers of our company. Will further reduce the cost of the IT department of these companies, help these companies crack down on non-customer companies, improve their international competitiveness and compete with North American companies, and make full use of the company's technological competitive advantage." Zhang Bowen, Xi Yong and others could not help but nodded. Liu Sheng said with two fists, "So, no matter whether it is the European Union or Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, South Asia, Latin America, or even the Middle East and the Mediterranean, the dirty work cannot be discarded. At this time, do not pick and choose. Yes, mosquitoes are small and flesh, uniting all the forces that can be united. The way of YY's rise is a good reference template. We must learn the way of Nirvana. I was the way of overseas rise at that time. That is, when I was small, I could not grab a big order with a powerful opponent, but my opponent was unwilling to take the job and looked down on the low profit list. Little by little, together, it has made today the world's top communications giant. And Blue Star Technology is now the world's top existence, and the foundation is better than the old one. I don't know how many times, so Liu Sheng is very confident that the final victory must be himself. The only uncertainty is only a matter of time. When Liu Sheng's words fell, Zhang Bowen couldn't help but say with a light tone, "Suppression from the outside cannot fundamentally weaken Blue Star's strong international competitiveness. As soon as we cut prices, Amazon, Microsoft, Google and other cloud services, it is even more uncompetitive. Without old American protectionism, their cloud computing departments will have to die. Other companies that need to reduce IT costs will definitely resist the decision of North American authorities because we have lower fees and better technical solutions. Other companies are not stupid. The purpose of choosing cloud computing services is to reduce corporate IT costs. Now, Nebula Star Cloud is not only the world's best technology, but also the cheapest. This is a choice that can be voted with your feet. Even if it is forced, it will also resist under pressure. Liu Sheng's decision is not only a big retreat, but also a cash offensive. At least it will kill a large number of North American companies, It's not the first time for everyone to start a company and hurt each other. Who is afraid of who? Luo Sheng laughed. Finally, Blue Star Technology Group is well prepared to shift its strategic focus to Greater China. We are sitting on the largest single market in the world. This is enough to make us invincible forever. Land, so even hard times are temporary. As long as the final winner is us, it doesn't matter. Everyone at the meeting nodded silently, so that their confidence was even more sufficient. This is Luo Sheng's greatest reliance on such arrogance. Taking a step back 10,000, even if all the international business is lost, the domestic market can still support the company, and it is still a world-class technology giant. This temporary internal core emergency meeting lasted for nearly 4 hours before it ended. The meeting mainly focused on the 3 major decisions formulated by Luo Sheng to formulate a response plan, and the content of the meeting was limited to more than a dozen people at the core level. No other executive at a foreign company would know. Luo Sheng and Wall Street talk collapsed. While he was actively responding, Wall Street was not idle. Everyone was racing against time. Everything seemed calm. Blue Star Technology Group's stock was still rising. Small and medium-sized investments in the market without any knowledge. Investors and stockholders are still crazy about the BTC trading code. The market is lamenting everywhere. Only a formal sanction order from the North American Commerce Department. Everyone knows that the stock Buffy holds a stake in Blue Star Technology Group, and he already knows the rumors, but as a stock god, he is cautious about selling stocks because the market is sensitive. But Berkshire Hathaway has also begun preparations. Wall Street is flexing its muscles in preparation for a new harvest. The whole of April passed so calmly, at least on the surface. Everything seems to be nothing, so normal. The financial turmoil seems to have come out. The global economy continues to recover. Everyone seems relieved and confident about the future. Since the outbreak of the global financial crisis, in the 3-year economic recovery period, technology stocks have become the most dazzling presence. Not only has the trillion-dollar Blue Star Technology Group led the audience, among the world's top 10 listed companies, Google also took the lead. At its peak, it appeared for a while with a market value of $192 billion. Although it finally fell, it still ranked in the top 15. In addition, Microsoft and IBM currently rank 6th and 7th among the world's top 10 listed companies with US $211.5 billion and US $208.5 billion, respectively. The Petroleum Financial Group is declining, and the Technology Giant Group is emerging, and it is profoundly affecting and changing the world. Time goes by day. In May 2011, everything was still calm. Gamers around the world focused on the Los Angeles Convention Center in May. In the 3rd week of this month, this year's E3 game show will be held in this city. Various third parties have carried out vigorous publicity, and of course, the first party is also indispensable, and consoles, PS3 consoles, Xbox consoles, etc. will appear. At the same time, on May 7th, a heavyweight blockbuster in the first phase of Marvel Pictures' film universe, that is, the superhero blockbuster Thunder produced by the original Marvel Comics studio, was also released on this day, and took over in this summer's second masterpiece. In addition to the movie Thor, Marvel Pictures will also release Captain America this year. Thunder was released on a large scale in 3,955 theaters this weekend, driving Wild Speed 5 off the stage to win the North American Box Office Championship with an overwhelming advantage. The $150 million movie is the second Hollywood blockbuster of this year's summer after Wild Speed 5. The performance at the premiere was not bad. It finished on the weekend box office list with US $83 million. But this result was slightly inferior to the US $86 million opening result of last weekend's Wild Speed 5. Compared with the first week of Iron Man 2 Inches, which was released in the same period last year, it is far worse than that. The final box office of Iron Man 2 Inches is locked at US $1.003 billion. which is the absolute division of Marvel Pictures so far. The first brand www.mtlnovel.com. Relatively speaking, Thor's performance in the overseas market is even more eye-catching. Paramount, the distribution company, made a bold attempt to release this movie first in overseas markets. As of this weekend, Thunder closed at $188 million overseas. Since its release in 11 days, the global box office has accumulated up to $297 million, according to the prediction of the third-party data analysis agency. The final box office performance of this film is expected to reach about $550 million, compared with the box office performance of Iron Man 2 inches madly collecting $1 billion. Thor's data is not very bright. However, according to the film box office to reach 3 times the production cost, as long as the box office of Thunder reached $450 million can recover the investment cost. At least not a loss, but a small profit. Blue Star Technology Group's film entertainment business group is also in full swing and flourishing. The calm days lasted until August. Chapter 458, Harvest starts now. In mid-late August, Blue Star Technology Group officially disclosed its financial report on the 19th of this month with the approval of Liu Sheng. Blue Star Technology Group's revenue reached $50.3 billion and net profit reached $18.1 billion this quarter, setting a new world record again. In the first half of this year, Blue Star Technology Group's total revenue reached $98.29 billion, or about $670.3 billion yuan. Net profit was $35.1 billion, about $239.4 billion yuan, and its net profit margin reached about 35.7%. The world's most profitable company, the strongest wealth harvesting machine, deserves its name. It was night, the villa where Qin Huaimai was located, and Liu Sheng was here at night. Don't worry, today is an odd number of days. At this moment after Washan Yuniu, Qin Huaimai said in a lazy tone, about another 11 hours or so, 1,392 fund accounts will start the clearance process and sell all the BTC shares held. It is expected that this time the gain will reach $150 billion, and the total net asset size of the family fund will reach $208.8 billion, excluding the exchange rate change of approximately 1,424 billion yuan. Liu Sheng grinned extremely happily, saying, Wall Street never dreamed that although they could make a lot of money, I became the biggest winner. After BTC stock bottomed, I made a big bid, not too much, 12% is enough. Qin Huaimai nodded. As of the after-hours trading yesterday, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has reached an unprecedented high, with a total market value of $1.67 trillion, or 11.4 trillion yuan. Which is undoubtedly an exaggerated figure. It is worth mentioning that Liu Sheng's family fund has been established for almost 5 years, but within 5 years, the person who manages the family fund has only 15 formal employees, and the fund management headquarters is in Victoria, Canada in a manor house. Such a fund institution with a net asset of more than $200 billion in any country in the world, especially the mainland. It is difficult to imagine that the headquarters staff will only have 15 people in a few years. The framework of the family fund was designed by Qin Huaimai. To a large extent, it borrowed from the model of Berkshire Hathaway and adapted it to the appropriate family fund itself. This market value of hundreds of billions of dollars in Buffett the company headquarters also currently has only 25 employees. However, at the annual shareholder meeting, Berkshire Hathaway will receive tens of thousands of shareholders and pilgrims from all over the world, but Liu Sheng's family fund does not hold shareholder meetings. At present, the Liu Sheng family fund has only 15 employees, most of whom are women, and the elderly are the majority. The employees have been stable for a long time. They will not increase or decrease for 5 years, and they will not increase or decrease in the future. There is no specific employee retirement system. The chairman is Qin Weimu. In addition to it, there is an executive vice chairman, an assistant to the chairman, a secretary to the chairman, an investment assistant, 3 secretaries, a receptionist, 3 accountants, a stockbroker, a treasurer, and an insurance manager. Just 15 employees. What they have to do is to include the major asset allocation of family fund, investment decision, the removal of the main management of various companies in the whole system, the maintenance of investor relations, taxation and wealth management and so on. The largest shareholder of Shengfeng Capital on the bright side is the Liu Sheng Family Fund, which is one of its important industries. If the employees of related subsidiaries are added up, there are actually more than 40,000 employees. The investment is divided into 2 major fields: international finance and basic industrial technology investment in the mainland. In a sense, the future wealth of the Liu Sheng Family Fund will surpass Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur, and the technology sector to be invested will usher in a big day. However, the family fund manages a complex subsidiary company with 15 people in its headquarters. Qin Weimu relies on one rule, that is, 6 words, to grant power and to manage money. Any of these 15 people are among the elites of investment management. 11 members have played for Wall Street and are foreigners. There are 4 Americans, 3 British, 2 Dutch, 1 German and 1 Swedish. The average age of this team has reached 62. And Liu Sheng has promised them that his life science fund will have a major breakthrough in the future and be the first to benefit. Qin Weimu, as the chairman, is the youngest of all people. She is only 28 years old this year, and it looks like a woman in her 20s is almost the same. This is the most incredible place. In the eyes of the team members, she successfully predicted the outbreak of the subprime crisis. The fund was full of money for this, and she successfully predicted the outbreak of the European debt crisis, and once again boldly predicted that Greece was about to go bankrupt and actively planned for it. In addition, her strength demonstrated in the international foreign exchange market is also convinced by the staff below. Under her helm, she can now bring tens of billions of dollars in profits to the fund every year. When they first accepted the employment of the family fund, they were very skeptical of Qin Weimu's business ability, because she was really too young. It was normal to have such doubts, and some people even challenged her. With this series of dazzling achievements, the dozens of grandmothers and grandpas in the team gradually changed their stereotypes, so she accepted her leadership willingly, and she also gained the female version of Pakistan within the team. Special title: The authority of the leader has been established for 5 years. For the 14 super employees, in addition to an anti-aging empty check promised by Liu Sheng, the family fund pays them a total of $2.6 billion in annual premiums, but there is no doubt that it is worth it. The fund was established in the past 5 years. The scale of assets from the initial $5 billion has soared to the current net assets of $208.8 billion. The next day, at 9:30 EST, the Nasdaq opened on time. At this time, the price per share of BTC shares has risen to $, stimulated by the Q2 earnings report. The stock is still rising sharply, with a sprinting trend of $1.7 trillion. The majority of small and medium investors in the market are still crazy about the 3 letters BTC. Little did they know that the 1,392 fund accounts under the Liu Sheng Family Fund started to cash out as planned. At about the same time, in Washington, on the east coast of North America, at this time the House of Representatives was meeting, and a member of parliament was speaking impassionately. The United States absolutely does not allow a foreign mega-transnational group to plunder our wealth madly. They are using the power of technology to carry out colonial rule in the United States to realize cash, blog and so on. Oh, this is terrible. Blue Star Technology Group has almost monopolized the online voice channels of Americans. They only need to quietly modify the background program in the background to easily control our freedom of speech. They are also madly plundering countless fortunes across the United States. See how brilliant Blue Star's Q2 financial report is, with revenues of up to $50.3 billion. Of which North America has contributed $17.57 billion and $17.57 billion, and they swept through in a quarter $17.57 billion. That wealth should have been left in North America. Just as the congressman generously presented his words, there was a sudden shout from the audience. Blue Star Technology got out of the United States. Leave wealth and freedom. Get out of the United States. Leave wealth and freedom. Get out of the United States. Suddenly, the voice of the entire Parliament Hall became neat and uniform, and the scenes here were being broadcast live through major media in the United States. For a while www.mtlnovel.com, the media in the United States are doing a lot of coverage. The internet is quickly flooded with related public opinion, and the wave of opposition is growing. This kind of public opinion is also full of Blue Star Technology. Among the group's major social products. The streets of Los Angeles. Excuse me. Why are you opposed to Blue Star Technology? A local media outlet now found an American youth for a street interview. The young man thought for a while and shrugged his shoulders before answering the reporter. I don't know, but the people around me are opposing, so I also oppose to integrate into it. But if they oppose, who cares? Wall Street, Goldman Sachs, Paul Watson's office. The assistant part-time secretary rushed into his office and said slightly anxiously, Mr. Watson, the market has reacted abnormally, and some people are leaving the market after a lot of selling. Chapter 459, Explosion in Place, Traditional Arts, Pull the Brakes. How much is it? Speak specifically. Paul Watson asked with a constrained eyebrow, and then asked quickly before the other responded. Is the management of Blue Star Technology selling stocks? Paul Watson thought of this for the first time, because he and Liu Osheng had talked secretly in the hotel before. Although neither side left any audio or video evidence, nothing happened after the meeting. He would admit that this happened, but both parties knew it was a fact. The assistant repeatedly shook his head and said affirmatively, no, there is no change in the shares of the senior management of Blue Star Technology Group, which can be ruled out 100%. It is other anonymous fund accounts, and the fund accounts of up to 1,000 digits are crazy. BTC stocks held have exceeded 50 million shares, and the total market volume has exceeded 120 million shares, and the market is violently shaking. What? Paul Watson stood upright from the seat when he heard the number. I stumbled for 2 seconds and only 2 seconds or so immediately yelled, what are you still doing? Clear your positions immediately, and wait for BTC to fall below $1 trillion. Assistant AI repeatedly nodded and left the office hurriedly, and Paul Watson yelled on the spot, damn. These dog-friendly selfish bastards, I should have thought of it. At the same time, not only Paul Watson was swearing, but other Wall Street investment banks were also swearing. Everyone immediately thought of an inner ghost. A slower step at this time is a huge loss, and they are beginning to sell stocks impatiently. The market value of Blue Star Technology Group has plummeted, like a catastrophic bluff. Some investors who just bought are expecting the market value of BTC stock to rush to $2 trillion. To this end, they look forward to getting rich overnight. When the market value drops sharply, the whole person is foolish. Explosion. When the market value of Blue Star Technology Group plummeted, the market panic index soared. The multi-party capital within Wall Street has already negotiated a consensus, pushing the market value of Blue Star Technology Group to $1.7 trillion, and then pushing it down. Everyone pulls together. In the worst case, North American authorities have come out to support the market. As for do other people's lives matter to me? Goldman Sachs on the side of Paul Watson suspected that someone inside was running first, while other investment banks doubted each other at the same time, while calling and accusing each other of breaching integrity. While clearing their positions, The accusations made each other furious. They thought the other party was picking a bargain and hitting a rake. Wall Street's internal drool war broke out suddenly. At the same time, Sioux City on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, a science and technology complex building. It was midnight right now, but Liu Sheng didn't sleep. He was sitting on a sofa in the large living room, and staying up late till now is for this moment to come. At this time, the living room was filled with phone calls, and various kinds of swearing such as squid made fuck were endless. Don't think that the people on Wall Street are so gentlemen, that's just a disguise for outsiders. How the cheese and fuck come. Xiao Xiona suddenly came with a humorous sentence. Congratulations to the master, successfully unlocked the Gong Yuo Tanwang achievement. Liu Sheng stunned and laughed. Corner, it seems that you have not upgraded and optimized for you, and it is becoming more and more human. I guess that there is a real park on Wall Street. Haha, cooler, tell you to dig a hole for labor. Xiao Xiona suggested. Master, do you need to save it? Maybe it can be used in the future. Liu Liuoxing thought and nodded. Then save it. After listening to Wall Street gangsters calling each other for a while, Liu Sheng was ready to go to sleep. But at this moment, a satellite phone crossed the ocean and hit Liu Sheng's private building. Xiao Xiona, Master, Paul Watson's personal phone. Liu Liuoxing, take it. As soon as the words fell, Paul Watson's voice resounded in the quiet large living room. Mr. Liu, BTC stock is leaking. Okay, let's not confuse the cause. Even if there are contradictions on hold, I hope you will call immediately Blue Star Technologies internal executive meeting. The company immediately invested $40 billion. Goldman Sachs and its Wall Street multi-party capital will jointly invest $60 billion. A total of $100 billion injected into the market to restore market and investor confidence. Liu Liuoxing smiled, but the other side could not see his expression at the moment. After a while, Liu Sheng pretended to be surprised and said, Old friend, have you made a mistake? You planned to short my company in one hand, and now you come to me and say that I want to pay $40 billion to help you Trust City, so you guys explode me again? Are you sure you're not drunk? I'm not drunk and almost got drunk by your words. Liu Sheng decisively terminated the communication without answering the other party, and said, Xiao Na, don't let the phone on Wall Street interfere with my dream. Xiao Xiona, observe. Liu Liuoxing murmured neuropathy and went to sleep comfortably. As for what was happening in North America, he had no interest in it. At the other end of the phone, Paul Watson almost closed himself. At the same time, in North America in the Western Hemisphere, thousands of small and medium-sized investors and retail investors saw the stock price of the BTC trading code leaking. Everyone's mentality collapsed, especially the investors who just bought shortly after the opening. Seeing this scene explode directly in place, fuck, this is a conspiracy. Good dog Wall Street. A stockholder who suddenly collapsed in his heart was screaming and crying at home. He stood up and lifted a stool to smash the computer screen. The host next to him shivered. A similar situation happened in thousands of retail homes. The market is frantically selling stocks. 2 hours after the thunderstorm of Blue Star Technology Group's stock, the S&P 500 held an emergency meeting, and Wall Street multi-party capital also participated in the conference call. I originally negotiated, and as a result, the parties broke up without saying a few words. At this time, the big brothers were a bit crazy, and they all wanted to catch the inner ghost, and they all wanted to swallow the person who detonated the detonator without authorization. He originally thought of reaching some consensus through a conference call to deal with the current situation, but the result was nothing. The S&P 500 is also very aggressive. They were originally planned. When the North American Commerce Department issued a sanction order, it downgraded the rating of Blue Star Technology Group, and then the start of Blue Star Technology's stock plunge. North American authorities were also very aggressive. Suddenly, Everything was chaotic and did not follow the perfect schedule at all. Now the market panic is blown up. As long as North American authorities do not inject liquidity into the market, no one can stop Blue Star Technology Group's market value from leaking. Within a day, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group had leaked 28%, and it had evaporated $472.92 billion, or about 3.2 trillion yuan. It was a shocking figure. TCBTC's stock price closed at USD per share after the trading day, with a total market value of $1,216.08 billion. The market value of ExxonMobil Petroleum Company, which ranked second in the world on that day, was more than $360 billion. Blue Star Technology directly dropped 1.3 ExxonMobil Petroleum Companies. However, this is just the beginning. By the opening day of the next day, the stock of Blue Star Technology Group jumped to the bottom and opened lower. The market value further leaked, and it plummeted to more than $100 billion in an hour and a half. Worse situation happened the next day. This time, not only Blue Star Technology Group's stock began to crash and bleed. Entering the second opening day, the three major North American stock indexes were also pulled into the water. IT technology stocks have become the hardest hit area. The entire line plummeted, and survived almost none. The market value of Microsoft has plummeted, the market value of IBM has plummeted, the market value of Google has plummeted, the market value of Amazon has plummeted. In the current situation, the entire investment market is in a state of turmoil, and the situation of all soldiers and soldiers. The investor panic index bursts out. The black swan incident of Blue Star Technology Group's sudden explosion is triggering the domino effect. The current situation makes everyone involuntarily recall the cold winter scene of the IT bubble bursting 11 years ago, and it makes people feel hairy just thinking about it. Wall Street, Goldman Sachs headquarters. At this moment, in a meeting room of Goldman Sachs, the bankers such as Goldman Sachs, president of JP Morgan Chase, president of Morgan Stanley and other Wall Street financial predators have to gather again. Chen Sheng, the head of the Federal Reserve, said, "This is not the time to get rid of the inner ghosts, and I don't want to be entangled in this issue, especially the current situation." www.mtlnovel.com Morgan said, "Once the domino effect continues to ferment, failure to do so will trigger a second systemic financial risk. At that time, everyone who eats it will have to spit it out. The authorities must be asked to inject liquidity into the market and stabilize the situation to avoid further deterioration." The head of the Federal Reserve said, "I have talked with the White House by phone, but it takes at least 4 hours to raise funds, so you know what I mean?" Everyone looked at each other, and then the president of Goldman Sachs said meaningfully, "Zoom." The closed-door meeting lasted less than half an hour, and everyone returned to their homes. 10 minutes later, various traditional arts went online. Goldman Sachs broke out that the server was down and crashed. It is urgently replacing the server. Incidentally, it threw the pan to Sei Fushi, and then went to Blue Star Technology's Nebula system for emergency. FTSE company really has something to say about MMP. Morgan Stanley announced that an unknown hacker was attacked in the background. The system was being urgently maintained, and it announced that it had called the police, and the FBI was involved in the investigation. The New York Stock Exchange broke out that several stockholders suffered physical clashes and caused riots, which accidentally caused power outages. Although the specific reason was not known, this power supply was disconnected anyway and could not be traded for the time being. It is being urgently investigated and repaired. Don't panic. Xun Shao's operations were staged one after another. Chinese website. Chapter 460, Stealing Chickens Will Not Cause Eclipse. Today's world news is all about the news of the U.S. stock market crash, and the headlines are all overwhelming. When people around the world wake up and see the latest hot news today, They are in a state of aggressive face. It feels like the world has changed dramatically when they wake up. Why is there a stock market crash in North America? And the market value of Blue Star Technology has plummeted, and it has become a hot topic today. Everyone is talking about it. Washington, President's office. A middle-aged man in formal attire was in the office and asked the then president, "Mr. President, is the sanctions list against Blue Star Technology Group still released to the public on time as scheduled?" This highly targeted list of sanctions is more than 30 pages thick, but it is not forcing Blue Star Technology to transfer its assets in North America to completely withdraw from the North American market, nor is it dismantling and disassembling Blue Star Technology because it is really difficult, at least it is very difficult now. Therefore, the approach of the North American authorities is to cut off Blue Star's business in North America first. Take the cloud computing service area in the list as an example. As soon as the sanctions are issued, North American companies will be forced to interrupt their business cooperation with Blue Star, especially supplier partners like IBM. Of course, the reason is of all-around national security. By then, even these 10,000 companies would have to comply. At the same time, the authorities also prepared another big meal for a very large internet multinational group such as Blue Star Technology, which is to prepare a 7% digital tax draft for North American advertising services such as Blue Star Technology. To tax, Mr. Wu refused to hesitate to say, "Let it go." Good Mr. President. The current technology stock disaster is happening. It is not too stupid to issue this sanction order at this time. Doesn't this mean realizing that the stock disaster was planned by Wall Street and North American authorities? The rhythm of the explosion? I just know that they accidentally overturned, but the outside world didn't think so. Wu always doesn't want to make any new moths at this point, bringing more uncertain variables to his re-election campaign. But this method is temporarily unavailable, so we have to find something new, otherwise how can we get votes? As a result, the strategy of returning to the Asia-Pacific is once again on the agenda. After all, as long as the Chinese are not good, they can attract more popularity. Blue Star Technology headquarters. At this moment, Zhang Bowen is in Liu Osheng's office. Lao Jiang talked about the recent events with a puzzling expression. "I really don't understand the operation of the old United States, since they are going to sanction our group of companies. Their parliament has a huge amount of power a few days ago. This should only be a starting point. The killings have not yet been released. Why has the stock market exploded? Under normal circumstances, this may affect the market value fluctuations of Blue Star Technology, but it will not be as violent as the current stock price crash. This situation should be the result of substantive sanctions for the market to react. The steps went wrong, and the problem exploded." Liu Osheng shrugged. "Who knows, maybe there is an inner ghost inside Wall Street, and he is full of himself, and he is flooded by the outside world." Old Zhang, who did not know the truth, nodded silently. "It is also possible, and the possibility is not small. Human nature can stand the test of selfishness, but it cannot stand the test." Suddenly, Zhang Bowen said happily, "So, it's a big help for us. I can boldly predict that the sanction order in North America will be postponed. At least this year it will definitely not be promulgated. No matter how, it will not be implemented until the wind subsides." Liu Osheng could not help but nodded, apparently agreeing with Lao Jiang's analysis. "And this is good news for Blue Star Technology. Then we will adjust our coping strategy accordingly. Anyway, when will LAM show down and when will we launch our own coping process? However, from the beginning of this quarter, we must consciously open source and reduce expenditures. The company's business expansion cannot be said to be completely stagnant, but we also choose relatively conservative. We need more cash reserves because of future crises." Zhang Bowen nodded and said, "I understand." Lao Jiang didn't know all this was happening. The real party was in front of him. Lomai is now stealing chickens without eclipsing the rice. Today is the third day before the market value of Blue Star Technology broke out. Yesterday, North American authorities rushed out $19.32 billion to inject liquidity to stabilize the crash. This is actually the result of a compromise with Wall Street. Whoever caused this emergency to run into a general election again hits the bones. Otherwise, North American authorities will certainly not come out easily to save the market and make Wall Street a big profit. Luo Luosheng asked, how much is the group's current book cash? RMB 1.2 trillion, about $178.2 billion. Zhang Bowen replied without hesitation, but for a moment, he looked at Luosheng and suddenly asked, Mr. Luo, are you planning to start a round of stock repurchase program? Ha. Who knows me, Zhang Bowen also said. Luosheng said with a smile, then nodded and added, yes, although the old US has come out to market, but it is more to pull other technology companies. Blue Star Technology. The market value that has risen over the past year has basically been put to naught. Wall Street's willingness to sell short will not change. I predict that it should bottom out at about $500 billion. Regardless of bottoming out, the repurchase will be launched when it falls to this level. Plan. Zhang Bowen asked directly, how many repurchase? Luosheng estimated it and answered, about 10%. After the repurchase, it will still be used as a treasury stock. We can't throw too much money out, about $50 billion to $60 billion. We have to reserve enough cash reserves for future preparations. Prepare for the cold winter and give up the illusions. The old American sanction order may be late, but it will never be absent. The management should not be lucky. Zhang Bowen nodded. Understand. I will deal with the arrangement as soon as possible. Lao Jiang did not stay in Luosheng's office for too long, and discussed these matters after a while, and Luosheng left the company shortly thereafter. At this moment, domestic netizens eating melons are also hotly discussing. Who can tell me what happened? Negative remarks made by an old American senator are said to have triggered the bloodshed. True or false? Anyway, I don't believe that. Isn't this Dudapot night? How could there be such great energy? The market value of Blue Star Technology has been cut by enormous. I'm foolish enough to see that. Now it is only $830 billion. Nearly $900 billion has evaporated in 2 days. Don't tell me that it will fall. I feel like the whole thing is inexplicable and very weird. This is definitely the biggest black swan incident of the year. According to Reuters, the 3 major North American stock indexes have been leaking. Even if the old US opened the gate and poured water into the liquidity of nearly $200 billion, it has evaporated $2.77 trillion in the past 2 days. Before the liberation, Qantas, which had risen back since the 2008 financial crisis, fell back in the past 2 days, stimulating but not stimulating. Don't worry. Let's not say that an economic crisis is about to erupt. Isn't it that the economic illness in the European and American world will take a cycle of about a decade or so? It's only been 3 years. Over time, the Western Hemisphere's Eastern North American time entered the 3rd day of the Blue Star Technology Group's market value explosion. The Nasdaq opened at 9:30 on time, and BTC's stock still satisfied with the expectations at the opening. In less than an hour, US $35 billion was evaporated. www.mtlnovel.com. The market value of US $100 million was lost. At the peak of Blue Star's market value, it reached US $1,678 billion. For 3 days, the market value was chopped by the waist, as if the aorta was ruptured, and blood flow continued. The liquidity injected by LOMI did not flow into BTC stock, and Wall Street did not come out to support the market. It is impossible to do so. Even in these days, even the Blue Star Technology Group has nearly $180 billion in cash reserves. Share your money to stabilize the company's stock price. In fact, everyone hopes that BTC's stock price will continue to fall, except for small and medium investors and retail investors. To this day, the market has begun to point the finger of public opinion at the official Blue Star Technology Group and at Luosheng, accusing him of inaction, plunging the company's market value down, and so far the company has not responded. causing numerous small and medium investors and shareholders suffered heavy losses and even went bankrupt. This is actually the result of the North American authorities and Wall Street's efforts to create public opinion and fuel the flames, trying to put pressure on Blue Star Technology and Liu Osheng. However, Liu Osheng is still indifferent. Just let Zhang Bowen accept an exclusive telephone connection interview with CNN TV station in North America tonight to disclose to the outside that the company is urgently discussing the response mechanism. As for how to respond and when, this is not to say that we are in urgent research and discussion, and panic. I fell below the $800 billion mark. Don't worry, I'll fall for a while. Chapter 461, Bowlful and New Layout, Technology Complex Building. In Liu Osheng's private office, Qin Weimar brought a document. The net profit of this profit is $100 million. The latest audit result of the family fund's asset list shows that the cash reserve scale is $191.7 billion. The total asset size is $323.3 billion. And the net asset is $212.8 billion. Liu Osheng took the list of materials and couldn't help laughing. Ammunition reserves are really unprecedented. These are all important reliance on the old US sanctions blockade. There is more than enough food at home, so I don't panic. Qin Weimar said, I have ordered the Executive Vice President Robert to deal with the bottom-selling issue. I have a budget of about $70 billion and buy 11% of BTC stocks. Liu Osheng said, well, good caliber, and the company's repurchase program. Qin Weimar nodded. Blue Star Technology plans a budget of more than $50 billion. The family fund spends another $70 billion. And $120 billion of funds, and stabilizes Blue Star's stock price without any problems. Liu Osheng closed the material file and tilted his head and glanced at Qin Weimar's blissful saying, I've been touching it for half a year to about a year, and the stock price can be pulled back. There is no big problem in returning to $1 trillion. At that time, the old American can't bear the sanctions, and can harvest again. Double harvest, double happiness is wonderful. The company's market value madness itself is not in line with the normal market self-regulation. As long as Blue Star's profits are placed there, it will inevitably return to the $1 trillion market value. Qin Weimar hugged his hands and thoughtfully said, the second harvest should make about $100 billion. But just so desperately tossing, the world economy will have to follow the hardships. And even less, it will take 2 or 3 years before they can make up for the damage. Liu Osheng spread his hand and said, it's not that we are tossing, it is Loma and Wall Street that are tossing. Qin Weimar looked at Liu Osheng. Will the company's treasury shares repurchase allow family funds to take over? Just like last time. After hearing the words, Liu Osheng shook his head. Forget it, low-key and subtle, this time we played so big. Americans are not stupid. Now, Wall Street capitalists are doubting each other, but in the end, they will surely know the anonymous number. The three parties gave a pit. We often walked on the side of the road to be careful with wet shoes. This is too obvious. In the second round of harvesting, we should not take the initiative to explode the thunder. Let Wall Street ignite. We will follow up. When you should be stable, you must be stable. Greed is the devil. Moreover, the wealth harvested today is enough to prepare for war in the future. Blue Star's cash reserves are close to $180 billion. The Blue Coast companies have about $60 billion, and family funds have more than $190 billion, which totals more than $430 billion, close to 3 trillion yuan. The most exaggerated thing is that this is not real estate, but cash flow that can be taken out at any time. Even if the country cannot make so much money at once, The United States will not do it either. I am afraid that only one country on the planet can stabilize the powerful asset allocation capability of Luo Sheng. That is the big dog Set. The Set royal family is really rich and has a cash reserve of more than $800 billion US. This configuration capacity is twice that of Luo Sheng and is exaggerated to the extreme. Nowadays such huge funds cannot make them devalue on their accounts. It is imperative to increase research investment, but this money is still too much. Thinking of the move in Luo Sheng's heart, he immediately turned to Qin Huaimai. Can the family fund set up an international commercial investment bank by itself? Whether it is Blue Star Technology, the Blue Coast, or Xunxin Electronics, it will grow stronger in the future. No reliable bank clearing institutions. Even if Americans fight a financial war with us, it's hard. Don't look at more than $400 billion, but the money is actually spread all over the world and it is not easy to liquidate it. Luo Luoxing thought of the memory of the last life. HSBC sold it, and now both Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur are cooperating with HSBC, of course, including other business cooperation banks. But it does not belong to an international financial services company that is firmly under its control. Once North America fought a financial war and imposed financial sanctions, without bank liquidation, it would become stuck. Wu Qinhuaima said affirmatively, "Of course, you can grant the right and manage the money." Luo Luoxing slammed his finger. "If the family fund is going to do this, we must also integrate into Wall Street to make up for our shortcomings in finance." The career plate has been made large, and it has achieved such a huge scale. Everyone hates eating without scoring. Many things Luo Sheng also have to do, because if you don't do it, you will become your own weakness and be exposed to others. People will attack your weaknesses. This is a fact that you will not transfer your personal will. In order to consolidate the huge business technology empire that I built in the first hand, and don't want it to collapse, we can only take a road that is getting stronger and stronger. This is the only way out, even as strong as the umbrella in life crisis. Companies, or the villain Tang Wu Group in the Alien movie, will not be easily taken by people. Today, Luo Sheng himself is at the helm of Blue Star Technology, the Côte d'Azur, Xunxin Electronics, Shengfeng Capital, Life Science Fund, etc., and Qin Huaimai is a dark line to help him manage the family fund. It is the core to continuously expand behind the scenes, and the two lines of light and darkness are interspersed with each other. Thanks to Cortana's early birth, this dark line can be relatively safer. As time goes by, the day goes by, and the market expects Blue Star Technology to pay out to stabilize the company's stock price. As a result, 1 week has passed without any action. I was even more disappointed by the market. Not only did Luo Sheng not pay a penny to save the market, Blue Star Technology Group actually started to shrink. Information released by Gartner, an information technology research and analysis consultant firm, has further weakened the already slumped stock price. An interview with its company executive claimed, although Blue Star Technology Group did not announce a layoff plan or see a similar trend, it has rarely slowed down the expansion. At present, Blue Star Technology's global employees have reached 192,000. Since its establishment, it has been continuously recruiting employees, and the most obvious point is that the number of new hires is declining. Interestingly, at this time, Wall Street analysts jumped out and wrote in the Wall Street Journal that Blue Star Technology Group's Q3 financial report in this quarter, corporate profits are expected to hit a new high, and affirmed the decision of Blue Star Technology's senior management. In fact, unnecessary expenses are wasted in many places, and what is being done is to shrink this part of wasted resources, so the profits must go up. But even so, the words of Wall Street analysts didn't work very well, and Blue Star's stock should still fall. The current market and investors are very disappointed with the cold stares of Blue Star Technology and Luo Sheng. The market is also seriously lacking in confidence. In this week, although the decline of Blue Star Technology Group's stock did not have the previous avalanche situation, it still evaporated more than $100 billion in 1 week, and the current market value has fallen to $68.52 billion. As far as Liu Sheng hasn't paid attention to this matter, he took his own special plane north to go for the second internal reference yesterday. This time, I hope the country can open up private enterprises to enter the aerospace field. If it can't open quickly, we also hope to get a green pass and set up a private space company as a pilot. Regarding this matter, if Liu Sheng does not actively promote himself, it will take some time for the country to open private space. The next generation Elon Musk's SpaceX company has been established for almost 10 years. Technical support. However, in the field of private space exploration, China has not yet opened up this field, and it is all done by the national team. Liu Sheng does not seek technical support from National Aerospace. He only needs to approve himself to make troubles. It is very costly to engage in such cutting-edge fields, but fortunately, the most important thing is money. I really can't drag anymore. I have to grab the front of Musk to complete the global star chain plan networking, and the sooner I can take the first step to occupy high-quality orbit resources. In order to realize the real unmanned autonomous driving www.mtlnovel.com, the Star Chain Network plus 5G technology plus artificial intelligence must plan the future as soon as possible. Because of this, it has a huge connection with the strategy of Power RMB, and Liu Sheng has successfully obtained the Green Pass. The country decided to take the lead in conducting a pilot to see it, but no funding will be given. Only Liu Sheng can raise money. The country also knows that he is rich now, but for Liu Sheng, getting this communication license is already satisfied. As for the country's money, Liu Sheng himself was embarrassed to reach out and simply took the money that he could get out at any time. Now he is really better than the country. They still have money. After he left the capital, he returned to the Science and Technology Complex to start preparing for his private space company, and officially launched a fancy rocket launch. Also starting this year, Liu Sheng officially competed with Silicon Valley Iron Man Elon Musk's Tesla and SpaceX. Seeing here, it is estimated that some readers are speculating that the protagonist is about to run towards the Sea of Stars. Even Weyland Tangua has come. But what the author wants to say is too early, and the controlled nuclear fusion has not been lit. Moreover, the plot of this book is unfolded in the Earth world, and the protagonists have not yet entered the field of military technology. As for the colonial alien planet, it is not in the set outline. When writing the end, see what everyone thinks. You can vote in the group at that time. If most people suggest writing the universe chapter, open an extra chapter to continue unfolding, and the story author of the universe also has the bacteria. The previous ones have not been successfully rolled out. The main reason is that as soon as the first few books enter space, the subscription is crazy. Real drops are afraid. Chapter 462, Star Arrow International, Technology Complex Building. Liu Sheng is staying alone in his private office. Xiaona, create a new index file, and its name is Xingjian International. After pondering for a moment, Liu Sheng determined the name of his private space exploration technology company, which is called Star Arrow International. It is to serve the world. In the next few days, Liu Sheng personally handled the establishment of Star Arrow International, because it did not follow the normal corporate registration process, which was a special pilot for private aerospace companies. Star Arrow International's registered capital is 1.5 billion yuan, or about $220 million. The establishment of this new company, Liu Sheng, did not play with friends on Wall Street. It's not possible now. It's only a short while ago that we can't play everything together. However, it is not entirely a sole proprietorship. Sheng Think Capital, Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast are all major shareholders of Star Arrow International, which respectively account for 30% of the shares, and Liu Sheng personally account for 10%. Does not interfere with any operation rights of Star Arrow International, which means that in a legal sense, these three companies are financial investments made by Star Arrow International. Anyway, they are changing their left hand to their right hand, but the biggest purpose of this shareholding model is to closely connect with each other. Another purpose is to transfer personnel from the three companies, so it seems logical. Otherwise, if, for example, the transfer of important engineers from Blue Star Technology, shareholders will be dissatisfied with Liu Sheng's behavior that harms the public, it really cannot be justified. After three companies have invested in Starship International, there will be no problems in this regard, which is equivalent to opening up the three main arteries of talent, resources and funds to ensure that the company can be quickly established in the initial stage. It's easy to say, but the top-level design of the enterprise is still very complicated. Fortunately, Liu Sheng has Qin Huaimou, and she can easily handle these things. Liu Sheng identified four general directions for Star Arrow International, namely space technology research, carrier rocket technology research, and new materials research. Over time, Star Arrow International completed the establishment of the company's Articles of Association and Framework in just half a month. The number of formal employees reached 330, of which 300 were scientists or engineers, while Liu Sheng served as CEO position. Most of these employees were transferred from the two companies, the Blue Coast Laboratory and Blue Star Technology, but this is far from enough. It must recruit external personnel in the aerospace field and be globally oriented. At this point, Elon Musk, who was sitting at home, was a bit unhappy to see the title of the Washington Post article. Past space competition was between nations, but we may have come to the brink of a 21st century international-scale private space competition. Washington Post headline. The content report is the news of Liu Sheng's establishment of Star Arrow International. The company is referred to as SAI, which is the first private space company in China. What makes Musk very uncomfortable is that Liu Sheng competed with his Tesla and SpaceX at the same time this year. Although the new energy vehicle companies under the Blue Coast and the current Star Arrow International have just been established, Elon Musk takes it seriously. It also includes Star Arrow International, which is now known. First of all, we can determine a disadvantage is a financial disadvantage. Do not look at Star Arrow International's registered capital is only about $200 million, but Musk knows that no boss in the world today is richer than Liu Sheng. The only thing that gives him an advantage is that his company has been established for almost a decade, and in the field of aerospace, North American and European and American companies currently occupy a dominant market position. But Elon Musk didn't dare to care. Liu Sheng can always create miracles, and his entry also means that the space industry on the other side of the Pacific is likely to emerge. In terms of diversification and specialization, more and more innovative industry leaders have emerged. One of the challenges that the major global carriers currently face in the future is likely to be low-cost competition from Chinese companies. After all, the thing that Europeans and Americans hate the Chinese most is that they enter an industry and can use their scale and support to mass-produce products and then make cabbage prices. I really hate the emergence of such competitors. Technology Complex Building. Master, you have received an email from a professor at Tsinghua University, hoping that you can invest in his research project, and some crazy ideas. As soon as Liu Sheng finished the work at hand, Xiaona's voice responded. Take it out, Liu Sheng said, then he tilted his head and looked at the computer screen next to him. He didn't do anything, but the display panel automatically popped out of the email content interface under Xiaona's hosting. Research on carbon nanomaterials? Liu Sheng was curious at first, so he continued reading. The sender is Liu Jianwei from Tsinghua University. In the email, he described that he and his research team have achieved a major theoretical breakthrough in the field of super-strong carbon nanotube fibers, saying that it is close to the single carbon nanomanagement theory method for preparing ultra-long carbon nanotube tube bundles, but there is no money, and no funding can be applied for. Wow! Liu Jianwei lying roasted. It really is him. When Liu Sheng saw the last description of Liu Jianwei's email, His eyes brightened, and he also pulled his thoughts back into the memory of the previous life. The picture in my mind gradually emerged from the scene of the Southeast Asian generation. To be precise, in Indonesia, an island called Linjia County in the equatorial region. This is an archipelago. One of the islands has been contracted by Chinese companies, and also attracted the participation of Southeast Asian countries such as Indonesia and more than 50 domestic and foreign group companies. Led by China National Aerospace Technology Group, it broke ground and built a century of super engineering. Is also the most vast space project ever made by mankind. The investment budget starts from 5 trillion yuan. Liu Sheng still remembers that this century's super project was started in 2031, that is, the first 2 years of his rebirth. The island built a tower base of 1,298 meters in 2 years, becoming the highest in the world at that time. Man-made building. At the same time, in outer space, after the transformation of the Tanzhou space station, it gradually rose from low-altitude orbit to 36,000 kilometers of geosynchronous orbit. A new space station was launched in the middle section, and the space coordinate point is the balance point between gravity and centrifugal force in outer space. The tower base on the equator and the spacecraft Tanzhou will be connected by a cable consisting of a new 36,000 km qualified new carbon nanotube material to connect the tower and the spacecraft, thus making it the first in human history. A space ladder. However, Liu Sheng did not see the day when the space ladder was completed, because it was reborn in 2033. But he knew that the international space project led by China at that time was expected to take 15 years and took 3 steps. Strategy to complete. The purpose of building the space ladder is to reduce the cost of space activities, because the economic cost of recyclable rockets is still high, and at the same time, humans still have not achieved controllable fusion technology in 2033. That's why we have the international project of the Ladder project led by Huago. However, Indonesia could not refuse at all. At the time the project was cited, Indonesia also faced 3 powerful competitors from South America, Ecuador, Colombia and Brazil. The 4 locations offered by the 4 candidate countries are Linjia County, Indonesia, Hama, Ecuador, Tumaco, Colombia, and Santo Ana, Brazil. After weighing various aspects, Huago chose Linjia County in Indonesia for the completion of the ground sky tower base. In fact, the reason is also very simple. The other 3 countries are in Latin America, which is the back garden of the old American home, and the emperor is far away, and his heart is very unreliable. And Indonesia in Southeast Asia is right at the door. At the time of the bidding, the 4 countries were almost the rhythm of the bloodshed, because the economic benefits it brought were inestimable. You must know that the ground of the Sky Tower base is actually a spaceport leading to space. All cargo transportation to and from the ground and space passes through here, and the Malacca Strait is next door. Once the space ladder is successfully constructed, Indonesia's economic development can take off. The 3-step strategy of the ladder is also very clear. The first step is to build the ground sky tower base and the spaceport, which is also the easiest. The second step is to complete the transformation of the Tanzhou space station. The third step is to send the second space station simultaneously sends the cables to space, and then uses the towed space return capsule from above to combine satellite positioning and navigation to gradually complete the cables to the ground tower. At this step, the Sky Tower has basically succeeded. It is worth mentioning that no matter how powerful the actual technology is, it is an unrealistic fantasy to build an Optimus Prime that is 36,000 kilometers directly into the sky universe. The power of the nation cannot be achieved. At the same time, the quality of the structure itself is incredible, and the center of gravity is unstable. It is easy to break and collapse, and it is quite material intensive. Therefore, China's Space Ladder project is to build a non-gravity space station fortress in space orbit, and then hang a rope to the ground to connect with the base of the tower to pull people or things into space. To put it simply, there are 3 parts: the ground tower base, the rope, and the space station in orbit. The most important part is the research and development of the rope, which is also the most difficult new material breakthrough research and development. Because the cables connecting space to the ground are required to be able to withstand the pull of the ground's gravitational force and the centrifugal force of the space at the same time, and also to ensure that in the event of missile bombardment, super strong storms on the ground, and the rope being hit by an aircraft, the aircraft is cut in half, but the rope can still maintain vertical tension without swaying. Only nanomaterials can do this. The person who achieved the breakthrough in new materials is called Liu Jianwei. It took him and his team more than 30 years to overcome the material problem, and the carbon nanotubes developed by them have enough tensile capacity to reach the terrifying www.mtlnovel.com file more than the tensile strength required by the space ladder more than 4 times, also laid a key material foundation for the birth of the space ladder. At this moment, Liu Sheng, who was browsing the mail, suddenly couldn't help but surging, and murmured, "After more than 20 years, this ladder is led by my company and Star Arrow International came taking the lead. Maybe with my advancement, it may be far ahead." But a moment later, Liu Sheng ended his thinking and made a decision. Then he wrote a letter in person and sent it to Liu Jianwei. Ps. In reality, a Tsinghua team did create carbon nanotubes of this strength, breaking the world record, but it was only half a meter long, and the team was also dreaming about the space ladder, 36,000 kilometers and 0.5 meters. There is a long way to go. It can be said that before the controlled nuclear fusion is lit, the only space elevator that can realize the popularization of space activities is the space elevator. Let's call it the space ladder. Do you think the protagonist will enter the space real estate brain hole 2333 ? Remember the first domain name in this book. For Novel Network mobile version reading URL, Chapter 463, You try to move it? I let you die. 2 days later, Tsinghua University. Liu Jianwei was anxious for his team, but they are not doing research now, but everyone is holding each other's handwritten letter from Liu Sheng. At this moment, everyone has no intention of doing research. Liu Sheng is crazy. We just think about it. He not only dares to think, but also dares to do it. The members of the team kept talking violently. After a while, everyone looked at Liu Jianwei, who didn't say much. One of the researchers couldn't help asking, "Professor Liu, what do you think?" Professor Liu Jianwei came up with a tactical helper and said concisely, "I decided to quit my job at Tsinghua University and go to Liu Sheng." Not much talk, flat tone, but with a firm attitude. Liu Sheng is not only extremely sincere in the envelope, but also promises that as long as he can come to work at Star Arrow International, the company will provide at least 1.35 billion yuan in funding for his carbon nanotube new material research project for a period of 20 years. Time. In other words, in 20 years, Liu Jianwei was able to obtain 27 billion yuan in research funding, which is an amount of funding that Liu Jianwei dare not think. In contrast, he has recently been rejected several times for his 10 million yuan funding for his research project, and this time it is still rejected. The reason is simple. The stuff he researched is very difficult to produce results, and it takes a long time for the results to have application prospects. This is still based on success. What if it fails? Liu Jianwei looked at his research team. "Who are you willing to follow me? If you want to stay, I will arrange it for you." Willing. All team members agreed without hesitation. This is the invitation of the world's richest man. Not only that, but they also strongly support the idea that the space ladder is unrealistic. Probably this is the result of the fool and the madman coming together. 3 days later, Liu Jianwei left Tsinghua University with his group and came directly to Liu Sheng. As for the work transfer and resignation of the school, they don't need much labor and effort. Star Arrow International will help to deal with it. This is Liu Sheng's attitude towards talents, and there will be someone from the Trivial Affairs Company to solve it. Liu Jianwei brought a total of 8 members of his team to the Science and Technology Complex. Apart from him, Everyone else in this research team is a graduate student, but coming here also means that the degree stops here. But they did not regret this decision at all. As the crowd got out of the car, Liu Jianwei turned to look under the remainder of his students, and saw a young man walking calmly with a smile. Several young men and women could not help showing the people who came small eyes for worship, especially the two sister papers in the team. It's not who, it's Liu Sheng. He personally came out to receive the reception. There were really few people who could wait for him in person. The last time was Dr. Ernst Winak. Professor Liu has finally brought you hope. It is really an honor for Xingjian International to have you join, Liu Sheng said with a smile. I'm flattered by Mr. Liu's hospitality, Liu Jianwei said. The two sides shook hands politely, but he was surprised that Liu Sheng was so polite. You won't say anything polite, please come in. Liu Sheng continued with a smile, and immediately signaled the 7 young people who were standing beside Liu Jianwei, and said to them with a smile, don't be restrained, I see I have passed your information. The oldest is only 25 years old. I am 1 year older. Just call me Liu. In this situation, Liu Sheng didn't have the slightest stand, nor did he overwhelm others. The modest gentleman Wen Yu immediately relieved the slightly nervous fans and sisters a lot, and did not make much progress in the new technology complex building. Except for Professor Liu Jianwei, the other 7 young men and women were curious and astonished at everything around them. There were 2 young girls in the team. For the first time, I saw the mansion of the richest man in the world today, with a sense of simplicity and luxury. In luxury, they knew that this was the work of Hadid, a deconstructionist, and the building had won a grand prize. But what surprised them most was not the sheer scale of this private luxury mansion, but the technology elements they saw along the way. The most impressive one is probably the ubiquitous Cortana. Living room. Professor Liu, your team published the results of Nature Nanotechnology online on May 14 this year. I have read in detail. This work reveals the bright future of ultra-long carbon nanotubes for the manufacture of super-strong fibers. It also points out the direction and the method for the development of new super-strong fibers. Liu Sheng looked at Liu Jianwei with a smile and continued, using the in situ airflow focusing method. A centimeter-level continuous ultra-long carbon nanotube bundle with a defined composition, a perfect structure and a parallel arrangement was controllably prepared. Limiting factor. Liu Jianwei was surprised and looked forward to it even more. He did not expect Liu Sheng to do so much homework. Immediately following Liu Sheng's topic, he and his team exchanged the words. My team and I made a quantitative analysis of the effects of the composition and structure of the ultra-long carbon nanotube tube bundles by preparing ultra-long carbon nanotube tube bundles with different numbers of units. Physical, mathematical model, and a synchronous relaxation strategy is also proposed. It is through nanomanipulation to release the initial stress of the carbon nanotubes in the tube bundle, so that they are in a narrower segment range, and then the tensile strength of the carbon nanotube tube bundle can be increased to more than 80 GP, which is close to that of a single carbon nanotube. The tensile strength is also better than all other fiber materials found so far. Liu Sheng said, the tensile strength has reached the standard of the space ladder cable, but the centimeter level is not enough. What I want is to use this material to make a few ropes with a length of at least 36,000 kilometers. The long tube approach is the point. Liu Jianwei, I think the tensile strength can be increased several times. 300 gigapascals is no problem. It is only 36,000 kilometers. A long way to go. Mr. Liu, do you really believe that human beings can build a space ladder in their lifetime? Regarding this issue, Liu Jianwei, as the biggest dreamer, also feels a little lack of confidence. This is really a century super project. Liu Sheng looked around at 7 young people and stayed on Liu Jianwei. Perhaps he didn't know that his research results had become the key to the space ladder many years later, let alone imagine that he could see and participate in his lifetime. The groundbreaking ceremony of the Sky Ladder project and the completion of the first space ladder in human history can be seen in life. Of course, this is the last thing of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng laughed. Dream still needs to be there. In general, my opinion is that the space ladder is a theoretically feasible, but extremely difficult and extremely troublesome century-old project that requires humans to be full of cutting-edge technology. But just like those epic projects in history, the establishment of the Great Wall 2,000 years ago, the construction of the Grand Canal for more than 1,000 years, including today's Hong Kong's Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, which is not a merit in life, is determined. What about it? The establishment of Dujiangyan has achieved the emperor's cause of the Qin state, and the Pacific Railway has witnessed the rise of the United States. It is these super projects that have achieved the rise of civilization and the prosperity of the country. 500 years ago, a group of navigators began the process of globalization without fear of danger. Today, the efforts of astronauts and scientists will be the beginning of the next space era. The Earth is the cradle of our human beings, but we cannot be in the cradle all the time. In the future, mankind's large-scale entry into space will be inseparable from the opening of new low-cost routes into space like the space ladder. Our journey is the sea of stars, and the space ladder will support the early stages of humankind in the Xinghai future home. Although Liu Sheng's speech was not so impassioned, and even the tone of his speech was bland, it ignited the hearts of every listener and surged involuntarily. Yes, in the ancient times, it was possible to build epic projects that modern people thought was impossible. The glory created by the ancestors in the past is undoubtedly the best inspiration for future generations. After a period of time, everyone gradually calmed down their internal turbulence. Liu Jianwei couldn't help worrying. It's just this century super project. I am more worried that potential war hazards will easily destroy all efforts. Destroy? Professor Liu, you don't need to worry about this kind of problem. Hearing this, Liu Sheng said with a smile, and then his smile seemed a little contemptuous, and then added with a light attitude, when it comes to this, it reminds me of the Three Gorges Dam. No one likes to take this come to joke, especially some so-called American scholars. How many people would be drowned if they blow up their Three Gorges Dam? 2 billion or 300 million? How much industrial area will be flooded? Then some experts came out to explain what the Three Gorges is: a concrete gravity dam that can withstand the impact of small nuclear bombs. Secondly, after layers of fortification, no aircraft can penetrate, and even if a small portion of it penetrates, it is just scratching. It's just itching. Oh. Is that enough? Liu Sheng sneered, and the gentleman suddenly disappeared, and turned into an iron hawkish character, saying, "It's not enough." www.mtlnovel.com. I tell you that I have security windows and security doors in your house. You can't get in. Baby is still in the safe of the underground storehouse. You can't get it. Why is it so? Say, is our army not strong enough? Is our intercontinental missile not enough? Is the missile's range insufficient to hit your North American soil? Or is it that the number of nuclear bombs in my warehouse is not enough to kill you once? In this way, it is not called national deterrence. What is national deterrence? That is, I tell the world and Americans plainly that the Three Gorges Dam is our core property and is my treasure, and I will tell you that this treasure on the coffee table at the table in my living room, there are no security doors or windows. So the space ladder is the same. This super project is the core property of our country. I just put it on the equator. There are no military ports around it, and no fleet garrison. It stands so smooth there, but you move. Give it to try? I'll let you die. You move the whole thing. This is the real national deterrence. Chinese website. Remember the first domain name in this book. For Novel Network Mobile Version Reading URL, Chapter 464, Market Awareness. Blue Star Technologies' market value is seriously underestimated. Liu Sheng's remarks suddenly made Liu Jianwei realize that his worries were indeed superfluous, and the national deterrence was there. This topic was quickly shipped. As for the few young men and women present, especially the two sisters, the small eyes secretly stared at Liu Sheng with full admiration. The words just revealed to them were super domineering. Next, Liu Sheng and Liu Jianwei continued to exchange some professional technical content, followed by a luncheon. After a meal, The meeting ended, and Liu Jianwei's team will continue to carry out his own research work at Star Arrow International starting today. His team is also Star Arrow International's first scientific research team to receive funding. 1 year, this team budgeted 1.35 billion yuan to make new materials. With research, you can build a laboratory with money, and you can carry out substantive work with a laboratory. In the coming days, Star Arrow International will also gradually expand talent recruitment, and compete for talents with competitors such as SpaceX worldwide. Liu Sheng's treatment of talents is abnormally high, and he is also well known in the industry. There is a mathematician in Russia who does not want to travel far to work. The Razor Coast built a research and development center at his doorstep. For another example, in the Blue Star Technology Cloud Computing Server's Submarine Data Center project, the person in charge found a talented college student, gave him an annual salary of 2 million yuan, and personally came to ask him. The college students also wanted to take the exam, so they refused. However, the person in charge did not give up, and then asked college students to be consultants, and offered 1.36 million yuan in salary to the other party. As a result, the college student took less than half a year to solve a major problem for the submarine data center while attending school. Liu Sheng's strategy of high-paying talents has also caused a lot of pressure on Elon Musk's SpaceX company. After all, Liu Sheng is not as rich as this, and SpaceX has not yet achieved profitability. The time has come to October 11th. The company's stock price has fallen to $354.20 per share, and the market capitalization of the after-hours trading was fixed at $513.6 billion, said Zhang Bowen, a senior conference room inside Blue Star Technology. Since the day of the thunderstorm, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has been less than 2 months, and a total of $116.4 billion has evaporated. This is also an unprecedented Guinness World Record. Liu Sheng said decisively, "It is possible to start the repurchase process." Has the Q3 financial report been audited? Zhang Bowen simply replied, "The 3 quarterly reports have been audited yesterday." This quarter's total revenue was $50.9 billion and net profit was $18.28 billion. The recent storm still has a certain impact on the company's business, otherwise this quarter's revenue it should be around $53 billion. It is equivalent to offsetting the dividends of the console war that ended some time ago. You must know that several top third-party game development companies under the Blue Star Technology Group have landed on rival console platforms such as PS and Xbox. The platform is reduced according to the agreement. 10%, a greater profit was obtained, but this profit was not highlighted in the financial report. Liu Sheng said with satisfaction, "Money can never be made, and the data from the previous quarter is better than the previous quarter. It is very good." The repurchase plan and financial report were disclosed at the subsequent media conference and immediately start the repo process and you get ready. Zhang Bowen nodded. He always presided over the media that released the financial report. The next 40-minute meeting was held to discuss the expansion of Blue Star Technology Group in the Greater China market. From this quarter, Liu Sheng has set a keynote, and the company will develop the mainland in depth. The commercial value of the market. The domestic market is the ultimate stronghold and the last position of Blue Star Technology Group, and it is the reliance on sanctions. The second is the European market, where investment needs to be increased, but the company's senior executives are not very confident at the same time. Europe, America, and Europe, in general, are people who wear a pair of pants. The last time is the North American market. This business sector is planning with the worst results, and that is to prepare for the future may be forced to withdraw from the North American market. In addition, other backward areas will also become the focus of Blue Star Technology Group. Since you are preparing for a hard time, you cannot pick and choose. Mosquitoes are small and they must be eaten. Dazzling new growth points. After the meeting, Liu Sheng returned to the company's office, and Ken Weimer called a short time later. On the family fund side, $70 billion is ready. Liu Sheng nodded and replied, the day after tomorrow began to make a bottom. Ken Weimer, well, you also received an invitation letter. In the middle and late November, Tungsten Town will host the first Internet conference. It is the largest and highest-level Internet conference in the mainland so far. Can you go? Liu Sheng replied, go, of course. The high-level meeting of Blue Star Technology Group was discussing the commercial value of the in-depth development of the mainland market, and if the first person in the technology industry is absent, the Tungsten Town conference will look very unbranded. Soy sauce. I haven't been out for a long time to sit down with the big names in the industry. The communication with Ken Weimer did not last long. After the end, Liu Sheng stayed at Blue Star Technology for more than 10 minutes and then went to the Azure Coast Laboratory. He worked there for a while and got to know the new energy vehicle companies. The advancement of the company has focused on Star Aero International. Nowadays, with a big career, Liu Sheng has just wandered around in his major companies for a day. The time seems to be thrown away from the shopkeeper. In fact, the time still doesn't seem to be enough. Now, a working day still exceeds 10 hours. On the second day, Zhang Bowen presided over a media conference. Blue Star Technology Group's Q3 financial report was officially disclosed. The release of $50.9 billion in revenue and net profit of $18.28 billion shocked the industry media. This brilliant performance, the statements far exceeded Wall Street analyst expectations. The outside world thinks that the Black Swan incident that broke out in the third quarter will certainly be greatly affected by the Blue Star Technology Group as the center of the storm. It is the most intuitive that the market value has leaked $1.16 trillion, which is unprecedented. However, what never happened was that it did not have too much substantial impact on the operation of Blue Star Technology. As always, its strong revenue performance outperformed all verbal explanations. At this time, the market and investors seem to understand why Blue Star Technology holds an indifferent mentality to this stock disaster. It turned out that it had nothing to do with others, and it still made money and was soft. Naturally, Zhang Bowen also announced at the media conference that the company would draw up a $50 billion repurchase plan. It really can be described as generally not shot. Shot is an unusual rhythm. Blue Star Technology Group revealed two good news here. The Western Hemisphere Foreign Power Company in the dark quoted the report for the first time, and the most real performance was the Tencent company listed on the Hong Kong stock market. Its stock price rose sharply. Some time ago, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group was leaking, and Tencent was also miserable, because the market value of Tencent was largely supported by holding the shares of Blue Star Technology, so it was bound to be unable to survive. Difficult, followed by a plunge of more than a third. From the highest level of more than $190 billion fell below the $120 billion mark. But now, Tencent's market value has begun to strengthen against the trend, and the trend is rising against the sky. The press conference hosted by Zhang Bowen disclosed two major news. Even a pig understands that the current market value of Blue Star Technology Group is seriously underestimated. Based on this financial report data, it means that Blue Star Technology Group's price-earnings ratio is only 10 times. The market value is absolutely severely undervalued. Internet companies' price-earnings ratios are usually around 20-25 times. For example, Amazon's current price-earnings ratio is as high as 130 times. In other words, based on an Internet company's normal price-earnings ratio of 20 times, Blue Star Technology Group's truly reasonable market value should be about $1.2 trillion. But now there are only more than $500 billion, and everyone knows what this means. Although the Western Hemisphere at this moment was at night, but the financial report of Blue Star Technology disclosed that Wall Street bankers were awakened by the phone during a deep night's sleep, and the capital of all parties immediately moved by the wind. There is also a large number of small and medium investors and retail investors in the market. This is the rhythm of truly rich overnight. As for the thunderstorm some time ago, it's been more than a month and 2 months. How can leaks have such a long memory? Right now my mind is full of the concept of rich overnight. I don't know how many people in the Western Hemisphere stay up late at this moment. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, and countless people are waiting for the opening time. At dawn, it was the beginning of this feast. Finally, at 9:30 ET the next day, the Nasdaq opened on time. Blue Star's stock price jumped high and opened www.mtlnovel.com. The stock staged a very rare V-shaped trend, which can be called magic, and has blinded countless people's titanium alloy dog eyes. The market, which has suppressed for nearly 2 months, is boiling. Ps. The Update 3 days ago wrote a story about the NYSE pulling the brakes. I did not expect that the NYSE actually pulled the brakes for 15 minutes yesterday. The US stock market plummeted 2,000 points, triggering the first time in 23 years. Meltdown. The US $3 trillion market value instantly evaporates, and the plot in the previous book wrote that it evaporated $2.77 trillion in 2 days. It seems that it is too conservative. In the future, who will say that the author are too exaggerated and false? Nima is more exciting than real. This is true. Covering face. By the way, ask for a ticket. Chinese website. Remember the first domain name in this book. For Novel Network mobile version reading URL, Chapter 465. Here's the vein of the industry, the barometer of the economy. After the crocodile made a dip, the broader market ushered in a surge. The entire stock market was like a spring breeze, and the entire market was hot. People also have to marvel at the terrifying energy contained in the Blue Star Technology Group, which can be called a cloud and a rain. BTC's trading price was locked at $522.45 per share after the trading day, and the total market value soared to $757.56 billion, an increase of $243.96 billion. The total market value of ICBC, which is the first line in the universe, has risen by more than $30 billion in 1 day. The current market value of ICBC is $211.3 billion. This anti-trend trend shocked the eyes of countless media and people who eat melon. After nearly 2 months, Blue Star Technology Group was once again covered by news media around the world. Related news was also swiped on the internet rhythm. This world is so magical that I can't keep up. One day's skyrocketing 1.66 trillion soft sister coins. My Nima looked silly. It was a day when 3 trillion yuan of soft sister coins plummeted 2 months ago. I was stupid as a whole. Anyway, it refreshed my knowledge of the idiom ups and downs. How many people went to the rooftop 2 months ago? How many people got rich overnight after 2 months? Jennifer's excitement. Just look at it, look at it. Anyway, my heart can't bear this roller coaster experience. Why are there so many leaks? This is the charm of the stock market. The family fund successfully bottomed out 12%. And Blue Star Technology also achieved 9% stock repurchase. This time, Luo Sheng did not choose to make a bottom first and then release the good news. Wall Street and the Americans are not fools. It is too obvious to do so. Luo Sheng does not want to take this risk. His hidden assets can be delayed as soon as possible. Luo Sheng would choose to eat all the food once saturated. Following this trend, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group before the end of this year is very promising to return to the throne of trillion-dollar market value. However, although it seems that the whole market has entered a new period of fanaticism, a closer inspection can still find that it is more sensible than last time. As long as Lomai does not start the sanctions process, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group is basically impossible to fall below $1 trillion. There is no strong event to drive this prerequisite. In the face of such a huge company, there is no one on Wall Street or any capital group would dare to go short. When he comes, he must be killed for 10 deaths. After this battle, Liu Sheng's asset list in his hand has also stabilized, and great changes have also occurred. Ming Ming personally holds 24.41% of Blue Star Technology, which has a net worth of US $184.9 billion in nominal value. In addition, he personally holds 30% of the Blue Coast shares. The net assets here are US $63.5 billion. If the Côte d'Azur is listed, Wall Street's current valuation of $450 billion for the company would not be $63.5 billion, but $135 billion. The second is invisible assets. After this campaign, the Liu Sheng Family Fund has reached a total net asset size of $241.9 billion. Therefore, Liu Sheng's total nominal value now plus the assets of the family fund have reached $49,903 billion. The cash flow is in the family fund. The cash reserve that can be taken out at any time is $121.7 billion. The rest are stocks or fixed assets, most still heavy assets. These are not in his company, but he personally controls. The rich idiom is interpreted to the extreme here by Liu Sheng. At this point, the cause is still missing the ceiling and still in a period of rapid rise. This is the most terrifying place. There is no doubt that Liu Sheng is one of the biggest winners, and Wall Street is close behind. However, it is impossible to change the fact that the outbreak of the Black Swan incident was actually a plundering and harvesting action of wealth, which further widened the gap between the rich and the poor, and concentrated a large amount of wealth in the hands of a few wealthy families. The Liu Sheng family is actually one of the world's top family consortiums. It directly controls nearly $500 billion of assets and indirectly controls $1.12 trillion of assets. Obviously, over time, the numbers will constantly expanding. If it is in the United States, the Liu Sheng family can definitely be among the top 3 consortia. In November, the heat finally receded, and the public and the media also turned their attention elsewhere. As the time came to mid to late November, Liu Sheng once again appeared in the public's field of vision. On November 19, the 3-day first Internet conference officially opened in Tungsten Town. Internet leaders from all walks of life gathered in this ancient town with a history of more than 7,000 years of civilization and a history of more than 1,300 years. It is such an ancient town full of Chinese style and summer charm that it has been intertwined with modern internet technology. At around 9:30 in the morning, a special car drove to the edge of the red carpet at the entrance to the main entrance of the conference, and major media reporters on both sides turned the camera and shot. After the bodyguard opened the car door, Liu Sheng came out of his car, and the shutter sound of the camera was endless. This is one of the few pictures he has appeared under the media lens this year. This man is simply a walking news hotspot, a living legend, and a sneeze can make the entire tech world tremble. The market value of Blue Star Technology Group from the avalanche to the hurricane has been the best in the past few months. Proof. After seeing a real person, the people present could not help but take stock of the territory of the business, science and technology empire that Liu Sheng is currently in charge of. Blue Star Technology, Côte d'Azur, Xunxin Electronics, Life Science Fund, Shengfeng Capital and Star Arrow International, which was just established. These are all sons and the wholly owned subsidiaries, holding companies, and joint stock companies of these enterprises have more than 2,600 in total, and half of them are under the Blue Star Technology Group, which shows that Liu Sheng's power has almost penetrated the world, the major boundaries of the Internet technology community. It is no exaggeration to say, as the title of some media reports wrote, he is the vein of the industry, the barometer of the economy. Interestingly, when Liu Sheng entered, there was no one in front and no one behind, so he had to come in silently by himself, but fortunately, there was a beautiful sister Yingbin in Cheongsam who soon came to pick him up. No way, other big guys are avoiding him as far as possible, or pulling away, otherwise the camera is on him, so much shameless. After all, Liu Sheng is really too young, only 26 years old this year, and looks even younger. Among the many big coffees in the industry, Liu Sheng and Baidu Li are representatives of high beauty, especially Liu Sheng, the youngest but most influential of the big coffees. Finally, Liu Sheng came to the gangster seat area in the front row of the opening conference. On this way, some people in the technology industry couldn't wait to take out a photo of his mobile phone and let him and the gangster enter the same frame. However, he also knew his weight and didn't go up, talking about capital. And some of the billion-dollar corporate executives also shook hands with him. Liu Sheng could only hold each other along the way, and all kinds of fortunate, long-lasting, and opportunities to cooperate kept repeating, all the way to the pocket. The place is full of business cards. Almost all of these people are over 20 years old, but they pay such respect to a young man called the Scene. In fact, Liu Sheng didn't even know them. The people that Liu Sheng knows are only the few big bosses in the country, such as President Alima, President Xu, President Zhu and President Ren, and foreign countries such as Gates, Buffett, Larry Page, Eric Xi, real big guys like Mitt, or the financial giants on Wall Street. His position determines Liu Sheng's circle of friends. Over time, the conference has begun. In fact, the organizer greeted Liu Sheng and hoped that he could make an opening speech on stage. However, Liu Sheng declined. www.mtlnovel.com. This time he came to play with a soy sauce mentality, and the recent limelight has been enough. I don't want to grab the C position with other big brothers. His achievements and influence today don't even need to deliberately occupy the C position. Where is he? Although his strength has not allowed him to be low-key, his subjective emotions are still better. At this moment, the person who is giving a speech on the stage is actually Ma, the founder of Ali. Liu Sheng is a quiet listener in his own position. In the public's vision, he always shows the person with a modest gentleman, and gives people a polite feeling. But if Liu Jianwei's team knew it, the first one would come out against it. At that time, Liu Sheng's phrase "I let you die" still impressed them. Chinese website. Remember the first domain name in this book. For Novel Network mobile version reading URL, Chapter 466, Big Brother's Anonymous Scene, Conference Speech. So I want to tell everyone that it is not easy to get money. Of course, Liu is always not included here. On the stage, the general manager Ma talked loudly, talked, and the thousands of people who attended the meeting laughed, and the director gave Liu Sheng a short facial close-up. Well, the archbishop sits quietly and smiles slightly. Although he wants to keep a low profile, it seems that his strength is really not allowed. At the same time, President Ma continued to speak. Ali hasn't got a penny bank loan until today. Don't you want to? I certainly think about it, but I told myself I can't think about it. We haven't been a big company at that time. Saying that you have ideas and technology to convince big companies and start a big list. I said I was knocking on the door and no one paid attention to me. When I was interviewed in 1995, my family knocked on the door, and each family was rejected. From then on, I said, I hope that one day a big company will come to me, bit by bit. Get started. It's not me knocking on the bank's door today, it's the bank knocking on my door. Because today you have money. As soon as the words came out, there was a warm applause from the scene. When the general manager on the stage said these words, he was extremely confident, and he felt a sense of exultation. That's true. The route of self-confidence is not the B2B business listed in Hong Kong, but the overall valuation of the entire Ali Group has now reached $213.4 billion. Ali is not short of money now, and it has been regarded as the first-class internet e-commerce at home and abroad giant. And recently, there have also been reports that Ali Group may be preparing an IPO listing schedule, and even news that it will go to the United States for listing, but it has not been confirmed. Today's conference sounds very deep. One general manager of a bank said that banks are most afraid of doing information asymmetry, but it's not information asymmetry, it's asymmetric responsibility, it's asymmetric trust, it's an interest disparity. Symmetry. When President Ma spoke again, he won applause from the audience. Indeed, the voices of many companies, especially SMEs, have always been expressed. Banks will always like to lend the money to large companies that are not short of money. At the same time, they least like to lend to SMEs that are really short of money. After the opening of the conference, Liu Sheng and President Ma, as the two leading figures in the domestic internet industry, were arranged by a host to a sub-forum for a high-end forum dialogue event. Popularity is also a lot higher than other divisions. The dialogue scene was arranged in a minimalist style. At this time, the dialogue between the two parties has begun, and a reporter at the scene saw the two big men above. Especially when he saw Liu Sheng, the reporter couldn't help feeling, whispering, "Well, no wonder Liu Sheng can achieve today's achievements." Not only is the IQ report this full of details, is also a manifestation of IQ. What? The partner next to him was curious. Hearing that, the reporter motioned his partner to look at the two big guys on the stage, while whispering, "Look, Mr. Ma is now a big guy sitting with his back on the sofa and long legs, talking and laughing. Look at Archbishop Liu Sheng, as one of the world's most intelligent, super wealthy, and super smart people, when talking to President Ma, facing his elders. He was sitting on his back without leaning on the sofa, and his whole posture was critical. The body turned slightly to the side of President Ma with a small angle, and his expression seemed serious and modest. Such details are the rhythm of emotional intelligence." Having said that, his partner could not help looking at Liu Sheng again, and found that it was really the case. He suddenly realized that, and immediately admired it. As far as influence and wealth are concerned, Liu Sheng is now much higher than President Ma, so even younger people do not need to do this at all, and even like President Ma, no one thinks about him because he is already a superpower in business and technology. Qualifications are really worthless on such occasions. It is no wonder that Xuanshang is so successful. I think society can only progress if we promote healthy competition. I also believe that if there is only one Blue Star social network in the mobile internet in China will lag behind. Ali may not be able to socialize, but at least Blue Star technology is constantly innovating. At this moment, Mr. Ma on the stage spoke out loud, and he immediately won applause from the audience. Ali has also grown up. He is currently the internet giant second only to the Blue Star Technology Group in China. At the same time, he is no longer satisfied with the deep cultivation of the e-commerce field and is actively expanding beyond the border. Mr. Ma is now trying his best to cut a gap in the social empire created by Liu Sheng. He really wants to socialize when he dreams. He has been developing Liu's social products one after another to challenge Liu Sheng social kingdom status. At the same time, many people in the industry are curious about a phenomenon now. Mr. Ma has begun to set fire to Liu Sheng's back garden. But why hasn't Blue Star Technology done anything in the field of e-commerce? Even Ali's opponents, such as Jingdong, did not support it. It felt as if Liu Sheng had never looked at this field at all. At the same time, President Ma continued to say, "We live in a good age. In this good age, it does not mean that we can smell the stars and run away. This star is the star of the Blue Star." The audience immediately laughed as soon as the voice was off the stage, and at this moment Liu Sheng suddenly answered briefly, "Tao Bao's escape." Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter on the court. Mr. Ma, who was originally unwilling, was going to continue to expand at his own pace, but when he heard Liu Sheng's sudden return, Mr. Ma instantly realized that he was trapped by himself. He wanted to laugh at Liu Sheng's, did not expect to dig a hole for himself. At this time, Mr. Ma also smiled. He couldn't help but raise his hand and patted the sofa, put the microphone down, and lifted the water cup on the table to spit with water. The netizens who watched the live broadcast were also happy. The Archbishop's response was fast and resourceful. President Ma fled when he heard about the stars. He certainly did not expect the Archbishop to be so alert. Ha ha. In this way, Blue Star Technology has the upper hand. How can you escape without me? Escape. Masters have done tricks. See tricks. 6666. The humor of the big geese is full of wisdom. Proper name scene. Mr. Ma slammed the sofa and said, "Hey, you are good and personal." I have to spit and scream. Archbishop, how many women's dream lover? Interesting. President Ma finally met his opponent. In the past, President Ma could only say all kinds of pharaohs, this, covering face. Both are bad, and it's not easy to create such a large company. Unfortunately, most of these two companies' shares are in foreign hands, and we are working for them. Why don't you say that 70% of Blue Star's income comes from foreigners? That's what happened when you said this. Who's weird to take a step back? Those VCs in China had no vision, but now they're eager. After the vignette, the next dialogue between the two sides, you continue to advance word by word. Liu Sheng, the ability of artificial intelligence is still limited, but huge progress will be made in the next 10 to 15 years. President Ma, the difference between Liu Sheng and me is the difference between engineers and non-engineers. Liu Sheng, if time is long enough, artificial intelligence will be safer than humans driving cars. President Ma, big innovation may take 200 years to complete. In the past 300 years, we have understood the external world. In the next 3 to 40 years, human beings will understand themselves better. Liu Sheng, when starting a business, you have to think about solving problems, not thinking about starting a company. It's crazy to start a business without knowing what kind of problem to solve. President Ma, I hope that technology can make everyone better off. The forum dialogue and exchange lasted more than 40 minutes. After the end, the media also started to report. Most of the media reported on the scenes of the big names of each other, and the viewers also liked this kind of content. However, what the industry is most concerned about is Liu Sheng's first description of AI unmanned driving. This is the information he leaked to the outside world for the first time. Everyone knows that Liu Sheng is the world leader in AI technology. Everyone who has used ASU mobile phones has. I know that the intelligent voice assistant is very easy to use, and it is supported by powerful artificial intelligence, including the online cloud translation of Blue Star Technology Group. Now, reading www.uukanzu.com seems to have another conclusion that naturally came to the surface. People can't help but think of the new energy vehicle companies invested and established by the Côte d'Azur before. Is this not just about the pace of electric cars, or driverless? For a while, autonomous driving became the focus of attention in the industry. This is actually not a new concept. It has been there for a long time, but nobody cares about it. In the era of 2011, such a concept only exists in the eyes of many people in science fiction movies, and the real world is quite far away. But because Liu Sheng said, the problem was completely different, and many people began to rethink the problem. This undoubtedly confirms the statement of the media again. He is the vein of the industry and the barometer of the economy. Chinese website. Remember the first domain name in this book. For Novel Network mobile version reading URL, Chapter 467, Liu Sheng's Strategic Imagination, Layout for the Next 20 Years. On the last day of the conference, Liu Sheng was invited by the organizer to enter the main stage for the final closing speech. The first internet conference in Tungsten was very successful. Industry leaders shared their experiences and dry goods. Of course, there are many vignettes. For example, the mutual anonymity scenes of Liu Sheng and President Ma, and the staring moments of Reeves snoring on Laozi were reported to the outside world through the media, and netizens on the internet talked about these funny things. At this moment, the main stage brings together nearly 10,000 participants, basically all the elites engaged in the internet ICT industry. This time, Liu Sheng didn't quit. Although he is the youngest person in the ranks of Big Brothers, there is no doubt that he is also the undisputed first big coffee in the current technology industry. No one has a bigger coffee than him. Yes, it would be a great regret for the industry if a DNA-like figure like Liu Sheng could not make his voice at the first internet conference, and the closing speech would have a final taste. It is no wonder that there will be thousands of people attending the meeting. a real moment of great attention. Good afternoon everyone. The organizers strongly suggest that I say something at the end of the conference. It is a bit abrupt, but there is something I want to share with you. Liu Sheng on the stage calmly spoke. Such a battle for him said that it is already light and familiar, without any pressure. Moreover, he was empty-handed, apparently speaking off the paper. After the brief opening, Liu Sheng walked back and forth on the stage, and at the same time cut to the topic. There is no doubt that with the advent of the digital age, both industrial changes and technological iterations will move at an amazing speed. The previous evolution. What I want to share today is that the French Riviera is working with our strategic partners to jointly lay out the next big change node in 20 years, and we have proposed a new slogan: building a smart world of interconnected things. As soon as this word came out, the hearts of the audience were shocked, and many people's bosses were staring. 20 years later? Real or fake? This is something they never dare to think about. It is extremely rare for an IT company to be able to live for 2 years. It is unbelievable that a company like Liu Sheng is a 10-year and 20-year cycle. After the shock, whether it is the industry or the media, they shook their spirits. How do you think Liu Sheng is going to burst the rhythm? Today, on the one hand, the entire industry will change from mobile internet to internet plus to smart plus in the future. On the other hand, the entire technological innovation is also experiencing the transition from technological facilities to cloud data to business data to application wisdom. It can be said that the new features of digitalization of the physical world and intelligentization of the digital world have gradually formed. Then, at the entrance of the great changes of the next era, what will the future world look like? The eyes of all the participants at the conference brightened, and everyone listened with their ears raised. They never dared to think that they could be laid out like Liu Sheng for the next 2 decades. However, as the largest coffee in today's science and technology industry, if you can peep into it, some things will definitely benefit a lot. Anyway, among the tens of thousands of people, except the front row of the big brothers, more than 90% of the participants did not feel ashamed that the pattern did not reach the level of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's current height has made them envious and jealous. Now, I just hope that I can get some benefits from it as the best. At the same time, everyone is waiting for Liu Sheng to reveal the answer he thinks. In fact, to talk about this ambitious grand strategy today, Liu Sheng is also the result of thoughtful thinking that this might accelerate North America's decision to suppress and sanction him more firmly. But in the end he gave up his illusions and was ready to fight. Such a grand strategy must not shift its will because of external pressure. On the stage, Liu Sheng immediately said, "We are given new imagination, that is, in the future, the confidence created by new ICT technologies such as 5G, AI, art, etc. Liu will be the foundation for cultivating everything, and 20 years later it will be a smart in a globalized world. We like being able to continue to play the role of navigator to promote social progress." 5G? Many people are astonished that it is still the age of 3G networks. 4G technology has only recently been confirmed on the board. 4G technology will officially enter the home of ordinary people starting next year. Are these big companies so crazy? Liu Sheng on the stage said bluntly, "In the next 10 to 20 years, new ICT technologies will flourish. New ICT technologies represented by 5G and AI will be widely used, and 6G, brain computers, and quantum computers will develop rapidly. Intelligent scenarios such as autonomous driving, virtual office, and robots will enter our daily lives and work, bringing us earth-shaking changes." From this perspective, in the next 10 to 20 years, who will be able to connect more, faster, and more agilely to the intelligent world, and digitize and datize the business of the traditional physical world, and then realize intelligence, will not only be effective resolving the limitations and challenges brought by the physical world, can also maximize the competitiveness of the enterprise itself, which is the real value of the intelligent world that we and our partners have imagined. Liu Sheng will not take everything, and he has limited energy in the communication area. To achieve a deep alliance, I will leave it to you. At the same time, we will use Land Semiconductor as a link to promote precision manufacturing. The Blue Coast is a terminal business. Secondly, the core circle radiates to the outside, forming a huge outer ring supply chain partner. All partners who join the system, whether domestic or international, or even competitors, will refuse and are all-inclusive, thus forming a strong biodiversity and complex ecosystem. At this moment, some experts and scholars in North America are horrified to see these hearts. They have never met a Chinese who not only has such ambition, but also is actively planning, forging ahead, and constantly launching a prelude to the challenge of American technology hegemony. 4G technology has not begun to spread, and the Chinese have started to deploy 5G technology, and even super cutting-edge areas such as 6G, brain-like, and quantum computers are actively expanding. Why can the United States become the world hegemon today? After all, there is one technology. In the field of science and technology, hegemonic status can be obtained. Mastery of cutting-edge technology can obtain military hegemony, and then through the military hegemony to maintain the financial hegemony of the United States, so as to control the global economic dominance, and then obtain a strong output of Hollywood culture. The core competitiveness of all this is technology. At the same time, Liu Osheng's voice spread throughout the audience again. The intelligent world we imagine and work for should have 4 new capabilities. As we all know, industries in the physical world often have a deep gap between domains and businesses, and they are also the yoke of cross-sector development of enterprises. In the digital world, we on the French Riviera have undergone digital transformation in the past few years. The boundaries of the field are gradually becoming smaller. Around the user's needs, the boundaries inside or outside the enterprise are rapidly disappearing. And what great changes will the intelligent world in 20 years bring to enterprises and industries? In this context, we believe that new connections, new computing, new platforms and new ecosystems will be a solid foundation for building a smart world, and will also enable the intelligent development of industries such as cities, manufacturing, energy, finance, and transportation. In particular, first of all, the new connection means that communication technologies such as 5G and Wi-Fi 6 will become the core connection. In the future, the new connection will become a bridge between the physical world and the digital twin world. It is the cornerstone of the intelligent world. The ultra-wide, high-speed pipelines, platforms and technologies provided by Connect will drive digital transformation and innovation in all industries. Second, new computing refers to the full-stack and full-scenario computing solution from the low-level chip to the upper-level algorithm, from consumer-oriented to various industries. At present, it is limited by Moore's law, and heterogeneous computing will be one of the breakthrough paths. The engineers of the French Riviera Lab are exploring, for example, if one team is studying optical computing, some are studying quantum computing, and some are studying DNA storage. All the industry people at the scene secretly looked at each other. They finally understood why the Côte d'Azur company had a revenue of nearly $100 billion last year, but the profit was so low. The money earned by NEMA has been smashed into scientific research and innovation. Which of these things, light computing, quantum computing, and DNA storage, is not a high-tech element? The information disclosed on the official website of the French Riviera Company is that the company's scientific research investment accounts for 33% of its revenue. But it actually looks more than that. I am afraid that the actual data is at least 40%. At the same time, Liu Osheng calmly continued to elaborate the company's imagination. The third is a new platform, a digital platform for integration and sharing, which is the key to enabling the digital transformation of the industry. www.mtlnovel.com. See Semiconductor, Xunxin Electronics, Côte d'Azur, and Blue Star Technology will further integrate and share and the Côte d'Azur will be based on its own digital transformation practice. The open-source cloud platform developed jointly with customers and partners is an example. It uses the cloud as a base to optimize and integrate various ICT technologies such as big data, ART, converged communications, and GIS. Various new technologies can be flexibly deployed through gradualization, thereby reducing the barriers to use of new technologies, enabling customers to focus on the use of their own advantages and business innovation during the digital transformation process, without having to pay attention to the underlying complex ICT technologies. At this moment, there was a person in the ICT industry talking privately with a friend next to him. You said that YY and the French Riviera have cooperated so deeply, far beyond the strategic partnerships of ordinary companies. A paper contract is signed, if Blue Star Technology is also. When his friend heard this, he stared at each other with a stunned look. Don't make such a joke. If they are on the road to merger, they are just super oligarchs in the entire industry. This kind of body has exceeded the limit of my imagination. However, I think that with Liu Sheng's character, he should not take the road of merger. Remember the first domain name in this book. For Novel Network Mobile Version Reading URL, Chapter 468, Qualcomm is anxious. His friend shrugged and teased, who knows what's going on in the future? And you see that Mr. Ren is the only shareholder holding more than 1% of the shares, and Mr. Luo is so young. Mr. Ren has already gone to the 70s, waiting for him retired in the future. Who is in charge of this huge communications empire is a big question, and Mr. Luo is now less than 30, and has such a close relationship with him, that maybe Mr. Ren may really be the veto power that he has not used so far is handed over to Mr. Luo, and the merger is not impossible. After hearing this, my friend said stubbornly, it is true that your prediction is definitely the news of the industry's nuclear bomb level. At this time, Liu Sheng's closing speech was thinking about the grand strategy of the intelligent world 2 decades after the joint arrangement of the French Riviera and UI, and they couldn't bear to think so. While the two were whispering in private, Liu Sheng on the stage did not know that they were talking about them, and they were still speaking. The last is the new ecology, which can provide customers with complete business solutions. In the process of creating a new ecology, we proposed an SAPO model, which is an ecological construction methodology based on the business strategy, architecture, planning, and operation of the enterprise. A new ecosystem of 7 major currencies including sales, solutions, services, investment and financing operations, talent alliances, society and industry. At present, the digital transformation of the industry is currently showing 3 new forms. First, new trends, second opportunities, and new requirements. Customers in the digital transformation of the industry need scenario-oriented business solutions, not just technical solutions. On the road to the intelligent world, we are guided by the 4 new capabilities and the dual enablement of technological innovation and business enablement, which will surely make it the best partner on the road to digital transformation of thousands of industries, and to build the future of our country. The solid foundation of the new business model will also make all walks of life from the physical world to the digital world and even the intelligent world more accessible. Thank you. When the words fell, the audience gave warm applause. As the first person in the global science and technology industry today, Liu Sheng will undoubtedly convince everyone present. This kind of structure and such ambitions are also unacceptable. When Liu Sheng left the field, a large group of reporters flocked to him. Fortunately, he had a group of bodyguards guarding him, otherwise it was really difficult for him. Faced with this group of rampant reporters asking questions constantly, Liu Sheng refused any form of interview and went away. And the news here is also spread to all parts of the world through major media channels. In the internet era, the speed of an event is often calculated in seconds. Naturally, the news of the first internet conference in China was also spread to the North American continent and to Silicon Valley as soon as possible. All major media are also racing to report. Liu Sheng first proposed the company's brand new slogan, "Building a Smart World of Internet of Everything," at the Internet Conference. It has become the focus of discussion in the current scientific and technological circles and appeared in articles and reports of major media. There is no doubt that a company committed to promoting technological progress and social progress is a great company, and the Côte d'Azur deserves to be deserved. 3 days later, the Cape Wood building in North America. At this time, in a conference room, a senior North American Defense Ministry official asked, "Why suppress the Blue Coast and Blue Star technology? Why does the United States pack them?" The questioning was arguably the then CEO of Qualcomm, Jacobs. The news from the other side of the Pacific made the entire Qualcomm company anxious. Because of this, Jacobs came here. Why? I often say that the United States will not clean up Tencent or Ali, because these Huawei technology companies are all upper-level applications on top of the American infrastructure. It does not matter, we arrange the infrastructure, and their upper-level applications will do. As soon as my foundation is withdrawn, they all collapse, so we can let it grow and develop because they are not threatened. At this moment, Jacobs said generously to the celebrities of the Cape Wood, but the Blue Coast, Blue Star Technology, and Tsinghua are working on the infrastructure for these Chinese technology companies. Coastal R&D investment reached a terrible figure of $39.19 billion, ranking first in the world among all companies in the world, and far ahead of second. What is the concept of $39.19 billion? Samsung Electronics followed suit last year with $13.437 billion in research and development, Germany's Volkswagen at $13.135 billion, and Microsoft at $12.279 billion. The R&D investment ratio of the French Riviera ranks second, third, and first in the world. 4 or 3 companies add up. So they produced the mainframe, HDR technology, AI technology is also far ahead, resurrected the cell chip, they are researching DNA storage technology, they are researching brain-computer technology, and so on. They submitted 6,405 patents to WIPO last year. For applications, there are 6,405 patents, large and small. In just 1 year, they made a crazy breakthrough in the field of infrastructure. This is absolutely not the case. This is our United States. They are APPs. They just have to play well on it. But they shouldn't go to the bottom and mess with us. We will not hesitate to suppress the sanctions, and we must go all out. At this moment, Jacobs suddenly moved himself, like a fearless fighter who transformed himself into the high ground of American technology. And then he started the PPT for everyone, presenting the serious nature of the matter. In fact, not only Qualcomm, but many technology companies in North America, such as Cisco, Intel, IBM, and Microsoft, are very angry at the bottom of the Blue Coast and Blue Star technology, or, to put it plainly, the United States is very angry. I only saw that Jacobs gestured everyone to look at the content on the large screen of the conference room. Dear everyone, 4G technology will be commercialized on a large scale next year, and Qualcomm has already started the project demonstration of 5G technology 2 years ago. This is our internal in-depth research report on 5G ecosystem. We found that the transition from 4G to 5G will greatly affect the future landscape of global communications networks and can fundamentally change the operating environment of the United States Department of Defense. The true potential of 5G is its dimension to the fifth dimension of future cyber warfare. Influences. Jacob is very clear that in the Cape Wood building, he does not talk about war-related things. These people will not really take it seriously, and they will not even be too interested, and he is not exaggerating, and it is true. Sure enough, the senior members of the U.S. Corner House who attended the meeting couldn't help but take this seriously. Jacobs saw a surge in spirit and continued, the network will grow, including a large number of cheaper, more connected, and more resilient systems to play an important role in the rapidly growing battlefield. But more importantly, Although 4G technology has now established 5 international standards, only the Chinese standard and the American standard will dominate the 4G era. In the 5G era, there will be only one standard. Whoever masters 5G technology first is equivalent to control of the global digital infrastructure. Having said that, Jacobs ended his speech, and silently looked around at the participants, and all the high-ranking members of the Pentagon who were present looked at each other. At this time, Gao Shen stared at Jacobs expressionlessly and asked, "So what do you want to express?" "Jacobs, General, what I want to express is that the United States is facing a very difficult problem in the future, which is very serious, that is, how to prevent China's technology companies such as the Blue Coast and Blue Star Technology from leading the future global digital foundation facilities. www.mtlnovel.com. From a national security perspective, the importance of controlling digital infrastructure today is no less than building the first atomic bomb, and I think I've made it clear. As soon as this remark came out, everyone couldn't help but be moved. And the people at the Cape Wood did not feel that the head of Qualcomm was wrong, because the Cape Wood also knew clearly that the information-based joint operations had been tasted through the Gulf War and the Iraq War. Sweetness, that was really a dimensionality reduction strike. Iraq claims to have a Third World Army, and as a result was trapped on the ground and rugged without any help. The Cape Wood is very clear why this is the asymmetric warfare of informationization and the result of the digital infrastructure that dominates the world today. At this time, the then U.S. Secretary of Defense simply and sharply said, "Copy your 5G ecological research report with the most detailed information and send it to the Cape Wood as soon as possible." No. 2. Chinese website. Remember the first domain name in this book. For Novel Network mobile version reading URL, Chapter 469, adopted to rise national strategic level. Liu Sheng didn't know that his speech at the Internet conference, after spreading to North America, a large number of experts and scholars in the old United States were worried. After internal research, he strongly suggested that the sanctions be suppressed quickly. Both suggested that the foreign high-tech giants that dare to challenge the commanding heights of the United States in science and technology, such as the French Riviera and Blue Star Technology, be contained as soon as possible. In fact, Liu Sheng also knew that when he decided to speak, he was prepared in this regard, which was also an inevitable result. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. A giant group that has not been tested is not enough to be a giant. Not only foreigners are studying this issue, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of China also convened experts to conduct in-depth discussions on the content of Liu Sheng's speech at the Internet conference. As time goes on, it's December. Technology Complex Building. Xiao Na's voice responded. The owner, Deputy Director Li Xingo of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, came to visit. Liu Sheng was curious when he heard, "Why is he here?" Please. Not long after, Li Xingo brought several people to the large living room, and Liu Sheng immediately rose and laughed. "Director Li, what kind of wind blows you?" Li Xingo smiled brightly. "What? I can't come to you to talk about the past?" Liu Sheng laughed and said, "This is what you say, you can come anytime, please sit down." After the guests took their seats, and King Xu poured tea for the guests and then left silently. After a while, Li Xingo laughed. "Comrade Liu Sheng, some time ago your speech in Tungsten Town was really wonderful, and it also caused huge repercussions in the society, especially the Internet community was discussing a keyword. Internet Plus became focus of discussion." Liu Sheng was shocked. It turned out to be this reason. A lot of new concept words were proposed in the speech at the Tungsten Internet Conference. The concept of Internet Plus was one of them, and he didn't care much about it. Li Xingo drank his mouth tea, and after looking down, he looked at Liu Sheng who was sitting opposite and said, "It's true. These days, The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology has repeatedly convened an expert group to study and analyze your speech content at the Internet conference. It is the study of the so-called Internet Plus apostrophe. We believe that the Internet is a new tool for mass entrepreneurship and innovation. Among them, mass entrepreneurship, innovation for all is an important theme in this report, and the research team agreed that it will be the new engine for improving the quality and efficiency of our economy. Liu Sheng heard from these words that the country attaches great importance to this, and it is not surprising that it will likely rise to the level of national strategy in a short time, because in Liu Sheng's previous life, the Internet Plus concept was first proposed in 2012, and eventually it did rise to the level of national strategy. Li Xingguo added, but the key to the problem is that we can't catch the problem by ourselves, so we come to your door this time to disturb you. The concept of Internet Plus is proposed by you. I am afraid there is no second person in this world. I understand the connotation better than you. We are here to ask you. Ha ha. Don't dare to ask, Liu Sheng said with a smile and stopped. Mr. Liu is humble, and now is in the era of booming mobile internet. You have thought of the evolution from mobile internet to Internet Plus to Smart Plus apostrophe, and have laid out a grand strategy for the next 20 years. How strong! Yeah, it's rare to see such a big tech coffee in our country for 500 years. It is a national treasure. Ha ha. The internet giant is exactly what it is. A few of you who came with Li Xingguo uttered a word to me, which immediately made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. These words naturally have some elements of mutual commercial blowing, but it is also necessary for Liu Sheng to have the capital and strength, and 7 of these words are from the heart. You must know that many foreign media are now sourly saying why a legendary figure like Liu Sheng was born in the Chinese Congress. He is constantly changing the world with innovative technology and constantly improving the core competitiveness of China in the field of science and technology. At the end, Liu Sheng said in a deep voice, well, the Internet Plus this thing, I think there should be 6 characteristics. As soon as the remarks came out, Li Xingguo and others immediately focused on listening, and several of them who came along also turned on the recording pen and were also preparing to take notes. Liu Sheng said methodically, the first is cross-border integration. The so-called plus is cross-border, that is, change, that is openness, and that is reshaping fusion. If you dare to cross-border, the foundation of innovation is more solid. When the integration is collaborative, the collective intelligence, it will be realized that the path from R&D to industrialization will be more vertical. Li Xingguo and others nodded silently while saying nothing. Liu Sheng went on to say, the second is innovation-driven. China's extensive resource-driven growth model is actually unsustainable, and the economic transformation has reached an imminent stage. It must be changed to the path of innovation-driven development. This is exactly what the nature of the Internet, using the thinking of the Internet to seek change, and self-reform will be more able to give play to the power of innovation. The third is to reshape the structure. The information revolution, globalization, and the Internet industry have broken the original social structure, economic structure, geological structure, and cultural structure. Internet plus social governance, virtual social governance, and traditional methods will have a lot of different. Fourth is respect for human nature. The glory of human nature is the most fundamental force to promote scientific and technological progress, economic growth, social progress and cultural prosperity. 5 is open ecology. With regard to Internet plus, ecology is a very important feature, and ecology itself is open, and species are diversified, and the ecology will be healthier. Finally, everything is connected. I think the connection is hierarchical, the connectivity is different, and the value of the connection is very different. The mission of Blue Star Technology is to connect all human beings, but compared to the Internet Plus pattern it's small. Connecting everything is the goal of Internet Plus. Liu Sheng kept talking for 10 minutes one after another. Everyone listened carefully and made transcripts. These are very important materials. When they return, they must be discussed in depth. At the end, Li Xingguo looked at Liu Sheng without hesitation and boasted, I should have asked you to give a lesson to our experts if I knew it already. It is indeed a national treasure. Ha ha. It is the author of Internet Plus apostrophe. Compassionate words by Comrade Liu Sheng are concise, profound, and thorough. Liu Sheng smiled, and replied humbly, and continued, the so-called Internet Plus is actually an integrated and upgraded version of informatization and industrialization. We take the Internet as the cow feature of the current informatization development, and we extract it, and it is fully integrated with service industries such as industry, commerce, and finance. Internet finance has a lot to offer, and I am very optimistic about Internet financial products such as Zapay. The key among them is innovation, and only innovation can make this plus truly valuable and valuable. Significance. An expert present repeatedly agreed and nodded. Yes, Internet Plus is a new form of Internet development and a new business format under Innovation 2.0, and it is a new form of economic and social development driven by Knowledge Society Innovation 2.0. Liu Sheng added, in popular terms, Internet Plus is Internet Plus major traditional industries, but this is not a simple addition of the two, but rather the use of ICT and Internet platforms to make the Internet and traditional industries carry out in-depth digital integration and creatively develop the ecology. Li Xingo nodded. Sure enough, listening to Jun's words is better than reading a book for 10 years. Comrade Liu Sheng, it is no accident that the Internet Plus will officially announce and confirm the strategy for rising to the national level next year. Your contribution is great contribution. Liu Sheng, why dare to invite merit and be accepted by the country is a great honor in itself. Such humble remarks are also appreciated by Li Xingo and others. Unconsciously, more than 2 hours have passed since the visit, and it is almost time to leave. The few who came with Li Xingo were the first face-to-face exchanges with Liu Sheng. For the young richest man in the world, their feelings were worse than the first sight and better known at first sight. It is still difficult for them to believe that a person with such a stern pattern and modesty is actually a young man who is only 26 years old. The two sides continued to chat for more than 10 minutes. It was almost time for lunch. Liu Sheng kept them for lunch and left, but Li Xingo and others declined it. How can this courteous politeness be taken seriously? Time is running out, so I leave after the business is done. In the afternoon, Liu Sheng went to the headquarters of Lancy Semiconductor, and he took time every day to understand the latest developments in the world. The Washington Post reported that, from a national security perspective, the importance of controlling digital infrastructure today is no less than building the first atomic bomb. It is about building a smart world where everything is connected, proposed by Liu Sheng at the Internet conference. This made Liu Sheng very aware of the impact of his speech at the Internet conference, especially the stimulus for Americans. Combined with the current time node, it will be 2012 and a month. Old America will announce its return to the Asia-Pacific region. Coupled with the fact that the country will definitely establish Internet Plus as a national strategic level next year. www.mtlnovel.com. Foreigners are even more worried that the content of Liu Sheng's speech will be China's strategy of conspiracy. Will it be supported by the power of the state? That will inevitably lead to a consequence. Suppress. We must know that from the day when China's total industrial manufacturing surpassed North America in 2010, the other party has already identified China as a strategic competitor, and has started to increase its suppression and blockade, especially the restrictions in the field of science and technology. And several high-tech companies under Liu Sheng are almost the leaders of Huago technology companies. Blue Star Technology is a leading company in the Internet industry, and the Blue Coast is a leading company in the ICT field. And they are all working on the underlying architecture and technological infrastructure. This is something that the old Americans are rooted in. It must be the first target of sanctions. Chinese website. TXT download address. Phone reading. Chapter 470. Xunpeng spread its wings soon. Liu Sheng came to the R&D department of Lancy Semiconductor. In addition, the head Xu Zichun was also there. He took Liu Sheng to the LH06XX server chip R&D department. This is the internal R&D code of Lancy Semiconductor. They entered in professional work clothes. Laboratory interior engineers in the lab are all doing their own things. Xu Zijian said, compared to mobile phone SoCs, the difficulty and threshold of server chips are much higher, and what we do is non-x86 architecture chips. In today's server market, the x86-based processor market accounts for more than 90% of the market. It is easier said than done to tear off a piece of meat from Intel in such a solid ecosystem. Having said that, Xu Zijian couldn't help but sigh a long time. The x86 architecture is almost unshakable, and it takes great courage and determination to challenge such a hegemon. However, Liu Sheng was quite optimistic and laughed. It's not just us. x86 is a long time in the world, and some ARM-based manufacturers in foreign countries are trying to change this situation that makes many server application companies feel helpless, because they are rare in the x86 system have bargaining power. It is worth mentioning that the LH06XX research and development code inside Lancy Semiconductor is based on the ARM architecture server chip, which is the second-generation server chip developed by Lancy Semiconductor. Another research and development department of Lancy Semiconductor is also working hard to develop its own underlying instruction set architecture. Not only that, the engineers of the Azure Coast Laboratory are also working together. The engineers after the cell chip saw 127 people to lend YY. Most of them are disciples who Liu Sheng taught himself during their planned project. This is an important part of spare tires. After all, the ARM architecture is something of Europeans and Americans. Nowadays, not only the server chip is based on the ARM architecture, but the Azure Core Blue Core L series of Azure mobile phone processors is also the ARM architecture. However, the self-developed low-level instruction set architecture still has a long way to go to replace the ARM architecture in the application stage. It is a huge success for server chips to be able to get rid of the ARM architecture in the 5th generation. In other words, the 3rd and 4th generations must continue to use ARM architecture. The ability to spend money on scientific research is actually no more ambiguous than the French Riviera. Last year, total sales reached $32.5 billion, but R&D investment accounted for more than 30%, reaching a staggering $10.75 billion. After the French Riviera, $39.19 billion, and Blue Star Technology, $12.1 billion, it ranks 7th in the world rankings. Because of the courage to invest in research and development, the profit is not as good as the Blue Coast, and less than Blue Star Technology, so the net profit of YY last year was only 10.6 billion yuan. But even so, YY still feels that the R&D investment is far from enough, otherwise it will not be so eager to set up a junior electronics company with Liu Sheng again and set up an independent brand on a phone to expand new revenue growth points. Lack of money. Wrong-wise R&D investment is mainly devoted to the R&D of communication basebands. The server project, which was originally an edge business, did not receive much R&D budget. The reason why it can still get the current results is due to Liu Sheng's blood transfusion order support. As a result, the company's server business has ample revenue to support the positive cycle of R&D investment. Xu Zijian laughed. In the past 5 years, I have made great progress in the research and development of ARM server chips. The detour is naturally unavoidable. The first generation of chips is obviously not satisfactory. It is such a junk product. I did not hesitate to give a large-scale order for the 7 data centers of YY server, otherwise the server business sector may be half dead, and without you giving the list to others, how can there be such a satisfactory rate of progress today? This is the result of mutual accomplishment. The first generation server of YY is really rotten, and its performance is not as good as that of IBM's products. However, Liu Sheng still insists on the support of Blue Star Technology. It can be said that it is the only customer of the server business now. It's Blue Star Technology. However, such a customer can support dozens of other large customer groups. Blue Star Technology is simply a super large customer. To a certain extent, Blue Star Technology is continuously giving blood to the server business group. Liu Sheng has to forcibly support it and even completely replace North American IBM. And Huawei's server department did not disappoint Liu Sheng. He got an order here, and the reflowed funds did not hesitate to plunge into the development of new generation products, and gradually formed a benign positive cycle. It is obvious to all in the past 5 years. Compared with the previous generation, the latest generation of products is a leap forward. This road has come bumpy and bumpy. For the server department, which has 5 years of R&D and market experience accumulation, it has passed the novice period and gradually entered the fast-growing fast track. After a few laps in the laboratory, the two also came out, sat down in the R&D department lounge, and continued to chat and exchange. Liu Sheng said, "The LH06XX version of the chip is based on high K45 nanometer technology. The second super factory of Xunxin Electronics in Pengcheng is expected to complete the production line in the first quarter of next year. You can take orders without dropping the chain." Produced. Xu Zijian nodded affirmatively. "You have to worry about this. I can pack tickets, and there will definitely be no problem." Now we have started to discuss the naming issue of the second generation server chip officially released. What's your suggestion when talking about Liu? LH06XX is just an internal R&D code, and the final version is LH0611. Liu Sheng began to lay out the entire domestic semiconductor industrial chain. As long as it is not the highest end product, most of the production environment can be achieved in the mainland supply chain, and it is still being improved. After hearing this, Liu Sheng thought for a while and said, "On the side of Blue Star Technology, we plan to build 4 submarine data centers from 2012 to 2015, one each year: the Bohairim Economic Belt, the Yangtze River Delta Economic Belt, and the Pearl River. The Triangle Economic Belt and the Qinghai Lake in the western part of the country set up a sink. The Qinghai Lake Data Center will be able to meet the needs of the western region for at least 5 to 8 years. This is still an internal plan that has not been announced to the outside world. The life design of subsea data centers is a 5-year cycle." Xu Zijian said with surprise. "What? Isn't this underwater data center project you started a secret project launched 2 years ago? Is it ready for commercial use so soon? Didn't you say that in a media interview before?" Lao Xu was really surprised. His R&D and output capabilities made him feel shocked. This is something no one has done before. Liu Sheng laughed. The original plan for commercial use was to go in 2014 or 2015. But a talented university student still studying at CUST has solved several key core technical pain points in half a year since the beginning of this year, which has greatly advanced the plan. Xu Zijian's eyes brightened, and he said subconsciously, "Oh, what is the genius of CUST? What is it called?" Liu Sheng glanced at him lightly. "You should give me the idea of this person less. He is already my person, but only put it up to the University of Science and Technology to support it. In addition, the last one who worked with me for financial strength, yes, that is, the people of Microsoft have kneeled down to sing and conquer." Xu Zijian paused for a while, and couldn't help but laugh at it. "Ha ha, look at what you say. Gentleman loves but doesn't win people's love, but you need to borrow it for use. You can't excuse me, otherwise I can sue you breach of contract." Liu Sheng could not help laughing, and nodded silently. After the two sides reached a strategic partnership in 2004, they have established an agreement to open up talent barriers to each other, so to a certain extent, your talent is my talent. Over the years, it has been sparse and common to borrow people to transfer posts. It is because of this paper contract that the human resources of both parties have been greatly optimized, and the return is more efficient R&D output capacity and more money. You know, grabbing people is very costly. For example, they will give the other party 5 times the treatment of grabbing people. Liu Sheng said, "How about the official name ? Okay, I can still take the naming right." Xu Zijian nodded very simply. "In fact, When Liu Sheng said that he would build 4 underwater data centers, he knew that the other party would say this name, because Blue Star Technology's underwater data center project was published long ago, and the name was Pengping Project, and the first generation of server must be used in underwater data centers, which is a perfect match. Xu Zijian went on to say, unsurprisingly, we can launch the Pengping server early next year. Before and after the launch, we have been doing the ecological construction of the ARM server. In the face of the strong x86 ecosystem, if we want to get customer orders, definitely not. It only needs 1 or 2 processor chips and 2 or 3 server products. The penetration and participation of industry organizations and platforms, the coordination of related hardware and software, etc., are very important and the most difficult to do. Liu Sheng nodded and said, in fact, ARM server vendors still have a place to rely on. www.mtlnovel.com. That is, the market has this demand and needs to break the monopoly of toothpaste factories. Xu Zijian laughed. Sure enough, the hero sees the same thing. Liu Sheng has made clear the order contract for the 4 large submarine data centers of the Pengping server. As for whether it can open up new business markets, it is a matter for the business group. Blue Star Technology's order can only be guaranteed to be alive, but whether it can survive a well-known company depends on its own business capabilities. However, Liu Sheng is very confident about Yunwei. Ps. 3 times in the history of U.S. fusing, quality has occurred. The last fusing event dates back to the distant March 9, 2020. I became one of the witnesses of history that day, and the memory is extremely deep. It feels like it happened a few days ago. Manually funny, Chinese website. TXT download address, phone reading, Chapter 471. One accidentally made the incidental research and development technology into a world leader. Qinghai Lake. This is the largest inland lake in China and the largest saltwater lake in the country. There are faults formed between Datong Mountain in Qilian Mountain, Ryu Mountain and Nanshan Mountain in Qinghai. Qinghai Lake is located on the plateau. In July and August, the average daily temperature is about 15 degrees Celsius. At this time, Qinghai Lake is also the most beautiful. Thousands of acres of talented flowers bloom around the lake. The wildflowers of the alpine pasture are colorful, such as silk, and countless cattle and sheep. The 11-member expedition team of the Xunping project set out here in July. They came here to investigate the current comprehensive environment, especially environmental data at the bottom of the lake. In an instant, it's now the end of the year. 7 or 8 working tents were set up along the lake's coast, and the most prominent was temporary signal stations. Brothers, don't make any mistakes, otherwise you can only spend here this year. Xiaoliu, get some food, and the meal is almost here. A large work tent, the leader of the inspection team merged with everyone. At this time, around 11 a.m., I saw 2 staff members who left the workplace driving an off-road vehicle. This place is very remote, and there are no people settled nearby. It takes 2 hours to find a place to eat and drink, buy food at your local residence. But even in December, they can occasionally see some tourists, see a lot of self-driving tours, and even curious people come to them and ask for directions. Although the conditions are very difficult, being away from the hustle and bustle of the big city and nature is also a kind of hard work, which is not convenient for daily life. At the same time, there were 3 people standing in the center of the lake, and a lot of equipment was placed on the surface of the ice powder. At the same time, the ice holes were dug out from time to time to keep them from freezing. The Qinghai Lake will freeze in winter, frozen in December every year, and it will not open until the end of March. After a while, 2 staff members in diving suits surfaced, and the staff on the lake immediately pulled them up. The measuring equipment has been placed at the designated location. This is the last time. I hope that nothing will go wrong. On the other side, the organization of the expedition also took 2 assistants to drive away and drove for 3 kilometers to reach the destination. The team leader held a paper map in one hand and the plateau-assisted respirator hanging on his body in the other. Took a sip. He has been here for more than half a year, but the altitude sickness still makes him feel weak, but he has survived for more than half a year. Fortunately, working in such a difficult environment, the company's treatment is impeccable. Everyone who comes to work here pays 5 times their usual salary, and the bonus is doubled. The final measurement data came out. Most of the annual sunshine hours around the lake area are more than 3,000 hours. This place is about 700 hours higher than the latitudes east of Qinghai. The annual sunshine percentage is 68-69%. The total annual radiation is 171.461 kilocalories, cm2 middle.year, which is 1040 kilocalories, cm2 middle.year higher than the North China Plain and the lowest plateau at the same latitude. The leader of the team nodded and looked at the vision in front of him. This flat land is flat and wide, and the area is large enough. It is good. This is the best place for laying solar reflectors. The power supply of the underwater data center at the bottom of Qinghai Lake will be an independent system. Yes, it is powered by solar power. It is a 100% natural and pollution-free environment that surrounds sustainable development. In order to enable the underwater data center to operate here, Blue Star Incorporated has developed a solar tower power generation system, also known as a centralized system. It is equipped with many large solar reflections on a large area. Mirror. The terminology is called a heliostat, that is, each pigeon is equipped with a tracking mechanism to accurately focus the sunlight reflection on a receiver on the top of a high tower, just like a sunflower. It is hosted by artificial intelligence. Once built, basically no one is needed to manage it. The focusing ratio on the receiver can exceed 1,000 times. Here, the absorbed sunlight is converted into heat energy, and then the heat energy is transmitted to the working medium. After the heat storage link, it is input into the thermal power machine, expands the work, and drives the generator. Output in the form of electrical energy. It is mainly composed of concentrating subsystem, heat collecting subsystem, heat storage subsystem, power generation subsystem and other parts. The code for this solar power tower project, which is mainly used for the Qinghai Lake bottom data center power supply, is PS09. After the Qinghai Lake underwater data center was identified, the proposed solution was discussed to discuss the power supply problem. Therefore, this was incidentally developed and the investment cost was about 1.12 billion yuan. Then, the engineers of the Yanping project discovered that they were accidentally making this gadget into the industry's technology boss, and then they found that this gadget also has good commercial prospects. The person in charge of the Yanping project vowed that there was absolutely no other idea, just that the data center at the bottom of the Qinghai Lake could use electricity. In August of this year, Blue Star's sales staff went to Europe to sell solutions for commercial solar power plants, and Spanish power companies showed strong interest in this. As for why you can accidentally achieve the status of the industry leader, the Lens Blue Star technology has successfully invested in research and development. The solar collector has also successfully invested in R&D and design, and the electrical tower is still successfully invested and developed by Blue Star. Each mirror has an area of 150 square meters, which can collect sunlight on the top of the tower of 247 meters. This so-called solar power tower is a way of fancy boiling water. To this day, Blue Star Technology Group has ceased to be an internet technology company that simply sells advertisements since the day of Alin's cloud computing services. Astronomical figures of more than $10 billion in R&D investment each year are fake. In the field of solar photovoltaic industry, Blue Star technology is also inexplicably at the front end. The technology has been developed. There is no reason for non-commercial use. YY is one of the partners. Some of YY's communication base stations need photovoltaic power generation in remote areas, and found that Blue Star technology can provide excellent solutions here. Needless to say, corporation boss, come back for dinner soon. Got it. Half an hour later, In a working tent, 3 or 5 people are sitting around casually. Everyone is eating and working, or discussing something. Where people are, where the restaurant is, where the work is, there is not so much attention in this difficult environment. Only one engineer was stared at the panel data of the computer screen and said, "The measurement statistics show that the eastern and southern parts of the lake area are slightly warmer, with an average annual temperature between 1.1 and 0.3 degrees Celsius. The northwestern and northern parts are slightly lower, with an average annual temperature between 0.8 and 0.6 degrees Celsius below zero, with an average maximum temperature of 6.7 and 8.7 degrees Celsius. Average minimum temperature between 6.7 and 4.9 degrees Celsius. Extreme maximum temperatures of 25 degrees Celsius and 24.4 degrees Celsius, and extreme minimum temperatures of 31 degrees Celsius and 33.4 degrees Celsius. The team leader present grabbed the roast lamb and took a bite. "By the way, what about water?" After hearing that, the engineer who had finished eating quickly tapped on the computer for a while, stared at the panel and said, "The annual rainfall in the lake area is relatively small, but the eastern and southern regions are slightly higher than the northern and western regions. The annual precipitation in the eastern region is 412.8 mm, 359.4 mm in the south, 370.3 mm in the northwest, and 324.5 mm in the west. Evaporation amounts to 1,502 mm throughout the year. Evaporation far exceeds precipitation. Seasonal changes in precipitation in lake areas are large, and tax reductions are mostly concentrated in May to September." The team leader asked again, "What about gales and sandstorms?" However, for a moment, the engineer dropped out of the data pool and reported, "The number of gale and sandstorm days in the lake area is one of the regions in the province, and the northwest wind prevails. Due to the high altitude of the lake area, there are many west winds in the lake, and the high air has a great impact under the control of the westerly wind, but the spring wind has the highest speed. Under the action of the wind, the general wave is 2 to 3, the maximum is 7 to 8. And the number of days with a wave of 6 or more throughout the year is about 40 days. The team leader finally asked, "Are the data on the water temperature and ice condition of the lake water available?" Engineers reported, in August, the highest temperature was 22.3 degrees Celsius, the average was 16 degrees Celsius. The underwater average was 9.5 degrees Celsius, and the lowest was 6 degrees Celsius. The data just measured showed that the upper temperature of the lake below the ice is 0.9 degrees Celsius and the bottom temperature is 3.3 degrees Celsius. In the first half of the year, the whole Lake New City has stabilized the ice sheet. The ice sealing period is expected to be 108 to 116 days. The shortest historical data is 76 days and the longest 138 days. The thickness is generally 40 centimeters, the maximum thickness is 90 centimeters, and the maximum iceberg volume is about 10 cubic meters. In the middle of the day, the indoor ice cubes completely melted. The team leader nodded, took another piece of roast lamb and said, "Toss in this wild country for half a year in order to get the data you reported." www.mtlnovel.com packed and sent it back to the headquarters. At this time, another staff member said suddenly, "Yes, when you were out, a few people who claimed to be from the Geological Bureau came to us." The leader of the team questioned, "What's the matter?" The staff member said, "It seems that we know that we are doing hydrological and climate surveys here and hope that we can copy a copy of the latest data to the country." After hearing the words, the team leader said immediately, "The team's budget has been over 27 million yuan. These precious data are the company's assets. Besides, we have no right to decide to hand over the data and let them go to the company. Also, it's about locking up the information so that people don't download it secretly. Haha, rest assured, it has been uploaded to the company cloud and nothing is left here, unless they can break through the security system of the Nebula Star Cloud." Horror. You can leave home in 3 days. If you want to go home early and hug your wife and children, don't make any moths at the last minute. TXT download address. Phone reading, Chapter 472, Xunping 611 Press Conference. The submarine data center of Qinghai Lake in Shendi is in the layout order of the Xunping Plan. Construction and investment will not begin until 2015, with an investment budget of 4.1 billion yuan, which is the last in the first phase of the 4 underwater data center construction plans. A building. One is the problem of demand. The country's large western region is wide, but the population and demand are actually very limited. On the one hand, postponed construction waits for the further development of the western region's economy, and then provides corresponding cloud service packages after the demand has further increased. On the other hand, the development of coastal areas is now extremely rapid, and demand is also rising rapidly. Naturally, priority is given to investment and construction. The change of the sequence is also an optimization method to save investment costs. After all, this is a very large investment. From the perspective of investment and construction costs, investing in a large submarine data center is now more expensive than land, and the life expectancy is only about 5 years. But this is only one aspect. First of all, the current high budget cost is largely due to the large proportion of servers. The technology is not the most advanced, and the cost is also expensive. However, this also means that the high cost now does not mean that the future is also the future. Submarine data centers in the future have great space for cost savings, especially the savings in energy consumption costs, and the scarcity of high electricity costs in the data center. The center's biggest vision is to facilitate the formation of a cycle with natural renewable energy. In 5 years, a data center can save more than 1 billion yuan in electricity costs. It also saves land costs, and at the same time can provide customers with better cloud computing solutions, thereby obtaining higher international competitiveness. Whether the sale is a profit or a loss, naturally within the large group is strictly demonstrated, and no one will do the loss. Liu Sheng has never been a person doing short-term layout. The Qinghai Lake expedition did not show any moths in the last 3 days, and everything went very smoothly. The people from the Geological Bureau visited again, hoping to share a piece of data, but they were rejected decisively by the team leader. He really does not have the right to decide. This is precious data obtained by the company's nearly 30 million budget. He has the right to refuse. Although the other party expressed regret, it did not make it difficult, because it could not bear the consequences. The local place attached great importance to it. Blue Star Technology would like to invest in high-tech industries on a large scale here, and it was a warm welcome to change everywhere. It scared off such a large technology group, and maybe it was going to explode. Time is running out. The world officially entered 2012. This year is more special than in previous years. Various doomsday theories are raging. I have to say that the Hollywood disaster film 2012 released in 2009 has contributed a lot. However, the days still pass. After the New Year's Day, Blue Star Technology plus Côte d'Azur has organized an annual Grand Annual Party Carnival, and other companies have also successively organized their own annual conference activities. However, none of the Blue Star Technology plus Côte d'Azur joint annual conference has attracted attention and has been hailed by domestic netizens as the most international annual conference. To this day, this strong corporate culture is no longer confined to the company. It has been radiated to the outside of the company for a long time. The netizens of the country and even the world will be on the lookout for a while, and it has been the hot topic of discussion for some time. On January 10, 2012, the attention of the semiconductor industry focused on the new product launch conference held by Lancy Semiconductor today. The technology community and the media have received much attention. At the press conference, Liu Sheng was listed in a prominent position, and his appearance was naturally the focus of attention of the audience. This was his second appearance in the public vision during the new annual meeting. However, Today's protagonist is not Luo Sheng. He came here as a guest. Sitting next to him were the executives of YY and a global vice president of ARM. There were about 1,800 people at the conference. The Silicon Valley Technology Circle also paid much attention to the launch conference of Lancy Semiconductor. First of all, I want to announce the first good news. Lancy Semiconductor has signed a permanent license agreement with ARM for the ARM v8 architecture, which is the first milestone. Xu Zijian, who presided over the conference on the stage, said with anger. The cooperation agreement with ARM was reached very smoothly and efficiently. That is, 2 months ago, in November 2011, ARM released some technical details of the latest generation of processor architecture ARM v8. This is ARM's the first processor architecture to support a 64-bit instruction set. It is still inseparable from the FinFET process technology mastered by Lancy Semiconductor. It is because of this key core technology that it has today's bargaining power and negotiating strength. Our multi-year, multi-node partnership with ARM will continue to provide advanced and high-quality technology to enable market-leading SoCs in mobile, server and enterprise infrastructure applications and to promote innovative semiconductor design industries. Luo Sheng was a quiet audience with great interest. Looking at Xu Zijian with a sincere look on the stage, he was also happy. Some people, on the surface, have misunderstood the cooperation with ARM and are already working on their own instruction set. Immediately after, Lao Xu went straight to the topic. Today we will release the second-generation server chip Pengping 0611. This ARM-based processor implementation paves the way for us to make full use of 45 nanometers, the optimized performance and power efficiency of FinFET process technology, and the joint efforts of ARM and Axo's OP design ecosystem partners have proven their broad and firm commitment to provide customers with industry-leading technology for their designs. With Xu Zijian's in-depth introduction of Pengping 0611, people in the industry were very surprised. Although it is not the first class in the industry, the gap between the advanced technology of IBM and other established server makers has been shortened to 2 or even 1 generation in such a short time. Half a gap away. It should be known that the server division of YY has always been regarded as an edge business, not a core position. It was only planned to enter this field in 2004. It was a turning point in 2006. Luo Sheng's deployment of cloud computing in this year gave YY's server department the rise, the opportunity. In the most difficult time, won valuable orders from Blue Star Technology Group. At that time, only Luo Sheng would buy this rotten and expensive product. But until now, the imaginary server department has only been running for 7 years. And what about the master who is known as the Blue Giant? Founded in 1911, it is the world's largest information technology and business solutions company, with 310,000 employees worldwide and operations in more than 160 countries and regions. The growth rate of this student surprised IBM. If this continues, it may happen that the church disciples and the master starve to death. At the end of the conference, Xu Zijian announced the last big news. I am very happy and honored to announce that the server based on Kunping 0611 processor has ushered in the first and the most important customer partner, Blue Star Technology Group. The audience at the scene looked at each other, and a large number of media shots were focused on Luo Sheng, who attended the meeting at this time. Xu Zijian, who hosted the press conference on the stage, said with a bright smile, "Our server business does not have the full support of Blue Star Technology, and today, and continues to support us always. We greatly cherish such partners." The second generation of server chips is named Pengpeng. Presumably many people have already thought of Blue Star Technology's Pengpeng project, submarine data center project. Yes. Our second-generation servers will be used in subsea data centers to provide our technology solutions for Blue Star Technology Group's cloud computing service strategy. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the industry was impressed. What? To provide technical solutions for Blue Star's Yunping plan? International friends and businessmen were shocked when they heard the news from Xu Zijian's mouth. www.mtlnovel.com. Soon they could not calm down. Has Blue Star Technologies subsea data center put business plans on its agenda? In an interview with the media last year, Liu Sheng vowed that he had no commercial idea. This lie was really a smoke bomb to the outside world. In fact, there are not a few colleagues who trust Liu Sheng's comments in the interview too much, at least half of them. At the same time, it is also believed that Blue Star Technology should not enter the commercial stage so soon. However, the goose fact tells everyone that Blue Star's R&D output efficiency is so horrible. Chinese website. TXT download address. Phone reading. Chapter 473. Super Big Order. Samuel, the head of IBM, far across the Pacific Ocean, also watched Lancy Semiconductor's press conference in the middle of the night, and learned that the news made him inexplicably angry. Because after learning about Blue Star's Peng plan, IBM is also working on the corresponding solution. Once Blue Star is successful, IBM can provide the servers required by the submarine data center, and earn a lot of US dollars. This is a big list that may reach billions of dollars. I never imagined that Liu Sheng would give orders to the server with worse technology and higher cost, and it was obviously to get rid of the North American supply chain partners' plans. At the same time, the Lancy Semiconductor conference site Xu Zhaijun said to everyone loudly, "Applause. Please invite Mr. Liu Sheng, the founder, chairman and CEO of the Blue Coast and Blue Star Technology, to introduce the details of this cooperation." As soon as the words came down, there was a warm applause from the scene. Liu Sheng also stood up from his seat and turned back to pay tribute to the audience. Then he calmly walked onto the conference stage and shook hands with Lao Xu. This hand also took over the conference from the other hand. On the stage, Xu Zhaijun came to the side, and Liu Sheng stood in the midfield. "I am very pleased that Lancy Semiconductor is the closest and most important link between the French Riviera and Zanhui, and the relationship and exchanges between directors are even closer." Liu Sheng's voice went through the audience, and he held it as soon as he entered the stage. The audience. The French Riviera holds a 34% stake in Lancy Semiconductor, which is equivalent to voting on major issues at the shareholders' meeting. However, it has never been used so far. Liu Sheng has only led mobile processors in Lancy Semiconductor. The board of directors of Lancy Semiconductor is more than half controlled, so the two sides have reached a balance point. I recently saw some news media hype that Azure Coast, Blue Star Technology, and Xunhui are likely to merge, and this topic looks very marketable. But the Blue Coast does not have a communication gene. Blue Star Technology is an internet company. Even if it is not merged today, come together, don't you? Liu Sheng spoke slowly. But when he said the word merged, the IT people in the field were still shocked. This was horrible when thinking about it. Several companies were themselves Big Macs. If going to merge, it will be the rhythm of supertech giants. After a while, Liu Sheng walking back and forth on the stage continued, "This reminds me of a paragraph that Google CEO Dr. Eric Schmidt said at the first developer conference on the French Riviera. It still makes sense at this moment. Every company should do its best to do what they do best. The communications business is a strong strength, but not a strength of the Blue Coast. From the perspective of the French Riviera, what we do is work hard to cooperate with other companies, especially YY. The company's culture is very similar, and at the same time cooperate with many data services." Lao Xu showed what he can do. But what you need to know is that a person or a company will not understand how difficult it is to integrate these things without having done it in person. But today we are talking about Blue Star Technology. The Peng project had set our sights on the underwater. The project has made exciting and breakthrough progress since its inception. We think that it has commercial possibilities, so this time we signed 4 large submarine data centers and 11.7 billion yuan of server order contracts with Kunpeng Server apostrophe. This is just the beginning. Speaking of which, Liu Sheng pressed the small remote control in his hand. The big screen showed the map of China, and it appeared in the Bohai Economic Belt, the Yangtze River Delta Economic Belt, the Pearl River Delta Economic Belt, and the western Qinghai Lake area. 4 markers. Liu Sheng turned back to all the audiences, but this is only the trial operation phase of the Kunping project. We have not even included it in a formal commercial phase internally, because our engineers still have a greater understanding of the technology of submarine data centers. There is room for improvement, so this is a technology accumulation phase. As soon as this statement came out, the audience at the scene felt stomachache, especially the international friends and businessmen wanted to spit out fragrance. Is this human talk? The server alone costs 117 billion yuan, and the construction of the entire 4 submarine data centers will cost 20 billion yuan. Then you said that it was to try water? You can do whatever you want with money, but then again, the friends and businessmen who are studying the submarine data center crossing the river under the Peng Peng plan are really anxious, because they are too far behind. Blue Star Technology Group plans a budget of $30 billion to build new data centers in the following regions around the world. Liu Sheng didn't know what the international friends and businessmen thought, and if he knew it, he wouldn't care too much. I saw that he pressed the small remote control, and the big screen behind him turned into a map of the world. 12 markers appeared near the coast of China, 2 markers appeared in Southeast Asia, 2 markers appeared in the Sea of Japan, 1 marker appeared on the southeast coast of Japan, 1 marker appeared in the Arabian Gulf, and 1 marker appeared in the Persian Gulf. There are 4 markers in the northern part of the Mediterranean Sea, 1 marker in the French coastline, 1 marker in the German coastline, and 1 marker in the southeast coast of Britain. Then there were 8 marks on the west coast of North America, 9 marks on the east coast, 3 marks on the Caribbean Sea, 2 marks on South America, and 1 mark on Australia. It is mainly concentrated in the North Temperate Zone and basically covers the main densely populated areas of the world. Oh my! When Samuel, who was following the press conference, saw these marks, he didn't know why, and it was heartbreaking to think that orders for these submarine data centers had been taken for the first time. Spending $30 billion to build 49 submarine data centers. If it is IBM's server order, it means a super large order close to $15 billion. But it is more panic. This is not just as easy as losing a big order, but an opportunity to carry a competitor to rise. No, you have to stop the expansion of imagination, Samuel murmured. At the same time, Liu Sheng at the press conference said, "We are very confident to achieve a world-leading submarine data center in 2015, that is, we will really put it into use since 2015. 49 ultra-large submarine data centers are located in these areas. If it goes well, we will achieve this exciting goal in 2020, so this cooperation is only the opener. We are full of expectations for the future. Thank you." After speaking, Liu Sheng stepped off the stage with a warm applause, and Lao Xu made his debut again to finalize the Pengping 0611 conference. At the end of the press conference, under the witness of all media and industry insiders, Lao Xu, on behalf of Huawei and Lanci Semiconductor, and Liu Sheng, on behalf of Blue Star Technology, officially completed the order signing ceremony for 4 subsea data centers up to 11.7 billion yuan. The submarine data center, this keyword has become the focus of the scientific and technological community after the press conference. Of course, the self-developed Yanping 0611 server chip. This is undoubtedly another news that inspires the Chinese people in the field of science and technology. The submarine data center, which is a frontier technology field proposed, dominated, innovated and advanced by the domestic technology companies, is a very rare example. North American high-tech companies such as Microsoft, Google, IBM, and Amazon are also developing related technologies for submarine data centers. www.mtlnovel.com. But obviously they are all behind. Although Liu Sheng said that it was a trial run, it was also a modest performance. If such a large investment was dropped, the trial run was also running, and it was also making money to recover costs. Peers are well aware that the pioneers in this field are actually ahead of them. and they are also soberly aware that the advantages of lower operating costs brought by submarine data centers will soon be applied to cloud computing services. Blue Star Technologies' Nebula Star Cloud will provide higher quality solutions, and at the same time, the cost will be lower, so it will inevitably bring stronger international competitiveness. This undoubtedly makes Blue Star, which is already the dominant player in the field of cloud services, more invincible in this field. Chinese website. TXT download address. Phone reading. Chapter 474. IBM was strictly rejected in the beginning. Just the day after Lancy Semiconductor's press conference ended, Samuel, the head of IBM, immediately sent a negotiating executive to Blue Star Technology Group, and it was Lao Jiang who met him. In the reception room, Bowen Jiang watched the IBM negotiating executive sitting opposite him. Mr. Stallman, it is impossible for Blue Star Technology to choose between IBM and Yunhua. Last time you came to talk, how did we respond? This time too. Children make choices, adults need them all. However, IBM was really anxious this time. Blue Star Technology invested $30 billion to build 49 new subsea data centers, of which server orders were close to $15 billion. If Luo Sheng's madman really gave these orders to YY, once the positive cycle was formed, the apprentice would sooner or later pose a huge threat to the master. How could IBM allow this to happen? Sturman shook his head and stared at Jiang Bowen with firm eyes. No, Mr. Jiang, I swear this time will be different. IBM will never allow you to make a competitor out of your own hands. If you have to treat you as a server, with business support, IBM will inevitably interrupt all business cooperation with Blue Star Technology, and we will not lack the courage of strong men to break their wrists. Jiang Bowen suddenly laughed. What if I said that Blue Star Technology Group is planning to hand over server orders for 23 subsea data centers in the Americas to IBM? As soon as this word came out, Stallman opened his mouth subconsciously with a circle of expression, but stopped talking, but soon calmed down. For 23 data center orders, he roughly counted at least $7 billion in large contracts. In fact, in terms of overseas markets, Blue Star Technology still prefers to cooperate with European and American companies. On the one hand, this is not a small amount of investment, and it should not be too capricious. Although the technological advancement is fascinating, it is still developing. It is difficult to assume a major role now. On the other hand, at the current stage, the Greater China market can't finish eating. The production capacity of Xunxin Electronics is also limited, and the meal also needs to be eaten bit by bit. This kind of tens of billions of dollars of super large orders, now YY also has no ability to eat alone. Jiang Bowen saw the other party silent, and added with a smile, okay, plus the order of 7 data centers in Europe. That's 2 things, Mr. Jiang. This Sturman was talking, but when I thought that the tens of billions of dollars of order contracts were within reach, I didn't know what to say. I could only growl in my heart, oh, stop it, close it fast, I can't hold on to your banknote power! Exclamation mark. Jiang Bowen stared at each other's eyes motionlessly and said again, okay, except for Greater China, all other regions' server orders are given to you IBM. What do you think? Old friend, huh? Shit, the pace of negotiations is out of control. Stallman growled in his heart, and his expression recovered again after a while of misunderstanding, facing Jiang Bowen with a strong smile. The end. Mr. Jiang, no matter how many orders, this involves IBM. Jiang Bowen interrupted the other party and said again, you can sign a contract now. Madafak! Sturman yelled madly inside, his expression frozen for a while, and when he looked back, he was embarrassed and polite, saying, sorry, let me be with you for a while. Anyway, Jiang Bowen, a gangster sitting posture, sat motionlessly on a sofa, raised his hands and made a pleased gesture, and watched the people from IBM leave here. The old Jiang sighed with emotion and couldn't help but whispered in a low voice, it feels so good to be rich. On the other side, Sturman was scolded all the way out of the meeting room. He vowed that the negotiation experience was extremely poor, and the other party did not follow the routine. I came to a small, unoccupied corner, and then dialed a cross-border phone to the mobile phone of Samuel, the head of IBM. Sturman: "Boss, we are in trouble." Samuel: "They still don't want to give up support for the server?" "Damn, I know." Sturman: "No, the problem is more troublesome than that. I refused decisively at first, but they gave too much." Samuel: "What?" Sturman: "The thing is this kind of boss. Blue Star Technology is willing to give IBM all orders for 49 subsea data centers except the Greater China market. This is a super large order of more than $10 billion, and you can sign a contract now." Samuel: Bowen Zhang has been waiting in the reception room comfortably. The people from IBM did not let him wait too long. Sturman returned just 5 minutes after he went out. The first sentence he entered was, "Mr. Zhang, we sign the contract." There are really too many reasons to refuse. Only when the money is in your hands can you be safe. What is the most fundamental starting point is not to prevent the other party from taking market share. And the starting point for this purpose is not to create profits. How can the profit now before us be justified? It is good. Zhang Bowen also gave a concise answer, then decisively called the company's legal staff to draw up a contract, and he went to a meeting. It takes 3 to 4 hours for the contract to be drafted. Such a large order is indispensable with hundreds of pages of A4 paper. Liu Zhang, as the number 2 person of the Blue Star Technology Group, has no time to wait for the contract to be drafted and reviewed. Such a large order usually requires the company's CEO to sign and authorize it. However, Liu Sheng is not in the company today, but the contract agreement signed by Zhang Bowen also has legal significance, because Liu Sheng has begun to gradually decentralize power. Last year, Blue Star Technology Group, the legal person, entrusted Zhang Bowen to serve, so the contract signed by Liu Zhang is valid. In the afternoon, Zhang Bowen met with people from IBM again, and personally signed this large $11.4 billion super contract. Sturman is very happy. For such a huge order for IBM, he will also get a rich option reward from IBM for this contribution. However, it is worth mentioning that the agreement lasted for 10 years and the $11.4 billion contract was not a one-off bite. According to the agreement between the two parties, the price should be based on the actual price. In fact, the specific price and specific server order quantity must be renegotiated every year. For both companies, this is a half of the pros and cons, but there is also a lot of hedging space. The tens of billions of dollars in contracts do not take into account the risks and are not the actions of large groups. Therefore, Blue Star Technology signed this contract, and the real money paid was only a down payment of $1.6 billion, which must be paid in installments later. According to the contract, IBM will supply Blue Star Technology with 4 to 5 data center servers and its supporting solutions every year from this year to 2020, and the specific price will be based on market conditions at that time. Simply put, this year's delivery of last year's contract and the next year's contract will be negotiated, and the next year's contract will be negotiated next year. So this contract will be completed by IBM in 2021. After the contract was signed, incidentally, a media conference was held at the headquarters of Blue Star Technology Group, and the signing ceremony was made public. The next day, when Sturman returned to North America with this $11.4 billion super large order, IBM's stock rose sharply due to its positive news. This is IBM's $15 billion year super order with more than $40 billion in 2006 here at Blue Star Technology, and once again won a big billion-dollar order, really envying its peers. A single contract list of more than 10 billion levels is not to say that there can be one. After IBM won one in Blue Star Technology in 2006, it never received a $10 billion level contract order. Novel.com until 6 years later, I won another copy here at Blue Star Technology, which is also IBM's second big bill of $10 billion in 6 years. With such a large customer as Blue Star Technology, it can be said that it will not open for 3 years, and it will open for 3 years. A big $10 billion contract spurred IBM's stock price to soar 8% on the day, and the aftermarket trading value was locked at $214.38 billion. At the same time, after the market value of Blue Star Technology Group experienced a sharp drop last year, the stock price has rebounded sharply in just a few months. On January 15, 2012, BTC shares were trading at after-hours prices. It closed at $57.059 billion per share, with a total market value of $827.36 billion. The impact of the Black Swan incident seems to have passed. The market value of Blue Star Technology Group has shown a new trend of V. The market value has been rising steadily and orderly. The market and investors' market value of Blue Star Technology Group has returned to trillion. The US dollar is very confident, and it is difficult for small and medium investors to see that BTC stocks are rising every day. TXT download address, phone reading, Chapter 475, I can't hide it anyway. There are still 5 or 6 days before New Year's Eve. Many domestic employees have returned home for the Chinese New Year, but more employees are still staying in the company to continue their work, especially for the employees of the Blue Coast New Year. An employee on the Côte d'Azur can get overtime pay of 13,700 yuan a week for overtime pay. Overtime pay for employees who work overtime during the Chinese New Year will double. Relatively speaking, Blue Star's employees have 15% less overtime, but it is far more than their counterparts. More than 90% of employees who are willing to stay away from New Year for several companies are young people, either Blue Star Technology or the French Riviera. These companies of Liu Sheng can achieve today's achievements. In addition to his boss character is vital. The spirit of struggle of thousands of employees howling is also key. And the best and the most direct and effective way to inspire them to struggle is to give money. For basic employees, don't talk to them about their ideals and missions. Liu Sheng only talks about how much money he pays, how much the company's benefits, etc. Only talking with Zhang Bowen, Liu Qi, Yao Jianhong and other talents is the object of mission and ideal. This year, Liu Sheng did not return to his hometown to celebrate the New Year, but was actively preparing for a potential crisis. Although 2012 was still calm, it was too calm, which made him feel the trend of wind and rain. Technology complex building. At this time, Liu Sheng was browsing 2 work emails in his private office. The Blue Star Technology Audit Annual Report from Zhang Bowen, and the Blue Coast Audit Annual Report from Yao Jianhong. The audited annual reports of the 2 companies were issued yesterday. In 2011, the total sales of the French Riviera Company reached a record high, reaching $137.75 billion, net profit of $16.53 billion, and a net profit rate of about 12%. From the perspective of net profit margin, it is not high. This is because almost all the money earned has been invested in technology research and development, high welfare benefits, and so on. The strong number 1 Walmart Group has 3 times the ability to make money. It should be noted that Walmart Group's operating income for the whole year was as high as $514.4 billion, but its net profit was only close to $5 billion. The core business supporting Azure Coast's $100 billion revenue is still Azure series phones. In the whole year of 2011, the total sales of Azure series phones reached 231 million units, of which Azure 3 was the best-selling model. The smartphone business accounted for about 65% of the revenue, followed by the Smart tablet. Last year, it achieved sales of 79 million units, and the cumulative sales of the host also exceeded 65 million units, a milestone of $10 billion. It is worth mentioning that due to the outbreak of the next-generation host war last year, the host business actually lost billions of dollars. However, This next-generation console battle has also established the console's position in the industry. Through this hard-hitting battle, the Azure Coast has completely stabilized its foundation in the home console market, and competitors have to accept this new player. It's okay to lose billions of dollars now, and you'll double back in the future. After reading the annual report of the French Riviera, Liu Sheng opened the annual report of Blue Star Technology Group. In the past full year of 2011, Blue Star Technology Group's global total revenue reached $203.09 billion, breaking the $200 billion revenue barrier for the first time, and its annual net profit reached $72 billion. This is the net profit margin that a high-tech monopoly company should have. Liu Sheng said to himself, 1 year's net profit exceeds $70 billion, and there is no one of the most scary technology companies in the world today. This profit is to beat the rhythm of the table. The Blue Star Technology Group's cash reserves also historically broke through the $200 billion mark, becoming the company with the most cash flow reserves in the world. The second largest is Berkshire Hathaway, which currently has $800. The multi-billion-dollar cash reserve is also the result of stockholders' conscious hoarding of cash flow. As for why stock gods are actively hoarding cash flow, obviously they know something. Seeing the company's current amount of book cash, Liu Sheng's heart was more inexplicable. Immediately returned an email to Zhang Bowen. As soon as Liu Sheng thought of this financial report being disclosed to the outside world, he would not doubt that the stock gap opened higher the next day, and Blue Star Technology's market value returned to $1 trillion. The legend will continue to write again. IBM Corporate Headquarters, CEO Office. What? Samuel stunned directly from his seat, staring at the executive in front of his eyes with wide eyes. IBM is on the list of prohibited cooperation with Blue Star Technology. Are you sure the news is reliable? At least 70%. Samuel heard this number subconsciously withdrawn, thinking of this year's over-completion of KPI tasks will be turned into a bubble, and suddenly yelled, "Fuck!" At the last moment, I was also very pleased to look forward to exceeding the company's KPI missions. As a result, the wind of the authorities' sanctions against Blue Star passed to my ears, and I instantly felt like falling from heaven to hell. When does it start? Samuel asked after calming down. Within 3 months, once the sanction order against Blue Star is issued, IBM will have to interrupt supply chain cooperation and will not be able to do business with Blue Star until the ban ends. It's great, it's awesome. The client lost it, and some lawsuits were fought. Samuel smiled angrily. Almost all that North American companies that have close cooperation with Blue Star Technology Group will be on the list. It is very difficult to drive Blue Star Technology out of the North American market, and it is not easy to do so, because Internet users in North America are hardly able to leave today. The family of Blue Star Technology is in a bucket. If the Blue Star Technology is forcibly removed from the North American market, the destruction of the North American Internet ecology will be almost unpredictable. The North American Internet industry will face a huge crisis of stagnation or even retrogression. It will be in place within 1 to 2 years, and thousands of IT companies will go bankrupt, which will cause the unemployment rate to soar. The North American Internet industry will usher in a cold winter. This is the energy of a multinational technology group with revenue of more than $200 billion and penetrating the core boundaries of the Internet, especially in the field of cloud computing services. Blue Star's Nebula Star Cloud has almost monopolized the North American commercial market. In short, there are tens of thousands of large, medium and small IT companies, and tens of thousands of Internet users already relying heavily on the Internet services provided by Blue Star Technology Group. Ordinary North American netizens may be angry when they lose the Blue Star Technology family bucket, but it is not impossible to live. But it is not so easy for large, medium and small IT companies to leave Blue Star Technology, but they will face bankruptcy and bankruptcy. Going down the beat. Because of these concerns, the North American authorities have retreated to the next strategy. Blue Star Technology can continue to operate in the North American market, but I limit your quality customers, make you unable to make profits, protect local companies, similar to the onion peeling strategy, little by little. If you lose the Blue Star customer, IBM will lay off staff. Samuel growled angrily. This reason is very good. The company's profits are gone. Of course, it is necessary to open source and reduce expenditures. This is a countermeasure. Those who are laid off will eventually release their anger to the authorities. Samuel did not sit still and immediately convened a board meeting to discuss the response strategy, and then began lobbying on K Street and Wall Street. Of course, these news will not be exposed to the public, nor can it be, and Samuel is not stupid. And the senior managers of large group companies like IBM have received some more or less, not to mention the Wall Street capital crocodile. They have made a lot of efforts to promote the situation in the back, and now look at BTC's stock is booming and has begun to flex its muscles. Some people are worried, but others are happy. Google, Microsoft and other North American technology giants have also received the wind and are excited. They are preparing to receive the original customers of Blue Star Technology. For example, the IT department of some companies originally provided Blue Star Technology with cloud computing solutions. Once the ban comes into effect, always have a substitute. Relying on technology to compete is really not a Blue Star Technology. On Monday, January 23, the Chinese side of the Spring Festival was upright. On this day, Blue Star Technology Group and the French Riviera released the annual report for the fourth quarter of 2011 at the same time, but this time there was no media conference. Instead, they are posted on the respective companies' official websites. Reports are reproduced by major media. This Spring Festival, Liu Sheng's two companies successfully swiped the screen on the news media. Industry professionals are all dazzled, and Chinese people are also very excited to watch. The annual sales of the French Riviera were US $137.75 billion, 939.55 billion yuan, and net profit was US $16.53 billion. 112.7 billion yuan. www.mtlnovel.com. It dropped to the 37th place in the 2011 Fortune 500. Blue Star Technology Group's annual revenue of US $203.09 billion, 138.5 billion yuan, and net profit of US $72 billion, 491.0 billion yuan. Rose to 18th in the world's top 500 rankings, surpassing Germany's Daimler Group. One of the two companies broke the record of $100 billion in revenue for the first time, and the other broke the record of $200 million in revenue for the first time. The two multinational technology giants were created by the same person and even by a Chinese. An earnings report made countless people proud on the first day of this new year. The United States has Microsoft, Japan has Sony, South Korea has Samsung, and what kind of world-leading technology giants does China have? Now Chinese people can also be extremely proud to say, "We have Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast." Sure enough, Liu Sheng did not expect. After the annual report was released, the Nasdaq opened the next day. Blue Star's stock jumped higher and the stock price skyrocketed. TXT download address, phone reading, Chapter 476, one word. Just. Stimulated by the annual report, Blue Star Technology Group's stock returned to a US $1 trillion market value within 2 days. Wall Street's money-making machine has been turned on, and predators are flexing their muscles in preparation for the next feast. The market value of Blue Star Technology Group has been rising all the way. $1.07 trillion, $1.15 trillion, $1.22 trillion. Facing the continuously rising stock market, a large amount of funds have entered the market. The Liu Sheng family fund has not been idle, watching the BTC stock market value continue to rise. holding 12% of the stock, has begun to actively prepare to leave. The stock Buffett has also been acting secretly recently. Berkshire Hathaway's cash reserves have passed the $100 billion mark in a short period of time. When the stock recently accepted some TV station wealth, he was often smiling. That was a genuine smile from the bottom of my heart. The thought of the stock market is really hard to demonstrate the joy of thinking that the Blue Star technology will cause a second disaster of technology stocks, and the thought of holding $100 billion in cash flow. The market value of a large number of high-quality companies will certainly not be spared, and at this time, it is another great opportunity to make a bottom. Anyway, few people will think that Blue Star technology will explode for the second time, because such cases have never happened in history. At present, the confidence of the market and investors is extremely strong. Over time, enters mid-February, the total market value of Blue Star Technology Group has climbed to the $1.5 trillion mark. On February 16, a ban was officially disclosed to the public at about 11 a.m. Eastern North American Time. North American authorities announced that 172 North American companies working closely with Blue Star Technology would terminate their partnerships, including strategies such as IBM Partners, effective from the day of release. All that North American companies on the list will be enforced. The whole market was instantly doomed by this news. Few people thought that the market had black swan again in more than half a year, and it was still Blue Star Technology Group. No. A stockholder watched himself evaporate more than $300,000 in an instant, and the whole person was about to collapse. This is all his possessions, and he invested in BTC stock and let go. Beat. Instantly gone. It went bankrupt and heavily indebted. At this moment, the Western Hemisphere is in the daytime stage, and major media are publishing a banned newsletter as soon as possible. The news spreads to the world in seconds as if it had wings. Blue Star Technology has exploded again. The moment the ban was officially announced, Blue Star Technology's market value was at a high of $1.52 trillion. At the next moment of the announcement, the stock price plummeted, followed by a catastrophic explosion. The 172 North American companies on the list are listed companies, and they also plunged in response to the plunge. Within 2 hours, the technology stocks became the hardest hit area, incidentally pulling the market down. IBM lost $38 billion, Blue Star Technology Group evaporated more than $400 billion in 2 days, and U.S. stocks evaporated $3 trillion. Blue Star Technology Group Headquarters, Executive Meeting. I didn't expect this date to be half a year earlier than we expected. The old beauty is really cruel and clear enough. Jang Bowen attending the meeting couldn't help sighing. He already knew the news across the Pacific. In fact, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group after the explosion, Lao Jiang was awakened by the phone in the middle of the night and learned the news. Now the entire stock market is sorrowful, and Wall Street's capital crocodile is making a lot of money, and there are also too many homeless people to stage this magical realism drama. That being the case, let's just be a bit more violent. Liu Sheng, the chief sitting in the meeting room, of course laughed. North American companies do not cooperate with us, then we announce the contraction of business and start the group company. For the first large-scale layoffs in history, the unions over them may be obstructed, not just money, but also layoffs, and we will also contribute a little to the unemployment rate in North America. As soon as this remark was made, the executives who attended the meeting seemed to be uncomfortable but laughed and stunned. After all, this is a move that hurts each other. Everyone was also surprised by his courageous determination. Liu Sheng is definitely not an indecisive person. As for the number of people who are ruined, the Liu Sheng Family Fund is chairing Qin Huaimai. The account was crazy under the market, and he didn't have much guilt. Those who went bankrupt would not face such tragedy if they didn't want to get rich overnight. If they chose, they would have to bear the consequences. On the third day after the market value of Blue Star Technology Group exploded, Zhang Bowen personally hosted a media conference and officially announced a series of news that worsened the stock market. At the press conference, Lao Zhang's face was constantly strobed by the flashing light of the camera. At this press conference, more than 300 domestic and foreign media came. I saw his expression calmly announced, "In view of the current situation, our group due to force majeure, the company lost 172 supply chain partners and 70% of its advertising customer base." The board of directors passed a resolution of 8,950 North American employee layoffs, which will be completed around the third quarter of this year. There was an uproar at the scene, and the quieter media conference scene suddenly fell into a noisy discussion. The outside world never expected that Blue Star Technology would lay off employees. This is definitely the biggest news in the industry. Blue Star Technology has the first large-scale layoff plan in history, and it is retrenching North American employees. The number of 9,000 people, nearly one-third of the employees said that they would be fired. However, Blue Star's layoff plan is mainly aimed at non-engineer positions. In short, it is mainly to lay off some non-technical employees. Of course, employees in technical positions are also among the layoffs, but outstanding senior engineers are not among them. But to outsiders, this news is also quite powerful. Blue Star Technology is also fierce enough. The average monthly salary of a North American employee is $5,500 and the average annual salary is $66,000. Laying down 9,000 people means Blue Star Technology is in breach of contract. Pay more than $2 billion. According to Zhang Bowen's expression, the media people present were unambiguous, and the price of $2 billion was almost $200,000. More than $2 billion is indeed an astronomical figure, but in a sense, it is really nothing for Blue Star Technology Group, which now has more than $200 billion in cash reserves. Immediately after Zhang Bowen announced the company's two major adjustment strategies, the second thing announced was to bring a lawsuit, to sue IBM and other partners for breach of contract, and also to sue North American authorities. Whether the lawsuit is won or not is secondary, and the attitude is the most important. Important. One word. Just. The third thing announced was Blue Star Technology Group's adjustment of corporate strategic guidelines, focusing on in-depth investment and development of the mainland market, taking into account the investments of overseas third-world markets and emerging market economies, while further increasing the investment and development of the European market. The three major news announced that the domestic technology industry was dumbfounded, and countless people from the mainland internet company industry screamed at it. It was really a fairy fight. www.mtlnovel.com. The people suffered. Focusing on the investment and development of the mainland market, Blue Star Technology, how much profit do you have to in with such a behemoth with half of your butt? Obviously, the third news has explained that Blue Star's restructuring strategy is to make up for the vacancy of losing profits in a large part of the North American market. People in the industry have exclaimed that life is not going well. But even worse is the stock market. As the news spread throughout the industry, the share price fell again on the next day. The market value of Blue Star Technology Group fell once again to the trillion-dollar market value altar. The market value after trading was only $880 billion. New York Times published an article on the same day. The headline on the front page severely criticized Liu Sheng's strategic decision on Blue Star Technology Group. The title of the article was marked with crazy, which seems to attribute the current negative market sentiment to Liu Sheng. Chinese website. TXT download address. Phone reading. Chapter 477, Hand 2. After the news of the press conference of the Blue Star Technology Group spread, the mainstream media in Europe and the United States, especially in North America, immediately launched a large-scale attack on Liu Sheng, accusing him of irrational behavior and causing countless people to go bankrupt. There are also drool wars on the internet. which are constantly being torn. It makes sense that the operation of Blue Star technology is too bloated and irrational. Everyone's been so shameless to you. Still not fight back? Give up fantasy. Degas. It is indeed the Archbishop. This is the most rigid technology giant I have ever met. I hope I can survive it. It makes sense, although the recent news has seen great enthusiasm, but it also has to pay a huge price for Blue Star technology. Let us say that in the field of cloud computing services, the North American market has a 60% market share in the global market. Obviously, the US Emperor was anxious to engage in local protection, and used this despicable method to suppress Blue Star technology. Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, cloud computing Silicon Valley technology giants now estimate that their dreams are all laughing. If you continue to toss this way, it will cause a global recession. The energy of a multinational giant group such as Blue Star Technology is really terrifying. Once such a sudden outbreak, the global economy will catch a cold. Menlo Park, California, North America, Blue Star Technology. Here is a company distribution building large enough to accommodate 18,000 people working at the same time. In these days, most of the employees working in the company are full of anxiety and the atmosphere is not as relaxed as before. The air atmosphere in the office lobby is faintly spreading the taste of self-danger. Blue Star Technology Group currently has a total of 220,000 employees worldwide, including more than 30,000 employees in North America. Everyone already knows that the company announced the layoffs of nearly 9,000 people, and that it is only for North American employees, which means that almost 3 people will have 1 person facing unemployment. Claude came to work on time today. He has noticed that there are more than 60 cubicle vacancies in his office area. He knows what that means, and the employees who originally worked in those places have been fired. He has almost no mood to concentrate on work. In fact, he is not the only person with such a mentality. Many people inside the company are like this now. Claude, I'm sorry to tell you a message that you have been fired. If you have any complaints, you can go to the union to complain. At this moment, a wavy hairstyle woman wearing a black hip skirt and glasses came to Claude to sing a word like this and left without waiting for the other party to answer. Claude only heard that it was drifting away. The sound of slap heels. Receiving a notice from the company's HR, Crowder also said nothing, and hugged his head slightly to the keyboard on the workbench. Unemployed. For a long time, he took out a box from his feet with a sorrowful expression, and then began to pack his things. He had prepared the box for 2 days. He hoped that it would not be used, but it was eventually used. Crowder didn't explode, because he was fired by the company, so he would get a generous penalty. But he really loves this job. He loves Blue Star's food culture and generous treatment, but the cruel reality is that he is now unemployed. 2 hours later, Claude had completed the resignation procedures, completed the transfer of work, and drove away from the company with his own things. When he stepped out of the intersection, he saw a noisy scene on the sidewalk. A large number of employees who were forcibly fired protested, holding signs that read "Return to my work," and many media reported live. Technology complex building. Liu Sheng is watching video news reports in his private office. It is the news content of Blue Star Technology in North America. The screen shows many fired employees protesting in Menlo Park, and the local media is also doing a lot of rendering. Qin Weimer next to Liu Sheng squinted at the news report and looked at Liu Sheng. The company still lacks the right to speak in the media. Although the recent stock market shocks have also helped to fuel the situation, it is obviously not like the media reports inside describe us as the culprit. Hearing that, Liu Sheng said with a smile, "In order to win votes, we must show some understanding." "No, but you said that we do not have the right to speak in the media." Seeing Qin Weimer's surprised look, Liu Sheng laughed. "We just didn't have the right to speak traditional media, but we have the right to speak new media on the internet. BV Video Network, Microblog, Blue Space, Reddit, etc. The media platforms are all mine. The online media will have a greater say in the future. and it is precisely because of this that they will be so decisive this time. Qin Weimar said succinctly, "The Azure Coast may be even more dangerous." Liu Sheng shook his head and smiled indifferently. It's a mess for their own technology industry, and they can't develop normally. Why didn't they kick me out of the North American market this time? The economic loss is too big. It is not easy for them to make an accurate prediction. They are not internally monolithic. The game of the interests of all parties is intricate and complex, and we must mediate among them. The scale of this time is huge. In Liu Sheng's view, Lomai really wants to unplug this spur from the Blue Star Technology Group. The authorities naturally know that this is in the interest of North America, but there is more important than this is the votes. After a while, Liu Sheng looked at Qin Weimar and asked, "Hey, how much have we earned this time?" Qin Weimar raised a finger. Net profit is $100 billion. The cash flow of the family fund has reached $300 billion. The total net assets of $450 billion. The total asset management list size reached $700 billion, exceeding the Berkshire Hathaway Company and Buffett. But unfortunately we can't make a lot of low-quality but high-quality North American companies like Buffett. Liu Sheng, the Blackstone Fund is the goal of our family fund. You are now managing more than 700 billion yuan, and the financial market operated by the Blackstone Group is more than $5 trillion. Qin Weimar said with a smile, "How do you reward me?" Liu Sheng thought about Zhenhao Jing's reply, then, "Reward you a few $100 million." Blue Star Technology Headquarters. Liu Sheng did not come to the company today. Lao Jiang is chairing an internal executive meeting. The impact of this American A4 paper on our company is quite obvious. The first counterattack did not have much effect. Recently, international friends and merchants have been secretly enjoying themselves. Some companies that have interrupted our cooperation have switched to Microsoft, Google and other companies. A senior executive at the meeting was speaking. After he finished speaking, another executive also said, "Take the cloud computing service market as an example. Affected by this storm, our global market share of cloud computing service market has fallen to 62%. Developing our share may fall to 40% or even lower. In the field of cloud computing, www.mtlnovel.com North America is the largest market. The output value of cloud computing in this region accounts for about 60% of the world's. It is now the deserved largest cloud service market. Blue Star Technology's largest investment in cloud computing services is also the North American market. After all, the market here is the largest. But now that this matter has come out, many North American companies have to follow the ban and turn to the arms of local cloud computing service companies in North America. Jiang, who has been thinking for a long time, immediately made a decision. It is time to play a second hand. Tomorrow we'll announce the reduction of the service fee and advertising fee of Nebula Star Cloud by 30%. The overall reduction is 22.3% worldwide. Blue Star Technology Group alone has $200 billion in cash reserves, which is the confidence to dare to fight the price war. But the news is even worse for the stock market. TXT download address. Phone reading, Chapter 478, Google Action, Google Headquarters, Executive Meeting. The current technology stocks have been dragged down by Blue Star Technology and continued to plunge. A group of people started to go to the rooftop, but for us, it was an opportunity. Blue Star Technology was forced to spit out a large market waiting to be accepted. Google may become the biggest winner. Sergey Brin, one of the founders, couldn't hide his happy expression. A lot of executives are like this. Not only Google, but also Microsoft, Amazon, FTSE and other North American companies are now swaying the wind. They went to the original Blue Star customers to sell their business solutions. Right now is the rhythm of grabbing food and money. In this incident, the number of affected IT companies is endless, and the number of bankrupt SMEs is not small. But to say that the most miserable North American companies are not the blue giant IBM, The friends in North America have already looked at IBM for a long time. Because Blue Star Technology has announced the start of Allen Cloud Services in 2006, IBM just made money by relying on orders from Liu Sheng. Over the years, that life has been a moisturizer. And the worst thing this time is also IBM. Not only the follow-up list is gone, but now it is in a lawsuit dispute with Blue Star Technology. Once this lawsuit is lost, IBM will pay a huge amount of $6.75 billion to Blue Star Technology, which is almost equivalent to spit out most of the profits it has eaten in recent years. Samuel is now so angry that his epic KPI goals for this year have long since gone bankrupt. A senior executive at the Google executive meeting said, "Our assessment department figures show that the blow to Blue Star Technology has left at least more than $45 billion in market vacancies." A lot of executives also showed greedy expressions. At least $45 billion of market blank. This is the result of Blue Star Technology's in-depth operation for 7 or 8 years. Larry Page looked to the crowd. The cloud computing market is the focus. Now it depends on who is fast and the price is low to grab more shares. By the way, what progress has been made in the negotiating team we sent? Blue, what is Star's attitude towards selling their cloud computing infrastructure such as their data centers in North America? Each of these large data centers is a big money eater, and the high cost of operation and maintenance is scary. Due to force majeure, customers have been lost. Since Liu Sheng has already laid off large-scale layoffs in North America, it is necessary to fire a third of employees. To open source and reduce expenditure, these data centers should be sold the most. A senior executive at the meeting shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Mr. Page, our negotiating team has approached the senior management of Blue Star Technology, but unfortunately they do not sell, and they have never even thought about this issue at all." Page turned to look at him, and said, "What? Don't sell?" The annual maintenance cost of these data centers where they are empty is no less than $4 billion. "Are you sure you don't want to sell?" Eric Schmidt spoke. "Obviously, this shows that Blue Star's confidence in the comeback is imperative, so they don't sell it." Don't forget Blue Star's horrible cash reserves. According to their last, the information disclosed in the audit statement has a cash flow of up to $221.8 billion, which is twice as much as Berkshire Hathaway. It is also the world's largest cash reserve group company. This money can keep these data centers in half for more than a century. Speaking of Berkshire Hathaway, now that the old stock is scared in the entire market, he is using the cash he has stored for a long time to plunder some low-value but high-quality corporate stocks. Page couldn't help but whispered, "Xiao, Liu Sheng, a lunatic who never sees money as money. It seems that he wants to buy his existing data center and other infrastructure to be integrated into Google's brand. Don't have too many illusions." Now, this point Larry Page was quite correct. Liu Sheng would not sell at all, and would rather be abandoned and supported by money. Only after 5 or 6 years of hard work, he has the foundation today. He would rather spend $40 billion to waste it, but also to keep it in the hands of Blue Star Technology. Isn't it money? Blue Star Technology Group itself has more than 200 billion cash reserves. The small gold inventory puts so much money in order to cope with this day. Blue Star's money has run out, and the family fund still has 300 billion cash reserves. Kin Weimer has now begun to actively prepare for a huge bankruptcy in Greece. This year, Greece must declare bankruptcy, and the debt can no longer support it. Later, the black swan incident of Brexit can earn a lot of money. Maybe this little money will spend more and more rhythm. Page skipped the topic. Okay. Another important point to talk about today is about the company's spin-off and reorganization. The motion has been submitted to the board of directors for voting and approval. We will set up the parent company Alphabet. Google will only retain part of its business and lose weight, become a wholly owned subsidiary, while other cutting-edge projects will be split into independent subsidiaries. and the subsidiary Google will form the Alphabet Group. The spin-off and reorganization is the result of Eric Schmidt's vigorous initiative. Although Google's development cannot be compared with a monster-level company such as Blue Star Technology, it is also growing stronger and bigger at the same time. Blue Star Technology did a good job and completed the spin-off and reorganization before the IPO. Eric Schmidt also had to admire Luo Sheng's vision. However, even after the reorganization of Google, most of the original business entities still remain in the name of the subsidiary Google, including search, advertising, maps, applications, online video, Android and so on. The subsidiary of Alphabet, the parent company, is the first to be Google, followed by early-stage venture funds, investment funds, X Labs, Boston Dynamics just acquired earlier this year, Life Science Projects, Smart Home Nest, and so on. As for the parent company, Alphabet's management team also restructured, Larry Page as CEO, Sergey Brin as president, and Eric Schmidt as executive chairman. After the spin-off, Google will be replaced by Sundar Pichai, the former head of Chrome OS and Android, as an executive from India. He is now a member of the conference. Basically not much different from the original Google management. Just then, Eric Schmidt's assistant and secretary came to the meeting room, whispered something, and Eric's face changed slightly when he heard the news. "Doctor, what happened?" Larry Page noticed the change in his expression, and everyone at the meeting looked at him. As Eric Schmidt's assistant and secretary left the conference room, he looked around and solemnly said, "Bad news came across the ocean. Blue Star Technology announced that it would actively reduce its corporate profit by 22.3%. The calculation services segment cuts its profit by 30%. Sergey Brin: "What? Are you kidding?" Larry Page opened the laptop in front of him and quickly operated the computer, while the rest of the executives at the meeting were embarrassed by the news. Is he crazy? Is the management of Blue Star Technology dumb? The North American side said it was 1/3 of the layoffs for open source and cost savings, and now it is taking the initiative to reduce its profit by more than 1/5. Isn't this contradictory? Luo Sheng's gameplay: even if Blue Star Technology has $200 billion in cash, it is not enough for him to squander. www.mtlnovel.com may be good news for us. At the meeting, the executives were talking. At this time, Eric Schmidt said, "Good news? No, it's not stupid but not good news. This man's vision and business strategy are so terrible, I even doubt him. Reserve more than $200 billion in cash in order to cope with today's situation." Remember the strategy announced by Blue Star Technology Group Executive Vice President Zhang Bowen? Blue Star Technology invested heavily in third-world emerging market countries, combined with this news, through self-sacrifice to force the opponent. Eric Schmidt looked around and solemnly said, "Those former customers of Blue Star Technology are far away, so Luo Sheng adopts to support their opponents. This will inevitably cause the original old customers to be terrified, which is equivalent to forcing the opponents to return." Take Nebula's Star Cloud solution as an example. This is the best cloud service in the industry. Previously, the price was high. Now Luo Sheng is actively reducing the profit and giving benefits to customers. Star Cloud's international competitiveness will usher in a qualitative leap. Google Cloud, AWS didn't have a competitive advantage. It's only worse now. Chinese website. TXT download address. Phone reading. Chapter 479. Serial stock disaster. Don't make me feel better. The other Google managers attending the meeting finally realized that Luo Sheng's initiative actively explored emerging market economic regions. On the one hand, in the future, he could reduce his dependence on the North American market, and improve his resistance to attack, which would increase his bargaining power. The North American market is bound to not give up this market, because it is tantamount to forcing the original old customers to return. The executives present were not stupid, and they quickly analyzed some of them. If you are in the position, if Google is the customer, choosing to return can not only continue to use the solution provided by Blue Star Technology, but also avoid the emergence of potential competitors. while enjoying lower costs. It is a stone for those customers. For three birds, there is no harm to Bailey, otherwise there is no harm to Bailey. But because a ban forced them to not continue to do business with Blue Star Technology, this grievance would inevitably be transferred to the North American authorities, because without this ban, this thing would not happen now. But the problem lies here. Even if people think of Liu Sheng's response strategy, they can only stare, unless they reduce corporate profits, and at the same time have more than 200 billion cash reserves in hand. They can come out to fight Liu Sheng at any time. However, Google's revenue last year was only $35.9 billion, and Blue Star's $203.09 billion was more than 5.6 times that of Google. Blue Star Technology's net profit is more than double Google's revenue for a year. How can this fight be fought? The company's cash reserves are even worse. Blue Star Technology has $221.8 billion in cash reserves, while Google's current cash reserves are only $10.7 billion. The difference between the two is more than 20 times in cash reserves. This battle cannot be fought, and Google does not have the courage to fight, because Liu Sheng is a lunatic. Because there are victims before. Last year, the host alliance formed by Microsoft and Sony and Liu Sheng's Côte d'Azur slammed into the host market. What was the result? Sony almost broke into bankruptcy again, and was ridiculed by anyone in the industry and players, and Microsoft as the lead has suffered the most losses. It has not earned billions of dollars in water, and incidentally lost the Halo series. I didn't say anything, and I also had a very embarrassing lawsuit. Now there is no result. Don't think about it. It must be a chicken feather. And all this, Microsoft's series of operations did not change the pattern. A senior executive at the conference couldn't help but utter a strong grumble. This lunatic, such a crazy strategy. Wall Street and market financial investors must not freeze. It's been blown up, Larry Page said, staring at the computer display screen in front of him. I watched the BTC stock trend for 1 minute during the whole time, and $1.22 billion evaporated, and $1.22 billion in 1 minute. No, just 1 minute everybody. I haven't watched the broader market, but it must be terrible. Participants at the conference also felt speechless. After that, Page shook his head with a bitter smile and shook his head. I finally understand why Wall Street wants to control listed companies all the time and kick out its founders. On the stand of such a head of Liu Sheng, Wall Street bankers can't stand it. An executive spoke. $221.8 billion. How long and how far can he spread? Is there a mathematical model? Eric Schmidt took a sip of water and lowered the cup and said, before calculating how long and how far he can spread, you should first figure out how large the amount of money he can actually move. Only $221.8 billion US. No, this is only Blue Star Technology, Liu Sheng and the Côte d'Azur company. There is at least 70 to 80 billion US. Don't forget that he also has Sheng Feng Capital, which is not less than 50 billion cash flow from the US dollars. And life sciences funds are close to $20 billion. Having said that, Eric Schmidt added, and it has been rumored that Liu Sheng had secretly shorted the North American housing market in 2007, and made a lot of money and left safely. If this is true, God knows how many billions of dollars of wealth he has harvested. How much wealth has he added over the years? The participants also couldn't help but secretly smash their lips. The rumors of Liu Sheng's shorting the subprime mortgage crisis are not new news in the top financial circle. Some even gave him a big short hat, but he never found solid evidence that he was short. One of the big shorts in the subprime crisis. So far, CIA, NSA, FBI and other institutions, including some financial institutions on Wall Street, are investigating, trying to find out the truth. For someone like Liu Sheng, if he may have a potentially huge asset to become international hot money, everyone will feel uneasy, because Liu Sheng, even the smartest people on Wall Street, see him as a savvy person. This evaluation is enough to see the leopard in the tube, and we can see that. Sergey Brin sighs, Even if he is not short of the subprime crisis, the amount of cash he can mobilize now is more than $300 billion, and God, how can he have so much wealth control? Knowing this news, Google was also a bit depressed, so it had to go one step at a time, and now it is the top priority to split and reorganize the company. As the so-called blessings come, there is no one-way disaster, and a series of bad news keeps downing the confidence of the stock market, causing continuous stock market disasters to continue. Blue Star Technology announced that cloud computing service costs and advertising costs were reduced by 30%, and the company's overall service costs were reduced to 22.3%. The news came out that this kind of benefit to customers groups to increase Blue Star's international competitiveness strategy resulted in results. That is, the company's own revenue and profits have been further hit. For Wall Street and investors, this is bad news. Affected by this news, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has evaporated by $145 billion. The market value has plummeted to $735.22 billion, and the market value has been cut by more than half. Countless investors who have suffered from stock market crashes have seen their heartbreaking rhythm. History always has amazing similarities, and Blue Star's stock has once again staged a panic selling. The good news is not, the bad news is staged one after another. This is not the last one. This was followed by bad news that gave the market a critical hit. The Blackstone Group, which has the title of Master of Risk Management in the asset management industry and the King of Risk Control, also known as BlackRock Group, published a Blue Star Technology Risk Assessment Report. This report even aggravated the panic in the market. Why does a Blackstone Group company with a market value of less than $70 billion have such a powerful influence? In a sense, market value is important to a company, but sometimes it doesn't really make sense. In the financial circle, Blackstone manages funds exceeding the total GDP of Japan, and its asset scale has few rivals in the asset management industry, and even exceeds many well-known banks and insurance companies. Blackstone is one of the largest single shareholders of Apple, McDonald's, and Shell, including Blue Star Technology. Blackstone is a buyer company. It can also be said that it is a technology company, and it is also the king of risk control. In the subprime mortgage crisis, it not only retired, but also played a role in saving the market. Last year, Blue Star Technology Group's thunderstorm triggered a black swan in the incident. Blackstone once again retired and played a role in saving the city, becoming a shadow seedling bank. All-seeing mergers and acquisitions have achieved its hegemonic position in the asset management industry. It can be seen how powerful the evaluation report published by the Blackstone Group is. According to this report, the North American market is the largest single source of revenue for Blue Star Technology Group, accounting for 35% of its annual revenue. Last year, Blue Star Technology's revenue was only an astronomical figure of $71.08 billion. The Blackstone Group Best Risk Assessment Report for Blue Star Technology Group is that affected by this incident, Blue Star's revenue in the North American market this year will be reduced to only about $15 billion. Which means that the impact of the North American market alone let Blue Star Technology make $56 billion less. But this is not the most serious. According to Blackstone's assessment report, Blue Star Technology still has higher unknown risks. Canada, Australia, the United Kingdom, and New Zealand are likely to follow closely and impose a cooperation ban on Blue Star Technology. And even the Euro area has some possibility of follow-up. The conclusion of this risk assessment by Blackstone is that www.mtlnovel.com Blue Star Technology Group's revenue this year may be cut, only $95 billion, and the annual net profit will be reduced from $72 billion to $26.6 billion. With such a report published, investors are almost desperate. However, many people have overlooked that even if both revenue and profits are created, The net profit of $26.6 billion ranks among the top 500 in the world's top 500, and it is still one of the most profitable companies in the world. Who makes Blue Star's block size incredible now? But human beings are insatiable creatures. The release of an article allowed the market value of Blue Star Technology to evaporate again by more than $175.6 billion, and the market value is now fallen below $559.62 billion, and is about to fall below the red line of the last explosion. The melon-eating masses in China are stunned, gazing at the market value of Blue Star Technology, which has fallen by hundreds of billions at every turn. TXT download address, phone reading, Chapter 480, Blue Star Technology's response. Blue Star Technology Group Headquarters, Innovation Workshop Department. Boss, President Zhang is looking for you. Okay, you guys continue. Email me if you have any questions. Liu Sheng got up and told a few engineers and left. As Liu Sheng left, several engineers began to communicate. The boss is really not easy. Yes, on the one hand, it manages several giant groups. On the one hand, it has to run the major R&D departments to climb science and technology, and on the other hand, it must respond to the company's current crisis. In the past, how could the boss come to the innovation workshop for 30 or 40 minutes? Now he is called away in 10 minutes. It's hard work to grow a career. I'm still a programmer. Promises. Hey. On the other side, Liu Sheng has seen Zhang Bowen. What's old, Zhang? The two went side by side, and Zhang Bowen said, General Liu, New Zealand, Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia have all followed up. The old beauty really hit hard. If we hadn't prepared for it, we might have been beaten. I'm caught off guard and can't even hold such a blow. Liu Sheng glanced at him and looked ahead. It's all an English-speaking country. It's no accident. Relatives of old America, as I expected. What about the euro area? If the eurozone market is also lost, it is equivalent to losing about 80% of the developed market. This is a big blow for Blue Star Technology, but it will not die. Lao Jiang saw Liu Sheng's bland attitude, and his heart was admired at the same time. His confidence increased a lot. According to your strategy, the company will increase investment in the euro area market, including profit-taking. Hearing that, Liu Sheng nodded. Well, if the euro area can be stabilized, try to stabilize it. Now there is nothing to lose. I don't care about the problem of gains and losses in a city, a pool, and a time. However, the top priority of the core strategy is the mainland market. The deep development of the economy is followed by the development of the third world's emerging market economic regions. The euro area must be ranked behind, and we cannot place too much hope on it. You can't even value the Northeast Asian market too much. Japan and South Korea, the two beautiful tool nations, Sam's father will definitely not be able to carry it if they put a little pressure on them. Isn't the English-speaking market giving up on me? Then lay off people and become regional employees with a cut of about 75%, more than 30,000 people, like a small country like New Zealand, have a market volume that is not as good as a Soviet city. After hearing Liu Sheng's remarks, Zhang Bowen sighed. It seems that things are more severe than I imagined. Mr. Liu, you go to the euro area in person. This is also in attitude and sincerity. After hearing that, Liu Sheng laughed, stopped and turned to look at Lao Jiang. Zhang Bowen was a little puzzled. Liu Sheng, attitude and sincerity are indeed here, but it is useless. Not only is it useless, it will even make them feel that we cannot live without the eurozone market. Believe me, the gang of Europeans will definitely rob and take advantage of the fire. I will not only pay less when I go at a price, there will be more cut meat. They were a smelly ditch hundreds of years ago. Even if they were separated and changed places, the taste is still the same, and it can't be washed off, so you can go. Now, I'm bragging in the mainland, that's it. When Zhang Bowen heard it, he was speechless and said with a smirk, also, I still don't think about it. So I'll prepare for a trip to Europe. Liu Sheng, well, I don't care how much money you spend there and how much blood you give out. You just have to do it. I only have one requirement. Provided that the pride is not lost. We can live even if all the markets in the developed countries are lost. And one day I have to come down on my knees and ask me for a solution. As soon as this remark came out, Lao Jiang was also excited. He said nothing but solemnly nodded. Anyway, when I heard these words, I was angry. Lao Jiang also blindly believed in Liu Sheng. And today Blue Star Technology does have arrogant capital. Liu Sheng continued to move forward, asking casually, how much has the company's market value fallen? Bowen Zhang, after the announcement by several major English-speaking countries yesterday, the stock market tumbled again. The company's stock price fell below the last thunder line. The current market value is only $478 billion. Recently, the confidence of the market and investors has been completely lost. Since the Blue Star Technology Group broke out, no good news has come, and bad news has followed. Liu Sheng glanced at him indifferently and said lightly, what is only $478 billion? Inflated Kazakhstan, this is still the world's first market value. Throw away the second place more than $100 billion. With the English-speaking markets announcing a ban on cooperation between local companies and Blue Star Technology, Blue Star Technology also immediately announced that the region plans to lay off employees due to business setbacks and pass a resolution of the board of directors. The size of the layoffs is expected to be 32,000. Only the scientific research department and the operation and maintenance department are kept in continuous operation. The employees in other departments can be cut, and those who cannot. Once the news was confirmed, the stock price plummeted. During this time, a series of operations of Blue Star Technology successfully led the entire stock market to dive all the way down. And these areas are directly Friars. We must know that the layoffs of 32,000 people are not only affected by 32,000 people. These 3.2 people represent 32,000 families, which means that even if a family of 3 counts directly, nearly 100,000 people were affected. These people are the backbone of the consumer market. Now that they are unemployed, they will inevitably tighten their consumption, and will inevitably impact the local economic situation to a downturn, which will indirectly affect the development of many enterprises. Blue Star Technology has a budget of $6.3 billion to settle the compensation for the termination of more than 30,000 employees. Money is human nature. You don't make me feel good, I don't make you feel good, don't we all hurt each other together? Entering March, Zhang Bowen, as the company's number 2 figure, finally started his business trip to Europe. Lao Jiang didn't go immediately, but started the trip to Europe 20 days after Blue Star announced the 32,000 layoff plan. Here is a careful machine. The time difference is for the euro area. Take a good look. There are 77,000 employees of Blue Star Technology in Europe. If you dare to follow up, I dare to lay off 57,000 employees. On March 17th, the Blue Star Technology negotiating team led by Zhang Bowen and the members of the European Commission officially contacted each other. In the conference room, people on both sides of the meeting were sitting side by side. This was an internal closed-door meeting. Zhang Bowen, sitting in the middle, said, "CERN, there is only us here." Then we open the skylight and speak brightly. The recent situation of Blue Star Technology Group is very bad. We admit it. But at the same time you can't deny that your life in Europe is not doing well now. In this way, the debt crisis has plunged the European economy into a quagmire. If it is to be confronted with Blue Star Technology, this is a lose-lose situation. Zhang is outspoken. Anyway, behind closed doors, Europe is facing a debt crisis, coupled with the impact of the recent waves of serial stock disasters on the European economy. It is impossible to say that it has no impact, even if the world economy is also fluctuating. Loma is so new. www.mtlnovel.com. The last injured is Europe, because this is not the first time. The subprime mortgage crisis in 2007 triggered a global financial turmoil. and ordinary people who eat melon think that North America is the biggest loser, in fact, is European talent. In this environment, neither Liu Sheng nor Lao Jiang are quite confident in stabilizing the market in the euro area. There are only eternal interests in the world. When the interests are settled, everything is not a problem. Headed by Slane, he looked at Zhang Bowen as if someone owed him millions of euros. Mr. Zhang, don't overestimate yourself. You are just a company, and it is very naive to threaten the executive committee. Zhang Bowen was not surprised, and said calmly, "Silence, this is not a threat. I am just explaining a fact. The truth is that our situation is actually very bad. I think we all want to find a solution that is satisfactory to both sides. That's it." After speaking, Lao Jiang was full of contempt in his heart. This group of Europeans have mixed up with this share. A group of nobles still can't put down their faces. Who can show their faces? Chapter 481, Old Jiang Xing is not humiliated. The Eurozone market is preserved, times have changed, Europe is really old. Slane, oh? Does your company have a solution? Zhang Bowen laughed. There are some. Slane, I want to know the details. Bowen Zhang, first, Blue Star Technology will further increase the scale of investment in the euro area market. We will invest more profits made in the euro area to invest in the euro area and establish more joint ventures. Second, 30,000 new jobs will be provided directly in the euro area, which means that the number of employees of our group in the EU market will exceed 100,000. Third, this incident impacts the European economy. We propose to cooperate with the European Commission together. We will set up a €15 billion fund to respond to the economic crisis and small and medium-sized enterprises or industries with weak resilience. Blue Star Technology can provide €10 billion and can be in place immediately. A huge sum of €10 billion can be put in place immediately. Lao Jiang's words are full of confidence and self-confidence. Because Blue Star Technology Group's more than $200 billion in cash flow are spread across all continents in the world. This is also to avoid taxes and spread the money in various regions. It is also conducive to capital admission. If so much money is concentrated, the time cost caused by the circulation problem is huge, and you may miss the best time to enter. Blue Star Technology Group currently has €37 billion in cash assets in the European market. This huge amount of money can be called at any time. Well, throwing a few €100 million, there are more than €200 million. After Lao Jiang's 3 acts were thrown out, all members of the EU Executive Committee negotiating group headed by Mr. Slane all lingered for a moment, daring to encounter this god of wealth. By directly providing 30,000 new jobs and setting up joint ventures, then indirect job creation will be even greater. What does the employment rate represent? It stands for approval rate. Which politician is unwilling? At the end, Slane said lightly, your company is indeed quite sincere, but this fund, the executive committee does not want to participate. We will not pay that €5 billion. Zhang Bowen shrugged and said casually, no problem. Then it will be reduced to €10 billion. Blue Star Technology only issued €10 billion. 1 point is more, 1 point is less. We refuse to bargain. Slane. Lao Jiang didn't say so. The other party thought that this was not the bottom line of Blue Star Technology. This group of European guys, as Liu always said, was a group of greedy people. Sure enough, Slane soon started to sit on the ground and asked Blue Star Technology to add €20 billion and create 50,000 new jobs. Zhang Bowen calmly refused. I'm sorry Mr. Slane, what I said before is the bottom line of my group company, and it's true. Although our group company will do its best, it is also ready to evacuate. The implication is that if you don't talk about it, you will cut staff and reduce expenditures. The European economy is already a bird like this anyway. Blue Star Technology doesn't mind adding more fire. There are no internet companies in Europe. Blue Star Technology Group has lost the market here, and European internet companies cannot rise. They will only be occupied by Google and Amazon in North America. The North American internet dominates the continental European market. but the situation is worse for Europeans. Taking cloud computing services as an example, the technology is not as good as Blue Star technology, but the cost is still high. Blue Star Technology's Nebula Star Cloud solution has been reduced 30% profit. Slane and others did not expect that the people of Blue Star Technology were so upright, and this negotiation did not follow the routine. Negotiations were not completed for the first time. After the meeting, Liu Jiang returned to his hotel. It is expected that this trip will take 1 week. It is impossible to talk about the actual progress of such a multinational business negotiation. Hotel room. Jiang Bowen is in telephone communication with Liu Osheng. Liu Jiang. The European Union is preparing a draft of a digital tax levy on technology giants outside the Eurozone, which is mainly aimed at the tax increase of the technology giants such as China's Azure Coast, Blue Star Technology and North American Google, Apple, IBM, Intel and other technology giants. Plan, when you talk to them, tell the Europeans that we support this draft. Not only Blue Star Technology but also the Blue Coast. When Jiang Bowen heard Liu Osheng's explanation on the other end of the phone, he was puzzled for a while, and hesitated for a moment to say, "This, Mr. Liu, this isn't very proper. The price is a little bit higher." Liu Osheng at the other end of the phone laughed and said, "You can rest assured, despite saying that, I'm so magnificent because I expect this draft will not pass, at least for 10 years. Because North American technology giants are 2 more, that's enough. Then why don't we be good friends and get good cards?" As soon as Jiang Bowen heard it, he couldn't help but applaud. "Well, I know how to do it, ha ha." Liu Osheng's concise words can be described as a wake-up call to the dream. The digital tax is something that the EU has long been thinking about, directly taxing technology giant companies outside Europe. This taxation scheme targets companies with a global annual turnover of more than €750 million and a total taxable turnover in Europe of more than $50 million. Traditional industry companies need to pay an effective tax rate of 23.3%, while large technology companies often operate transnationally, and the average tax rate paid in the euro area is only 9.5%. In addition, there are no large IT technology giants in Europe. The tech giants' takeover is unpleasant for Europeans. Therefore, the European Union has always wanted to promote the passage of this bill, but the biggest vested interests are North American technology companies. The opposition and the resistance must be North America, and not 1 or 2, but a lot, so this bill was passed to cut meat. The most painful is the old beauty. Because of this, Liu Osheng will make such a decision, because he knows that there are many obstacles to the passage of this bill, mainly from North America. It will not be possible in the next 8 to 10 years. Anyway, you can be sure that you cannot pass, then support with both hands, get a good card and transfer the contradiction to the Americans. Why not? Your old beauty may make money, but I definitely won't lose, and I may make a lot of money. Isn't it beautiful? Next, Jiang Bowen once again entered the negotiation process with the members of the European Commission. The final result reached a consensus in the second interview and consultation. On the 5th day of Jiang's arrival in Europe, Shuang Convenience announced the heavy news. The 2 parties held a grand signing ceremony. The main cooperation highlight was Blue Star Technology's efforts to broaden its business in the European market. Among the media's most attention is that Blue Star Technology will add 31,000 jobs in the Eurozone market, and the European Union Executive Committee spent €15 billion to deal with the economic crisis, of which €4.5 billion were used to help small and medium-sized enterprises and industries with weak economic resilience. This wave of cooperation has been a real hammer. www.mtlnovel.com. The mainstream media's opinion on the European continent has made a sharp 180-degree turn. Some time ago, it criticized Liu Osheng and Blue Star Technology. Now, Mainstream media in Europe are not at all a boast of Blue Star's vision and wise decision. It's so true. This news is finally a good news for the stock market. At least Blue Star Technology Group has not lost the Eurozone market. This is the second largest business market after North America, and it is now kept. The Blue Star Technologies stock price has also slowed down due to the impact of this news. The market's feedback is the fastest. This news has finally restored some confidence for the market. Blue Star Technologies' current market value closes at $465.58 billion. Although it has accumulated more than $1 trillion, the market value still ranks first in the world. Zhang Bowen also fortunately completed this trip to Europe. The overall situation of Blue Star Technology Group has finally stabilized, and it has not continued to fall into the markets of developed countries. Chinese website. Chapter 482. What is this catfish? Obviously it is a blue whale. Zhang Bowen made significant progress during his trip to Europe, keeping the Eurozone market of Blue Star Technology Group. At the same time, it has stabilized the stock price and has not continued to dive downward. The current market value has remained at about $450 billion, and it has also stabilized. It is still the world's highest listed company, but the gap with ExxonMobil, which ranked second, has narrowed to more than $50 billion. At the same time, Liu Sheng was not idle. Blue Star Technology Group had such a big crisis. He was also busy with it. The work of climbing technology was temporarily put again. This also makes Liu Sheng appear in the public eye more frequently than ever after entering March, including participating in some corporate forum summits, including interviews with domestic and foreign media. You can also see more recent news about Liu Sheng online than before. Naturally, it is not to brag for bragging. The purpose of Furry is to send a signal to the outside world. Blue Star Technology Group wants to bring the Greater China market. It is regarded as the most important business market for group companies for comprehensive and in-depth development. March 19. Pengqing. Liu Sheng arrived in the city by his private plane yesterday. This trip to Pengqing is to participate in this year's IT Leaders Summit. Recent news from the internet technology community is that no event can replace the recent events of Blue Star Technology Group. The domestic internet public opinion has also received a huge response. The loss of Blue Star's overseas market is not an international competition. On the contrary, it is international. The competitiveness is so strong that Silicon Valley's tech giants can't do it. It is precisely because the actual strength cannot be done, but a large ban on the international market is lost due to a ban. As the incident continues to ferment and continue to spread, it also gains the sympathy of the domestic public and swears at the old beauty. More than half of this year's IT Leaders Summit Forum is the luncheon. The industry leaders, industry elites, and guests attending the meeting are all gathered in a hall, and the atmosphere is lively. Liu Sheng is at the same table with the big names in the industry. The heads of the four LAT domestic internet giants are at the same table. The four companies are competing with each other in business and in the mall. Competition is unequivocal. But at this moment, the big brothers are drinking wine and having an unusually good atmosphere. The table seat where Liu Sheng is located is also attracted by the eyes of everyone. Although hundreds of people are gathered together, the circle is still obvious and the distance is close. However, the vast majority of people present looked at the table seat where Liu Sheng was located. I can only look at it, so the distance is so strange. Can't get in that circle. At a table in the distance, a boss of a medium-sized internet company in the industry looked at Liu Sheng's direction and said with emotion, "This time, the return of Blue Star Technology to its strategic focus in the mainland was really a disaster for ordinary people." The gate fire broke out and the pondfish, another industry elite, also couldn't help agreeing. Yes, the focus of Blue Star Technology Group was definitely on the international market. For the domestic market, it is the big head and the small head that are ignored. So even though Blue Star Technology is so big, but with the small and medium-sized internet companies in the mainland, we can be at peace. You are the boss and you eat meat, I am the younger brother who has soup and drinks. Everyone is happy. Now it's good. The old American band bans the starvation of Blue Star Technology. Not only does it eat meat, it doesn't even let soup dregs pass. How can we, small and medium-sized internet companies, live? What kind of catfish is this? Obviously just throw in a blue whale and come in. The strategic restructuring of Blue Star Technology, a huge giant group, must have a shocking impact on the entire industry, and we must eliminate a large number of non-competitive companies. The Matthew effect has been further intensified. The strong one is Henk-Yang. The Blue Star Technology is so large that it is the entire internet itself. Insiders at the scene, although everyone is smiling and talking, but the inner anxiety will not be written on the face, especially some companies that have no core competitiveness but just fly by the wind. The Blue Star Technology is so big. Once standing, the wind was blocked, and the companies that relied on flying must fall down. Before that, there is an important reason why everyone can enjoy themselves. That is, based on the current situation of the Greater China market, the number of domestic internet users has doubled in just 5 years. In 2009, the number of internet users nationwide exceeded that of North America and the European Union. According to 2011 data last year, the number of internet users has exceeded the scale of 500 million tera. In the context of the growing size of the mainland market, new netizens in China are surging at rate of more than 1 billion yuan a year. The overall market is growing and the cake is constantly growing. Everyone has something to eat. The difference is a matter of eating more and eating less, but not starve to death. Of course it will be fun. But now it's different. With Blue Star Technology's announcement of a new strategic restructuring, industry insiders are well aware of Liu Sheng's strategic intentions. That is to further expand the market share of the mainland market in order to blood transfusion and meet Blue Star Technology Group's front line to fight with rivals. The mainland market is undoubtedly one of Blue Star's major favorable logistics supply locations. This will inevitably lead to another level of fierce competition in the mainland. Blue Star Technology Group will automatically reduce its own corporate profits, let alone say cloud computing services. The mainland will also die a lot, not only abroad, but even Alibaba Cloud got a huge shock. Shortly after the luncheon ended, Liu Sheng accepted an exclusive interview with Bloomberg News. During March, he frequently interviewed many media, and mainly accepted foreign media interviews, including CNBC, the Financial Times, and Wall Street. Foreign media organizations including the Daily News. During tea time on the same day, a reporter from Bloomberg came to Liu Sheng's temporary hotel for an interview. At this moment, at the living room sofa, Liu Sheng was sitting on a single sofa, and a foreigner sitting opposite him was a Bloomberg reporter. How will Blue Star Technology face this situation that has happened recently? Regardless of Blue Star's current response and acting style and its fierceness, Liu Sheng's frequent appearances during this time give the impression that the modest gentleman Wen Yu's side is extremely humble. Then some netizens said that the Archbishop spoke in an elegant tone and used the toughest behavior to do things. This strong contrast gave people a feeling of different from the inside and the outside, but the Chinese people were extremely happy. At this time, after a question from a Bloomberg reporter, Liu Sheng thought for a moment and then returned with a faint smile, in a humble tone. First of all, the creation of human society is divided into theoretical creation, engineering creation and the market demand creation. The engineering creation ability is relatively strong, but the theoretical creation ability is actually relatively weak. We have been learning from Western high-tech companies seriously in the study of basic theories. The West has gone through hundreds of years of specialized research, such as the invention of integrals, such as the invention of many basic principles, etc. A Bloomberg reporter watched Liu Sheng nodded politely. He was also proud of hearing what Liu Sheng said, and the latter went on to say, "So I think the West has made an outstanding contribution to human beings in these areas." Blue Star, although technology invests tens of billions of dollars a year, We now have a team of 120,000 engineers. But the internet was not invented by Blue Star Technology, nor was cloud computing invented by Blue Star Technology. There are other basic things that were not invented by Blue Star Technology. It is just that we do the best now, but we are actually in society. The contribution of invention to human beings is still very small. We focus on engineering capabilities and play a progressive role. We now provide financial support to more than 300 universities and nearly 1,000 foreign scientific research institutions in the world. We do this in the hope that in the future, we will be able to make contributions to all humankind in theoretical innovation. But we have limited income and almost no. But even so, we will not shrink back because of some recent blows. Absolutely not. We will move forward and continue our efforts. Now some North American universities and research institutions in North America do not cooperate with us, but there are still many universities and research institutions in the world with us. And many North American universities and research institutions in North America are still cooperating with us. It's just that some media are afraid that the world will not be chaotic. There are only a few universities or scientific research institutions that don't cooperate with us. They have some opinions on us. I understand it, but I believe this is a short-term behavior and also because they don't know us enough. Having said that, I paused and added, if more scholars from North America come to our company, come to the headquarters of Mobius Circle www.mtlnovel.com and see our pace of innovation, they should think we are still good friends and can be trusted. In the morning summit speech, I talked about the theme of credible network. We made up our minds. Of course, our determination is also a decision that has been made in the past business plan. I can also tell you here, an exclusive news. Hearing the word exclusive news, the Bloomberg reporter immediately became aware. Liu Sheng, we will invest a total of $150 billion in the next 5 years to restructure the network architecture, so that it will be simpler, faster, more secure, more credible. At least to achieve European GDPR standards, right? Going to spend $150 billion in 5 years. Bloomberg's reporter was a bit dizzy when hearing this number. Blue Star Technology not only did not think how to tighten the belt to live, but increased the scale of R&D investment like never before. Chinese website. Chapter 483, It's not necessary to have both fish and bear's paw. When hearing Liu Sheng personally said that Blue Star Technology Group would invest a total of up to $150 billion in the next 5 years, several interviewed reporter staff members of Bloomberg News were aggressive. This is equivalent to Blue Star Technology's 1-year R&D investment rising from more than $10 billion to $30 billion in the next 5 years. It is still in this difficult situation. This courage is not surprising. After a Bloomberg reporter responded, he couldn't help but said, Blue Star has been in a very bad situation recently. Will such a large-scale investment affect the financial operation of your company? The subtext means, when are you dare to wave like this? Aren't you afraid of rollovers? Liu Sheng said with a light smile, because of recent events, the finance of our group company has indeed been hit to a certain extent in the future. But I think that our investment will not reduce the original research and development budget. Even if it is, it will be close to the $150 billion figure, and our unwavering investment is to complete the transformation of ourselves and then share it with the whole world and all humanity. Bloomberg's reporter listened to Liu Sheng's remarks, but his heart murmured a little bit, because Liu Sheng's words were to serve all human beings, stop the world, and stand on the moral high ground to make you speechless. Even if you are dissatisfied, even if you know that what the other person is saying may be somewhat grandiose, but you can't jump out and refute what he said is problematic. Aside from other factors, the reporter who is interviewing Liu Sheng also admires him very much. He is indeed the richest man in the world today, and it is indeed the smartest person on Wall Street who thinks he is a savvy person. At this time, Liu Sheng still said freely, because you think about it, in the extremely poor parts of Africa, in the places where the virus is endemic, There are also many of our blue stars struggling there, and now they have gone again. A group of about 2,000 people. Can we make any money in those places? Obviously, we can't make any money in that kind of place. Our starting point is to fight for humanity and human ideals. I heard Bloomberg's reporter roll his eyes in the frenzy, and he frantically murmured, "I believe you have a ghost. Unprofitable. Will you spend so much effort to toss in the third world where the birds do not shit? It's so tall, true and false." The other person was thinking about what Liu Sheng naturally didn't know, and he didn't need to guide anything at all. He only promoted the interview at his own pace. Therefore, we believe that now that we have not made any contribution to theoretical invention, we should first make more contributions to human services and temporarily make up for some of the contributions that we have not theoretically made to humans. As Liu Sheng concluded his speech, a Bloomberg reporter praised with a slightly strong smile, "It is very good to contribute to humanity, and I think it will bring a good market in the future." He suddenly realized that there was a problem. No matter how much he cut back after going back, Liu Sheng's interview could not cut out some clips to make a statement out of his public speech. The biggest purpose of this interview is to get out of context, and then report it out, saying that I want to be Black Liu Sheng. The problem is that this cannot be taken out of context. The thoughtfulness of the young man in front of him was truly terrifying. If this is the case in the subsequent interviews, it will only complete him and Blue Star Technology. The interview was over, and Bloomberg's reporter also left. On the second day, Liu Sheng's interview video was also published publicly by Bloomberg. They were not cut, not because they didn't want to cut, but they couldn't cut it, and it didn't make sense. With this news being published, when it reached the North American continent, the stock price of the original Blue Star Technology stabilized, and the results fell again. That day, $78 billion was directly evaporated. The $150 billion that Liu Sheng personally said has become a direct incentive for the stock price to plummet again. Blue Star Technology Group's market value once again swooped down to $372 billion. This is also the first time since Blue Star Technology's market value reached the top in the world. Qin Weima's villa. One of the reasons Liu Sheng came over today was to hand over a project worth hundreds of millions to Qin Weima. She just took over this project shortly after all. This is not the first time that she has taken over such a project, and Liu Sheng is not a shy person. Each shot is a huge project of several hundred million yuan. Blue Star Technology only has a market value of $370 billion. Are you sure you don't want me to make a dip? The speaker was Qin Weima. At this moment, the two were sitting at the dining table in the lobby. A month ago, no one would have thought that Blue Star Technology, with a market value of $1.5 trillion, would fall to the point where it is only $370 billion today, and Qin Weima is now eager to test it. Liu Sheng shook his wine glass and shook his head and said, "The two evils are the best, not too greedy." The money of the family fund is not only to prepare for the Blue Star Technology, but also to allocate to the Blue Coast Company to prepare for the famine. In one place, the entire domestic semiconductor industry chain is a larger battlefield, and more places are used for money. At the moment, we cannot allow too much capital to be put on the stock market. Qin Weima, at present, all our available cash reserves have totaled more than $500 billion. Isn't that enough? She is really enthusiastic about the current stock price of Blue Star Technology. The biggest source of confidence is not the analysis of the market, but the great trust in Liu Sheng, trusting that he will become the ultimate winner. Then the market value of Blue Star Technology, as it is only a matter of time before the future strengthens. Liu Sheng glanced at her and said, "The amount of money is not fake, but the stalls we spread are also amazing, and there are many places to consider. Let's talk about the semiconductor industry chain. If this technology war is heated up, it will not be. It's just that 2-line and 3-line operations are so simple. You have to make sure that there are a few pig teammates in your team who can drag them." This is also a good idea. Hearing that, Qin Weima could not help but cover his mouth and smiled. Liu Sheng asked, What's the progress of our own financial institutions? Qin Huaimo, an investment fund has been set up to invest in securities through funds from multiple entities. Hang Seng International Investment Bank has been operational, with a total asset size of $15 billion. Liu Sheng nodded. Then I can rest assured that I have my own financial institution, so even if Wall Street is pushing me into debt, I don't have to worry about it. Qin Huaimo, forcing a debt? You mean a malicious drawdown? Liu Sheng chuckled jokingly. Oh, the company is facing a shrinking business, its revenue has plummeted, and it has to invest $150 billion in R&D within 5 years. The company owes tens of billions of dollars to Wall Street. The authorities are arrogant. Forcing debt is inevitable, but they simply don't know that I still have more than $300 billion in cash flow at their disposal. After hearing this, Qin Huaimo could not help but nodded lightly, and the idea of buying the Blue Star Technology stocks was also dispelled. Liu Sheng suddenly turned to Qin Huaimo and spoke again. However, it is not necessary to have both fish and bear's paw. Qin Huaimo asked, curiously, why say that? Liu Sheng thought for a moment. www.mtlnovel.com said, of course it is to seek the help of the country. Blue Star Technology can go to Hong Kong for listing at the same time, but Hong Kong stocks do not recognize the AB stock system unless reformed. Qin Huaimo said puzzledly, what does it have to do with asking the country for help? Liu Sheng, if you want to make further progress in the next level, the pattern must be a step higher. Why? Very simple. If such a large company as Blue Star Technology sits in Hong Kong stocks, in the future those international hot money or something, who can have this confidence, who can dare to be arrogant to short the Hang Seng Index? The country does not need to come forward to support the market to make them unable to walk around. Listening to Liu Sheng's words, Qin Huaimo suddenly realized that he couldn't help but shine again and again. Yeah, why didn't I think about this level? Even if the Blue Star Technology has fallen to $370 billion in market value, it has not been stared at by short funds. In the past, they know that this will almost cost nothing, which has already explained a lot of problems, and if Blue Star Technology is listed on the Hong Kong stock market at the same time, it is no different to the Hang Seng Index in terms of Hang Seng Index, and stability is overwhelming for the country. Chinese website. Chapter 484, Talk with Zhong Yuanhong. Qin Huaimo is also a woman with a high sense of understanding. After a little thought, she knew the deep meaning of Liu Sheng's simple sentence. Knowing the logic behind this, I could not help showing Liu Xiao's gaze to Liu Sheng. It was not easy for a woman like Qin Huaimo to show such a side. Your analysis really makes sense, but it's really hard to achieve. Hard. Qin Huaimo said that her eyes and Liu Sheng's eyes met here, but she retracted her eyes a moment later, holding her jaw thoughtfully, adding, the top-level design of Blue Star Technology is the same with different rights, but Hong Kong the exchange requires the same shares and the same rights. Blue Star Technology is indeed a giant enterprise with great influence, but for the sake of one enterprise, the country is required to change a certain system, especially at home. Hearing that, Liu Sheng smiled calmly. Yes. Seeing him so confident, Qin Huaimo could not help looking at him again. Are you so convinced? This is similar to God. Liu Sheng poured some wine for himself and looked at Qin Huaimo with a small sip and said, God is the Tao. The Tao is the law. If the law comes, you can't allow you to think. The person who acts according to the law is God. Qin Huaimo didn't say a word, lost his thoughts and tasted his words. The most fundamental reason for Liu Sheng's self-confidence is to know the laws. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange will reform and support different rights in the same share in the future. This is an inevitable rule in the general environment. It is not wrong to follow the rules. Liu Sheng just follows the trend. At most, a small thrust was applied at the back. I also think that this is not impossible, but very likely, Qin Huaimo said suddenly when he finished thinking. Liu Sheng looked at her with a smile and said, how do you say this? Qin Huaimo, to this extent. Blue Star Technology needs a strong country to support it. No matter how big Blue Star Technology is, It is essentially an enterprise with advantages and disadvantages. It is stronger than production and weaker than the right to speak. Otherwise, the blockbuster of the international market blockbuster caused by a ban will not be lost this time. Although we fight back very hard, they also hurt each other after all. After hearing this, Liu Sheng immediately invited the cup to signal. Qin Huaima could not help but smiled, and the two cups touched gently. Liu Sheng put down his goblet and said, "You don't have to worry about this, I'll deal with it." Qin Huaima said suddenly, "Okay, but I still have to ask you for a big project with a cost of several hundred million yuan. I can sign before I can leave, so you don't need to do needlework." Liu Sheng rolled his eyes frantically. "Do you think I can have needlework as long as you ask for it? Even if you have the heart, you are powerless." Qin Huaima, "Then, sign a contract." Liu Sheng sighed, "Okay, sign." 3 days later, the Science and Technology Complex. Haha, it's rare that Brother Liu can take the initiative to find me. Zhong Yuanhong, who came here, said with a smile after seeing Liu Sheng. "Director Zhong, please sit down." Liu Sheng gestured with a smile. Zhong Yuanhong was also not polite. When he saw An King Su, he immediately said, "A cup of tea is enough." Liu Sheng nodded. "King Su, my paper." After a while, the two of them were left here. Zhong Yuanhong sipped his tea and bluntly said, "Say, Brother Liu, what do you need from your superior?" Liu Sheng was also welcome, and immediately went straight to the topic. "Director Zhong, is the State-Owned Assets Management Office interested in investing in Blue Star Technology?" Zhong Yuanhong was surprised. "Share in Blue Star Technology?" Liu Sheng nodded. "The current market value is only more than 370 billion yuan, but the value of Blue Star Technology is definitely more than that. Even if the revenue is cut, there are hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue a year and a net profit of more than $20 billion. The bottom line at the price-earnings ratio was more than $500 billion. Zhong Yuanhong nodded in agreement, but said nothing. And Liu Sheng continued, "It's true. Blue Star Technology is now stock price. I really want to bite back on a large scale. The company also has more than $200 billion in cash flow. But don't look at it so much. The company's situation is now difficult. In the future, these supplies will be used for frontline warfare, and cannot be easily transferred. If the repurchase is called out, it may end up ignoring both ends and end up in a stalemate." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuanhong couldn't help but say, "So, you want the State-Owned Assets Office to come in?" Liu Sheng nodded with a smile. "Yes, not only that, I also want to find a bank to borrow 350 billion yuan, about $50 billion back and forth to buy shares. But these are not the ultimate purpose." Zhong Yuanhong was curious when he heard his last sentence. "How do I say this?" Liu Sheng drank his mouth tea to moisten his throat, and then stared at Zhong Yuanhong earnestly. "I plan to let Blue Star Technology go public in Hong Kong in the future." After this remark, Zhong Yuanhong was shocked and said subconsciously, "What? Going public in Hong Kong? Are you planning to delist Blue Star Technology from North America?" After speaking, I stared straight at Liu Sheng. A giant multinational technology company like Blue Star Technology Group. This is not a trivial matter. But he saw Liu Sheng shaking his head. "I plan to go public in Hong Kong at the same time." Hearing that, Zhong Yuanhong took a moment and then shook his head. "I'm afraid it's impossible." "Brother Liu, you should know that your Blue Star Technology's shareholding structure is different from the same stock. Unless you are willing to accept the change to the same stock and rights system. Otherwise, it will not be able to go public in Hong Kong." No doubt, Zhong Yuanhong knows that Liu Sheng will definitely not change the current equity structure of Blue Star Technology Group. Once it is changed into the same shares and the same rights, it will lose absolute control of this group of minutes. Liu Sheng analyzed. It is not for the Blue Star Technology Group to change its own equity structure, but for the Hong Kong Stock Exchange to take the initiative to reform itself. Zhong Yuanhong answered with only one word: difficult. In this regard, Liu Sheng was not surprised at all. This kind of thing is not trivial. In the end, changes in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange cannot be achieved overnight. The purpose of talking with Zhong Yuanhong this time was to ask questions and knock on the door first. Luo Sheng said, "In fact, Blue Star Technology initially wanted to be listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and did not want to go to North America. On the one hand, compared to North America, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange knows more about Blue Star Technology. The story is the same. The story told is easier to understand, and the Hong Kong Stock Exchange can give a better valuation. On the other hand, Blue Star Technology has now grown to such a large size. Even if the market value has now evaporated more than $1 trillion, and now there are less than $400 billion, there will be no short funds to short. If it is now listed in Hong Kong stocks, it is in line with Blue Star's current strategic restructuring, and it can also greatly deter those international hot money who want to make a comeback on the Hang Seng Index. www.mtlnovel.com. Even Soros has to retreat. When hearing this, Zhong Yuanhong suddenly lighted up, staring at Luo Sheng suddenly, and found that he had unparalleled self-confidence at this moment. Zhong Yuanhong thought about it, and found that Luo Sheng said nothing was wrong. Shorting a big man like Blue Star Technology has a higher risk and is a natural success, but if it fails, it is no exaggeration to say that the rhythm of going to is equal to indirectly reducing the greed of international hot money and international speculators. And if Blue Star Technology is listed in Hong Kong, then these hot money speculators will have to weigh the price of doing things in the Hang Seng Index. In this way, the Hong Kong stock market is worry-free, and the country can save a lot of thoughts and worry about it here. Don't be afraid of some international hot money. There is Blue Star Technology in Hong Kong stocks. For example, the same Stellar Needle. The Hang Seng Index must be as stable as possible. Unless there is a financial turmoil that has swept the world, it is simply impossible for some international speculators find out what spray is coming. Zhong Yuanhong originally thought that Luo Sheng was only thinking about himself and Blue Star Technology, but did not expect that his pattern would actually rise to this level. Chapter 485, A Surprise for Wall Street. I dare not give you an exact answer to this, but what you said, Brother Luo, are quite constructive opinions and suggestions, and it is very worthy of further study. Zhong Yuanhong said so. What the Hong Kong Stock Exchange cannot accept is the partnership system proposed by Blue Star Technology. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange requires the same shares and the same rights. Blue Star Technology claims that a small number of shares occupy control of the group company, which is the AB share system. Different rights in the same share. This is the bottom line of Luo Sheng. Therefore, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange cannot go public and can only go to North America to engage in ADR. Anyway, the Village Toto voucher on the old American side does not involve the company's control. This so-called ADR is the abbreviation of escrow certificate. The United States is currently the most financially developed country in the world, and its related system design is also the most advanced. In addition to incorporating its own enterprises above the domestic scale into the stock market, the United States, in order to earn the world money from companies in other countries, is convenient for U.S. investors to participate in foreign stock investment and also provides financing channels for companies in other countries except the United States. Morgan Bank of the United States created depository receipts as early as 1927. Blue Star Technology used ADR to go public in the U.S. in 2006. In the strict sense, Blue Star Technology is not a company that is actually listed in North America, nor is it a North American company. It can only use ADR to trade in North American capital markets. This is why, in addition to the United States, Blue Star Technology can also be listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange or other exchanges, because Blue Star Technology's listing in North America is not really a listing, and it is not listed in China. If the Hong Kong Stock Exchange can support the requirements of different rights in the same share in the future, after Blue Star Technology completes its listing in Hong Kong, the shares listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and the North American Depository shares listed on the Nasdaq will be able to convert each other. This is where ADR excels. Not only can depository receipts be exchanged, but also other securities can be exchanged. Global investors can purchase Blue Star's depository receipts at North American exchanges, and also in Hong Kong. The stock exchange buys shares of Blue Star Technology. At this point, the two parties were still sitting in the living room and talking about it. Zhong Yuanhong saw Liu Sheng personally brewed 2.5 cups of tea and handed one of them. After taking a sip, Zhong Yuanhong said again, "Brother Liu, I guess you want Blue Star Technology to go public in Hong Kong. In addition to these, there should be other questions?" Liu Sheng nodded his head with a smile and said frankly, "First, although North America allows the same equity and different rights system, it does not mean that the market over there allows company executives to mess around, but more stringent regulatory conditions. Blue Star Technology must meet the requirements of investors in terms of finances and growth expectations. Otherwise, no matter who you are, investors will not let you get through." Although I have always emphasized that Blue Star Technology does not take profit as the first purpose, last year's net profit was earned at $72 billion, equivalent to more than 490 billion yuan. Enterprises are gradually becoming money-making machines in the financial capital market. Second, the growth of Blue Star Technology has encountered a bottleneck. The global internet user market has basically been divided up. If you want to develop, you must explore overseas emerging market countries. Exploring these emerging market economic regions requires a lot of financial support. Basically no return means that the initial investment is huge. I think the listing of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange is hoped to give higher valuation and financing support. Therefore, Blue Star Technology needs to go to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange to raise funds to expand the overseas territory. The most important point is that Loma is now deliberately suppressing Blue Star Technology. Investors in North America will remember the Blue Star Technology stock price bursting in succession. Although there are no airdrop agencies now, I think there will still be some people behind it. Our company's reserve of more than $200 billion is almost the same. Those airdrop institutions will never be indifferent. They are waiting. Therefore, it is still necessary for them to play iron. Blue Star Technology may not have a higher valuation in North America in the future. If we raise funds on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, there will be a larger global strategic layout. At the end, after hearing Liu Sheng's words, Zhong Yuanhong couldn't help but sigh, but watched Liu Sheng with a smile and said, "Listen to you, there is a helmman like you sitting in town. I think Blue Star Technology will spend this time. There is nothing wrong with the crisis, it's just a matter of time." Liu Sheng modestly said, "Rewarded." Zhong Yuanhong smiled still. "I don't dare to pack tickets for the listing of Blue Star Technology in Hong Kong. Even if this can finally happen, it won't happen overnight. Not even 3 or 5 years." Liu Sheng nodded. "I know that. After all, it's not a trivial matter." Zhong Yuanhong added, "But you don't think it's a problem if you want to borrow 350 billion yuan from the country? You can even give you a low-interest loan. The State-Owned Assets Management Office should follow up. From an investment perspective alone, it's a good investment." Liu Sheng, "Really?" Zhong Yuanhong laughed. "You can always believe in the Liu Sheng effect. So far even the current crisis has not disappointed." Hearing that, Liu Sheng couldn't help laughing. This Liu Sheng effect is really profound. It cannot be explained by science, but it does exist and is very powerful. After a while, Zhong Yuanhong got up and laughed. "There is nothing else, and it's time to say goodbye." "Rest assured, Brother Liu, I will contact you immediately when there is news." Liu Sheng immediately got up and prepared to get one free. Zhong Yuanhong stopped. "This is out of sight. Stay away." "Ha ha, okay, then wait for your good news." After Zhong Yuanhong left, he also made a systematic report on the matter as soon as possible. Liu Sheng was not too anxious. Even if he could not succeed, he would be able to survive the crisis, but it would be more difficult. But how should he live his life? Over time, entering the beginning of April, The approval of Blue Star Technology Group in Liu Sheng wanted to officially release the 2012 Q1 financial report. In the first quarter of 2012, the global total revenue of the group company was $34.72 billion, compared with the fourth quarter of last year. It had plummeted by more than 35%. The net profit for the quarter was $6.25 billion, and the net profit margin was only about 18%. It can be seen that the Blue Star Technology Risk Assessment report issued by the Hyze Group is very authoritative. In fact, even though Blue Star Technology is now facing the loss of this international market, its net profit for this quarter is expected to reach $9 billion, and the actual figure is $6.25 billion due to the company's initiative to reduce corporate profits. This financial report is in line with the expectations of Wall Street analysts. After the company's release, it did not cause sharp fluctuations in BTC stocks. There was no big rise or fall, but there were ups and downs. But the total market value remained at $370 billion. The gears fluctuate slightly. It seems that the market value of Blue Star Technology Group has stabilized at this number. The size of such a large multinational technology giant can't fall, but it will be difficult to rise if it is not driven by events. In this way, it seems to be planned to come to June 2012. In the past 2 months, Liu Sheng has returned to the work of Pantech, and his main energy is focused on the Star Aero International and the Snowman project. Finally, in mid-June, the event-driven came. Blue Star Technology Group's new headquarters in Mobius Ring, internal senior conference room. Liu Sheng is in a meeting with the core managers of group companies such as Lao Jiang. At this time, his personal phone rang. Only Liu Sheng's phone rang in the conference room. The call will be turned off. After all, it is the ultimate boss. This privilege still has. An executive who had just spoken also took the initiative to stop speaking first. Liu Sheng took out his mobile phone and squinted at the caller ID. It was Zhong Yuanhong's phone. Liu Sheng answered the call. The people attending the meeting didn't know who he was contacting, but they noticed that Liu Sheng's expression suddenly boosted the film. "Well, I see. Okay, that's great." Liu Sheng quickly hung up the phone, and immediately shook his spirit. Zhang Bowen, who was sitting in the position of second-hander, laughed. "General Liu, it seems that there is good news." Just now, Zhong Yuanhong called and said that the State-Owned Assets Management Office will come up with $80 billion in astronomical figures. At the same time, the 5 major banks will also raise 356 billion yuan. About $52.2 billion of low-interest loans to Blue Star Technology Group. Liu Sheng glanced at Lao Jiang and looked around at the executives who attended the meeting, and said without hesitation on the spot, "I decided to propose to the board that the group company will draw up a $135 billion BTC stock repurchase plan. The proposal to the board of directors is just a process." Liu Sheng decided that the proposal must be absolutely approved because he has more than half of the nomination power of the board of directors. What? In this remark, senior executives such as Lao Jiang were collectively shocked. Zhang Bowen said suddenly, "General Liu, a $135 billion repurchase plan, this, are you sure?" Liu Sheng said affirmatively, "I'm sure." The crowd was stunned again, and Lao Jiang couldn't help asking, "My God, why is this?" After hearing the words, Liu Sheng said with a smile, "Give Wall Street a reason to force me into debt. www.mtlnovel.com. Don't break the casserole and ask to the end. Keep a little mystery, expectation. You will understand when we get it. We to surprise Wall Street. It depends on them." Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, the big boss was selling it. Although I didn't know what medicine was sold in this gourd, it was very exciting and crazy. It's crazy. The executives present have followed Liu Sheng for so many years, and there have been many strong battles. There have been no scenes, but at this time, The heart can't help but flutter. It's just dancing on the blade. Once $135 billion was invested in the stock market, Wall Street was forced to debt at this time. After the remaining cash reserves were used to pay off the debt, it would either lay off staff and reduce R&D investment funds, or the company would face a crisis of capital chain disruption. Just do that. You have the full power to formulate and report directly to me. Chinese website. Chapter 486, Wall Street Response, Technology Complex Building. Today, it is Shengwang Technology's person to pay Xiaona's maintenance fee. In the next 2 days, Shengwang Technology's engineers will perform an overall hardware update for the Nafu supercomputer. Mr. Liu, Miss Qin is here. She is waiting in your office. And King Xu's sister came to the speeding machine room and found Liu Sheng. Xiona was now in a dormant state. Otherwise Qin Weima would have notified him if she had arrived. You are busy. Liu Sheng explained a few words and left here. A few minutes later, the private office. Qin Weima, who was waiting here, said. Liu Sheng came in and said, the contract has been signed internally, and a low-interest loan of 356 billion yuan. This money lies on the books of the 5 major banks. It only takes 1 week to complete it. Delivery. Such an astronomical amount of capital can be completed in only 1 week. This is the national capability, which is to see who and what is right. Liu Sheng nodded and said, family funds must also be prepared to dispatch $150 billion in cash flow at any time to ensure foolproofness. Qin Weima raised his eyebrows lightly and glanced at Liu Sheng. What's wrong? Do you still have doubts? Don't you trust? Liu Sheng shook his head. This has nothing to do with trust or distrust. This is a reasonable decision to be at the helm of the giant wheel of Blue Star Technology Group. The contract was signed, but this 356 billion yuan of funds will not be entered into the account of Blue Star Technology for a period of time. That is to say, the outside world did not even know that Liu Sheng had obtained the loan. The huge amount of money actually lies in the 5 major banks. This is of course to dispel Wall Street's concerns. The same amount of $80 billion, or 555.6 billion yuan. Of funds prepared by the State-Owned Assets Management Office is also in the state of waiting to cooperate with Liu Sheng's actions. In order to ensure the success of this plan, the huge funds of nearly 900 billion yuan have been devalued without any misappropriation. Because I don't know when Wall Street will start, it may be a month later, it may be a year later. But the decision to eventually open the money into Blue Star Technology's account was not passively dependent on Wall Street, but that Blue Star Technology's own development was really short of money, and the money would immediately arrive. On the surface, the repurchase program was funded entirely by Blue Star Technology Group's own cash reserves. A week later, it was 14 days after Liu Sheng decided at the internal core meeting of Blue Star Technology Group to plan a stock repurchase plan with $135 billion in capital. In nearly half a month, Zhang Bowen finally prepared $135 billion of capital. Blue Star Technology now has $218.8 billion in cash reserves, but it is located in various regions and financial institutions around the world. It has been so efficient to collect so much money in the past half a month. Today, Zhang Bowen held a media conference to officially announce that the group company plans to launch a new round of stock repurchase plans with a capital of $135 billion and about 920.7 billion yuan. There was no sneaky repurchase because it was meaningless, as long as this amount of money could not be masked as soon as it entered the stock market. Wall Street's sharp-smelling bankers and speculators would immediately get market feedback. When Lao Jiang announced the news, all the reporters who participated in the press conference were stunned. After the news spread, the global scientific and technological circles and business people were all frightened and dropped their chins. In this way, at the end of June this year, the Blue Star Technology Group made the world headlines again, and the major news media, especially the media circles in the science and technology industry and the financial sector in the business sector, reported this extensively. Some shareholders and small and medium investors simply want to vomit blood. Now that I have invested so much money in the stock market, why did I find trademark? 2 days later, Wall Street, in a conference room of a hotel. Here are the top capitalists on Wall Street: bankers, big bears, currency speculators, stock investors, and so on. Participants were all super big names on Wall Street, including Citi President Charles, President of Goldman Sachs, President Morgan, and financial giant George Soros, etc. All of them were Wall Street big brothers. Most of them are Liu Sheng's old friends, and Paul Watson, who often deals with him on behalf of Goldman Sachs, is also in the conference hall. Just now, as Blue Star Technology personally ended the market, BTC shares have risen to $433.72 per share and the market value has risen to $628.9 billion. Blue Star Technology invested $135 billion to complete 31% of the stock repurchase and converted into treasury shares. The total proportion of treasury shares has reached 40.8%. Can't figure out, how could Blue Star's management make such an incredible move? At this moment, these big guys on Wall Street are talking about the matter constantly. On the one hand, they never considered Liu Sheng as an impulsive fool. On the contrary, they all regarded Liu Sheng as a savvy person. But the abnormal facts made them feel incredible. The current situation and various signs are all showing that Liu Sheng has made a decision that should not be made now. Financial giant Soros said succinctly, "Obviously, this is an extremely clumsy trap." Citi President Charles smiled lightly, "Of course, George. Everyone here knows that this is a great trap, but this is not the point. The point is that Liu Sheng's use of such a clumsy method is tantamount to provocation on Wall Street." And, brazenly, the head of Muddy Waters said, "Is it possible to short Blue Star Technology?" The geometry of the risk assessment index. At this time, Paul Watson immediately stood up under the instructions of his boss and said, "Blue Star Technology has invested $135 billion into the stock market. At present, the company's cash reserves are only $83.8 billion. Blue Star Technology is forced to pay debts. They must pay off $77.1 billion of debt. In theory, Blue Star Technology will face a crisis in the capital chain, which will trigger a chain reaction. But considering that Liu Sheng's actual transferable funds are also the money of the French Riviera and Sheng Think Capital, here is nearly $128 billion, so he can actually cope with the crisis unless we force the debt to the French Riviera. At the same time, it is worth mentioning that the Azure company also owed Wall Street's debt, but the maturity ratio is completely below the safety line for the Azure company itself. But if Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur are the East Wall and the West Wall respectively, then it is difficult to care about them. At least the data on the bright side is very intuitive. The president of Goldman Sachs said, "Liu Sheng does have a terrible ability to allocate funds, but his booth is too large and there are always flaws." Blue Star Technology is restructuring. On the one hand, he threatened to invest $1,500 in 5 years. $100 million is spent on research and development. On the other hand, in response to the crisis, €20 billion have been invested in Europe. At the same time, new markets have been explored to expand new growth points. The initial investment is huge. The meaning of this statement is understood by everyone here. That is to say, Liu Sheng does have ample funds and he is not short of money, but on the other hand, he is still very short of money because there are countless places to spend money. Wall Street bigwigs know that Liu Sheng's several companies' linkage properties bring great benefits, but also have great hidden dangers. Once a key point collapses, the chain reaction is the rhythm of collective blood collapse. In the end, the Wall Street bigwigs at the meeting reached a consensus. decided to jointly short Blue Star Technology. The supergiant high-tech group that wants to short such a big block www.mtlnovel.com is just one or two airdrop agencies that have no courage at all. Even if they are united, there is a great risk. However, if it succeeds, the benefits will be considerable, and if we work together, we can evenly share the risks. The group of people who play short games is itself a gambler of adventurers. The meeting lasted for more than 2 hours, and the big names on Wall Street all dispersed to prepare. This is an epic strangling plan for Wall Street against Blue Star Technology Group. Half of the participants in this team are old friends Luo Sheng once called, including Goldman Sachs, which has always supported him. Facts have proven that there are no permanent friends in this world, only eternal interests. It doesn't matter loyalty, but the betrayal chips are not enough. The temptation is not enough. The starting point is to start the debt from Blue Star Technology, including when necessary, to the French Riviera. Lobbying the North American authorities to give the French Riviera a ban is also in the plan. Chapter 487, First Round of Confrontation. In the following days, hundreds of short funds on Wall Street colluded and joined together. In addition to the vast majority of people wanting to obtain great benefits, most of them are more stimulating. This is shorting a supergiant technology group with the world's largest market value. Once successful, that sense of accomplishment is inevitable. Comparable. Wanting to short Blue Star Technology is not just talking about it. The preparation work is very complicated. For example, the Muddy Water Company that is short-lived is responsible for the task of the French Riviera. The company has employed 129 full-time employees and 3,185 part-time employees to start recording the French Riviera's offline stores and operator channels around the world. Wait for the daily customer traffic of the store, covering 100% of the business hours of 80% of the storefront, constantly collecting customer data, both light and dark. The purpose of doing this work is to analyze the data, find the weak points of the opponent, and then attack the weak points. Mid-July, Technology Complex Building. Luo Sheng, who was working out, received a call from Zhang Bowen. General Luo, Wall Street shot. So fast? Luo Sheng immediately left the gym and turned on the personal computer while calling to the living room. At the other end of the phone, Zhang Bowen replied, "Chanos of the hedge fund publicly sang Blue Star Technology in the Financial Times, questioning our company's financial data, claiming that the hedge fund should be short of Blue Star Technology, on the grounds of questioning Blue Star financial frauds put us in the hat of Oriental Enron." Luo Sheng, one-handed operator computer, laughed and said, "Oh, this hat is big enough. Chanos is such a bad old man." It seems that this time the crocodile among the short crocodile is undoubted. Oriental Enron. This statement is undoubtedly stepping on the sensitive nerves of Wall Street. In 2011, one of the world's largest energy companies, North American Enron Corporation, declared bankruptcy, causing Wall Street's earthquake and destroying Andersen Accounting Office, the world's #1 at the time. This is a big nightmare for North American capital markets. Luo Sheng transferred the call to another line, put the phone down and focused on the computer in front of him, asking at the same time, "What is the current situation of the market?" Zhang Bowen, the company's market value has evaporated by nearly $50 billion. And the current total market value is $579.1 billion. What I have to say is that up to now some investors or stockholders dare to stare at the stock of Blue Star Technology, and they must have a strong heart. Now that there is any trouble in the market, BTC stock will inevitably have obvious fluctuations. Some time ago, Blue Star Technology Group invested $135 billion to pull the company's stock price to more than $600 billion. Few people can bear this situation. Anyway, stockholders don't think they are leaks. At least they will always have the illusion that they will not accept themselves, so they follow the predators short. After ending the conversation with Zhang Bowen, Luo Sheng opened some of the latest interviews that Chanos jumped out of the media. In the footage of a BBC reporter interview being broadcast, Chanos stared at the camera and elaborated his doubts in detail. I am very worried about Blue Star Technology Group. They have adopted various radical accounting methods to modify the statements. In many cases, they use a large number of affiliated transactions with affiliated companies, and these transactions cannot be tracked. Will the affiliated companies of Blue Star Technology also place advertisements on the Blue Star Technology platform? Put money into these affiliated companies before the consolidated statement, and then return on Blue Star's side. This is the turntable effect. Left hand down right hand. Such a questioning of Liu Sheng is without fluctuation, because his legal department has studied it thoroughly before doing one thing. However, some people in the outside world may believe it. For example, many people can't help but think of the closely related transactions between Blue Star Technology and the Blue Coast. Typical examples are those game production companies owned by Blue Star Technology Group and the host platforms owned by Blue Coast. Wait. Chanos, among the large companies with a market value of over $1 billion in North America, Blue Star Technology's accounting method is the most problematic I have ever seen. You see a line of equity and net income of subsidiary companies, but you don't know the details. For such a giant multinational group with 200,000 employees, you don't know their real cost and accounting data. Liu Sheng looked at the page for a while and then closed the page. He didn't have to read the news afterwards. Wall Street's current routines are all looking for a logical reason for the subsequent forced debt. Forcing debts is forcing debts, which is exactly the result that Liu Sheng wants. After completing the call with Liu Sheng, Zhang Bowen immediately held an executive meeting within the company. On the same day, he responded to the questioning attack of Chanos, a leader, and must respond to it as a basic operation. Blue Star Technology Group responded quickly and issued a solemn statement to the media in response to the attack by the short funds, and the two sides launched the first round of salmon wars. At the temporary press conference, Zhang Bowen, who was standing on the floor, said calmly to more than 200 reporters, Mr. Chanos is wrong and inadequately aware of Blue Star Technology. Since the listing of our company in 2006, each quarter's cash flow has been positive. Secondly, what he claims is clearly not enough understanding of our business model. We hope Mr. Chanos will visit Blue Star Technology headquarters to learn more about the company. In fact, more than 300 investors have just visited in the past June, and spent a full day with our management to understand all aspects of the business. I personally initiated a call to Mr. Chanos yesterday. Invitation. Unfortunately, he rejected all our invitations, but we still welcome him at all times. Speaking of this, Zhang Bowen suddenly added with a smile in a ridiculous tone, it is true, I spoke to Mr. Chanos personally yesterday, and he responded to me, if I was invited to fight in the past, forget it. So I still forward the invitation to Blue Star Technology. Well, Mr. Chanos's attitude is very strong, but you must respect him, because he will have to bear too much pain sooner or later. As the big short leader, Mr. Chanos will be short selling, including Blue Star. We have ample funds for short seller funds and followers of technology, so long as you dare to sell me, Blue Star Technology. The reporters on the stage snapped wildly. Everyone looked at him, and Zhang Bowen's speech also contained a strong smell of gunpowder in calm and firm. Media reporters at home and abroad are also extremely excited about this battle in the air. Before the press conference, the news here flew out like wings. For a while, the business, technology, media, and internet crowds were watching www.mtlnovel.com. Blue Star Technology Group seems to have encountered various irregularities since entering 2012. Netizens who eat melons are also indignant and are also supporting Blue Star Technology and supporting Liu Sheng. Although netizens who are out of the way can't really help, at least moral support is in place. Everyone knows that Liu Sheng and Blue Star Technology are fighting against Wall Street. This is really not something that ordinary people can play. But not all of them are well-intentioned, and there are not a few of them with malicious intentions. There are many large, medium and small friends in China who hope that Wall Street can put Luo Sheng and Blue Star Technology on their feet, so they have more opportunities are coming. This blue whale fell down and everyone could eat it as a fat man. Shopping malls, such as battlefields, waves and clouds, will have friends behind their knives, depending on whether you give him a chance. Over time, Wall Street finally shot. TXT download address, phone reading, Chapter 488, Forcing Debt and Strong Alignment. The outside world will never think that the battle has already begun, but Luo Sheng has never come out at this critical moment, and some of the video messages about him are only a few months ago. Because he is now obsessed with his Star Arrow International, and almost everything at Blue Star Technology Group is left to Zhang Bowen for the lead. Luo Sheng is going to make a most critical investigation of Lao Jiang through this crisis, and it is also Zhang Bowen's own gilded battle. If this battle is beautiful, then the position of CEO of Blue Star Technology will not be disapproved. It goes without saying, the position of CEO can determine the existence of a company, but it is not as simple as the company's ordinary applicants. A multinational giant with revenue of $100 billion, the choice of the head of the company must be repeatedly evaluated. For example, the board of directors of JA after 5 or 6 years of evaluation of its CEO, he was finally able to take office. In fact, since Luo Sheng's intention to step down as CEO, Zhang Bowen has entered the assessment, and it is not rigorous to say that this assessment has lasted for nearly 4 years. The same goes for Yao Jianhong, who is next door. They just didn't know it, never thought about it, and the reason was very simple. No one would think that Luo Sheng was so young that he would step down from the position of head. Technology Complex Building. In the morning, Luo Sheng was enjoying the nutritious breakfast prepared for him by Kingsway Paper. He was eating today and looking at today's newspaper. The front page quoted an article published by the British Financial Times, titled, "For short in other words, Blue Star Technologies stock is no longer radiant." Kingsway Paper did not disturb Luo Sheng. The recent news was full of excitement. She also heard about it, but she looked confused. The only thing she could determine was the company of the young employer. It seems that in the recent period of time when it comes to big trouble, the major media are all overwhelmingly reporting. However, Kingsway Paper saw Luo Sheng now showing the light, and light side is also admiration, as if there was nothing like him at all. Powerful man. Xiao Na, what is the size of Blue Star's short positions? Luo Sheng lowered the newspaper and began to say. After he set the big strategic policy, he did not directly take part in the command of the battle, but instead gave it to Lao Jiang. I have to say that this kind of bold behavior is afraid that few business leaders on the earth dare to play like this. At this time, the helm person is generally afraid to sleep all the time. And Luo Sheng, when he got up early in the morning today, he also talked with Kingsway Paper about hundreds of millions of big projects. But then again, although Luo Sheng did not command this battle, he paid attention to it every day, so he knew the actual situation very well. Xiao Na responded quickly. As of July 19, Blue Star's short positions were $45 billion, accounting for 8.19% of the circulating market capitalization. So far in the third quarter, the number of Blue Star's shorted stocks has decreased by 460 million shares, a range of 3.45%. It is worth mentioning that in the U.S. stock market where both short and long coexist, although there are no policy restrictions on shorting stocks, most investors believe that shorting is more risky than going long, and it is the crazy gambling of adventurers. Taking Blue Star Technology as an example, the current stock price is $384.82. For ordinary investors who are long, as long as the stock price rises, profits are profitable, and the rise space is theoretically unlimited. For shorts, Blue Star's stock price can only fall to zero, and the largest decline is only $384.82. Because of the huge risk of short selling, Most of the short-selling players are professional investors who do short-term trading and fast in and fast out. The reason why short predators are scary is because of their huge capital chain and fast response speed. Just today, Wall Street was collectively indebted to Blue Star Technology, and Jang Bowen was also busy recently. Now, for the group companies, the debts have been settled. Although it is a malicious drawdown, there are no restrictions on the law. Debts can be repaid. It is justified that if this account cannot be repaid, the money will be repaid. Doing business with integrity is the most important thing. However, more than $70 billion in cash turnover also takes time. Wall Street gave Blue Star Technology a 25-day period, and as long as the US dollar bills, no stock or other real estate funds. This is actually the original pot. When borrowing money at that time, Liu Sheng did not write this in the contract. Instead, he wrote that he only traded in cash. At that time, Wall Street was eager to trade in BTC stocks. Liu Sheng is not everything. However, it is not a big problem. The outside world does not even know where he is holding more than $50 billion in the 5 major banks. As soon as Liu Sheng speaks, the money will be immediately available. At the same time, the State-Owned Assets Management Office also has $80 billion of funds. As long as Liu Sheng speaks, the money will be available immediately. The form of the transaction is that the State-Owned Assets Management Office used $80 billion to buy Blue Star stock, and the stock bought was the stock that was previously repurchased. It is now placed in the company as treasury stock. Not to mention that the Liu Sheng family fund also has $150 billion of funds as the final ace and whole cards are ready to go. Liu Sheng really couldn't think of how to lose in this capital war. The purpose of Wall Street's debt to Blue Star Technology is to increase the atmosphere for subsequent short selling. Compared to buying long and waiting for a stock to rise from it, the difference is that shorting is the opposite. That is, a company is not good, so it sells, and then makes its decline. For example, hundreds of short funds or institutions on Wall Street are shorting Blue Star Technology, but they obviously do not have the company's stock on hand, so they first borrow the stock from the institutional account holding Blue Star Technology stock in the market and sell it. Of course, this requires payment. Certain people don't want to borrow interest, but it is not done by selling it secretly, but also telling the world. As a result, Chanos publicly questioned Blue Star's various issues, and Wall Street forced debt to follow. The purpose of these operations is actually very simple, is to find a sense of identity. Once other investors in the market agree with these views, they will also go short with Blue Star Technology, and the stock price will fall, and the shortfall will be even greater. If Blue Star Technology drops to a position they think is reasonable, then buy back Blue Star Technology's stock at a low price and return it to the institution that previously lent it to BTC. This is a complete short process, but this is only part of the operation of short institutions. In fact, there are many other ways to achieve the purpose, such as by buying put options. In the following month, the scene of this fairy fight was staged under the watchful eyes of the people. The stock market was turbulent, short predators were making waves, the cows, ghosts, snakes, and gods fluttered, and countless people in the industry, melons, and everyone heartbeat rhythm. At this time, those who dare to enter the muddy waters to touch the fish are not particularly bullish, or they do not know how to spend the money. Within a week, Blue Star Technology stocks held by multiple Wall Street short-end funds, including the Suarez Family Fund, sharply decreased from 132 million shares to 83.52 million shares, a reduction of 36.7%, and more than one-third of short sellers almost cleared their positions. On the side of Blue Star Technology, Jang Bowen fulfilled his promise that if the short-selling organization dared to sell, he dared to buy, and received as much as he could. At this time, Blue Star Technology had less than $5 billion in capital at hand, but at this time the Blue Coast came to the rescue, quickly supporting $17 billion, and Shengfeng Capital also brought $5 billion. There is still a fight in this capital war. The short-sold funds stocks, Liujiang, all took over, and Blue Star's stock price was stable at the $550 billion level, and there was no sharp decline. This means that in this week's contest between the two sides, the short side of Blue Star Technology has accumulated a total of $15.6 billion in this week, of which the leading hedge fund lost $2.283 billion, and the Nix joint fund is tight. It subsequently lost $2 billion. In September, Zhang Bowen, who was the pre-war commander, held another press conference today on September 5. At this time, the capital war was anxious. However, the outside world found that Liu Sheng was extremely irresponsible in this kind of knot, and he did not see him showing his face. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. As the world's largest internet giant, Blue Star Technology has been watched by Wall Street and also spotted by overseas shorts. Now it has become the world's most shorted company, with 201 million BTC stocks shorted. At this moment, Zhang Bowen on the podium calmly faced the media reporters present with a faint smile and continued to say, "Overseas bears are often referred to as crocodile. They have been dormant for a long time and are bloodthirsty and never softened. No matter which company it encounters, it will inevitably be a capital fierce battle. However, the short fat crocodile of the fat of Blue Star Technology will leave sooner or later quietly." www.mtlnovel.com. When the stock price rises, it will be timely. A position stop loss is the only option for a bear to retreat. Domestic and foreign reporters at the scene kept snapping the number 2 figure of Blue Star Technology. Liujiang smiled with confidence. Mr. Liu has commented on these shorts like this last month. "We never oppose anyone shorting Blue Star Technology. The more they sell short, the better. In the end, they will buy it anyway." On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, Chanos was watching the broadcast at night. He heard the voice of the narrator of the TV reporter of this TV station. Chanos's eyelids twitched for a while, and his expression was gradually gloomy. It was speechless. In the end, it was really bought back, but the failure of the Blue Star Technology Group's stock price to mean that the short crocodile is constantly bleeding, and the interest payment alone is calculated in units of billions of dollars. Chanos stared at the TV broadcast and sneered, "I'm going to see how long your money will last. You're too underestimating Wall Street's determination, and you're the real winner in the end." TXT download address, phone reading. Chapter 489, Capital War enters into feverish stage. This capital war is advancing towards an intensified level. This is a war in which the smoke cannot be seen, and even outsiders can be thrilled to see it. Technology Complex Building. Master, Professor Liu Jianwei's team has received important news. The email he sent to you shows that the research team took half a year to concentrate on research and development and successfully manufactured carbon fiber nanotubes with a length of 0.58 meters, breaking the world record. Liu Sheng could not help seeing Xiona's report, but he was relieved soon. Liu Jianwei's team was able to make a breakthrough so quickly. It really made him feel a little unexpected, but with past memory, it is reasonable to think that Liu Jianwei's team solved the material problem of the space ladder cable. This news proves one thing: surely, Jinjin can accelerate the speed of scientific research breakthroughs. After Liu Jianwei's team joined Star Arrow International, there was no need to worry about funding issues, nor did they have to worry about some human issues. Star Arrow International will help solve it. Even their life issues are extremely well thought out. He and his research team can devote themselves wholeheartedly to the scientific research level without any thoughts. It is also necessary to break through technical difficulties in advance. Return an email to him, and don't publish the results to the academic community for the time being. Liu Sheng immediately commanded. This is also a good news. The announcement of such news will surely smash the material science community. One of Aero International's major shareholders, no matter what is the good news, needs to raise BT's stock price. Cortana. Yes, the message has been edited and sent. At that moment, Liu Sheng's phone ringing came to mind, and it was taken out by Yao Jianhong. General Manager Liu O, Wall Street collectively forced debts to the Azure Coast. If the company's money is settled, it may not help Blue Star Technology, otherwise its own operations will be severely affected unless layoffs and liquidation of assets are realized. In terms of importance, the Azure Coast company is larger than Blue Star Technology, because the former is mainly for the bottom layer, and the latter is for the upper layer applications. But in terms of influence and ability to make money, Blue Star Technology has to kill the Blue Coast, especially the profit. The latter is obviously a high-tech company with a higher technical content than Blue Star Technology, but it does not have much high profit. You know, last year, Blue Star Technology's annual net profit was 4 times that of the French Riviera. Because throwing money is crazy, the R&D budget alone is twice as much as Blue Star Technology, close to $40 billion, plus high welfare expenses for employees, etc. There are also some operators and supply chain partners. Receivable turnover problem. Liu Sheng asked directly, "How much should I pay?" Yao Jianhong at the other end of the phone replied, $62.2 billion. Liu Sheng did not hesitate to say, "Since they have urged debts, then debt repayment is enough. As for the problem of Blue Star Technology, you don't have to worry about it. You can make sure that the giant sail of the Côte d'Azur cannot reach the moth." Yao Jianhong hesitated for a moment and then stopped, and finally nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll take care of it." Liu Sheng didn't explain anything, and directly ordered the execution. Although Yao Jianhong was worried, he told him from a statement tone of the other party, and he felt that kind of confident attitude. Even if he didn't explain anything, Yao Jianhong was inexplicably relieved. The sky is falling down and the superboss is standing up. Yao Jianhong is more willing to believe in Liu Sheng's style. Although he frequently speaks surprisingly, he never said anything, never did anything unsure, confident and decisive, and calm and bold at critical moments. Soon after ending the call with Yao Jianhong, another call came to Liu Sheng. It was from Qin Weimu. The clients of Shengfeng Capital's asset funds have demanded the redemption of their investment funds in Shengfeng Capital because you are crazy and they do not want to be dragged into the water by you. After hearing the words, Liu Sheng smiled cheerfully, and ignored the second half of her sentence, and immediately asked, "What percentage are they?" Qin Weimu replied, "Almost all foreign capital, accounting for 28% of Shengfeng's capital ratio." The total amount of redemption reached 206.1 billion yuan. It is worth mentioning that 65% of the equity of Shengfeng Capital is foreign-owned, but the largest shareholder in it is held by the Liu Sheng Family Fund. Therefore, the largest shareholder of Shengfeng Capital is actually the Liu Sheng Family Fund, followed by the State-Owned Assets Management Office. Liu Sheng personally is the third largest shareholder on the surface, and the second is to vote with his feet to believe in the Liu Sheng effect of foreign capital. These restrictions are anxious. That is to redeem $32.8 billion. Liu Sheng muttered to himself, but then replied to Qin Weimu, "The investment agreement has agreed terms, and Shengfeng Capital is protecting the interests of all investors from damage. Have the right to freeze investment funds at critical moments and tell them that if they don't have the money, they have to go to court." At $32.8 billion, such a huge astronomical figure has already occupied 60% of Shengfeng Capital's cash reserves. It can only be used to sell other venture capital to generate cash flow. This is impossible. The biggest purpose of the establishment of Shengfeng Capital is to do this. Really doing the strategic layout of creating a domestic semiconductor entire industrial chain over the years. Wouldn't the bamboo baskets be drunk, and all the work done? Fortunately, when investors entered the market, they had already closed the loopholes for the possible crisis of today. Liu Sheng is very confident. Investors will definitely not go to court. Who made them blindly respect the Liu Sheng effect at first, and did not agree to freeze their assets, They had nothing at all. There is only one case where they can redeem the fund. That is the closing of the Shengfeng Capital Investment Fund, and all the assets were realized to the holders. However, the possibility of forced liquidation is almost non-existent, because Qin Huaimou, who has been in charge of Shengfeng Capital over the years, is constantly bringing profits. Investors are actually seeing their assets continue to increase in value. Although the fund cannot be redeemed directly according to the agreement, it can be obtained through fund transfers. Therefore, investors have not received a penny in these years, but the asset is increasing in value. It is also not an individual who invests in Shengfeng Capital. The threshold is extremely high. All fund companies or the institutions have no shortage of cash. They also hope that the value of assets will be optimized, the asset list will be optimized, and bright performance reports will be released. This time, the biggest reason why investors suddenly demanded the redemption of funds was that they were feeling guilty. Liu Sheng now feels like a lunatic, drawing on all the companies, funds and Wall Street fighting methods he controls. And investors obviously don't like Liu Sheng's short crocodile who can fight the entire Wall Street. They admit Liu Sheng is a genius, but want to fight the entire Wall Street by himself? Investors feel that this is basically a dead end and do not want to go to with Liu Sheng. But this is beyond their power. After Qin Huaimou ended the call, he immediately drafted an email group and sent it to all investors of Shengfeng Capital. The content of the email is very concise. Some investors now require the redemption of the foundation to increase the risk index of Shengfeng Capital and damage the interests of all investors. Therefore, from the distribution of the email, all funds of the investor in Shengfeng Capital will be frozen. When to thaw, wait for Shengfeng Capital to come down from high risk. The subtext is that the freezing time can be extended indefinitely. When the investors who wanted to redeem the fund received this email, they instantly realized that they had been completely locked up, and their mentality exploded instantly. They were almost fainted at the spot, and they only roared in the office, "Investor, why do you want us to die?" With the passage of time, after entering October, this capital war without gunpowder entered a full degree of fever. Wall Street's short funds have also clearly felt the pressure. As of now, all short funds have reached a total of $100 million in order to short Blue Star Technology. Over 85% of the short positions have been liquidated, and they have no fighting power at all. Among them, there are a large number of hedge funds, and hedge funds all have risk exposure restrictions. The risk exposure of a hedge fund is set at 5%, and once the red line is reached, the position can only be closed. And the market value of Blue Star Technology has not yet fallen below the $500 billion mark. How firm Zhang Bowen is in protecting the plate is evident. The short crocodile are now also beating, but they are a group of adventurer gamblers. They knows that they are under pressure, and they are more aware of the pressure of Blue Star Technology and Zhang Bowen at this moment. Short sellers have suffered heavy losses, but Blue Star Technology has suffered even greater losses. Not only has its cash reserves been emptied, it also owes debts to the French Riviera, Shengfeng Capital, and Life Science funds. These brother companies and funds came with cash flow to help, but they were not free. They were all borrowed. Whoever can hold the last breath can laugh until the end, and all the losses can be made back with all the profits, depending on who fell first. On October 21st, Blue Star Technology Group's new headquarters in Mobius Ring. The executive meeting room at the core level. More than a dozen core level managers at the meeting heard the sound of the conference door opening. They only saw Liu Sheng enter the meeting, and to Zhang Lao they were surprised that he would bring an outsider. Meetings at this level are not eligible for even most of the company's executives. This person is simply Zhong Yuanhong. After he came in, he sat and listened, and the executives at the meeting looked at each other without asking anything, although he didn't know why. But since Liu Sheng brought in, he had his own reason in it. Zhong Yuanhong did not sit at the conference table, but quietly sat and listened as a guest. He entered the conference hall without saying a word. Liu Sheng came to the chief seat and looked around the crowd. "How is the situation?" Zhang Bowen, who was sitting in the second position, immediately replied, "General Luo, I have no money." Brief and concise. It also revealed the severity of this capital war. As the world's richest technology group, Blue Star Technology has no money, and it is obvious that the lack of money here also includes Shengfeng Capital and the French Riviera. The extra money is used to support the frontline battles, otherwise it will create a crisis of capital chain breakage. And then it will really be the rhythm of the whole blood collapse. Luo Sheng said, "Why is there no money?" Don't forget that the company has 40.8% of the treasury stocks in hand, and it will be rich to sell some for cash. Everyone was full of doubts when they heard it, and one of the executives at the meeting smiled bitterly. "Mr. Luo, you are not kidding. Treasury stock cashing is equivalent to directly announcing that there is no difference. In fact, everyone is complaining but dare not speak out." www.mtlnovel.com. This is all because of the negative consequences of Luo Sheng's decision to start the repurchase program with $135 billion. Otherwise those short funds will not dare to play with them children. It will not reach the point where this kind of bomb is exhausted. Luo Sheng never explained anything, because he did not explain to them at all that Blue Star Technology was going to go public in Hong Kong, and the biggest purpose of going public in Hong Kong was to find a super strong backing for Blue Star Technology. The executive who attended the meeting added, "But if the transfer to a third party does not circulate in the market, who dares to take over at this time?" Hearing that, Luo Sheng shifted his sight with a mysterious look. Seeing this scene, Lao Jiang and others also followed his sight. The eyes of everyone in the conference room fell on Zhong Yuanhong, who was watching. At this time, Luo Sheng's words floated into the ears of Jiang Bowen and others, who said no one took over. Didn't this already invite the buyer? Everyone exclaimed subconsciously, "What?" Chapter 490, Birds with Explosive Mentality. Luo Sheng's light and elegant sentence spoke, but surprised the audience, who would take over such a hot potato at this time. Lao Jiang was the first to return from shock and disappointment, and said in surprise, "General Luo, this should be the mysterious expectation you said earlier." Luo Sheng smiled indifferently, immediately got up from the seat, when his eyes turned to Zhong Yuanhong, and the latter rose to the conference table. "Everyone, let me introduce you." The State-Owned Assets Management Office serves as Director Zhong Yuanhong. When hearing Luo Sheng's concise introduction, everyone in the participants was shocked and suddenly realized at this moment. No wonder. At this time, only the country can get this hot potato. At this time, Zhong Yuanhong, who was silent after entering the conference room, spoke and smiled. "On behalf of the State-Owned Assets Management Office, I brought 600 billion yuan in cash flow and about $88 billion in foreign exchange funds to invest in Blue Star Technology Group." In addition, the bank was also preparing with a low-interest rate loan of 356 billion yuan, or about $52.2 billion. In short, the country fully supports Blue Star Technology through this crisis. As soon as this remark came out, Jiang Bowen and others at the meeting were all excited. One executive couldn't hide his excitement and laughed on the spot. "Ha ha, once the news is announced, Cha knows. These short Wall Street predators estimate that it must be silly. $140.2 billion. In the end, it is the state's handwriting. This batch of strategic materials is sent to the front battlefield, and the situation will change drastically." At the last moment, the executives present at the meeting had a dark cloud on their faces, and they were still complaining, and even secretly confessed that Luo Sheng's own use had ruined the company. If it had not been for his decision to take a $135 billion stock repurchase plan, it might have all been will not happen. But now they all apologized to Luo Sheng in their hearts, and they were even more shocked. From this point of view, all of this should be within Luo Sheng's prediction and control, and finally understand that these days, Blue Star Technology has such a big crisis, but Luo Sheng, the founder at the helm, is such a salty fish. All the work is left to Jiang Bowen and their senior management to deal with it. It turned out that everything was under his control. Thinking of this level, The managers attending the meeting inexplicably developed a sense of awe for boss and worship. 2 hours later, a contract was signed, and Zhong Yuanhong signed on behalf of the State-Owned Assets Management Office and Liu Osheng on behalf of Blue Star Technology. Actually, it was signed within a long time, and now it is just a process. The State-Owned Assets Management Office bought 28% of Blue Star's treasury stock for an astronomical amount of $88 billion in cash. It can be said that it has been sold at a low price, even if the current market value of Blue Star Technology Group is calculated. The nominal value of the shares is as high as $140 billion, which just matches the $140.2 billion brought this time. However, more than $50 billion was loaned to Blue Star Technology and will be repaid in the future. But the value of this transaction obviously cannot be reflected by the amount directly faced. The real core value is that Blue Star Technology Group has a super strong backing, equivalent to endorsement by the state. At this point, the State-Owned Assets Management Office has become the largest shareholder of Blue Star Technology Group, and Liu Osheng has become the second largest shareholder, but he is still the largest individual shareholder. The shareholders of Blue Star Technology Group have changed, but the shareholding structure has not changed. It is still a partnership system, and Liu Osheng still has absolute control over the company. The State-Owned Assets Management Office will not interfere with the company's operations. It will even dispense with expatriate directors and only assign auditors to the company. With these funds in place, it is not an exaggeration to say that the combat effectiveness returned to full state instantly. Zhang Bowen said with a smile, and the other managers attending the meeting also laughed, and everyone was in a good mood. Compared to the depressive atmosphere before the start of the meeting, there is a stark contrast at this moment. Little money is really a good thing, as long as it is there, as long as it is enough, it can make people feel more at ease. Zhong Yuanhong laughed. If you continue to fight this way, I estimate that Blue Star Technology is not far from the privatization and delisting. Now there are fewer and fewer stocks in circulation. As long as the other party dares to sell, Blue Star Technology dares to continue. Liu Osheng smiled calmly and said, withdraw from the market. If Wall Street can send a wave of assists, it would be just right. Anyway, Liu Osheng has decided that Blue Star Technology will go to Hong Kong for listing at the same time, and delisting from Nasdaq is not a big deal. However, it is worth mentioning that Blue Star Technology Group does not owe Wall Street a penny, but the company still owes a lot of debt, but the creditor is not Wall Street. The 5 major banks owed RMB 3,560 billion. And the total amount owed to the fraternal company as Yacoast, Shengthink Capital, and Life Science Fund exceeded RMB 480 billion. On the contrary, the debt has soared a lot, but the asset allocation properties have also changed. The previous cash reserve exceeded more than $200 billion. It is almost gone. But it is not really gone. It is equal to Blue Star Technology using this money from the stock market. The last repurchase of stocks continued to redeem itself. Wall Street's shares of Blue Star Technology once reached as much as 68%, and now there are not many left. Wall Street. In a conference room, Wall Street and other bear crocodile gathered. Chanos said with confidence, the total book loss has exceeded $200 billion, but Blue Star Technology has bottomed out. After 3 days, it will support for up to a week. BTC stocks will dive into cliffs or even become junk stocks. Everything will be painstaking by then. The CEO of Muddy Waters sighed, I hope so. This time it was too much. This short-selling event will certainly leave a strong fortune in financial history, which will be remembered by history. At this moment, George Soros, the legendary financial crocodile at the meeting, answered the phone, but for a moment, his face suddenly condensed, and the short bears present also noticed the sudden change of the crocodile's face. The original optimistic mentality collapsed again at this moment. We must know that Zhang Bowen and others are not only tense, but these short crocodile are not much better. as long as they see the floating losses on their books. Tremendous stress. Neither side can afford to lose, but at this point, one side will always lose. What happened to George? What happened? At the end, George Soros dropped the phone and murmured, "The news came across the ocean, and Blue Star Technology received $140.2 billion in liquidity." Everyone who was present was shocked by the incredible expression, and exclaimed in unison, "What?" Soros said succinctly, "Quagga endorsed it and provided this funding." The head of Muddy Waters' eyes widened. "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible, and it is not the financial crisis that has swept the world. There has never been a case where a country will hold the market for a company alone." Soros, now there. The voice fell, and the entire conference room was suddenly silent, as if the needle could be heard. In the eyes of the people in the audience, it seemed that they were interpreting two words, "end." A head of a bear fund resents it. "Shit. This is unfair. This is a despicable act that violates market behavior." When he said this sentence in anger and dissatisfaction, not only did other people feel funny, he also felt funny and shameless. He was short, and he was the least qualified to say it. Apparently the mentality exploded instantly, faced with the sudden increase of more than $140 billion from Blue Star Technology. The gang of short-selling predators on Wall Street also suddenly felt tired. This kind of reselling game failed in the end. Youcanzu.com is cheaper for third parties, such as a Nextdoor. Presumably, the stock Buffett is definitely paying close attention to the current development of Blue Star Technology. This is one of the few internet technology companies that has held heavy positions. The stock now has a lot of cash in his hands, as long as he is willing to sell at any time. "It's not that there's no chance," George Soros said suddenly. His words undoubtedly made others feel like they had caught a life-saving straw, and they really didn't dare to sink further. "In this case, a sensible approach is to close the stop-loss, but 2/3 of the body has fallen. Can you be willing?" Only to see the eyes of everyone turned on the legendary crocodile. George Soros slowly said, "Convince the White House that only in this way can we turn around." The fiasco lesson 15 years ago made me understand that Blue Star Technology now has red powers to support it. If there is no equal strength to hedge this short plan, there is no doubt that you will lose. Otherwise stop it early. Chanos succinctly said, "Oh, open, the situation is getting more and more crazy. The more you play the bigger." Chapter 491, Even That Counts? With the news that the State-Owned Assets Management Office took RMB 600 billion to become the largest shareholder of Blue Star Technology Group and the 536 billion low-interest loans of the 5 major banks, a total of 956 billion yuan of working capital was exchanged for US dollars. Like an ant who fry a pan. The overwhelming reports are overwhelming, and there is a lot of discussion online. The country has finally shot. Well, people in the industry are probably jealous of envy. Which private company can get this treatment? It makes sense. This period of time is really enthusiastic to watch. Every day I want to see the latest news in the news. I haven't looked forward to a good drama like this. I heard that Soros is also on this short list and is one of the leaders. Haha, I lost fiercely 15 years ago. I still come this time. Do you really think we are the small countries in Southeast Asia? Everyone sang the Blue Star Technology and said that it was no longer sustainable. The news was that those short speculators were stupid. 956 billion soft sister coins, and more than 140 billion US dollars. Day. Blue Star Technology Group released its financial report today. The audit data revealed that in the third quarter, total revenue was US $28.97 billion and net profit was US $100 million. Revenue and profit continued to show a two-pronged trend, in line with Wall Street analysts' expectations. Judging solely from the data of this audited financial report, there is no doubt that this is still an astronomical figure. The companies that can achieve such performance in the world are few in number, and of course they cannot be regarded as failures. But if you compare the brilliant data of Blue Star Technology Group's annual revenue of US $2,030 billion and net profit of US $72 billion last year, this financial report shows that the company's performance is dwindling at an alarming rate. But this is not the result of the company's poor management, but because of force majeure. To put it simply, it was a hooligan. It is also worth mentioning that one of the highlights of the information disclosed in a Q3 earnings report is that the revenue of the Greater China market reached $15.06 billion in the quarter, accounting for 52%. This is the first time for Blue Star Technology Group, more than half of the domestic revenue, and exceeded the proportion of overseas revenue. Europe has become the second largest business market, with revenue of $10.9 billion this quarter. Although the year-on-year and month-on-month data have dropped significantly, the European market has not been lost. Just the day after Blue Star released Q3 earnings, the media and a lot of experts predicted that this short sale would end with the demise of Wall Street bears. A more violent storm shaved the jaws of these predictors. From the day when, at a press conference held by the White House, a CNN reporter asked a White House spokesman how to evaluate the recent capital war between Wall Street and Blue Star Technology. A White House spokesman accused the other side of the ocean of not following market behavior. Those with a keen sense of sense realized that this capital war was far from over. On the day, the short-selling agency on Wall Street was struggling to get a $65 billion temporary budget from the North American authorities, and the combat power was full at an instant, which made onlookers who felt that the dust had settled down. The news caught his eyes and his chin startled. Things have gone completely beyond what was expected. As the impact of this news hit the global market, the three major U.S. stock indexes tumbled across the board that day. But the market value of Blue Star Technology Group is still firm at the $500 billion level. On the surface, it looks like a technology giant and Wall Street short predators engaged in a capital war, but anyone with a good eye can see that there are giants behind each other. This is no longer a simple short war. Obviously, this fairy-level fighting method worries investors around the world. The future market trend is full of unpredictability, and the most precipitous interpretation of the stock market slump. Blue Star Technology Group headquarters, in the core conference room. Participating Jiang Bo in Shenzhen said, "The development of things is becoming more and more uncontrollable. I did not expect that Chinos could actually convince the North American authorities to give them money. I heard that this was squeezed out of their military budget." Side. The presence of managers also revealed a heavy color on their faces. Sitting in the chief position, Liu Osheng leaned back in his seat, holding his mouth in one hand and speaking in a calm manner, unexpected, but reasonable. Lao Jiang turned his head and looked at the other with a doubtful expression. "In the past, is it reasonable?" Liu Osheng nodded. "Basically speaking, this is a battle between the two sides for global internet information, internet new media mouthpieces, and the fifth space of the internet. The more than $60 billion is also a military attribute in a sense." In a simple sentence, Liu Osheng did not explain too much, but Jiang Bowen and other senior executives attending the meeting suddenly realized that they were no longer confused about the current situation of escalation of fighting methods. It turns out that this can be explained. The Internet was originally a product of the North American military. With the end of the Cold War, this information highway was soon open to civilian use and developed rapidly. Humanity has truly entered the era of the information revolution, and North America has ushered in the Internet economy. Era of prosperity. Internet companies such as Yahoo, Google, Netscape, AOL, Microsoft, etc. have led the way for several years in different time periods, and all are North American Internet companies. However, with the emergence of Blue Star Technology and the lightning-like rise, it quickly broke the Internet hegemony in North America. The speed of lightning-like rise along the way, even the old American could not react. After the reaction came, I suddenly discovered that this Internet multinational company from China had grown to the level of the Optima giant. Today, The scale of Blue Star Technology Group itself is huge enough to be comparable to the entire internet platform in the world, let alone the domestic version of Blue Star Technology, international versions such as it and so on. Any one of them can be worthy of the title of internet giant, and the Blue Star Technology family barrel has almost achieved a degree in its respective subdivisions. 80% market share. And these internet products have extremely powerful linkage attributes, and most importantly, they have strong social attributes, and this represents the new media attributes, and it also represents the new media mouthpiece in the internet era. As a group company from China, Blue Star Technology is equivalent to helping the country occupy the commanding heights of an emerging media position in the silent process. In fact, after repeated in-depth research, these predators such as Soros stimulated the sensitive nerves of the White House with this, and thus easily obtained this special fund, and achieved what outsiders thought was impossible. The times have changed quietly. In the internet mouthpiece, North America is now able to grasp the Google parent company Alphabet, which has a search portal. Its Google search dominates the global search engine. This Blue Star Technology has been trying tipping the opponent, but the gain is limited. However, Liu Sheng did not open up the position and Google died in the global search engine market because it was not necessary. With the rise of the mobile internet, major apps will have hundreds of millions of user bases in the future. Netizens directly click on the app portal, and the demand for search portals is greatly reduced. Instead of taking a lot of money, manpower and material resources against Google, which is the search engine overlord, it is better to use these resources for the cultivation of the App Store market. The meeting is still going on. www.mtlnovel.com. Liu Sheng's simple words let everyone know the source of the problem. I don't know if it's okay, but this will make everyone more dignified. Zhang Bowen hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't hold it, and saw him. Shen said, "General Liu, if this is the case, we are very dangerous." The old Zhang said it again and again, and the rest of the words did not go on. Liu Sheng glanced at him and looked around at all the people in the meeting. The executives present were silent. "I know what you are worried about. Lomai is the strongest financial resource in the world. In the end, we must starve to death first." Speaking here, Liu Sheng spoke sharply, "Don't panic, I have a second hand." As soon as this remark came out, the managers attending the meeting brushed their eyes round and round. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts, "Even this? And is it ready early?" Chapter 492, Liu Sheng's separation plan. I don't know why, everyone's morale was very low in the last second, but at the moment when Liu Sheng throws out his so-called second hand, even if it is not known what the card is, everyone is inexplicable. Morale was boosted with the surprise that Liu Sheng brought in Zhong Yuanhong, who was the last to sell Guanzi. The managers at the senior management level have blindly trusted this time. There is really no doubt. Liu Sheng looked at everyone and said with a smile, "This time we will not look for help from the country. The country spends too much money. Don't look at the rapid collection of more than 900 billion yuan. But this is another. It's been transferred to other places, and it's replaced with foreign exchange. Presumably, many people have complained about us." Zhang Bowen and others nodded silently when they heard it, and everyone understood something deeper. In the event that they failed to catch the scene, the top executives of Blue Star Technology, including Liu Sheng, must do so. You can't shake it off. You may really face the risk of being put in prison by the collective. There is a lyrics on Wall Street that says, if you don't sell anything, you have to buy it, or you have to go to jail. The balance here is indeed quite difficult to grasp. Fortunately, when you see Liu Sheng, you have the backbone, and this kind of thing is far from putting pressure on them. In fact, Liu Sheng didn't have so much pressure because he still had family funds behind him. Affordable. The participating Zhang Bowen was curious as a cat scratched and couldn't help but say, "Except this, Mr. Liu, I really can't think of anyone who can help us carry it together." "Who?" Liu Sheng smiled silently, and told everyone silently, "Yes, it is Down, who is your boss." On the family fund side, Qin Weimo had already prepared $150 billion in accordance with his instructions, and there was $150 billion in the back. It was impossible to sell assets and liquidate $100 billion. These three acts really all fell down. Old America can't withstand anything but let the Federal Reserve open the door to release water. No one in the world can take out so many in a short time, except for the big dog setter. Liquidity comes. Seth was really rich and stupefied. Not only did the royal family have $800 billion in reserve assets, but in the memory of the last generation, Prince Seth investigated the following groups of relatives one after another to investigate corruption. Directly detected $800 billion in cash assets. What is rich in oil? Big dogs have the most say. After Lao Jiang questioned, all the senior executives in the conference room also looked curiously at the big boss. Liu Sheng calmly said, "Put away your curiosity. You will know by then." Everyone smiled. Liu Sheng sighed and added, "The only thing that makes me uncomfortable is that we and Wall Street are fighting each other, but it is cheaper for a third party." Zhang Bowen spread his hand and said, "This is no way out. Our position is destined that we cannot play the role of fisherman." Liu Sheng shrugged, "Who knows? Only the future. We can know the future." "Okay, everyone." Liu Sheng couldn't help but look at the strange look of the crowd. "Don't think more about it. There is no third-hand hole card." The people smiled inexplicably, and this smile felt like Liu Sheng said, "I believe it. I believe you a ghost." They really don't believe it, because the boss has too much experience. This game of chess is certainly not as clear as it appears, and it is far from the whole surface. This makes Liu Sheng quite helpless. He is really not that long-term, but he doesn't say much. It is not a bad thing anyway. At this time, it is even a good thing. The subordinates are now more optimistic. The confidence index is soaring. Morale is something that cannot be smelled, touched or seen, but it is really important. It is not only important but also indispensable. Liu Sheng looked around and said, "The last thing in today's meeting, I decided to propose a resolution to the board of directors and send it to the shareholders meeting to vote on major issues, namely, Blue Star Technology Group launched an external public offering. This round of capital increase and share expansion, it plans to raise $23.9 billion in financing." At this point, everyone had a subconscious mouth with a slightly long mouth, and the petrified dull. A senior executive at the conference said weakly, "Boss, I didn't hear that wrong. At this time a public offering? In the current situation, investors will not come to the door unless they are caught in the door." Everyone couldn't believe the magical brain circuit of Liu Sheng. Is this operation contrary to human nature? At this time, when you launch a public offering, who will come to pledge? Your Blue Star Technology and Wall Street are almost fighting each other now. The risk index is almost breaking the sky's rhythm, and you are buying your new stock. Entering is the rhythm of being trapped instantly. Want to die directly? Obviously, a normal person thinks Liu Sheng's proposal is simply incomprehensible, because people are good fortune and avoid evil. At this time, launching a public offering is likely to leave an embarrassing situation that nobody cares about, and then it will really lose face. If it is thrown internationally, it will definitely be laughed off by the media and industry insiders, and it will become the biggest joke in the history of the financing industry. Liu Sheng calmly said, "I have the final say." Everyone. "Well, you are the boss, you have the final say." Although everyone strongly disapproved of Liu Sheng's move, he could not prevent his decision, because he not only founder of the company from time to time, but also controlled more than half of the nomination right of the board. The proposal for the fundraising was passed 100%. The capital increase and share expansion require a 2/3 vote on major issues at the company's shareholders meeting to pass, that is, 67% of the voting rights to pass the proposal. However, Liu Sheng could not be stopped at the shareholders meeting. Although he now only holds about 24% of the shares, he is a Class B stock. The voting right for Class B stock is 200 shares of Class A tradable shares. In other words, Liu Sheng didn't even need Xi Yong and Lao Jiang to hold Class B stocks held by their management team to vote with him. He voted in favor of more than 80% of the voting rights and more than 67% of important matters. The proposal was definitely passed at the shareholders' meeting, and the proposal was sent to the board of directors to vote at the shareholders' meeting. In fact, it was just a process. The company was always firmly controlled by Liu Sheng. That's it. Lao Jiang, you will notify the shareholders of Blue Star Technology. 10 days later, an extraordinary general meeting will be convened to vote on the matters under consideration and adjourn the meeting. The meeting, which lasted more than 2 hours, was finally over, and the executives attending the meeting also packed up their documents and left one by one. But Liu Sheng did not leave in a hurry and remained in the chief position. Until everyone left the conference hall, Liu Sheng leaned back on his seat and looked at the ceiling. He couldn't help thinking of Zhong Yuanhong's words and murmured them. You can always believe in the Liu Sheng effect. When deciding to launch a public offering, Liu Sheng saw that all senior executives, including Zhang Bowen and Xi Yong, had reservations about this. He was very worried that this would make an international joke. After all, Blue Star Technology is not a small workshop now. As the world's first listed technology company, face is also very important. But Liu Sheng doesn't blame them. This is normal. As long as a normal person is ridiculous of such a decision, people who subscribe to new shares of Blue Star Technology at this time are either stupid or really selfless. But what Zhang Bowen didn't know was that this public offering was essentially Liu Sheng's own financing for himself. It was a completely self-directed play. Of course, Liu Sheng did not play himself for the sake of whim. He needed to obtain a kind of potential. There was only one way for this capital war to form a potential. 3 days later, the Science and Technology Complex. Qin Weimer came here, and the two were in the large living room at this moment. $150 billion has been distributed to 2,509 private equity accounts in various countries around the world, of which account institutions in North America accounted for 68%. Now you will issue an open letter for the offering of shares. By then, more than 2,000 private equity accounts there will be a guaranteed subscription amount of $150 billion. Qin Weimer reported her recent work methodically. Hearing that, Liu Sheng smiled with a smile. Well, the minimum $150 billion subscription amount depends on how many people will follow the car. Anyway, there are more than 2,000 private equity accounts to subscribe for $150 billion. Someone will definitely follow. Get in the car, let's wait and see. Qin Weiwan stared at Liu Sheng with his arms folded. I have to say that your hand to provoke alienation on Wall Street is really overcast. Ha ha. Liu Sheng said cheerfully. The short crocodile Chanos thought they were hunters, but they did not know that they had been my prey from the beginning. The mantis catches the cicada, and the cardinals are behind. It is not difficult for Qin Weimer to speculate on what will happen in the future after this bureau is laid. Imagine that after Blue Star Technology launched a public offering operation, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to subscribe to these newly discovered stocks. But if the abnormal results happen precisely, there are so many private equity accounts and a subscription amount of up to $150 billion at this time. If the news reaches the ears of short predators such as Chanos, their first idea is to be counted by others, realizing that they are not only outsiders, but are in a serial bureau. www.mtlnovel.com. This does not allow them to speculate so badly that teammates can sell everything in front of their interests as long as the price is in place. They will definitely suspect that there are another group of people inside Wall Street hiding behind the scenes and partnering with Liu Sheng to calculate them. Maybe these people are the inner ghosts hiding around them. So, he was successful in instigating alienation. This is the potential that Liu Sheng wants, and once it is established, it is unstoppable. When a crisis of trust arises, the short-selling team will fall apart in a single thought. In the end, who is the real hunter and prey? No one will think that he is a prey, and everyone thinks that he is a hunter. The time has come to December 10th. Blue Star Technology Group's temporary shareholder meeting was held as scheduled, and major shareholders have arrived at the new headquarters of Mobius Ring to participate in this shareholder meeting. Those short funds also sent representatives to attend the meeting, because they are also now one of the major shareholders. Chapter 493, The mindset of the bears collapses instantly. At the meeting hall of the company's headquarters, as the shareholders' meeting convened as scheduled, the shareholders or shareholder representatives of the major Blue Star Technologies entered the meeting place. The number is not large. There are about 160 large and small shareholders, 70% of whom are Liu Sheng's, and all are senior executives serving in the company. Liu Sheng met his old friend Xu Chengwa on the way to the venue. On behalf of Teng Xun, he came to Blue Star Technology to participate in this temporary shareholder meeting. Your company has made a lot of money recently, Liu Sheng joked. It's true, we have lent more than half of our shares to those short funds, and now Tencent holds 4.2% of BTC shares, Xu Chengwa said. Haha, no matter, normal business behavior, Liu Sheng said with a smile. I don't think they are up yet, because I believe you can win. This is intuitive, Xu Chengwa said to Liu Sheng. If you borrow good words, you must also win. Liu Sheng smiled indifferently, adding, but as a friend, I think the rest is still held, it will rise. It is only suggested that speech is not responsible. After speaking, Liu Sheng smiled and did not wait for Xu Chengwa to speak before speeding up the pace. After entering the venue, the two sides separated. After a while, a lot of people came in at the entrance of the venue. The difference was that they were all foreign faces. The other shareholders in the venue immediately turned their attention to them. The shareholders and executives of Blue Star Technology all took bad eyes. These foreigners are simply shareholder representatives sent by airdrop institutions to attend this shareholders' meeting. Facing the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, a few of them were calmly seated. However, my heart is unhappy, and being stared at by so many people actually has a kind of chilly feeling. After all, this is their territory. This is the momentum at home. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Just go through the process. Liu Sheng's voice rang through the audience through the microphone, and some foreigners at the meeting also listened through the translator. When the words fell, Liu Sheng's eyes glanced at the shareholder representatives sent by the airdrop agencies, but he was expressionless. In this opening statement, Liu Sheng bluntly stated that he has absolute control over Blue Star Technology. To vote on one thing today, after the board of directors passes a resolution and proposes a final vote to the shareholders' meeting, Blue Star Technology Group will issue 500 million U shares of capital, and it is expected to raise approximately $23.9 billion in public funds. Okay, start voting now. Agree, please raise your hands. Liu Sheng finished his speech, and only saw that more than 70% of the shareholders in the audience raised their hands, all of them, and they knew what the shareholder meeting was going to do. Liu Sheng raised his hand. As long as he raising a hand means that the proposal passed the vote of the shareholders. What? Capital increase. The shorts present on behalf of the shareholders thought that they had heard their ears wrongly. They had never expected to come to the headquarters of Blue Star Technology today to attend the shareholders meeting. The other party would come out like this. I never dreamed that I would actually launch a public offering. At this moment, they constantly wondered in their minds whether they heard it wrong or Liu Sheng was stupid. After returning to God, it was confirmed that I heard it correctly. Several short shareholder representatives whispered, and one of them then said, "We abstain." Vote. An attending staff member at the meeting immediately announced that the staff of the certification body also took a record, and the vote produced legal benefits. Everyone gave up their hands. Liu Sheng immediately got up and walked to the shareholder representative of that short institution, and smiled. If I am Chanos, the first thing I do when I go back is to close the position immediately. Blue Star Technology's circulating market value is less than 22% of the total market value. I am afraid that you only have less than 15%. The other side also responded unabashedly. The enemy against Wall Street, The ending is doomed from the beginning. Liu Osheng nodded deeply, smiling. Yes, all this was doomed from the beginning. After all, without saying a word, they left the meeting room of the shareholders' meeting, and everyone else also left. This shareholder meeting is just a process. The news soon spread like wings, spreading across the technology and capital circles, and the outside world was in a state of shame. Many industry people once suspected that the editor of the media had been drugged when they saw relevant reports. Unconscious writing. Is Blue Star Technology Group launching a public offering at this juncture? I'm afraid it's not a loss of wisdom. Want to make a big joke in the capital world by your own skills? But then realized that this was not an article written by the media editor, but it was like this. Liu Osheng issued an open letter to the outside world. The outside world was upset, and Liu Osheng was baffled by this honeyjuice operation. Overseas media organizations are also reporting on this incident. They have expressed ridicule in the articles, laughed at the rhythm of big teeth, and made this public offering of Blue Star Technology the biggest financing joke in history. Everyone who is upset at Blue Star Technology Group is waiting for one of the most embarrassing public offerings in history. A large technology giant has no one to subscribe for external financing. This embarrassment can be the richest person in the world today. Black history is gone. However, the voices of ridicule and questioning from outside did not affect the established operating arrangements of Blue Star Technology Group. Although the executives within the group company were not confident about this fundraising activity, they were not sure what medicine was sold in the Big Boss gourd. However, they all continued to strictly follow Liu Osheng's layout. At the same time, Qin Weimar received news of public offerings and immediately let the family fund operate. All of its private equity accounts were activated, and more than 2,500 fund accounts, more than half of which were from North America. There are only more than 300 private equity funds, and the remaining branches are in other continents. The purpose of doing so is very simple: soliciting alienation. That's how a self-directed financing campaign started. Wall Street at the end of December. In a medium-sized conference room, many short crocodile gathered again. Looking at the document report in his hand, Chanos said suspiciously, "Hip, why has this investment bank not heard of it before? How does it seem suddenly come out?" After speaking, he looked around the participants with doubts. HIB is the abbreviation of Hengxin International Investment Bank. The investment activity of Blue Star Technology Group was made by the investment bank as the sponsor and sole underwriter. At this time, Paul Watson of Goldman Sachs replied, "This is an international investment bank registered in the Cayman Islands this year, with a registered capital of $15 billion US. I'm afraid nobody noticed the underwriters." George Soros frowned at Paul Watson. "What did you say? $15 billion in registered capital? How could there be such a huge amount of capital? Has the identity of the shareholders been identified?" Paul Watson said. In light of the information on the point of view of private equity holdings, 56% of HIB's funding sources are some private equity funds in North America, 28% from European private equity funds, 11% from Asian private equity funds, the rest from other places. We surveyed some private equity funds, almost all of which were established less than 3 years ago, 66% of which were established this year. Speaking of this, Chanos suddenly said very surely, "Damn, I am afraid these private equity funds are just a shield. Vested interests are hidden deeper." Paul Watson nodded. "Yes, with our in-depth investigation, we found that cross-shareholding by multiple institutions is complicated to be completely clueless, and even some Wall Street investment banks seem to have some equity swap transactions in it. Obviously, the other party does not want to let people know who the master is behind the scenes, and this is impossible to find out. There are so many investment banks on Wall Street, there are many salespeople underneath, and those fund managers. There are more transactions of various financial derivatives. These funds are actually trust products under the Liu Osheng Family Fund. Since the day the Family Fund was created, they have been continuously opening accounts for registration. The earliest has been 6 years, and the latest 3 months ago were directly registered. There are a total of 8,800 private equity accounts, let alone indirect control. Although there is no direct evidence to prove it, the short crocodile present was convinced that HIB Investment Bank must have a close relationship with Liu Osheng. I don't know why, there is always a bad hunch. Chanos glanced at the crowd and said, "Do you think Blue Star Technology can raise funds this time? How much can it raise? How many accounts will it subscribe for?" Everyone looked at each other, and no one immediately came up to answer. This is not just Chanos thinking about it. Everyone present is thinking about it. According to normal logic, it is impossible for Blue Star Technology to raise a penny in this public offering. Some people with a little risk awareness can see that there is no difference between buying new shares issued by BTC and burning the money directly. Go in equals fasten. But the problem lies here. www.mtlnovel.com I cited people know that this is not feasible. Don't the senior management of Blue Star Technology understand? But what is happening is that at this time, Blue Star Technology has been performing an abnormal public offering. It is not difficult to conclude that there must be something tricky in it. The crocodile present was racking their brains to analyze and try to find the law, otherwise the stone chosen in their hearts would not fall. Just then, a man in formal attire hurriedly entered the conference room, and the crocodile drew a lot of attention quickly. Everyone. Blue Star Technology Group posted a message on the official website at 4:30 a.m. in the East 8th District, and the company disclosed that the public offering was a great success, and that the $23.9 billion financing plan obtained 2,500 accounts. Institutions were oversubscribed by as much as 6.3 times. And the actual subscription amount was $150.72 billion. With a report from the men entering the conference room, the air seemed to be frozen in an instant, and the whole audience fell into a dead silence, and everyone was as dead as a sculpture. Chapter 494, Explosion in Place. There are inner ghosts. Boom. At this moment, the short crocodile present was like a nuclear explosion in their heads, and everyone was trembling. The voice of this passage came to every Raya present like a curse, and a Cuban cigar sandwiched in the hands of Chanos, who was sitting with Erlang's legs on his hands, fell to the ground from his fingers. The mentality explodes directly in place. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and the atmosphere of silence in the conference room lasted for 2 seconds and only 2 sides. Everyone came back in an instant. Chanos's old bones jumped up from his seat as if returning to the light, and couldn't hold back his emotions in front of the man who reported the news, dragging his neckline. "You repeat, this is not true." Fast. Chanos's gritted voice broke the quiet atmosphere in the conference room and instantly opened the pot. The other expressions were full of face collapse, with hands clasping his head looking up at the flower plate, breathing with closed eyes and deep breathing, with hands combined covering her mouth and staring unconsciously, staring ahead. Although each Rao's emotional performance and body movements are different, they have one thing in common: mindset. Not only did it fall apart, but it fell apart. The man dragged by Chanos did not do as he wished. "Sir, absolutely true. If you don't believe it, check it for yourself." Chanos stared at each other's eyes. For a long time, he finally let go of the other person, and slumped back to his position and sat down. George Serez in the other seat calmed down, then rose up silently, his face expressionless, and glanced at everyone in the audience with a calm and cold-blooded look. Humphrey Leng Huo left the venue without saying a word. At this moment everyone else also reacted, staring at each other with doubtful and angry eyes. Inner ghost. At this time, the word came up in every Rao's heart. Everyone remembered what Paul Watson just said, and 56% of HIB's private equity funds are from North America, or directly on Wall Street, or even more directly, people who are sitting here. Even with the in-depth investigation, there was a slight connection with the investment bank of Wall Street. It doesn't take much. In this case, only a trace is enough. It is a trace of a crisis of trust that is pushed to the next domino. Let the short team fall apart instantly. At this time, No one jumped out and questioned the other person face to face, because it was so stupid. Even if they questioned the other person, they would definitely deny it. Everyone was surprisingly calm, and after almost digesting the news, they left silently. The hearts fell apart, and the team naturally fell apart. The so-called allies will not betray, but there are not enough chips. The so-called friends will not betray, but the temptation is not big enough. How can there be eternal friends? Only eternal interest. George Soros, who was the first to leave the field, was already sitting in his car. He looked at the high-rise buildings on the Wall Street outside the window and asked, "How much have we lost in short BTC short funds this time?" His personal secretary and assistant was also in the special car, sitting on his side. He immediately opened a working laptop and checked the account and said, "Boss, the total floating loss on the book is $13.982 billion. Hearing this number, the legendary crocodile did not respond, but his eyelids twitched when his assistant didn't notice it, which means that 3 of the 5 funds in his hand will go bankrupt. The legendary crocodile, who has been involved in global financial markets, has never encountered such a fierce precedent in his life. Shorting Blue Star Technology this time made him lose at least $10 billion in blood, and his assets shrank by about 65%. Close your stop loss immediately. This time the fiasco never made him feel so miserable. Yes, Soros, including Chanos, and others have extremely doubted each other that they were overcast by the inner ghost of Wall Street, and they were made a middle game. Thinking that he was a hunter, the end result was not to spare the prey. It is now absolutely certain that the holders of the subscription accounts of the Blue Star Technology Group's public offering must be behind the scenes, and the probability is on Wall Street. It turns out that all third parties have set up a bureau with Luo Sheng, which has never surfaced, to lure all short funds into the pit. What's even more humiliating to the legendary bearded crocodile is that until now he couldn't judge who exactly put him together. As the Western Hemisphere fell, the Eastern Hemisphere entered a new one. In the hallway of the headquarters of Blue Star Technology Group, the company's number 2 character Zhang Bowen is in a good mood at the moment, and he feels a lot more brisk walking. With more than 250 billion subscription accounts creating an excess of more than $150 billion, not only Lao Zhang, all of the company's senior management are relieved. Before that, they were even ready to accept the world's mockery articles published by major media are all jokes of Blue Star Technology. However, the progress of the matter was too unexpected. Not only did not have to worry about losing face to the world, but also achieved an unrepeatable legendary financing event. This is really an irreproducible miracle. The company's management now admired Luo Sheng's 5-body plunge to the ground, so he was treated as a god. Zhang Bowen was heading for a hall, passed a turn, and bumped into his assistant. "Mr. Zhang, the press conference has been arranged and we will wait for you." Hearing that, Zhang Bowen nodded without a word. The place he was going to was the reception hall. After 1 minute, he entered the reception hall through the side door and headed for the podium. When more than 450 media reporters at home and abroad gathered at the scene, when they saw Zhang Bowen in a suit, he suddenly stood up from his seat and asked non-stop, flashing camera lights reflected in succession. Body. Lao Zhang stepped onto the stage, stretched out his hands and squeezed in the face of the noisy situation at the scene, and the reporters at the scene quieted down one after another, and the standing ones sat down honestly. The reporters stared at Zhang Bowen, and it was obvious that Lao Zhang's expression at this moment was self-confident and spirited. This time, Blue Star Technology has created an irreproducible financing myth. This result has unexpectedly hit the world. Now the entire technology community, the media community and the business community are frying pans, and they are all paying attention. With a touch of smile, Zhang Bowen on the podium said, "I am honored to announce that Blue Star Technology has obtained 2,528 subscription accounts and over $150.72 billion of oversubscription for this public offering. I believe that if the offering continues, there will be more subscriptions, but it is not needed anymore. It is enough. In this round of public offerings, we hope to raise $23.9 billion from the market. We have completed our mission by more than 6 times. So I hereby announce that this round of financing has ended. This is the market and investors' recognition of Blue Star technology. Shorting predators such as North will definitely suffer the pain caused by the rise of Blue Star technology shares. Finally, don't forget to sprinkle salt on the wounds of the short predators who shorted Blue Star technology. The reporters at the scene kept snapping the news. The news here and Jang Bowen's declaration of victory were also spread to the world through major media organizations. During this period, under the repeated word and public opinion attacks of short predators such as Charles, Blue Star Technology only responded very simply, they would eventually buy it anyway. It turns out that this sentence is not empty words. Just late last night, Blue Star Technology suddenly released a message on its official website. At that time, the stock price of Blue Star Technology listed on Nasdaq rose in the Western Hemisphere. After the market, the stock price rose 2.75%, which is the largest single-day increase since Blue Star Technology dropped from the $1 trillion market value for the second time. In order to make up for the losses, the short crocodile who suffered the face can only reduce the short positions and even close them. They have left the market one after another since yesterday. Immediately after the press conference, Jang Bowen hosted an executive meeting. Mr. Jang, we won a great victory, and shorting our group's airdrop institutions seemed to ebb overnight. It was really too fast, and we were all surprised. A senior executive from the conference took excited emotion said. At this moment, all managers are all excited, whether they win or lose. They have deduced countless possibilities, but just did not expect to win so suddenly. As if waking up, you are going to pull off the stance and fight with your opponents for a long time. As a result, the opponent directly surrenders on the spot and declares victory without starting his hand. This is a result that no one expected. However, all the senior executives here worshipped Liu Sheng more and more, and broke their understanding of miracles again and again. But this time it was more in awe. Reading www.yuukanzu.com. They are not stupid. At this time, Blue Star Technology Group was able to obtain more than 2,500 subscription accounts and more than $150 billion in subscription amount. This is really because they can't help but guess that Liu Sheng and another mysterious group have reached some kind of consensus and made a round for those short predators. Before that, almost everyone thought that Blue Star Technology was fish on the plate, and those predators were predators. As a result, predators were thought to be fish on the plate. Jang Bowen, who was in a good mood, laughed brightly. 2012 was a bumpy year for our group company, especially in the second half of the year. The group company was facing the biggest crisis in history. Shorting again. But it's all over. In 2012, with the sad exit of these short institutions, this year was not easy, but it was exciting. And the next year is the highlight. Global Monopoly of Technology. Chapter 495. After this battle, even if someone shorts our Blue Star Technology Group in the future, it will not be so deadly, Jang Bowen said. A senior executive at the meeting laughed. This time, hundreds of short bear predators may have retracted to a corner and licked the wounds silently. Ha ha, deserve it. The executives in the conference room laughed. This time it was really deflated. Jang Bowen put a smile away and said earnestly, "This is a difficult win. Although we won a great victory, we became the one who laughed to the end. But it doesn't mean that I can sit back and relax in the future of Blue Star Technology Group. The future may face a more serious crisis than this year. We have completely offended the Americans, and the old Americans now tickle their hate." The crowds also smiled one by one, and one of the executives at the meeting said, "Yes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing but afraid of thieves." Jang Bowen said, "We don't want to be evil with anyone, we just want to run a company well for normal business activities, but others may not think so." When I talked to President Liu that day, I have been impressed by a sentence he said. Avoiding conflict with others is not just avoiding it. The way to avoid conflict is to prepare for it. Luo Sheng is not in the company today. When everyone heard the name, they couldn't help admiring it, and admiring it. Everyone knows that this series of major crises encountered by Blue Star Technology Group would not have been the situation today without the existence of this man. Luo Sheng's authority on Blue Star Technology, and the Blue Coast, Sheng Think Capital, etc. have been strengthened like never before. He has established an unparalleled prestige in the hearts of everyone, and has nothing to do with age. The thing of age has been ignored by everyone for a few years. People will only remember how to resolve the crisis again and again, and continue to create legends. Participating Jiang Bowen looked around and said, 2013 is tomorrow. The strategic goals of the group company in the new year have already been set. It is the three major strategies of Luo: developing new business in emerging market countries and regions. We used to pick and choose hardship areas, are reluctant to explore the markets there, which leads to over-reliance on the markets of developed countries in Europe and the United States, and is facing a half-death by the other side. Now they have to starve and eat, as long as they can't eat the dead. The executives attending the meeting didn't say a word. Everyone kept their heads down to record the contents of the meeting, or stared at the work computer occasionally, typing on the keyboard, but the sound was not loud. Exploring business in emerging market countries and regions is a major long-term strategy developed by Luo Sheng for Blue Star Technology Group. To put it plainly, it is the rural encirclement of the city approach, and to prove by itself that such a policy is feasible, so it is required the company learns from the past, and walks up the road of the rise. Earlier, Jiang had arranged the executives of Blue Star Technology to visit Bengqing in person. The reason was that the level of hardship at that time was better than the current Blue Star Technology. Even so, it was also from Europe and the United States. Among the major communication giants, the survival of the counterattack has been achieved by the survival of the cracks, which has achieved the status of today's generation of world communication giants. Jiang Bowen looked away, saying, second is the in-depth expansion of the Greater China business market, which is the top priority. Mr. Luo has repeatedly emphasized that the mainland market is the fundamental foundation for ensuring that our group of companies can be invincible. I don't think I need to go into too much on this point. The third big strategy is to invest $150 billion in scientific research in the next 5 years, with an average of $30 billion per year. Mastering the core technology will have international competitiveness. Blue Star's lost market share in developed countries this year will be recaptured in the future, and we will make a comeback. The attendees were also zealous and confident was unprecedented. Customers from most developed countries such as North America, Britain, and Australia were lost, but Blue Star did not announce its withdrawal from these markets, but always took root there. Even if it is not profitable, it is necessary to support the blood transfusion through the profit of other markets. Only a fool would clap his and walk away, which is exactly what his competitors are happy to see. Luo Sheng will not make the low-level mistake of Gugelou Jiao exiting the Greater China market. Exiting the Greater China market will cause Google a heavy loss. At least it will earn tens of billions of dollars less revenue every year. With the continuous growth of the domestic internet user market soaring, Google looked at the bleeding in his heart. And if Blue Star Technology does this, it will lose hundreds of billions of dollars, and it will allow competitors to keep growing and in turn grab other market shares. With the passage of time, the first month of the new year of 2013 finally ushered in. Technology complex building. The shorts have fully receded and Blue Star Technology's stock has continued to rise. Yesterday Suarez admitted in an interview with Bloomberg that he lost more than $10 billion in the process of shorting. This time all shorters are at the highest at the time of the book's floating loss. It exceeded $280 billion. And the actual loss exceeded $248 billion. Qin Weimu, who came to report, said, "At this moment, she and Luo Sheng are in the living room." The latter laughed, The company's circulating market value is only 18%. We can sell stocks appropriately to enhance liquidity. It is also to withdraw funds. Blue Star's current debt ratio was 30 to 40% higher than before, and debt settlement, a $150 billion R&D strategy, and opening up new markets all cost money. Luojiang will do the stock sale. In terms of the company's current cash reserves, the shares transferred to the State-Owned Assets Management Office received $88 billion in foreign exchange cash, bank loans of $52.2 billion in foreign exchange cash, and $23.9 billion in public offering financing. The company's own cash flow and the cash reserves in Blue Star Technology have soared to more than $170 billion. The funds from the State-Owned Assets Management Office and the bank's low-interest loans were originally intended to be used for consumption, but the market value of the circulation was less and less, and the short sellers did not even think that they would be in the stock market, deciding on the winner, but to lay the final victory outside the stock market. Because Blue Star has already carried a heavy debt burden for this, Wall Street's short institutions have carefully calculated that Blue Star's short-term support will ignite the debt crisis, and heavy debt will become the last straw that crushes the camel. It's not as good as a day count. A public offering action instantly broke short sellers' trust crisis and fell apart, and the situation ushered in a big reversal between hands. Faced with a huge crisis of trust, the Wall Street shorts gave them 10,000 guts to dare not take the risk. Those short predators are adventurers, gamblers, but not fools. Indeed, Blue Star Technology is now carrying a heavy debt burden. If the debt is subtracted, the current cash reserves of more than $170 billion are far from being sufficient to repay the principal, let alone to pay off the debt with interest. First of all, the 5 major banks owed as much as $52.2 billion. Although it is a low-interest loan, it can't hold the base too large. The interest generated in it is still high and scary. Secondly, it owed a total of $126.8 billion in debt to fraternal companies such as the French Riviera, Shengfeng Capital, and Life Science Funds. Although they are all Luo Sheng's funds or companies, the debts that should be repaid have the interest that should be given, but only relatively little, but can't hold the cardinality too large. The principal of these two debts alone is as high as $179 billion, which has exceeded the total cash reserve of Blue Star Technology. This is still in the case of no interest calculation. At the same time, Blue Star Technology was cut off in revenue. At this time, the debt burden soared, and the money made was less. In addition, the company's operating expenses were astronomical. This series of questions is all about the potential dangers of Blue Star Technology's debt. In order to pay off debts, let alone a $150 billion R&D budget strategy. In order not to ignite the debt crisis, shelving this strategy is inevitable. At the same time, it must further reduce R&D investment, even mass layoffs, and sell heavy assets such as data centers to free up money to pay the debt. So it entered a vicious circle. It is a pity that this scene imagined by the short-skinned predators on Wall Street can only become an eternal illusion in the end, and the reality has not moved towards their perfect schedule. Blue Star Technology Group finally survived. Today, the situation is completely different. The stocks bought back by Blue Star Technology can be sold in succession. Under normal circumstances, reducing the liquidity of stock repurchases can enhance investor confidence. However, the situation of Blue Star Technology is not the same now. With such a mess, the liquidity is too poor. Selling a portion of the stock to realize it will ensure that the company's operations and established strategy are not affected, while also reducing the current debt burden. It is worth mentioning that in this public offering, Blue Star Technology received $23.9 billion in financing on the surface. In fact, only $720 million in financing, and the remaining money was funded by the Luo Sheng Family Fund. Luo Sheng was quite surprised. Actually, There are people who are not afraid of death to follow the car here. Simply let these people get on the car. It is a return of their trust and a rich return. In this round of financing, the Liu Sheng family fund increased its stock by 4.5%. In addition to the previous dips, the family fund currently holds 16.5% of the shares of Blue Star Technology Group, which is actually the third only after the state-owned Assets Management Office and Liu Sheng. Major shareholder Liu Sheng glanced at Qin Weimo and reminded, "This time there was such a big turmoil, you temporarily converge, and the family fund can be exposed as late as possible. It is best to hide behind the scenes forever." "I'm not afraid of exposure, even if it is really exposed. All the money made is reasonable and legal. At most, Liu Sheng will add some less popular titles such as International Speculators and Big Shorts and put he was categorized into figures like Ceres. However, as long as it is not exposed, it can hide its true strength and can always be used as a trump card to play a role in turning the tide at a critical moment, such as the planning of this public offering. If exposed, it would be impossible to successfully separate the airdrop agency on Wall Street." Qin Weimo said with a smile, "Last year, Wall Street's short funds were basically fighting with you, so they missed a great opportunity for Greek bankruptcy. I think they know it too, but they can't help it. The funds are locked in. You dare not move here, you can only watch the opportunity missed. In the end, there is no benefit to both ends." Liu Sheng could not help laughing. It is estimated that the other party is now angry enough to shut himself off. The layout here in Greece, how much profit do you take away? Family funds do not lack liquidity. While ensuring that Blue Star Technology and Wall Street are short-term matchups, they can also free up funds to distribute Greece. Qin Weimo proudly said, 7.8 billion euros. Liu Sheng looked down and thought deeply, but his face looked deep. But he looked up at her for a moment and said sincerely, "How can I praise you? I'll give you 7 or 8 billion yuan." Time flies, and in February 2013, it's almost instant. Blue Star Technology Group's stock price has changed from last year's decline since it entered the new year. The year-to-date growth has been as high as 26%. Which is still under the premise of Blue Star Technology actively releasing circulating market capital and withdrawing funds. The bearish faces of bearish BTC stocks are almost wiped out. And Blue Star Technology's current cash flow reserve has reached $268 billion, regardless of the previous capital war. No matter how hard it is to burn money, no matter how much it loses, as long as it becomes the final winner, all previous losses can be made with profit come back. But soon, Blue Star's cash flow fell to the $208 billion stall. First, under Liu Sheng's decision, the $52.2 billion of low-interest loans borrowed from the 5 major banks were repaid in advance and fully repaid. In fact, this fund was not used at all after the call, because the opponent fell too suddenly, belonging to the rhythm of sudden death on the spot. Many senior executives of the company's management did not recommend that Liu Sheng pay back the money so early, because this is a low-interest loan, the interest is too low, and Blue Star Technology can fully use this money to run the money well, make money. However, Liu Sheng did not adopt it. Isn't this stealing the business of the national bank? Although the bank wouldn't say anything, Liu Sheng's ruthless move to business from the country would definitely not make a difference. The second is to slowly pay off the debts between the brother companies. You don't have to worry too much about this. You can pay it back slowly. Liu Sheng cannot force himself to debt. Venture Capital Fund, General Manager's Office. Mr. Liu and Sheng Think Capital released the data of the 2012 annual report. The asset management scale reached 967.0 billion yuan. The working capital reached 340 billion yuan, and the net profit was 13.28 billion yuan last year. Liu Wen's assistant closed the file after reporting. The venture capital fund and Liu Wen, the manager of the investment fund, are regarded as Liu Sheng's old friends. In the early stage of Blue Star's A round of financing, the venture capital fund came to the fore. When Shengfeng Capital was established, it also joined the crowd and made subsequent investments. However, when Blue Star Technology and the Wall Street Bears fought a world war last year, Liu Sheng pulled Shengfeng Capital into the water and made Liu Wen and other investors very dissatisfied. What's even more angry is that Shengfeng Capital has also frozen all the assets of investors forbidden to invest, to redeem funds. After learning that Liu Wen was also angry at his mother. But at this moment, he seemed to be a different person. Inconceivable. Shengfeng Capital, an investment fund that focuses on long-term investment in cutting-edge technology, invests billions of dollars in venture capital every year. Under such huge sunk costs, it is able to achieve tens of billions of profits in successive years. Liu Wen gave a sigh of relief, and after a while instructed his assistant to add, "You arrange it." The venture capital fund has 6 billion private placements. All are invested in Shengfeng Capital. After that, he laughed and said, "You can always trust the Liu Sheng effect." The move was too real, causing extreme discomfort to his assistant. When there was no victory or defeat between Blue Star Technology and the Wall Street Bears, he saw with his own eyes that his boss was roaring in the office, "Liu Sheng effect. Shit." And now? I licked it so recklessly. Liu Wen's assistant only spoke about his boss in his heart, but he soon went to execute it. Once the money is invested in Shengfeng Capital Investment Fund, after the transaction is completed, the funds will be frozen for 3 years. The closed period of 3 years is not redeemable, but it can be packaged into bonds for transfer or other financial derivatives. Some people are willing to take over and can transfer creditors' rights. So Liu Wen is not afraid that if he needs to realize cash in the past 3 years, it will be enough to convert debts. Although the fund was frozen by Shengfeng Capital before, it can still be done in this way. The question is, at that time, who would dare to take this hot plate? Everyone thought that Wall Street would surely triumph, and Shengfeng Capital would be pulled into the water by Blue Star Technology and die without a burial place. But the result was beyond everyone's expectation. Liu Wen was also constantly looking for convertible debt objects before, but unfortunately no one dared to take this offer. At that time, he was almost crazy. Not only Liu Wen, the funds and securities companies that had invested in Shengfeng Capital were just like the ants on the hot pot at the time. Now, Liu Wen is very fortunate that no one picked up the plate at the beginning, otherwise Nima really lost money. In turn, those who refused to accept the offer are now regrettable. Right now, it's not just venture capital funds that are starting to lick. Other fund companies have staged large-scale true incense scenes. What's the use of face? Can it bring profits to the performance? What I have to say is that Qin Weibo, who is the head of Shengfeng Capital, now has a thunderous presence in the capital circle. Every major VC can be described as everyone knows, and it is also known in the army of technology entrepreneurs. It is regarded as a true investment angel because in addition to capital operations, Shengfeng Capital only invests in startup technology companies. Her status in the investment world is just like Liu Sheng's in the science and technology field. Many VCs engaged in technology investment have no idea which startup company has a prospect. Then they simply invest directly in Shengfeng Capital. It's just that relatively little is made, but it's practical. This is why in the short period of 3 or 4 years, Shengfeng Capital's asset list has rapidly expanded to nearly 1 trillion yuan. Qin Weibo is talented in the financial field. He is also a member of Liu Sheng. The relationship between them is in the upper circle. Everyone knows that this is a guarantee. This time the disastrous defeat of Wall Street's short predators has undoubtedly further strengthened the mysterious aura of the Liu Sheng effect. The industry has gradually formed a blind consensus that Liu Sheng benefits is equivalent to making a lot of money. In February, Shengfeng Capital not only did not have an investor request to redeem the fund, it seems that this thing has never happened at all. In contrast, in the first month of the new year to early February, Shengfeng Capital received a total of 120 billion yuan in asset custody over 35 days. which also pushed Shengfeng Capital's asset management scale to 1.08 trillion yuan, a new height of the renminbi. 2 years ago, it has become the largest private equity management investment fund in China. In February this year, it became the first private equity investment fund with a $1 trillion asset management scale in China. It has been hailed as China's Blackstone Fund Company. However, compared with the scale of asset management of Blackstone Group, Shengfeng Capital is still a small witch. The Blackstone Group's own total assets are equal to that of Shengfeng Capital, but it has a global asset management scale of $5.4 trillion. Entering the new year in February is also about to usher in the Spring Festival holiday, and now the crisis has been passed without fear, whether it is Blue Star Technology or the Blue Coast, and its employees can have a good year in peace. However, Luo Sheng did not return home for the Chinese New Year. After leading the company through this major crisis, he focused his energy on climbing technology. Mainly Star Arrow International also did not return home for the Chinese New Year, and there are scientific research teams such as Liu Jianwei. Star Arrow International R&D experimental building. Today is the Spring Festival, but Liu Jianwei's team is still working. In their eyes, every day is a working day except for a few rest days. Scientific research and academics are almost all of their lives. Apart from their talents, the breakthroughs that can be achieved successfully have a great relationship on the front line. Luo Sheng came here today, at the moment while Liu Jianwei is in the laboratory. The two are standing next to an experimental bench with a transparent closed isolation tube placed on it. Inside is the latest achievement of Liu Jianwei's team, a new half-meter-long carbon fiber nanotube material. The half-meter-long pipe has broken the world record. Professor Liu, your progress is much faster than I thought, but we need a pipe that is at least 36,000 kilometers long. Is there any way to create this in the future? A tube of this length? Luo Sheng said, staring at the carbon fiber nanotubes inside. Professor Liu, you don't have to be under pressure. I mean, there is at least a theoretically feasible direction. Hearing that, Liu Jianwei frankly stated his views without thinking too much. I haven't thought about this either. I think that only when nanorobot technology breaks through will we be able to take on this responsibility, and the rest will not work. Luo Sheng, nanorobots. Nanotechnology breakthroughs are no easier or even more difficult than new materials. Liu Jianwei nodded. Yes. Nanorobot, a virus-sized robot made from molecules. Carbon fiber nanotubes are composed of hexagonal carbon atom structures, and nanorobots are very small, which can build this on a micro level. This kind of structure, as long as the carbon material is sufficient, the nanorobot can produce tens of thousands of kilometers of carbon fiber nanotubes, which is theoretically absolutely feasible and fast in efficiency. Luo Sheng could not help but nodded silently. If nanotechnology can make great breakthroughs and applications, it will not only bring revolutionary breakthroughs for the application of new materials, but also have infinite imagination for medical clinical applications. Perhaps the greatest significance of creating a space ladder is not deep space exploration, but rather to use this as an opportunity to light up the various cutting-edge technologies of human beings. After all, the space ladder requires too much technology, and its derivative technology is unparalleled in other fields. Liu Jianwei looked at Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, a scientific team of Harbin Institute of Technology has made a robot of 600 nanometers the year before. I believe that in the future, more intelligent and miniaturized nanorobots will come soon, but the current technology development at speed, we may have to wait many years, 10 to 15 years or more. Hearing this, Luo Sheng was keenly aware of some of the subtexts of the other party's sentence, and then curiously asked, "Oh, Professor Liu, do you know this scientific team of Harbin Institute of Technology?" The leader of this scientific team is an old friend I have known for decades. His professional level in the field of nanotechnology is a leading authority in the country and even the world. Liu Jianwei nodded and smiled, showing it in the line, "Be highly respected." Who is Luo Sheng? With a little thought in my heart, I immediately understood the professor's thoughts. Liu Jianwei joined Star Arrow International for more than half a year. Although Liu Sheng didn't spend much time with him, he also fully understood it. Outside of work, a person who is embarrassed to speak directly. Liu Sheng believes that if it is not related to work, he would not even mention this old friend. The expert in new materials science is not very good at human affairs. After all, everyone's mind is devoted to academic research. Professor Liu, could you do me a favor and write a letter to your old man? I want to invite him and his team from Harbin Institute of Technology to Xinjiang International. Liu Sheng asked directly after finishing his consideration. Road. Sure enough, when Liu Jianwei heard the words, he nodded without hesitation. No problem, I will definitely go all out to assist you in digging him up. It's so straightforward that the leader of Harbin Institute of Technology heard most of his nose crooked. Liu Sheng also showed a candid smile, and he couldn't help but think of the famous saying in Asimov's Empire of the Galaxy, the reason why most scientists are ninth-class administrators, may be only because they are accustomed to dealing with natural phenomena with less flexibility, and they do not know how to deal with fickle hearts. The reason why Liu Jianwei always fails to apply for R&D funding may have a lot to do with his upright side. In a sense, Liu Sheng has become his bowl. People like him really need Liu Sheng. People can support scientific research achievements more quickly. In the afternoon, Liu Sheng invited Liu Jianwei to the Science and Technology Complex building. Although I don't know what the young Jinzhu intended, he temporarily put down the work at hand and was invited to come. Although he was straight up, he was not exactly a puppet scientist with negative emotional intelligence. Professor Liu, I asked you today to show you something. Liu Sheng was leading Liu Jianwei to the circular hall inside the building, which was also quite curious. When the two entered an empty closed circular hall, Liu Jianwei couldn't help but look at the scene immediately. In the middle of the hall is a huge model, and the height of this hall has reached more than 30 meters. This is an equal-scale model of the space ladder that I took 3 months to calculate through rigorous calculations by supercomputing. Liu Sheng looked at the complete model hanging in front of him, and then turned his head to look at Professor Liu with a smile. Do it by hand, so Qin Huang can compare with me. At this moment, Liu Jianwei didn't even know what stalk of Qin Huang and Qin Huang was. He walked forward without a word, looked up and looked at the model in front of him carefully. His mouth was also slightly subconsciously opened. After seeing this model, Liu Jianwei was more convinced that Liu Sheng really wanted to build a space ladder instead of just talking about it, even though it was a century-old project. It's too high, reaching a height of more than 30 meters. It can only be said that being rich is willful. Professor Liu, please here. Liu Sheng immediately took him to a nearby elevator, which can reach different heights, and there are corridors at different heights, so that the extra-large hand can be visually looked at different heights. At least Professor Liu's team is responsible for the rope problem, and the progress is quite satisfactory, and there is also a theoretically feasible solution. But the technical difficulties of the space ladder are too much. The next thing to be solved is this ladder operation problem. Liu Sheng looked at the space station at the top and opened the microphone. Liu Jianwei examines this exquisite, sci-fi, oversized model, but he also ends the silence for a moment. In the book Fountain of Heaven by science fiction author Arthur Clarke, there is a description of the space ladder. It is very slow, even days, to pull people or goods into space by the old-fashioned wheel hub elevator before the power is turned on. Liu Sheng laughed. Professor Liu also watched Clarke's work. Yes, but in reality we certainly can't go to space in this way. At present, I have 2 plans for driving the ladder. Liu Jianwei retracted his eyes and fell on Liu Sheng, and said in amazement, are there any plans? Liu Sheng motioned him to look at the model weighing several tons in front of him. The first solution is the current model, which is to energize the entire cable, add wheels to the ladder, let the wheels clamp the cable, and rely on the electricity on the cable to reach the space orbit, so that the speed of climbing the ladder can be as fast as the electric-powered high-speed rail. Liu Jianhong immediately expressed his doubts, but this space cable is tens of thousands of kilometers long. The electricity from the ground or the space station may be greatly lost due to resistance, or even directly cut off. Liu Sheng nodded. Yes, so to ensure that the space ladder has sufficient power, we need to add a layer of superconducting material to the cable, but the problem is that superconducting humans at room temperature have not yet been able to handle it. It seems impossible to build a space ladder without lighting up the cutting-edge technology. At this time, Liu Jianhong thought of a conservative approach, pointing to several places on the model and saying, "Can you hang a few generators on the ladder to maintain electricity? For example, in the atmosphere we can use helium balloons and fans to generate electricity. Outside the atmosphere, solar panels and the like can be used." After hearing such a suggestion, Liu Sheng had no choice but to give Liu Jianwei the title of Design Ghost. It seems that the professor is still working on new materials. Liu Sheng just came up with the idea just a moment, and Liu Jianwei shook his head to deny himself. No, this method is too stupid. Obviously it will increase the load and construction difficulty of the space ladder, and it is not conducive to stability and mobility. Liu Sheng originally wanted to say this, and since Liu Jianwei already said it, he skipped it. Another solution is to give the ladder a few solar cells. The power of the sky and the ground comes from the strong laser beams of space and ground. This approach seems too sci-fi and unreliable, but it has been implemented. In the Energy Challenge, a scientific team used a strong laser to send a lift with solar panels to a height of 900 meters. Unfortunately, the speed is only 3.9 meters per second. After hearing this, Liu Jianwei thought for a moment and sighed. It's difficult, it's still difficult. In the construction of the space ladder, laser propulsion needs to consider the distance of tens of thousands of kilometers and the problem of laser scattering, and the speed cannot be too slow. Then this kind of laser, how big is the panel? Liu Sheng laughed. It's true, but technology will always improve. We don't mean to build this ladder in the next year. Only 10 or even 20 years later, we might consider a specific implementation plan. What is being done is technology accumulation. Liu Jianwei, that's the same. Liu Sheng looked at the model again. We have a feasible solution for the cable and propulsion problem in the future. We only need to continue to focus on technical pain points. But building a space ladder is far more than that. Next, we need to solve the space station of this ladder and sighting issues. In the next few hours, Liu Sheng and Liu Jianwei walked and watched on the circular corridors of different heights, while constantly communicating. The space ladder is a facility that is stationary on the ground in most cases, so the space station at its top is also relatively fixed. Therefore, the position of the space station of the ladder must be in the geostationary orbit, that is, over the equator 36,000 kilometers from the surface. At this moment, the two have returned to the ground. Liu Sheng pointed to a globe in front of him and said to Liu Jianwei, "The equator is the region closest to the geosynchronous orbit. But the problem is that the only two launch sites near the equator are still not an equatorial country." Liu Jianwei nodded silently. The reason is also very simple. Most of the equatorial area is ocean, and there are few equatorial countries. Liu Sheng turned the globe a few times to continue. To be honest, their economic level and technology are quite worrying. To put it simply, there is no one that can fight. And our current synchronization orbiting satellites reach the area above the equator through complex orbits. This process is very energy consuming. This ladder was originally century engineering. With the carrying capacity of current human space technology, it cannot be built by the power of the nation. The cost is too high. Liu Sheng nodded the equatorial line of the globe to signal the other side and said, "And launching directly from the equator can save a lot of money." Based on this situation, if we want to establish a space ladder, we must cooperate with countries in the equatorial region. First build a space launch port on the equator. This launch port will become the ground base station and transportation hub of the space ladder. It will also bring a steady stream of economic value to the host country. I believe no country will refuse to cooperate. Rush to bid. But just the equatorial area is not enough. It must meet the two conditions of the equatorial area and the sea. That is to say, there must be developed water transportation to provide international transportation capacity, and at the same time a certain infrastructure and a stable local political situation. The Earth has been searched, and only Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia and Indonesia can take on this task. If the site selection is to build a ladder in Latin America, Lomai must task to get on the car and play, and even if this ladder is 80% built, it will end with the Panama Canal area. Latin America is behind them. The garden is the corner of the earth for us. Speaking of which, Liu Sheng decisively crossed Brazil, Ecuador, and Colombia, 3 countries in Latin America. So the location of the ladder can only be in Indonesia, and the water transportation is very good. It is not far from the Malacca Strait, one of the world's busiest sea routes. If it is here, the investment country may have ASEAN, Asia and other countries, but the investment must be China, and Indonesia should not worry about the sovereignty of this ladder and the launch port. Liu Sheng withdrew his hand from the globe and stared at the map of Indonesia with his arms around. In short, before building the ladder, we need to build a base station and a space launch port on the equatorial ground. With the spaceport as the foundation of the ladder, only a geostationary space station can be constructed. Liu Jianwei now speaks less and listens more. He can see that Liu Sheng is very enthusiastic about this century's engineering, and there are clear steps planned between the lines. After solving the problems of ground station location and ladder, the next step is to provide solutions for the construction of the space station. After a while, the two came to the 22-meter-high circular corridor. Liu Sheng looked at the model in front of him and said, "The cable of the ladder will be subject to 2 forces. One is the gravity from the Earth below the synchronous orbit. One comes from the centrifugal force of space above synchronous orbits. So we are going to build 2 space stations." Liu Jianwei nodded. The model in front of him had 2 space stations. Liu Sheng continued, "The 2 space stations. The space stations in geosynchronous orbits serving as spacecraft and satellite ports, and the other is the counterweight space station at the top of the ladder, which is responsible for enhancing the balance between centrifugal force and gravity. According to the supercomputing theoretical data obtained by Xiona, the mooring port should be located in a synchronous orbit of 36,000 kilometers. And spacecraft and satellites at this position can move around the ground for a long time. Obviously, this area of outer space is also a good place to build the space city and space dock. Space real estate is not a joke. Liu Sheng's eyes have already thought of the layout 30 or even 50 years later. Of course, it is not mainly used for commercial housing development, but to build a space industrial cluster base. Many high-tech and industrial products. The performance of products made in the space without gravity is unparalleled in ground manufacturing, and some components must be manufactured in this special environment to meet the requirements. The space industry base is an inevitable product of the maturity of the 4th human revolution in science and technology. At the same time, if humans want to cross the planets into deep space, they must have larger flying vehicles, which cannot be built on the ground and the cost is too great. If there is a space industry base and a space dock, it can transport raw materials from the ground, process and complete modular manufacturing in the space industry base, and complete the complete assembly in the space dock. Modularization and matching are the inevitable trend of high-end industrial manufacturing in the future, because efficiency will skyrocket, and costs will drop sharply. It is most suitable for super-large man-made facilities such as space stations and aircraft carriers. However, these space cities and space docks must be at a certain distance from the port of call, otherwise the stability of the space ladder may be affected. At this point, the two came to the top circular corridor. Liu Sheng pointed at the top of the model and said, This area is a power station that provides counterweights and extra power. It is located at a higher altitude than the synchronous track. Considering the gravity, the problem is that this space station needs to have a large mass, and that mass can be filled with solar panels and power generation systems. Liu Sheng looked back at Liu Jianwei and laughed. With the construction of these two space stations, we can build a space ladder on this basis. Look at this. The space launch port built on the Earth's equator can play a role. Ports can use recyclable rockets to quickly travel to and from Earth and synchronized orbits to transport building materials and personnel. Musk and I are both racing on recyclable rocket technology. When the construction of the two space stations above the equator is completed, the erection of the ladder ropes can be carried out. This process requires a landing vehicle with a rocket engine to ensure the stability and maneuverability of the ropes when they land. The whole process also needs to maintain the state of vertical tension, and put the rope as much as the landing vehicle drops. Liu Jianwei nodded and said concisely, "It is not a good thing for tens of thousands of kilometers of rope to dance around in the wind." Liu Sheng. The construction of the space ladder came to an end only after the landing vehicle landed and was bound to the ground base station. Such ropes may need to be erected in many groups to ensure the safety and stability of the ladder. Finally, these orbital cables are provided. When the electricity is turned on, the space ladder can be put into operation. At that day, ordinary people may spend a few thousand yuan on the last space tour. Liu Sheng couldn't help but smile. Liu Jianwei couldn't help but look forward to this future picture. If this ladder is successfully built, the space tourism industry in the future will be extremely explosive. But Liu Sheng's own Star Aero International will monopolize the space transportation and tourism industry. How big is the profit of tourism? Just look at the traditional tourism industry at the moment and you can see the leopard. If in the future it is really possible for a person to spend a few $1,000s to enjoy a space tour, it will definitely be in short supply after 3 or 5 years of booking an appointment, and when commercial space tourism projects are opened earlier, let alone a few thousand now, a ticket of tens of thousands is not worried about no customers. Buy early and enjoy early. Discount late. Ps. A wave of commitments erupted at the end of the month. Today, a total of 15,000 words were updated, which is equivalent to the usual 6 chapters. In addition, I would like to talk about the story point of the space elevator or space elevator. Presumably everyone who has read the Science and Technology article is already too familiar with it. It is really not easy to write a new idea for this technology point. First of all, you can see that some people may think that this book has reached the late stage. It is not. Actually, until now, the progress has just been written by 1/3. The space ladder appears in the plot, but it has come the middle and late period, that is, it will be opened in 2030, and the timeline in the book is only 2013. The space ladder has many derivative technologies, such as the nanotechnology, new materials, and superconducting materials mentioned in the article. One of the breakthroughs may not necessarily be used first in the space ladder, such as military, semiconductor, and medical, civil products, etc. Science and technology have progressed systematically, and the application scenarios are also extensive and interactive. Some people say that the space elevator is a wonderful country of spectacle. It is better to directly engage in space planes and light up the controllable nuclear fusion technology. This Xiao does not evaluate because the concept of science fiction that does not exist may now agree with the view. It may also be right to disagree. But it is not for this reason that I have the imagination of writing the book set by Xiao. Relatively speaking, the entire technology system is iterative and progressive, and the reason for writing the space ladder also has this level of metaphor. At the same time, the ladder is also a good choice for human beings to be able to develop space in depth before mastering controlled nuclear fusion. At the same time, The related technology of the ladder can also shine in other fields. Reading at www.uukanzu.com. It is an illusion that technology advances into a system in order to create a powerful space ladder for application facilities. In reality, there is an aircraft carrier that everyone is familiar with. This man-made steel giant is a collection of human industrial manufacturing technology. As for the controllable fusion technology, it is the chance that the space ladder will debut because these super technologies have not been ignited. Controllable fusion technology. This is the later technology of this book. Now the progress of this book is only 1/3. Because once the gadget is lit, it is not a change in a technology product, but it will change the entire human world pattern. At the same time, because controllable fusion technology will drive mankind to move from planetary civilization to stellar civilization, this is an inevitable direction that does not take personal will as a transfer, unless Xiao ignores this logic and writes hard, such as clearly mastering controllable fusion technology, you just can't live or die from the Earth. This is very illogical. Because the plot of this book happened on the Earth and around the Earth's orbit, the controllable fusion technology was scheduled to appear later. Otherwise, this book would probably collapse before Xiao showed all the outline content. Chapter 496, New Year, the Past. Before leaving the Science and Technology Complex building, Liu Jianwei wrote a handwritten letter, naturally to recommend his old friend to teach and lead the nanorobot science team at Harbin Institute of Technology to jump ship to Star Arrow International. This kind of long-term subject research from the application stage, apart from the support of national scientific research institutions, really has no capital willing to invest, and the state's funding is limited, and it is more inclined to give priority to funding for technologies that can be quickly applied. Field. However, Liu Sheng is undoubtedly an exception. Not only does he like to invest in these areas of partial basic research, but the key is that he is also the richest man in the world and the master of money. It is unexpected to know that a top nanotechnology research team may even join Star Arrow International. Liu Sheng is also very happy. This is the invisible benefit. God knows if Liu Jianwei's old friend will recommend him again. The fact that has to be acknowledged is that even academics are divided into circles, and even the atmosphere of the circles is stronger. There is no need to think about the Space Ladder project in the short term. In the next 10 to 15 years, breakthroughs and precipitation of cutting-edge technologies may be carried out. There are 4 key technical pain points that can really advance the Space Ladder plan to the actual stage must be resolved. The first is the breakthrough of the new material carbon fiber nanotube technology. The second is also the breakthrough of the new material normal temperature superconductor, and the third is the breakthrough of nanotechnology. The fourth is the problem of air and space transportation. Liu Sheng chose recyclable rocket technology. In addition to commercial space launch, Star Chain Plan and unmanned autopilot, Star Arrow International's vision is to be the largest mission of Star Arrow International. As long as these 4 major technical pain points are resolved, the Space Ladder is bound to enter the actual planning stage. As for the infrastructure of the space station, ground base station, and aerospace launch port that this ladder has, human beings have already had a long-term technological sedimentation. The biggest problem of these problems is the incredible amount of engineering and the scale of the project budget. Century engineering is not just a literal meaning. It means a huge investment of human and material resources. The budget for this project is impossible to complete without trillions of dollars, but as long as it is completed, humans will no longer be confined to the cradle of the Earth, and at least the range of activity will be normal around the Earth's orbit. This is the existence of the Space Ladder. In the best sense, such a super project of the century did not happen overnight. It took more than 3 months to build a model by hand. Of course, future planning is important, but focusing on the present is more important. Liu Sheng needs money. He needs to make a lot of money. Only by earning enough money now can Star Arrow International become the major shareholder of the Space Ladder project and gain control. 10 or 20 years later, The Space Ladder project cannot be achieved by Liu Sheng alone. It must be a transnational cooperation project, and the participating giant groups are not one or two, and national capital will also participate. Even if there is really this capital to carry out this project alone, Liu Sheng will not do it. The risk is too great. As soon as Liu Jianwei left, Liu Sheng accepted the recommendation letter he wrote, returned to the private office and set the envelope aside, and immediately opened the list of work emails and found that there were 2 unchecked emails. This is the 2012 financial report of Blue Star Technology from Zhang Bowen, and the 2012 financial report of the Blue Coast from Yao Jianhong. Liu Sheng clicked in and took a look. In 2012, the annual revenue of Blue Star Technology Group was $115.97 billion, which was almost eliminated compared with the brilliant performance of $2,030 billion in the previous year. The net profit for the year was $100 million, compared with $72 billion in the previous year. It's about 28%. This financial report also met the expectations of Wall Street analysts. At the same time, because Blue Star Technology has stabilized the European market, Blackstone Group previously predicted that Blue Star Technology's annual revenue was less than $100 billion, but then supplemented the risk report and adjusted it to $1,128.1 million, very close to the real data. Although the performance is not as good as the previous year, it is still a multinational technology giant with annual revenue of more than $100 billion. Taking last year's Day2 as an example, a company that can achieve annual revenue of $100 billion has thousands of people worldwide. Only a few of the 65 companies have done it. We must know that the number of companies in the world is measured in units of 10,000. For companies with hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue, anyone who casually took out the existence of either a giant or an industry overlord, sneezing the entire industry is following a cult. Blue Star Technology's turmoil last year is the best explanation, and countless companies that follow the ill. Because last year's revenue was almost cut, Blue Star Technology fell to 40th place in the world's top 500 rankings, second only to French retail giant Carrefour Group. Although profits have plummeted, when it is still sitting in the top 5 in the world, it is still one of the most profitable companies in the world. After reading the content of the email, Liu Sheng directly edited a piece of content and sent it to Zhang Bowen, and then opened Yao Jianhong's email. In the past year, the annual sales of the Côte d'Azur companies have reached $175 billion, an increase of 27% compared to the previous year. Last year, the sibling company Blue Star Technology suffered miserably, but the Côte d'Azur has not suffered much. The impact, that is, once forced by Wall Street to adjust the company's asset allocation, did not have a substantial impact on the company's operations. North America has not started at the same time, and now it is fortunate that it has not started at the same time. Just hitting Blue Star Technology has caused so many moths. The French Riviera recorded a net profit of $100 million last year, an increase of % over the previous year. The net profit margin is a bit low compared to its high technology, only about 11.5%, but it can't stand the huge base. The Azure Coast broke the net profit of $20 billion for the first time last year. Even with crazy investment in research and development, high human resource costs and business operating costs, it still made money. From this perspective, the high-tech industry is indeed the most profitable. It is worth mentioning that the Azure Coast company did not release new products last year. The smartphone is still selling Azure 3, and it is still a best-selling product. The continued sales of Yup tablets have further boosted the sales of Azure 3 mobile phones. In January of this year, the cumulative sales volume of the console has exceeded 100 million units, and it has undoubtedly become another phenomenal product for home game consoles. Hardware sales are the biggest player on the French Riviera, but the more profitable software business is also growing at a satisfactory rate. with the iOS ecosystem contributing $16.5 billion in sales. The sales of games on the console platform are also quite pleasing. In the third quarter of last year, the platform's revenue has been balanced with the amount of subsidies paid to third parties, and finally achieved a profit of $170 million for the whole year. This means that starting this year, the mainframe has started to make a full profit. But to say the biggest bright spot is the company's smartphone open source system was, after the French Riviera has completed the bottom layer of the system, it will be used free of charge by friends. Now domestic smartphone brands such as Xiaomi, Huawei, Coolpad, Apple's iPhone and other mobile phone brands all use the iOS ecosystem. However, there is still a relatively maverick, the mobile phone business of Lianxian chose the Android system. The explanation given by the other is to do global business, so I chose a relatively suitable global Android system. There are always gangsters. It is worth mentioning that there are also 6 or 7 foreign mobile phone brands using the iOS operating system, which are basically small brands that are optional, but the biggest brand is not Apple's iPhone. Last year's iPhone shipments ranked third in the world in terms of annual shipments, second only to Samsung. What I have to say is that Cook, who has been in charge of Apple for 2 years, is indeed a marketing master. The iOS open source system is free, but it has brought quite amazing advertising revenue to the French Riviera. iOS contributed 15 billion yuan, $2.2 billion, in advertising revenue during the whole year of last year. Nowadays, the pattern of the global smartphone market is that the Azu brand, which belongs to the French Riviera, stands at the top of the food chain and seeks defeat. It is in the first echelon. The second echelon is a situation where the two camps face each other. The iOS camp, which is dominated by domestic brands, is the iPhone. The most representative brand is the iPhone. Although it is an American company, Apple was facing a crisis and Liu Sheng decisively pinched it. Also strangled the birth of iOS. The competitors of iOS are the Android camp. The most representative brand is Samsung mobile phones. HTC has been surpassed. The second echelon is the competition between the two major open source systems. The third echelon is other, such as Microsoft's mobile phone business, Sony's mobile phone business, and traditional old-fashioned manufacturers such as Nokia. These are not to mention, in the wave of the mobile internet, they are even struggling to follow their work. After reading the contents of the email, Liu Sheng also returned a message to Yao Jianhong. Right now is the Spring Festival, but most of the executives of the two companies do not have time to go home to celebrate the new year. www.mtlnovel.com The executives of Blue Star Technology are working overtime collectively. The crisis last year passed, but at large the problems in the heap must be properly handled, otherwise it will affect the operation plan of the new year. The next day, Blue Star Technology Group publicly disclosed its 2012 financial report information. This annual report, which was in line with Wall Street analysts' expectations, was still driving the market. After financing last year, the total share capital of Blue Star Technology reached 1.95 billion shares. After hours trading, the stock price was $1 per share and the net earnings per share were $100 million. Entering the new year of February, the market finally stabilized, and with Buffett's rare heavy storage holding of BTC stocks, small and medium investors and fund companies, and even retail investors have also dispelled doubts, make up positions and go up. Well, what happened before is not to blame. It is important to grasp the present and carry forward the past. Chapter 497. A big surprise to send Fubao and Mama. Entering the new year of 2013, several companies are happy and sad. Blue Star Technology is relieved because it has survived the biggest crisis in the company's history. Although it has lost too many international markets, it is still full of confidence in the future. There is an impulse to return. After this crisis, the cohesion of the company's core backbone has also become stronger. However, at the same time, Ali, the second largest internet giant in China, and the largest e-commerce giant in China, and Alipay, the mobile payment hegemony, felt a great sense of crisis after entering the new year. The source of this sense of crisis is the Blue Star technology, which announced a high-profile announcement last year that it would deepen the Greater China market. This new year, Liu Sheng silently gave Mr. Ma a super big red envelope for his new year. Hangqing, Fubao Operation Department meeting. Mr. Ma, who was dressed up in a casual meeting, teased himself, "I really did not expect Liu Sheng to give me such a big surprise right after the start of the new year." This surprise almost shocked me. As soon as this remark came out, everyone at the meeting also smiled. As early as this month, the operation team of the mobile internet instant messaging social software WeChat under Blue Star Technology Group did a seemingly insignificant thing, but it directly detonated the ecological pattern of the third-party mobile payment market WeChat Payment. That's right, WeChat launched the third-party payment function earlier this year, and used only one strategy of WeChat Red Envelope to madly increase users' card binding during the new year. The official launch of WeChat Pay was on February 3, 2013. This day is also a traditional small year festival in China. At that time, the third-party mobile payment market was mediocre, and as the overlord of third-party mobile payment, Alipay did not care much. But 1 week later, that is, on New Year's Eve, the speed of WeChat users' card binding can hardly be described by horror. It was just about 10 days from launch to today. Yesterday, the official Weibo of the WeChat operation team announced that its mobile payment users had exceeded 50 million. The news broke out and it scared Squeebo and the entire domestic third-party mobile payment market directly. What a surprise indeed! At this moment, Mr. Ma, who is attending the meeting of the operation department, is listening to an executive using a PPT presentation. "We have conducted a comprehensive research on the lightning rise of WeChat payment internally. The user base of this product has reached a huge volume of 330 million. We believe that this year should be the first year of WeChat commercialization. WeChat Pay is its commercialization. One way, according to our investigation, we found that the WeChat Red Envelope strategy was inspired by several employees within Blue Star Technology. The group company was able to develop WeChat Red Envelopes outside of work. The operation is simple, interesting small products that can carry the active atmosphere of the social relationship chain. In addition, the cooperation between Blue Star Technology Group and the Spring Festival Gala this year started directly during the new year. Without large-scale promotion, more than 13.5 million users participated in the New Year's Eve to the first day alone. According to the WeChat operation team's disclosure, according to official data, there were more than 48 million red envelopes that day. Then it ushered in a continuous surge, and the total number of red envelopes sent and received has exceeded 500 million so far. This has created a wave of WeChat grabbing red envelopes, which has quickly occupied the focus of the topic, followed by user card binding. The trend is unstoppable. Mr. Ma briefly inserted a sentence, "The marketing model of getting more than 50 million payment users at zero cost. Why don't we think of the strategy of red envelopes?" As soon as this remark came out, the managers at the meeting pretended not to hear anything. Mr. Ma couldn't help but whispered, "Liu Sheng is really a chicken thief. No wonder what Wall Street calls a savvy person." "I am under great pressure and risk to advance payment tools in front of you, waiting for you. I think it's almost okay. He's here, just go through the program. It's so irritating." Speaking of this general manager, he couldn't help getting angry, and couldn't help but spit out fragrance. The path of mobile payment has come out in a difficult way. You haven't had time to enjoy the fruits of victory. As a result, the people of Blue Star Technology came along to grab the cake, and it was called Easy and Happy. This is the most popular. The manager standing in front of the big screen of the conference room also pretended not to hear the voicing of boss, and continued, "Because the process of binding bank cards is tedious. Most mobile payment applications face the problem of cold start. The so-called cold start is how to convince users to bind their cards. And WeChat Red Envelopes cleverly solve this problem. Many users who receive red envelopes will choose to reflect it. Naturally, bank card binding behavior will be triggered. Under the catalysis of red envelopes, the number of WeChat bundled cards has increased exponentially. This innovation with the emergence of payment forms, WeChat Payment successfully completed the cold start problem and quickly accumulated initial payment users and account funds. I have to say that the innovation of Blue Star technology is really quite amazing, Mr. Ma said with emotion, but added in a nutshell, Squeezebox will launch similar features as soon as possible. The executives of the operation department continued to expand the PPT content. We have noticed that WeChat operation department recently, to be precise. The layout of offline payment has been vigorously promoted 3 days ago, and a large number of online and offline merchants have continued to access WeChat Payment is constantly finding reasons for users to use WeChat Payment. Mr. Ma rarely showed a solemn look. The emergence of WeChat Payment instantly changed the ecological landscape of mobile payment, and it was so popular that it caught the entire industry by surprise. In addition, Blue Star Technology announced a high-profile deepening of the inland expansion last year. The development of the business market has clearly stated that the strategic focus has been shifted from the international market to the mainland market. The biggest competitor of Squeezebox is WeChat. One of the managers attending the meeting was also impressed. Liu Sheng really did not take a shot. It was an ordinary shot. It took WeChat Payment in less than half a month to break the current ecological pattern of mobile payment. Even Wall Street planted a big heel in his hand last year, and it was terrible to compete with such an opponent. You should know that the establishment time of Squeezebox is the same as that of Blue Star Technology. Both were born in 2003. The difference between the two is only a few months. And WeChat, a mobile internet instant messaging software, was established in 2010 and was born in 2011. It is not yet 3 years old. It is too late to enter the mobile payment market. Even so, WeChat Pay not only successfully entered the mobile payment market, but also entered and stood firm at such a lightning speed. This can really frighten the overlord in the mobile payment field. Alipay and other peers have been tricked to this day. WeChat broke into the mobile payment market this time, so Mr. Ma saw the charm of social software and was even more amazed by the explosive power of social software. WeChat Payment can quickly enter the battlefield, and quickly circled its own in the mobile payment market. Sites are inseparable from the user base of 100 million bases. Without this prerequisite, the miracle of WeChat Payment today is simply not possible. Internet socialization is an area that Mr. Ma has been thinking and struggling to enter. Over the years, he has tried all kinds of methods to tear off a piece of meat from the two social double heroes, Blue Star Technology and Tencent. Come, it's better now. Not only did not eat the meat but said, Blue Star Technology immediately took a large piece of meat on itself. In the past, Blue Star Technology lacked interest in e-commerce. Even today, in the large business empire of Blue Star Technology Group, the e-commerce market is still blank and outside the boundary. But now the rise of WeChat Pay has also made Ali feel a great crisis. God knows if Liu Sheng will also do this in e-commerce. Also caught you by surprise? Mr. Ma also kept sighing in his heart. Liu Sheng's keen sense of smell, the control of the pulse of the times can be called an absolute. In 2013, this keynote used mobile social software WeChat to enter the venue. And even Mr. Ma secretly could not help but make a case, because the mobile payment at this time happened to be the first time node of the big explosion. In 2003, after the establishment of Squeezebox and the subsequent 10 years, it was mainly PC payment. However, starting from this year, with the rise of the mobile internet tide, the transaction scale has maintained an annual growth rate of more than 100%. By the end of last year, the total size of mobile payment has exceeded 150 billion. It can be said that WeChat Pay was launched at this time. Lately, just in time to catch the first wave of mobile payment outbreak, Blue Star Technology announced the strategic restructuring from last year, which has shown that the visitor is not good. In addition, when it was closed at the end of last year, it perfectly resolved its own crisis. Now it has completely freed up its hands to set up the mainland. And the first bomb of the new year, a starting hand, is so explosive. It's no wonder that competitors will feel tremendous pressure and crisis. Ps. There is a problem to explain. There are too many reports and data in the book of the readers. It is purely water words. To be honest, Xiao consciously continued to compress the content of the data stream before the book was launched. However, this book's line is different from most commercial scientific and technological articles. Many scientific and technological articles are not listed on the protagonist, and they eat 100% of the food. However, this book is the reverse. This is also a lot of readers who like to watch food alone. The protagonist has such a big advantage and gives away various shares. This is not evaluated. Financing and listing. This is the core setting and theme selling point of this book. Because of this, data is indispensable. Listed companies must release financial reports, and the fluctuation information of financial reports and market capitalization data is a visual feedback of the protagonist. What is the current status, scale and influence of the development of the business in the current period of time? Wait, after reading the previous content, I know that the follow-up content has no longer introduced the growth of users of the major social products of Blue Star Technology. The financial statements disclosed in detail the chain revenue, net profit, operating profit, growth rate, year-on-year growth rate, detailed data on the scale, proportion, etc. of different business revenues. www.mtlnovel.com. When Blue Star Technology first made a profit, the data was the most detailed, because it was the first time to achieve profit, and it was of great significance. However, as the plot progresses, the data description becomes more and more concise. Until the release of financial report data, only 2 indicators have been described in terms of revenue and net profit. If it is as detailed as before, it may not be enough in the 2 chapters, because the protagonist's career has become larger and larger, so I can skip it. But the quarterly report cannot be shipped. The core is the revenue and net profit data. It intuitively reflects the growth of the protagonist's career to that point, just like the level of growth of the fantasy protagonist has the same value. If you don't explain, you don't know what the protagonist has grown to. To be honest, the contents of the data report throughout the entire book only accounted for less than 5% of the total number of words. It only appeared once every 10 or 20 chapters, and the occurrence of the chapters accounted for about 35% of the chapters, and like half of the previous chapter that was only once in chapters 70 and 80. Chinese website. Chapter 498, Payment Battle, Scene Penetration. When Ali and Zipei's operation team held a meeting to discuss how to deal with the powerful competitor of Blue Star Technology, Liu Sheng, who was far away from Sioux City, and Zhang Bowen, Xiyong and other core managers around WeChat at the same time, the future of this product is in the mobile internet conference. In terms of strategy, the biggest significance of the mobile payment business is to absorb a large number of users and funds. It can lay a good foundation for high value-added services such as consumer credit, financial product distribution, and credit reporting. Therefore, whether it is either I am Blue Star Technology or I am a competitor, Ali or internet giants are not too concerned about the profitability of the payment itself. Liu Sheng's voice resounded in the conference room. Today is the 3rd day of the new year, but none of the core senior executives of the group company have returned home for the new year. They must deal with some mess left over from last year and take into account future development. Time is the most precious. The biggest difference between entrepreneurs and capitalists is that the former is to strive for the realization of ideals and missions through business operations, and the latter is to continuously blood through business operations, regardless of the life and death of the enterprise itself. In the first seat of the meeting, Liu Sheng leaned back on his chair, pointing at the country with 2 words: "We don't care how Ali plays. I only care about whether we can turn payment users into users of high-profit financial services." From this perspective, WeChat, although payment has killed PayPal in the number of transactions, it has not completely opened up the vital high-profit business. After hearing this, The managers at the core level of the meeting were slightly surprised, which was a bit unexpected. In their previous impressions, the big boss did not pay much attention to the profit thing, although Blue Star Technology is the world's most profitable company. But the company's executives have been telling stories that they don't take profit as the first purpose. I did not expect that Luo Sheng emphasized the keywords of high profit and finance at this conference. There is no way. The time node has changed, and the situation has also undergone tremendous changes. Blue Star's $150 billion scientific research funding strategy within 5 years, huge debt burdens, business development in emerging market economies, and the layout of the mainland market. Independently reducing corporate profits, coupled with large-scale loss of developed international market shares, how to maintain the company's operations if it does not pursue high profits. The independent reduction of corporate profits and the pursuit of high profits do not conflict, because the starting point is not to squeeze profits on the original customer base, but to open new businesses to find new profit growth points. Participating Zhang Bowen said, the relationship between Blue Star Technology and Ali officially opened in the new year, and the front bayonet collided. The WeChat red envelope is equivalent to fighting without declaration, but Ali is not a little brother. Now he has already growing to a giant with a valuation of more than $200 billion. And a decade of deep cultivation in the payment business market. I don't think this mobile payments war will be short-lived. Luo Sheng nodded in agreement, which also proved that Zhang was very clear about the real form of competition. The emergence of WeChat Pay today is truly amazing for the entire mobile payment market. The behemoth made the practitioners exclaimed that the mobile payment ecosystem is about to collapse, that squeezable treasures are over, and the media that follows industry reports are also increasing their rendering. If Ali and Xiaofubao can easily lie down, they will not be valued at more than $200 billion. They are also the second largest cloud computing service giant in China, and they have worked in the payment market for 10 years. Respect. Of course, Blue Star Technology also has its own unique advantage, that is, the strong social relationship chain attribute of its family's barrel products. Because of this, we can make WeChat debut in the mobile payment market. After a while, Luo Sheng took a sip of water and lowered his glass to speak again, and the managers attending the meeting also prepared to record the meeting's key points. This year, the 4 core words of Blue Star Technology can be summarized. The crowd looked up, staring curiously at Luo Sheng, who said succinctly, "These 4 words are scene penetration." Scene penetration? After Luo Sheng solved the problem, he deconstructed these 4 words, from online to offline. Offline is expanded from retail catering to more applications such as lifestyle and entertainment. Electronic payment has a certain penetration sequence or scenarios, because of the different depending on the degree of onlineization, standardization, and user habits of industry scenarios. The acceptance threshold for electronic payment will also be different. From the history of the development of mobile payment, there is a sequence of scene development. The earliest development is mainly the scene where life is just needed, and the traditional way of operation is troublesome, such as mobile phone recharge, life payment. Secondly, it is easy to accept e-commerce, because it is a pure online scenario, and the threshold for using electronic payment is relatively low. Under the leadership of Digging and Squeaking, mainland e-commerce is also the first batch of scenarios to accept electronic payment. Speaking of this, everyone saw a slight change in Luo Sheng's attitude and became more serious. I saw him seriously. From this year, the next is the O2O. Online shopping and offline consumption model is the focus and payment is the last link of online activities. Uber, a foreign travel software, and new internet companies in the mainland, such as Meituan, Public Comment, and Hungry, are typical examples of this. At this time, Luo Sheng looked around and added, "Who is there to talk about Meituan and Hungry companies?" Since Luo Sheng suddenly asked questions outside Blue Star Technology's business boundaries in previous years, the senior management has not been able to talk to each other, And now it has changed. Every flash of the internet industry will almost always attract attention from the company's senior management, including companies outside the internet will also pay attention. After all, although Luo Sheng did not say anything at that time, he felt the dissatisfaction of boss. As Luo Sheng asked questions, an executive named Pang answered him soon. These domestic companies are indeed the highlights of the internet industry in the mainland. Let us talk about Being Hungry first. This company was founded in 2008 by 4 students of the Jiatong University. The starting point has now grown to 12 cities, and the momentum is very good. When Pang said here, Zhang Bo forcibly interjected, looking at Luo Sheng with a smile, "I'm hungry. I've followed the development path of this company. It's very interesting. Its development path is quite like the Blue Star Technologies development from FUDA to national universities. Its founder was also born in the same year as President Luo, also in 1985. It is now regarded as the star of tomorrow in the entrepreneurial circle." Luo Sheng could not help laughing. A few moments ago, Pang, who spoke before, continued, "Early in the second half of last year, the domestic online food ordering platform was hungry. It announced that it had completed a $25 million Series C financing, led by Sequoia Capital, and its Series A financing investor Seijiang and B rounds of financing investment were followed up by VC Venture Capital. In the C round of financing, the valuation is close to $100 million. Luo Sheng asked, "Why is a take-out a unit price that is not more than a dozen yuan?" The merchants settled in are still small restaurants in the form of traditional mom-and-pop shops. The profit model is still unclear, and there is no top creative website. Its valuation, how could you approach a figure as high as $100 million? Pang laughed. About this problem. Luo, I noticed that the funding for the C round of financing of this startup company was almost burned last year. I estimate that the E round of financing will start soon. Maybe we can listen to its founder, Zhang Zhuhao, and let him tell us this story. Hearing that, Luo Sheng immediately raised his finger and patted him directly. "Okay, you Pang, let me go and listen to what story the founder can tell. If the story he told is very beautiful, Blue Star Technology leads E rounds of financing, or even direct investment alone." Pang paused for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." Luo Sheng continued to ask, "Where is the US Mission Network?" Pang was thankful for doing his homework secretly, and saw his methodical response. The company was founded in March 2010. The founder Wang Xin, and Merchant.com won the lead investment from Ali, Sequoia Capital, and the Arctic in July 2011. Light Venture Capital and other institutions invested in a total of $50 million in Series B financing. www.mtlnovel.com with an estimated value of $220 million. In the same year, they were awarded the Best Group Buying Website of the Year, Top 10 Online Shopping Brands, and Group Buying Star and other titles. Sales in November exceeded 250 million yuan, ranking first in the group buying industry. Luo Sheng is very satisfied. It seems that since the last time, the group of people under his hands have made great progress. Putting away his thoughts and concisely commanding, we must also listen to the story of group buying, including public comments. Do not think about controlling these enterprises. We don't care if they fight. The story can move us all to invest money. Whoever can speak better can invest more and let them fight. Pang nodded silently, and made a note of what Luo Sheng ordered. No matter which side wins this kind of supportive layout, Blue Star Technology will never lose. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Blue Star Technology has shifted its strategic focus to the mainland market, which is preparing tens of billions of dollars of funds for layout. The managers present know that after entering the new year, Boss has further determined the specific tactical layout from the determination of strategic guidelines. Chapter 499, Decisively Shot. Blue Star Technology hopes to lead the D round of financing. The meeting has been going on for almost an hour, and it is still going on. After Luo Sheng laid out his strategy and tactics, He will not care about the specific details. The executive will carry out his will. Only follow up. Now report the progress. This is what the big boss should look like. Everyone is recording and memorizing, and Liu Sheng also bluntly said, 2013 was the first year of the full penetration of mobile payment into the offline scene. This is why I am hungry for the internet companies that want to hear hungry. The story is that the mobile payment penetration rate in the online scene has been over half, but the offline market is relatively blank, and it will definitely become the main battlefield for major payment application competitions. After a pause, Liu Sheng looked around and pointed his fingers and said, more importantly, the scale of transactions in the offline market is very large. It is conservatively estimated that it is about 4 or 5 times that of the online market. The source is also the indispensable place for WeChat Pay and Alipay. Offline is mainly the battlefield of catering, commercial supermarkets and retail, and I want to continue to expand horizontally in areas such as public transportation and private travel. By the way, there are also Didi taxis and fast taxis. You have to listen to what they say about this. The story tells the old one better, and the less one tells less, Liu Sheng said, and then set his sights on Pang, who nodded and quickly made notes. Liu Sheng once again returned to the topic and said, in addition to widening horizontally, the offline market can be further divided into different vertical sub-industries, and the penetration difficulties of each major sub-industry are relatively different. The mobile payment penetration scenario is mainly expanding in the areas of catering, supermarkets, and retail, but penetration may not be high in areas such as entertainment, transportation, hotels, medical, etc. In short, mobile payment will be more widely used in the small amount, high-frequency scenario, and in the large amount, low-frequency scenario. It will still lag behind bank card payment. My requirements are simple, whether you are small amount, high frequency or large amount, low frequency, all application scenarios must be one for me. All must be penetrated by WeChat payment. Liu Sheng set the core work task for Blue Star Technology, especially its WeChat operation department, at this meeting. Over time, with the setting of strategies and tactics, the operation department quickly formulated a specific implementation plan. The first wave of offline 3-line acts, catering, business super and retail, public transportation. In terms of catering, Blue Star Technology has focused on ordering websites such as Hungry, allowing WeChat Pay to actively connect with catering users, and focusing on penetration in 3rd and 4th tier cities. It can be said that it has fully entered the catering 020 field, supermarket and retail. In addition to allowing WeChat Pay to actively access merchants, Jiang Bowen is also leading Blue Star Technology to increase investment in leading companies in the retail industry, and takes the integration of payment as an important content. This will inevitably lead to a consequence. The nationwide retailer and super enterprise must face the decision of the team, either choose Zali or Blue Star Technology. Public transportation. This is a typical small-scale high-frequency payment scenario, such as the subway scenario. Blue Star Technology will soon begin to strive to complete the access to major subway lines this year, and even played new tricks. WeChat friends, you can give away subway tickets between them, and you can choose personalized face patterns and attach blessings to increase sociality and fun. 3 days later, Shenqing was the company headquarters. Hungary. The strong is strong, the Matthew effect. The social network system under Blue Star Technology Group has created unparalleled competitiveness. WeChat red envelopes can be regarded as a textbook marketing case, and the rise of WeChat payment is unstoppable. Zhang Zhuhao is working in an office. The room was chatting with his co-founder Conker, and he spoke highly of Blue Star Technology. In fact, he is a huge fan of Liu Sheng. As an internet startup company, is it hungry? It is still in the development stage. The company is very short of money. The funding of the last round of financing has almost burned out. Are you hungry? Do you want to access WeChat payment? Konku asked. At first, it must be connected. I dare to conclude that WeChat Pay will become the biggest competitor of Zipay, Zhang Zhuhao said firmly. Just when the two were chatting, another co-founder Wang Yuan came here. Zhang Zhuhao and Konku were inexplicable because they saw each other very excited. How brother? Blue Star Technology Group Pang Lu visited and was entertaining in the reception room. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Zhang Zhuhao suddenly flashed his eyes. Pang Lu of Blue Star Technology? Correct. After it was confirmed, Zhang Zhuhao immediately got up and met. Of course, he knew the name Pang Lu. The current Chief Strategy Officer of Blue Star Technology Group was talking about the strategic investor of Blue Star Technology. The company's current capital is about to bottom out, and seeking financing is something that Zhang Zhuhao has been upset about recently. Are you hungry? As an internet company in the development stage, people with the identity of Pang Lu come to visit. It is no wonder that Wang Yuan, Zhang Zhuhao and others will be excited. If you can hold Blue Star's dad's thigh, it will not only solve the problem of financial constraints, but just think about being able to get the traffic entrance of Blue Star Technology's social products. Are you hungry? Zhang Zhuhao went to the meeting room to meet Pang Lu with such excitement, but he was as excited as possible to suppress it. Mr. Pang, there is a loss and a loss. In the reception room, Zhang Zhuhao shook hands with Pang Lu. Is Blue Star Technology hungry? In the eyes, it is an unimaginable behemoth. As the chief strategy officer of this multinational giant, Pang Lu comes with a halo, but Zhang Zhuhao also shows not humble. After a while Pang Lu laughed and said, Mr. Zhang, our company has been concerned about being hungry for a while. Your development line is also very interesting. Hearing that, Zhang Zhuhao couldn't help but smile. Naturally, the development route of Hungary was largely based on the early development history of Blue Star Technology. But hearing Pang Lu's words, Zhang Zhuhao's heart was even more inspiring. He did not expect that his startup company had already been concerned by such a superstar as Blue Star Technology. It's true. Luo is always interested in being hungry. Pang Lu also said that this time he came to Shenqing with Luo Sheng's task. He had to run several internet companies in the back. Most of them it is a young startup company that has been established for 3 to 5 years, and the first stop is to come hungry. Listen to what story the founder can tell. Mr. Luo. Zhang Zhuhao immediately showed his flattering expression. He never thought that he would be flopped by his idol, and his heart was inevitably excited. General Manager Zhang, I'm curious. Can you answer me? Pang Lu asked. Please, please. Zhang Zhuhao calmed down immediately, and he knew in his heart whether he could take off with Blue Star's thigh, and the next conversation would become very crucial. Why is a takeout with a unit price of less than a dozen yuan? The merchants settled in are still small restaurants in the form of traditional mom-and-pop shops, and your company's profit model is still unclear, and you have not seen any top ideas. Why is it valued at $100 million? Pang Lu's question has hardly changed Luo Sheng's original questioning. After he said that, he turned a blind eye to Zhang Zhuhao and waited for his response. The latter lowered his head and thought for a moment, and Pang Lu was willing to wait. But for a moment, Zhang Zhuhao looked back and looked at Pang Lu and said, first, just need clothing, food, and transportation are the most basic needs of human society. As an ancient industry, takeaways have evolved from traditional restaurant packaging to telephone ordering, which has gradually become the main means of the takeaway industry. Compared to the packaging of restaurants, phone ordering has greatly stimulated the development of the takeaway industry because of its advantage of not having to visit the house. But there are also inconveniences in ordering by phone. Shelves need to invest a lot of manpower and material resources to distribute leaflets in the early stage, and the user conversion rate is not high. They cannot update the takeout order information in real time, and it is impossible to obtain consumer consumption data. To solve this problem, the O2O model of catering originated in North America, the most successful of which is OpenTable, which was founded in 1998. Pang Lu silently nodded, to say that the most important thing for Blue Star Technology is data, consumer consumption data, And now Blue Star Technology has begun to label itself as a cloud computing service company. Data is the most valuable thing, Zhang Zhuhao went on to say. Second, customer positioning. The success of OpenTable has given domestic entrepreneurs hope. After 2009, many domestic food ordering websites appeared one after another. Based on the current situation, the completion of the Series C financing is hungry. What a big part of the body has been highlighted. That's also a takeaway website. Why is it hungry? Not the other? First of all, the applicable target composition of takeaway websites is mainly college students and white-collar workers who are 20-30 years old. For white-collar workers, sufficient consumption power has led to diversified choices of dining methods, and more attention to factors such as quality and taste services. Takeaway is at best a supplement to the offline approach, so the space for expansion is narrower. Hungry? Did you see this? Because it originated on campus, it has been developing around the university takeaway market for a long time. Compared to the highly competitive white-collar ordering market, the student ordering market is a lot easier. In addition, the current generation of university students in the era of Internet plus fast food, they are good at the communication habits of the Internet and enjoy the lifestyle of fast food culture. The emergence of takeaway websites caters to the needs of young people and can also be accepted to the greatest extent. At this moment, Zhang Zhuhao tells the story, and Pang listens silently, and appreciates the young founder's confidence and clear knowledge. Third, offline mode. The key to determining the success of the O2O model is not the online part. The offline part is the core indicator of survival. How to burn money to seize the market and how to replace the phone line between merchants and consumers is the most important issue for online ordering sites. Having said that, Zhang Zhuhao's story is almost the same, and finally added, as for the profit model, we have developed a set of imaginative strategies, that is, the meals are taken from the restaurant from the beginning of the intermediary model, and then hungry. Once it is delivered to customers, it will be settled once a week. If it is further upgraded to a platform-based model, the profit model of hungry will continue to be adjusted flexibly. In general, after not providing delivery, the business can be divided into two development stages. The first stage, a fixed commission model. Youcanzu www.youcanzu.com. This is the mainstream business model adopted by most food order sites, so it has also caused fierce market competition, resulting in maliciously reducing the cost of websites to compete for market share. It is too expensive to implement this model, but it is not a long-term solution. The second stage, management fee plus bidding ranking model. This is our future business planning strategy. When the merchant passes the hungry monthly order amount reaches a certain value, will the hungry draw a fixed management fee from the merchant? Can a model help hungry get a lot of initiative in the fight for high-quality merchant resources, form an advantage in capturing market share, and stand out from competitors? At the end, Zhang Zhuhao stopped talking. Pang lended his silence and immediately decided decisively, okay, a very wonderful story, President Zhang. I hope that Blue Star Technology can lead the investment. Is it $300 million plus Blue Star Technology's first-level traffic entrance to WeChat? I want a 40% stake. $300 million plus WeChat first-level traffic entrance? Rao is Zhang Zhuhao constantly reminding himself to calm down. This moment can't calm down. Chapter 500, Brazilian Brother. The two giants are crazy. The two sides met at the first meeting, but the specific financing will not wait until a week later, because the start of a new round of financing requires consultation with previous investors. In this regard, Blue Star Technology said that there is no problem. After Zhang Zhuhao sent Pang away, several young co-founders howled excitedly in the office and finally released the excitement they had suppressed before. There are no outsiders anyway. After calming down the excitement, Zhang Zhuhao called the previous investment institution as soon as possible, and explained the general content of the matter. The previous VC agreed without hesitation when he heard the news. Although he wanted 40% of the shares at one breath, the original shareholders must be heavily diluted. But the overall valuation skyrocketed from nearly $100 million that's $750 million. The more important reason is that the investment risk has plummeted, because the Blue Star technology is so loud that it also gives WeChat the first-level traffic entrance. There is no doubt that with the admission of Blue Star technology, the prospect of being hungry is brighter than ever. After obtaining the attitude of all shareholders, Zhang Zhuhao confirmed that it was correct to contact the Strategic Investment Department of Blue Star Technology the next day. Pangl directly gave him a positive answer. 5 days later, staff of Blue Star Technology will come to visit, sign the contract and send $300 million in cash directly to the Hungary company account that day. With this money, Zhang Zhuhao believes that the company's ammunition is sufficient and it will not be necessary to consider the round of financing in the next 3 or 4 years. It is best to be able to achieve an IPO after the Series D financing, but he also knows that this is basically hopeless. After all, after a Series C financing like Blue Star Technology, an IPO can be achieved, and the initial public offering will exceed $5 billion. Yes, it is an extremely rare example in the history of global Internet development. Throughout the history of the development of the Internet industry in the world, in the past 10 years, only 2 companies have achieved a brilliant record of IPOs in the world, and are now world-renowned technology giants. One is Google, which raised $2.7 billion in IPOs in 2004. The other is Blue Star Technology. The IPO in 2006 hit a $5.6 billion financing miracle. In the first decade of the new century, Blue Star Technology and Google have been hailed as the Geminis of the global Internet community. In this decade, there is really no more shining than these 2 new Internet companies. After Zhang Zhuhao ended his phone call with Pangl, he sent emails within the company. The company is currently hungry and has 1,283 employees. The content of this email is roughly that the company has negotiated $1.88 billion, $300 million, in Series D financing with a valuation of $4.7 billion, $750 million. This news has caused a lot of hunger within the company. Sensation. Zhang Zhuhao sent this email to stabilize the army. After all, the company is in the entrepreneurial stage. Even if it is promising, it is still based on the big picture. Employees worry that the company will not be able to raise money, and even the salary will not be issued. The news spread quickly from the Hungary company, which caused a lot of attention in the industry for a while, including competitors and many investment institutions. This is the largest single financing case created by the Internet industry since entering 2013, and it is no wonder that it will make a sensation in the industry. Everyone is curious who is so inhumane, but Zhang Zhuhao did not disclose the investor's information in the email, but said the investor is the most sloppy investment institution and the top Internet company in China, and the specific details will be officially announced on Tuesday, February 19. The news also made the Hungry Moda takeaway company the most popular star in the circle. Many media and industry insiders began to analyze why the online food ordering business is so favored by capital. We haven't waited for the industry to digest the news. On February 16, the Internet technology circle burst out a huge amount of financing, which directly broke the scale of the Hungary financing. Meituan held a media conference on the 16th. Founder Wang Xin officially announced the company's entry into the takeaway industry. At the same time, it announced that it had completed a Round C financing of $700 million and its $3 billion valuation. The last round of financing was 2 years ago. At that time, it was valued at $220 million. Now it has become a unicorn company. A major message leaked at the conference made mention the industry focus. That is the Round C financing led by Blue Star Technology Group, followed by Ali, Transatlantic Investment, and Sequoia Capital. Blue Star Technology alone lost $500 million, which is inhumane. But most importantly, The influence of the four words Blue Star Technology is too great. Over time, on February 19, was the company hungry? The company finally disclosed the information of the investor, and the investor was the Blue Star Technology Group. To this day, the industry has changed from the original curiosity and surprise, because several days have been swept by the news of the U.S. Round C financing, and the time has been pushed forward for a few days. The information disclosed by Zhang Zhuhao claims that the investor is the country's largest investment institution and the top internet company. Thinking about it, coupled with the U.S. Group's C round of financing at the same time announced the entry into the takeaway industry, Blue Star Technology is undoubtedly the most suitable object for this sentence. In late February, media reports broke that Ali once again led a public comment to complete the E round of financing. The financing amount was not announced, and Sequoia Capital, Tencent and Blue Star Technology followed suit. Just entering March, the internet broke the news of financing again, and the taxi company completed a $25 million Series B financing, and the investor is Blue Star Technology. In less than 3 days, QAD also announced that it had completed a $1,500 Series A round of financing, led by Alibaba, and followed by venture capital. No one expected that the beginning of the new year, the domestic internet technology circle started so explosive. The two domestic internet giants began to crazy horse race. Within a month, two internet giants frequently shot. Affected by this good news, the Science and Technology Board and Internet Concept stocks of large A shares directly ushered in 3 consecutive daily limit boards. The market and the entire internet industry suddenly heated up, which was unexpected, but also reasonable. People look back at the strategic restructuring of Blue Star Technology Group last year. This is already good news. The reason why it did not stimulate A shares at that time was because everyone felt that Blue Star Technology would be hit hard by Wall Street's airdrop institutions. Subsequently, Blue Star Technology won a big victory, and the short predators left the market sadly. But the overall market situation did not show large fluctuations and entered a stable period. After all, the time has also entered the new year, and everyone is rushing to celebrate the new year. But in the middle and late February of the year, one of the biggest internet giants in the country smashed money wildly. The cold winter of the internet industry in these years seemed to disappear overnight, which directly ignited the investment fever of the entire industry. It is worth mentioning that the real estate giant Wanda Group has also joined this investment boom and started to shoot in the internet industry, which has staged a Three Kingdoms war posture. Over time, in March, larger positive news stimulated a clear signal from a bear market to a bull market. That is, the concept of Internet Plus has become a national strategy. During this period, the broader market bears the crown for 3 consecutive years. The Shanghai Index fell by 7.15% overall, the Shenzhen Index fell by 11.58%, the Small and Medium-Sized Board Index rose by 18.45%, and the GEM Index rose by a total of 92.81%, of which 80% increase has been set in the past half-month. Hangzhou City, Ali headquarters. If you catch a younger brother, I will also grab one. We will fight against you. We will not be able to compete with Blue Star Technology in this way. Zhang Xiaozhao, the participating CIO, said very worried. This is not a question we have the final say, nor is it a question of inability to fight, but a question of having to fight. President Ma exhaled deeply and sighed. Look. The news broke again today. Jingdong announced that it has completed a $1 billion round E financing, and the investor is Blue Star Technology, and it is an exclusive investment of $1 billion. Liu Sheng has already burned the water my heart. The executives attending the conference were also very dignified. In the past years, Ali's managers were very puzzled. Why did Blue Star Technology work with Tengzun and against whiteness? Just not playing with Ali. The whole seems to look down on e-commerce. Some people in the industry are ridiculed this way, But this is also the reason why Ali can rise. In fact, Liu Sheng didn't want it, but his energy was limited. At that time, the focus of Blue Star Technology was almost on the international market, especially the North American market. After 2010, as China's manufacturing scale reached the top in the world, the attitude of the old Americans began to change. The markets of developed countries will be difficult, especially the North American market. The mainland market has not been the focus of Liu Sheng until now. After all, in his eyes, the mainland market can be taken at any time, and he is so confident. Although it's a little late, but I am good at socializing my housekeeping skills, and the rest is done. The cost of late admission is definitely soaring, but in the international market these years, it's also earning money. The pots are full, which is not an increase in cost. The problem that can be solved by throwing money is not a problem here at Liu Sheng. In the conference room, Chief Ma, sitting with a smile and a relaxed tone, said, "You don't have to be like an enemy." The competitors this time are really terrifying, but the situation is no worse than bad. It was even worse when the IT bubble burst around 2001, when the company almost died. Ma is always a master of speech, and his morale is his best skill. Don't look at Blue Star Technology's arrogance, but the big ship is also very difficult. It is very difficult to turn the rudder, and it is not easy to adjust the attitude. Blue Star Technology itself has a big problem. Although it has more than $200 billion in book cash, the debt burden hit the company's highest in history, and the three strategies cost more than $1. Not to mention we are not yet the number one rival of Blue Star Technology. Blue Star's number one opponent is the group of tech giants in Silicon Valley, so it is impossible to concentrate all its energy on competing with Ali, unless Liu is willing to give up the entire national market and shrink to the mainland. But this young man will never shrink to the mainland. You read the book www.yuukanzu.com. The company's mass size, the company's philosophy and the national expectations of the company do not allow him to be a shrinking turtle. Look at Blue Star's cloud computing business. Data centers in North America would rather burn billions of dollars a year to maintain vacant and not sell it to Google. This is a very obvious signal, so Liu can free up one of the energy comes to work with Ali. It's very good. Why is he hungry for investment? Meituan, Volkswagen, Dong, Jingdong and so on. Because the energy is limited, I can't manage it. And up in person, so draw a bunch of younger brothers. As President Ma said, the managers at the meeting nodded involuntarily, and their confidence suddenly rose a lot. That's right. Blue Star's weight is indeed 3 or 4 times that of Ali, but its opponents may be 30 to 40 times that of Ali. Mr. Ma added, of course, we still have to pay enough attention to our competitors tactically. In 2013, this year or next in 2014, the group company should prepare a prospectus to launch an IPO listing plan. This year and next year is the best for Ali. At this point in time, the IPO will be financed by the current goods situation, and a large amount of money will be available to reserve sufficient ammunition to have the confidence to not fear the rivalry.